Chapter 1, Transmigration. Hidden Leaf Village. In the most famous building in Hidden Leaf Village, an old man, smoking with a smoking pipe, was staring out of the window. Behind him, a table full of papers, which needed his signature. Hiruzen Sarutobi, however, continued to stare out of the window at the fourth Hokage's monument. Today was exactly a year since Hidden Leaf Village had to face Nine Tails' assault. Hiruzen finally let out a sigh. Hidden Leaf Village suffered the most losses of any village in the Third Great Ninja War due to having to fight every village. And merely a year later, they had to face another assault which not only killed the fourth Hokage, but also a lot of their ninjas and civilians. This not only increased the burden on him and existing ninjas, but also caused Hidden Leaf Village's orphanage to be overpopulated. Hiruzen sighed again, finally starting his day by getting that damned paperwork done. In one such orphanage, Suzuki Fujin, a 5-year-old orphan, was sound asleep. Suddenly, however, he got up, screaming in pain while holding his head and falling unconscious. The scream woke up his fellow orphans, who alerted the caretaker. A few hours later, Suzuki Fujin woke up, but still under intense headache, thinking, damn, what the heck's up with his headache? While I did stay up late last night working on that project, I haven't ever suffered such a headache. And it feels like memory is all jumbled up. Slowly he opened his eyes and looked around. Frowning upon noticing the unfamiliar surrounding. What is this? Where am I? This ain't my room. He tried getting up, but suddenly noticed, why am I so much smaller? Did I somehow return to the past? However, his thoughts were broken by two kids walking into the room. They suddenly ran towards him and one asked Fujin, "Are you alright?" Whereas the other one asked, "Why did you yell?" Fujin saw them too, thinking, who are these two? Wait, I think I know them. But how? Damn, this headache is unbearable. And I need to get my thoughts sorted out somehow. With that, Fujin pretended to fall unconscious again, trying to make some sense out of the situation. The two kids, however, got worried and ran back to the caretaker. While he pretended to be asleep, he started to gain access to new memories. Memories of Suzuki Fujin. It took 5 hours of gaining clarity, an insufferable headache and disbelief for him to understand. Fuck. I transmigrated. And into the fucking Naruto world of all places. But how? I don't even remember dying. Don't you need to die in order to transmigrate? And damn, transmigrated from that safe world with rules and regulations into this deadly world full of cunning and powerful ninjas. And I got transmigrated into a fucking civilian of all people. After a few minutes of disbelief and ranting, he finally calmed down and decided to understand and plan his future. He thought, alright, I guess I'll be known as Suzuki Fujin from now on. Unlucky fellow to lose his life by someone transmigrating into him. I wonder how that even works. Anyways, I got a lot of information from his memories. His parents seemed to have died in Kurama's rampage and he was incredibly lucky to live. And damn, after being admitted into the orphanage, he was examined by Root to see if he can be taken in. Lucky me that they didn't choose him. Since Kurama's attack took place a year ago, and since he is 5 years old, it seems I'm 4 years older than Naruto and his generation. Alright, that gives me more time to train and gain power. The Uchiha massacre should occur after around 7 years, Hidden Leaf Village crush after 12 years and Pain's attack and Fourth Great Ninja War after 16 years. Wait, what's this feeling? At that moment, he felt a weird energy flowing through him. He thought, is this chakra? His memories didn't have anything related to chakra. So does it mean that chakra was unlocked when I transmigrated into him? Finally some good news. With this, getting into the Ninja Academy should be easier than other civilians. Though I wonder how does my chakra level compare to chakra level of others. Anyways, probably better to get a look at the surroundings first to understand more of this place. With that, he finally stopped pretending to be asleep and woke up. Chapter 2, Orphanage. After getting up, he could see that it was already evening. The clock showed that it was 6:30 p.m. He also noticed that he was incredibly hungry. He thought, I haven't eaten anything all day, no wonder I'm so hungry. I need to grab something to eat. I also need to act as a kid. I hope no one notices any changes in me. He walked to the door and heard a couple of noises outside. On opening it, he saw those two kids playing with each other. He recalled that their names were Sakai Iiki and Aoki Daijuke. Both were good friends with Fujin and also shared the room. Iiki had lost his parents in the Kurama assault too, whereas Daijuke had lost his during the Third Great Ninja War. Looking at Fujin, their faces showed concern and quickly ran to him. Daijuke asked, Fujin, what happened, are you fine now? Nodding his head, Fujin confirmed, yeah, I'm fine now. Sorry about before. Had a terrible headache. Iiki said, oh, that's a relief. We were worried about you. Right at that moment, a growling sound was heard, and all three kids looked towards Fujin's stomach. Fujin looked embarrassed and said while rubbing the back of his head, Guess I'm very hungry, and Yuki remarked, figures, you've been sleeping all day. Daisuke then put his arm around Fujin and said, well, let's go to the mess and see if there's anything there. All three kids started to make their way to the mess. On the way, quite a few kids gave Fujin a curious look. A couple of them also asked how he is doing now. Fujin analyzed, I guess they all heard about me screaming and falling unconscious. Fujin recalled from his memories that there are over 250 orphans in this orphanage. Fujin wondered, I wonder if Naruto is in this orphanage too. On reaching the mess, we saw the caretaker. Her name was Saya. She was a middle-aged woman, and also very friendly. Upon seeing Fujin, she quickly approached him and inquired about his health. Upon hearing that he was alright, she felt relieved. She informed Fujin, we were very worried about you. We called a doctor to check on you. But he didn't understand what was wrong with you. I'm glad you are fine, but you still have to get checked up once again. Fujin nodded and replied, thank you. But right now I'm very hungry, is there anything I could eat? She nodded, and replied, yes, the dinner has been prepared. Though there's still some time for dinner to be arranged for everyone, I'll arrange the food for you. Then Saya prepared a plate for Fujin, while Daisuke and Yuki went away to play. Fujin started to eat thinking, the food's okay. Not very tasty, but it's alright considering that it is an orphanage. It seems that we are given 3 meals here, morning breakfast, lunch and dinner. Also lots of fruits are available to eat. Sadly meat isn't provided here. Still though, nutrition provided here should be alright. So I could probably get some training done without having to worry about food. Anyways, I should fill myself up. After finishing the food, Fujin retired to his room. Falling back into his bed, he started thinking, well, what a day. Though it's rather tough to act as a kid, luckily no one noticed any difference in me. It's good that there aren't any ninjas in the orphanage. Guess I need to think what to do now. Now that I'm here, I don't want to be a no-name cannon fodder. And my knowledge about future events also gives me a great edge. So how exactly should I proceed forward? With that, Fujin started to think about all the possibilities for him and what all he should do. Upon analyzing for half an hour, he finally came to the conclusion, alright, though I know the future events, without having enough power, all that knowledge is worthless. Not to mention, there's no guarantee that things will progress exactly as it did in the manga. It had too many plot holes anyways. And providing someone else with this information is a strict no. They'll just throw me to test and instrumentation department, or in an even worse case to Denzo. It will also change all future events, depriving me of my advantage. So I suppose planning for the future events can be left to the future, and will depend on how much power I have then. Right now the main focus should be on improving my own power. So how to go about it? Well, for now, normal jutsus are out of the question. Normal civilians don't get access to jutsus, so jutsus could only be taken from the academy. And I can only attempt to join the Ninja Academy next year. Even though I know about many jutsus and know what they can do, I don't really remember the hand signs for them. The only jutsu whose hand signs I remember is the shadow clone technique. Sadly, it's a Jounin level technique and dangerous enough to be classified as forbidden. Not to mention, knowing those hand signs itself won't be enough. I guess the hand signs made the chakra move in a particular manner or display some properties which allow those jutsus to be completed. Until I gain that knowledge, attempting hand signs would be rather pointless. That said, I could try jutsus and training that don't require hand signs. Rasengan, elements and chakra control can be trained. Since I have unlocked my chakra control exercises would be crucial to do. Only issue is that I don't want anyone else to watch me doing them. I guess I can try to do leaf concentration over the next year. Tree climbing could attract a lot of attention. And with a village full of ninjas, it's impossible to ensure full privacy. Luckily, the first and second stages of Rasengan training can be done in privacy, so can the first stage of elemental training. Apart from that, I should try to improve my body. Heck, this is probably the most critical. While my physical condition ain't bad, it's not very good either. So I should start with light exercise to build up stamina and power. I wonder if I could do something similar to Master Roshi's training, and it would be incredibly helpful if I can catch Guy's attention. Oh well, let's see what happens tomorrow. Hopefully at least this headache will be gone by tomorrow. With that, Fujin finally went back to sleep. Chapter 3, and the training begins. On waking up the next morning, Fujin looked out of the window, to notice that the sky was still dark. He thought, whoa, I woke up really early. Seems like it's just 5 a.m. yet. Oh well, I basically slept the whole day yesterday, little wonder I woke up so soon. Anyways, I suppose I'll have to make a habit of it if I really intend to get strong. On the plus side, the damned headache has finally gone away. He got out of his bed, to notice that Yuki and Daisuke are still fast asleep. Not expecting little kids to wake up anytime soon, He freshened up and got out of his room. He then walked out of the orphanage building. The orphanage had a decent-sized playground for the kids towards the north side. Whereas, on the east and south sides it had a lot of trees which looked sort of like a mini forest. It seems that Hidden Leaf Village has a lot of such mini forests throughout the village. And many such areas were used as training grounds for ninjas. Luckily or unluckily, there wasn't any such training ground in the vicinity of the orphanage. The western side had residential areas, and had a market a few hundred meters away. Fujin thought, the forest could potentially provide me some cover and privacy. While it's probably not the best place, it does provide me with an option to do some secret training. Other than that, I'd also need to see if and when I could have my orphanage room all to myself. Anyways, I suppose I should start with some warm-up and see how much this body can be pushed. Finally ending his train of thoughts, Fujin started to stretch his body in order to loosen up the muscles. After around 10 minutes of stretching, he started to run around the playground. In his estimate, the circumference of the playground was around 100 meters. He was able to complete the initial few rounds with ease, but soon started getting tired. After pushing himself to the limit, he was able to complete 28 rounds around the playground. Taking deep breaths, he thought, wow, I ran nearly 3 kilometers. There's no way I could have ran even a kilometer at 5 years old in my previous life. And I don't recall this guy doing any exercises before I took over his body. I wonder if it's due to the bodies of the people in this world being much stronger, or if me unlocking chakra made the body stronger somehow. I'm guessing it's the former as I just unlocked chakra yesterday. Alright, I'll take a short break and get back to it. After taking a short 5 minutes break, he continued his exercise by doing push-ups. He managed to do 2 sets of push-ups, each with 12 reps. It was followed by sit-ups, for which he could do 4 sets of 15 rep. Next he did squats and managed to do 3 sets of 12 reps. And lastly, he did pull-ups, of which he could only do 8 reps barely. This exercise did push him a lot, but he didn't push them to the limit as it would have been detrimental to push the body to its limits suddenly. Done with the exercise, he returned back to the orphanage, had a bath, and put on new clothes. He returned to the room to see that it was 7:30 am, and his roommates were still fast asleep. He thought, interesting, I wonder when they wake up and if the time they wake is consistent. If they wake up only at 8, when breakfast is provided, then it could potentially give me the opportunity to practice leaf concentration early morning without letting anyone know. I should observe them for the next week to confirm it. He sat down in his bed, and took one of the leaves he had brought up while coming back from his morning exercises. Staring at it he thought, there are 5 basic natures that can be mastered: fire, wind, lightning, earth and water. In order to know my nature affinity, I'll need the chakra paper, but either way, all 5 natures can be mastered by every ninja. In the 4th Great Ninja War, Shikamaru had every ninja perform the earth-style, earth wall jutsu. This implies that the most basic jutsus of the 5 natures could be used directly without mastering the element like how Naruto did. However, it'll be even better if all 5 natures are mastered. That would allow more powerful jutsus of all those elements to be used. Given how proficient Hiruzen was, I guess he had mastered all the 5 natures. I do wonder what my nature affinity is though, as that element would become much easier to master. If I were to choose, my first preference would be lightning. It provides deadly attack, and if I could somehow replicate the way the Raikages used the lightning to boost their speed, power and defense, then I'd easily reach Kage level in strength. The next preference would probably be water. While I ain't a fan of water nature, Hidden Leaf Village should have the legacy of Obirama and his water-style jutsus. If access to them is gained, it can allow my power to reach Kage level 2. The remaining 3 have their issues. While wind style is very deadly and versatile, there isn't a single Kage level character who reached that stage thanks to his wind style jutsus. Even those Kazekages weren't wind users. The only one I can remember is Denzo, and he was just ridiculous in that fight against Sasuke. Then again, becoming the first ninja to become Kage level by using wind style sounds fun. Earth style has good jutsus too and is probably the best nature after lightning, but almost none are used by Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, so getting access to them will be tough. While for fire style, though fire style had a few jutsus that seemed to be very powerful, but it seems that almost all of them are very easy to dodge. The only top tier fire jutsu I remember is Amaterasu, which I sadly can't use. Only Madar's Majestic Flame Destroyer seemed deadly and could be used by all, but I'm not sure if it'll be available with Hidden Leaf Village or not and whether a normal ninja could release that huge flame which Madar did. Still, I guess I should be open-minded as there may be many more jutsus here than was shown in Naruto series. Either way, there's not much of an option right now. Of all the 5 natures, I only know the proper training method for wind nature as it was covered properly. The training for remaining natures will just be a wild guess for me. so probably best to delay their training till academy starts. Until then, I'll master the wind nature, irrespective of whether it is my affinity or not. Fujin then channeled his chakra, and tried to cut the leaf into two. The training continued without any success for half an hour, when a bell rang throughout the orphanage. The bell signified that breakfast was available. Iki and Daisuke woke up as soon as the bell rang. Looking at Fujin sitting on the bed, Daisuke said, "Morning, you woke up early?" Fujin replied, "Morning, I had slept too early, probably that's why." Iki then said, "Good morning, it's nice to see you ain't screaming today." Following which, both Daisuke and Iki laughed at Fujin's expense. Fujin showed an embarrassed expression and replied, "Yeah, whatever, I'll head down for breakfast. Make sure you two sleepyheads calm down before it's all over." On hearing this, both Iki and Daisuke ran to grab their toothbrush. Over the next week, the same pattern followed. Fujin woke up early, did morning exercises, and noticed his two roommates seemed to only wake up when the bell rang. And whenever he had the opportunity, he tried to cut the leaf. He also added practicing punching and kicking in his morning exercises. He noticed that Iki and Daisuke were mostly out playing with everyone else. So the room was empty most of the time. This was especially true after morning breakfast, around 10 am noon, and a few hours before dinner, around 4 to 6 p.m. With that information, he finally started practicing the leaf concentration exercise in order to improve his chakra control in that period. Here, a leaf was placed on the forehead, and all his chakra is directed onto the leaf, using it as the focal point. Along with improving chakra control, it also aided in improving concentration. Fujin recalled Naruto remembering its importance while mastering Rasengan. Fujin not participating in playing with other kids was suspicious, but thanks to the fact that the orphanage was already overcrowded, no one paid much attention to him. The screaming and falling unconscious event was long forgotten. Only his two friends were upset that he didn't play with them much any longer. In order to prevent any more suspicion on him, while doing the leaf concentration exercise, Fujin used to sit on the bed in such a manner that his back faced the door. If anyone abruptly entered the room, he'd instantly stop the exercise and make the leaf isn't visible to anyone entering the room. Luckily for him, there wasn't much interference. Chapter 4, Progress. Over the next 6 months, Fujin followed the same routine. His physical fitness, concentration and chakra control steadily growing. He also noticed that it also resulted in a significant increase in his chakra reserves. Sadly, with nothing to compare, he had no idea how good or bad his chakra reserves were. On the physical side, he was able to run almost 50 rounds of the playground now. He was able to do 4 sets of push-ups with 12 reps, 5 sets of sit-ups with 20 reps, 5 sets of squats with 15 reps and 4 sets of pull-ups with 8 reps. He noted that it was much easier to improve physically here as compared to the previous world. When it came to wind nature training, it took him 3.5 months to successfully cut one leaf, and only after 6 months of nature training, he was finally able to successfully cut the leaf in one go without any issues. While it did take very long, it was understandable due to quite a few factors like Fujin just having unlocked his chakra, with him not having any shadow clones to assist or a great teacher to guide him. As he couldn't cut off a waterfall to complete the next stage, he just tried cutting tougher materials to improve wind nature further. He replaced the leaf with a small piece of wooden twig and then branch which were lying around. One lucky instance happened in the 5th month he was in this ninja world. An old couple visited the orphanage and distributed a lot of water balloons in the orphanage. Such instances used to happen frequently. Fujin guessed that they probably were people who lost their children in either the war or Kurama assault. But this time it was very beneficial for him. Since he was an orphan and didn't have any access to money, it meant that he couldn't go to the market to buy water balloons to begin Rasengan's training. He took the opportunity to get a few water balloons and hid a few. With access to water balloons, he finally began the stage 1 of the Rasengan training. While chakra shape manipulation was tough, recalling the way Naruto popped the balloon, Fujin was able to replicate the way to manipulate his chakra to apply pressure everywhere in just a couple of days. However, he wasn't able to pop the balloon. He thought, I guess my chakra reserves are too low. I should be able to pop it if I can use more chakra. Oh well, no point in worrying about it right now. But it's probably a good idea to keep practicing this as it'll help improve my skill at shape manipulation. A couple of months later, Fujin became 6 years old and eligible to attempt entering the Ninja Academy. The entrance exam for the same was still 2 months away. Upon inquiring further about the entrance exam and its contents, he understood that the entrance exam was rather standard. It was mostly centered around the physical fitness of the candidates and they inspected their chakra to decide whether the candidate has the potential to be a ninja or not. Fujin was rather confident in clearing both, so he wasn't much worried. He just continued his usual routine, though he added throwing wooden shurikens to his training routine. In the afternoons, he started to go into the mini forest. He marked tree stems and tried to hit it accurately with wooden shurikens. This was done in case they added shuriken throwing to the entrance exam. Sadly, the orphanage didn't have any shurikens to borrow, and being an orphan meant that Fujin had no money to buy them. So the wooden shurikens were made from small branches of trees in the forest by using wind nature to cut them. The carving of wooden shurikens also helped to increase chakra control while using wind nature. Still, the shurikens weren't perfect, but that was the only option he had for now. Fujin also had another idea. He thought, I have all the basics down, so passing the entrance exam shouldn't be much of an issue. However, I wonder if I should start attempting to improve my physical capabilities by aiding them with chakra. I know that chakra could be used to boost speed by concentrating chakra into the legs. Similarly, the power of punches can be increased by gathering chakra in your fists. I need to experiment on whether I could do more push-ups and other exercises if I do them while using chakra to assist those exercises. With those thoughts, Fujin began his experiment. He noticed a significant rise in speed and power when using chakra to perform those activities. However, there were many issues. The first being that it was too inefficient and a lot of chakra was being wasted. The second issue being that it required a lot of chakra, something his current reserves couldn't handle. So Fujin decided to modify his morning exercises. He decided to keep doing what he has been doing so far, but once he was done with it, he repeated his exercise, only this time doing them with the aid of chakra. And this benefited him immensely, increasing his physical capabilities, his ability to use chakra, and also noticed a rise in the speed at which his chakra reserves grew. He began wondering why his chakra reserves suddenly started growing at a faster rate. Upon analyzing, Fujin came to a conclusion. I think that it is rising due to the fact that I've been exhausting my chakra on a daily basis. Each time I do that, it probably increases my chakra reserves slightly. If my analysis is right, then currently I have two means to increase my reserves. The first being to increase it with a combination of physical exercise and meditation, and the second method being by exhausting my chakra to its limits over and over. I wonder if there are any other means as well. Chapter 5, Academy Entrance Exam. Around 2 months after Fujin turned 6, the Academy entrance exams were conducted. Waking up early, Fujin freshened up, and prepared to leave for the academy. For the first time in 10 months, Fujin hadn't done his morning workout. He waited for Daisuke and Iyuki to get ready as they too were planning to participate in the exams. In all, around 7 boys and 2 girls from his orphanage were taking the academy exams this year. They all left together, along with the caretaker Momonosuke from the orphanage. Once they reached the academy, all the kids were surprised at the vast number of children that had gathered to take the exam. A girl named Naomi exclaimed, "What? There are hundreds of participants here." Momonosuke then said, "Probably over 1,000. Last year there were over 1,600 kids attempting the exam. However, only around 330 were selected as all the kids looked at him." Fujin thought, "I didn't expect this. So many participants and so many selected? I guess Hidden Leaf Village is trying to fill the void left by deaths during the Third War and Kurama assault. Oh well, it doesn't really affect me in any way." On looking around, Fujin saw some groups within the crowd that wore Hidden Leaf Village headbands. Momonosuke looking at Fujin commented, "They are trained ninjas from various clans in our village and are probably accompanying their children. Probably all of them will pass the exam." Hearing that, all the kids tensed up a bit. Looking at that, Momonosuke chuckled and attempted to cheer them, "But you shouldn't worry so much. Majority participants aren't from clans. So you have a good chance to pass. Just give it your best." The other kids nodded nervously. At that time, someone wearing a Chunin vest approached the crowd and announced to the crowd that exams would begin shortly and all kids were to gather at the training ground behind the academy. After coming to the back of the academy, Fujin's whole group took a look at the Hokage rock, which had the faces of all 4 Hokage carved in it. Everyone was awestruck by it. Fujin thought, "While I did see it from a distance, but up close it looks magnificent. I do wonder if it serves a bigger purpose than just something that just looks good." Inside the academy, in a conference room, a few Chunins, most of whom were teachers at the academy, were sitting and discussing the entrance exam. A Chunin then got up and gave a report to the one leading the meeting. Naruto looked at that report and sighed. After Third Great Ninja War, the third Hokage had assigned him to supervise the entrance exams. And he was told to pass as many students as possible as Hidden Leaf Village had lost thousands of ninjas during the war. He was promoted to a special jounin post the war due to his contributions. He sighed again and thought, "What a drag." Looking at the report, he found that this year, 2,147 children were participating in the entrance exam. Around 30% more than the previous year. He thought, "Oh well, first let's just eliminate the physically unfit ones." And gave the assigned Chunin the signal to start the exam. Doi Masashi was the one assigned with the first phase. He announced loudly, "Everyone, the first phase of the exam will begin. You have to run 5 laps on the path marked in the training ground. Each lap is around 500 meters. Everyone will be monitored during this run. I will run in front of you and you will have to follow me." With that he disappeared and appeared on the track. Everyone reached out to where he was. Masashi started running and everyone followed. Fujin thought, well, this seems very simple. I could run this many on the very next day I transmigrated here. And after 10 months of training, yesterday, I managed to run over 8 kilometers and could push myself to over 10 kilometers if I used chakra. Everyone completed the first 3 laps, however, slowly a few started dropping out. By the time 5 laps were completed, everyone in Fujin's group, except Fujin himself, were tired. 1 girl and 2 boys couldn't complete the 5 rounds. Masashi announced loudly, all those who couldn't complete the 5 laps are eliminated. They are to return to the front of the academy and can return to your guardians. He continued, among the ones still left, you have 2 options. First, is to run another 5 laps. If you don't think you can, then return to the front of the training ground and wait there. Many decided to return to the training ground, but a few hundred still continued. In Fujin's group, only Daijuk and another guy, Tatsuya, attempted it. After compiling the data, Narakisho noted, 438 participants couldn't complete 5 laps, and only 257 attempted to do the next 5 laps. Among the 257, 241 participants completed the 5 additional laps. The ones who couldn't complete the laps were sent to the group of students waiting in the training ground. For the remaining 241, the same 2 choices were provided again. Only 21 participants decided to attempt another 5 laps. The ones who didn't attempt were sent back and gathered in a different group as compared to others who stopped after only 5 laps. Fujin was now the only one left from the orphanage. Most remaining were from clans. All the 21 were able to complete the additional 5 laps and they were placed together in a different group. Now the training ground was separated into 3 different groups. Fujin was glad that they weren't tasked to do 5 more laps, or he may have had to back out. After that more physical tests were conducted and more participants were eliminated. Narakisho noted, all the 21 and 220 participants from the 2 groups passed, but many from the first group were eliminated. Only 636 from first group were still remaining. After the first phase was done, the participants were given a break and provided breakfast. After breakfast, the examiner for the second phase appeared. Fujin noted that he was from the Hyuga clan. He announced, in each of the group, the ones who have unlocked chakra step forward. All except one from Fujin's group moved forward. In all there were almost 100 kids who had unlocked their chakra. Everyone who was from a ninja clan had their chakra unlocked. Fujin sighed in relief as he saw a lot of civilian kids step out too. So him unlocking chakra won't be very eye-catching. The Hyuga activated his Byakugan and examined the chakra of the ones who stepped forward. He had to check for the amount of chakra and its quality. All the 20 from Fujin's group passed. Of the remaining, 64 students were passed too, whereas others were disqualified. Then, a few Chunins then moved around and helped all the remaining students to unlock their chakra. Fujin was surprised, wow, I didn't think they'd help everyone unlock their chakra. Hidden Leaf Village must be really desperate. That said, it's obvious that not all of the kids here will pass. So the direct effect of this move will be that there will be a lot of civilians who will have access to chakra. I wonder if these people serve some purpose. And how many more such people exist in Hidden Leaf Village. While the process of unlocking chakra was ongoing, Narakisho was observing the situation. Looking at him, the examiner for the second phase, Hyuga Hikiro, walked to him. The Hyuga said, I'm surprised that the third order to have all these kids unlock their chakras. Narakisho nodded and replied, yeah, he doesn't have much other option. We lost too much in the past few years. In the past couple of years, he ordered training of the reserve Gainins, to replace the dead, however even that's not enough. And while most of the kids here won't become a ninja, but with chakra enhancing them, they'll help fill many other roles in the future. Honestly, I'm impressed by the efforts the Hokage took in order to ensure that so many kids attempted the exam. Even the capacity of the academy has been increased. Hikiro replied, yeah, we just need a few years without any major conflict. Kisho dejectedly replied, yeah, but these exams are gonna be a pain in the ass till then. Hyuga Hikiro laughed seeing the Nara's annoyance. The process of unlocking and examining chakra went on for a while. It was evening when it got completed. In all, around 430 kids were passed. Remaining 447 kids failed and were asked to return to their guardians. The ones who passed were gathered together in the training ground. A few kids then saw that an old man with a smoking pipe was walking towards them. Fujin looked to his left. Oh, finally I'm gonna see someone from the story. To think that the first person I recognized would be Hiruzen himself. Chapter 6, Hokage's speech and new home. On seeing the third Hokage, everyone got respectful and serious. Most kids were surprised that he came to meet them. He looked at the kids and smiled gently. He began his speech, "Congratulations to all of you for passing the entrance exams," and took a pause. All the kids were very happy and excited to finally enter the ninja academy. The surrounding shunins asked for silence to be maintained and let Lord Hokage speak. Fujin however thought, here it is, I guess I'll finally experience his legendary skill of influencing young kids. In my previous life, everyone talked about Naruto's art of negotiation. But no one ever talked about how Hiruzen influenced Naruto to work hard and risk his life to protect the very people who made his life miserable. The third continued, now that you have entered the academy, we'll teach you the ways of a Hidden Leaf Village shinobi. We'll ensure that you guys become full-fledged shinobi of the Hidden Leaf Village. This academy was created by Lord Second Hokage. He himself taught a lot of students in the academy, including me. I still remember the fun and battles we had in the academy. The ninjas who pass out of the academy all ensure that our village stays safe and peaceful. They ensure that you stay protected. And soon it'll be up to you to carry forward that will. The will of fire, as Lord First Hokage used to say. Now you will be the ones who will carry the will of fire in you. Love your village and ensure that your will of fire preserves peace and prosperity. Carry on a will of fire in you brighter than anyone else. And let every other village know that the will of fire still burns brighter than anything else. Have a mind that will not yield, able to endure hard training and work. And, be healthy in mind and body. And with that, I welcome you future ninjas to our academy. As soon as the speech ended, the excitement that was bubbling within the kids finally popped and all started celebrating. The day was finally called off and everyone started to return home. After reuniting with his fellow orphans, Fujin found out that only 4 kids passed. Even Ieki failed. Only Fujin, Daijuke, Tatsuya and Naomi passed. Momonosuke comforted the ones who failed, mentioning all the other things they could do when they grow up. And all of us returned to the orphanage. There were still 3 days for the academy to open, however those days were busy for Fujin and the other orphans who passed. The orphans who passed the entrance exam would no longer live in the orphanage. They were provided with a small apartment in the residential areas which would be rent-free until they became a ninja, and would also be provided with a small stipend to support themselves. Fujin thought, oh, I didn't know about this. I knew Naruto lived alone later on, but I thought he might have been given special treatment due to his circumstances. I do wonder what the aim is by asking us to live alone. I guess the main advantage I can see is that this way we would be better prepared if we had to go on a solo mission outside the village. After packing up what little clothes he had, he got out of the orphanage and looked back at it. He saw that Daijuke was very sad and even crying as he and Ieki won't be together any longer. Fujin thought, well, it's not really like I developed much relationship with anyone here. Naruto isn't in this orphanage, so there's not really much point in staying here anyways. All 4 orphans were accompanied by the orphanage caretaker to their new apartments. After dropping the other 3 off, Fujin was the last one to reach his apartment. He thought, so this'll be my new home for the next few years. The apartment was properly cleaned and very neat. While the rooms were small, they were more than enough for him. It had a small living room, a bedroom, a very compact kitchen and washroom. There weren't many gadgets in the home apart from a fridge, cooking stove and other stuff needed for cooking. There was also a sofa in the living room and a bed and an alarm clock in the bedroom. He also saw a first aid kit. He thought, oh well, this is pretty neat. The bed's better than the one at the orphanage. Also here I should have much better privacy. So I can use the whole day to train in some way or other. I do wonder what food will be available here. They did say that someone would come here around noon and deliver the food for today as well as the stipend. Anyways, finally getting access to money will be convenient. I ran out of water balloons a month back, so Rasengan training has been on a hold. I need to buy them. Also, I should definitely try Kairaku ramen. Like heck, anyone who watched Naruto wouldn't want to try it. I also need to fill up the fridge. We won't be provided with breakfast from now on. So I should at least buy some eggs, bread and milk. Ending his train of thoughts, Fujin set up an alarm for 11:30 am and began practicing leaf concentration. At 12:15 p.m., there was a knock on the door. Fujin opened the door to see an academy teacher who was monitoring the exam yesterday. He introduced himself as Adaki Genki and said that he'll be Fujin's class teacher for this year. He asked about whether Fujin was comfortable here and if there were any issues. On confirming that everything was alright, he said that's very good to hear. I saw your performance yesterday, you did very good. Keep it up. Fujin replied, thanks. After that he provided Fujin with his stipend and then provided him with a few ration bars. Fujin looked at those bars and asked, what's this, sensei? Genki smiled and replied, "These are ration bars, you'll consume one for lunch and dinner. There is enough here for a week. From here on though, you'll have to collect the ration bars yourself from the academy on every Sunday." Fujin looked plainly at his sensei as if to say, "Really? Freaking ration bars?" Genki saw the look and said dismissively, "Don't look down on them, kid. That's the food of ninjas. They were created after doing a lot of research. Even the legendary Sanins, Tsunoda and Orochimaru, worked on this. They provide a ninja with proper nutrition. So take pride that you are eating food specially made for ninjas." Fujin saw his sensei explaining to him like he would explain to any small kid. In order to not make his sensei suspicious, he acted as a kid, first showing confusion and then being a bit prideful that he's eating food made for ninjas. Genki smiled, and took his leave. On his departure, Fujin sighed. He wondered, which moron is responsible for providing food to orphans? Seriously? A ration bar? No wonder all Naruto ate was ramen. Oh well, whatever, it should provide the necessary nutrients and is easy to preserve for a long time. And I definitely need to learn some cooking. No way in hell am I eating ration bars for years. He then counted the stipend given to him. There was 1,000 ryo provided to him. He thought, well, I know that ryo is the currency here, but I don't know whether this is a lot or not. I just kept training and didn't even ever go to the shopping area near the orphanage. I really need to go out and understand the prices here. I also need to find out the costs of shurikens, kunai, senbon, swords, explosion tags, scrolls and other important stuff. Though I suppose there's no need to worry about that just yet. The most immediate thing to buy would be chakra paper. He ate a ration bar. While it didn't taste bad, it didn't taste good either. He noted that orphanage food definitely tasted better. After that he left his apartment, locked his door and went out. After asking for a bit, he found the marketplace. There he went around checking the price of various stuff. He found out that 1 dozen eggs cost 24 ryo, 1 liter milk cost 9 ryo, and a packet of bread slices cost 5 ryo. 1 kilogram meat cost 60 ryo. Various vegetables and fruits cost in the range of 10 to 20 ryo. He thought, I see, the 1,000 ryo are more than sufficient if used just for this stuff. He looked around and also found a weapon shop. A set of 6 shurikens cost 2,000 ryo, whereas kunai cost 1,000 ryo each. A set of 6 senbon cost 1,000 ryo, and swords were much more expensive, its price varying depending on the quality. He thought, these are expensive. I'd have to save for a long time to afford these. After that, he asked the shopkeeper whether they had chakra papers. The shopkeeper nodded and Fujin bought one for 100 ryo. Finally ending his short trip, he bought a dozen eggs, 1 pack of bread slices, 1 liter milk, a few fruits, 12 water balloons, 3 rubber balls, items for daily use like soap, toothbrush and paste and so on. Excluding the cost of the chakra paper, he spent around 80 ryo on that journey. And he wouldn't have to worry about breakfast for the next few days. On reaching home, he channeled his chakra through the chakra paper. The chakra paper split right through the middle. He sighed, it ain't lightning. Well, whatever, wind is pretty good too. Also, I've already started training in it. Next day, the training continued, but in the evening, after asking a few strangers, he finally reached Takoyaki ramen. Tuki became the second canon character Fujin saw. He ordered miso ramen, which cost 45 ryo. After eating it, he thought, wow, it tasted delicious. Still though, 45 ryo is pretty expensive for me currently. I won't be able to visit here frequently. Satisfied with the food, he returned back to his home. Chapter 7, Academy starts. Today was the day the academy finally started. Fujin woke at 5 a.m., freshened up, and went through his morning workout. After completing it and having a bath, he ran to the academy. The academy started at 8 a.m. He was assigned to class 4A, on the 4th floor. On entering the class, he saw that quite a few had already arrived. There were over 25 students already in there. He entered and sat on one of the unoccupied benches. He noticed that most of the people in here were from the ninja clans. They wore the crest of their clan on their backs. Fujin wondered, this classroom ain't big, at most 40 would fit in. Does that mean there are over 10 divisions in my year? At 8, Adaki Genki-sensei arrived. He first distributed identity cards to everyone. He then introduced himself. On arriving he introduced himself, welcome to the academy. I'm Adaki Genki and I'll be your class teacher for this year. How about we get to know each other first? I'll tell you guys more about myself. I'm a Chunin of Hidden Leaf Village and fought in the previous Great Ninja War. My hobby is to watch drama and I like to teach young kids like yourself. How about you guys start to introduce yourself? And with that all the kids started to introduce themselves. The ones from clans telling their clan with pride. Fujin took the opportunity to understand the composition of his class. The class had 30 kids. Apparently there were 2 Uchiha, 3 Hyuga, 2 each from Nara, Yamanaka and Akimaki, 3 in Yuzuka, 1 Aburame, 1 each from Saratobi, Shimura, Kato and clans Hatake, and surprisingly 3 from Senju and 2 from Kurama clan. Other 6, including Fujin, were normal civilians. After the students were done talking about themselves, Genki started talking again. He said, "Alright, first I'll explain to you about your position. This year 430 students passed the entrance exam. However, you 30 are the ones who have scored the highest. That's why everyone has very high expectations of each of you guys. All of you have to strive to become very good and strong shinobi. That's why an elite like me is assigned to your class. In addition, other teachers too would assist you when required. You will also be provided access to the Academy Library's E&D section. Also, there will be special tests conducted for you guys every 6 months, which will be monitored by Lord Hokage himself. So work as hard as you can." Everyone was filled with pride after this speech. And also became a lot more attentive. Fujin thought, lucky me. This seems like an elite classroom. I guess I can have any queries resolved quickly. Also those 2 sections in the library, I guess they should be sections having rank E and rank D jutsus. I wonder if there are sections with higher rank jutsus, and whether I can sneak in. Well, I should give it a proper tour soon. Since this was the first day, Genki gave them a tour of the academy. They were shown all the classrooms, the library, training grounds, canteen area. In training grounds, various areas were shown like running track, obstacle race track, shooting area, balancing area which had a lot of poles and so on. There was also a small pond at the far end of the training grounds. After the tour was over, they went back to the class. Genki explained to them what all they'll be learning this year. It seemed to mostly be basics. They were supposed to be taught about chakra, hand signs, chakra control, taijutsu, theory of ganjutsu, shuriken throwing, along with normal stuff like mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, language, history, geography and civics. After that, the class was dismissed for the day. After the class was dismissed, Fujin left quickly and headed towards the library. However, on the way to the library, he ran into Daijuk and Tatsuya. Daijuk called out to him, "Hey Fujin." Fujin turned around to see him. He said, "Hey, how are you doing? How was the class?" Daijuk replied, "It was fun, we took a trip of the whole academy." Fujin replied, "Yeah, so did we. By the way, how many students are there in your class?" Daijuk replied, "Oh? There are 100, ain't that the case in every class?" Tatsuya joined in the conversation saying, "Yup, it is the same in my class." Fujin said, "I see. No, in mine there are only 30 students." Daijuk said, "Huh, why's that?" Not wanting to make him feel bad or having to answer more questions, Fujin said that he wasn't sure. After that, Daijuk asked whether Fujin wanted to go home with them. Fujin excused himself saying he had some work. Separating himself from them, Fujin started to go to the library again. En route he grabbed a ration bar and ate it while thinking, "I see. So my class has just 30 students, whereas others have 100 each. So in all there are 5 divisions. If I were to guess, and looking at what all Genki said today, our class is probably being trained in the hopes that everyone either becomes a jounin or at least an elite chunin. Whereas for others, the main target seems to be to boost the geinin reserve and if lucky have a few chunins and jounins from there." On entering the library, he showed his card to the librarian, and asked for directions. After getting the info, he understood that the library is divided into 7 sections. It had a general section having non-ninja related information, Section 0 where there was basic information related to ninjas, and Section Z, D, C, B and A. Sections A, B and C were restricted for me right now. Fujin thought, "I see, makes sense. There isn't any S section, but that's understandable that they won't put that high-level jutsus out in the open. To be honest, I'm surprised that there is Section A. Anyways, let's go explore it." Fujin skipped the general section and started from Section 0. He skimmed through the titles of various scrolls to get an idea regarding what was here. He found a lot of basic but important stuff. Information related to chakra theories, chakra control, manipulation, nature manipulation, fuinjutsu, ganjutsu, taijutsu were all mentioned here. So was a lot of historical information. He then went on to the sections E and D. There most of the scrolls were just rank E and rank D jutsus. He thought, wow, I didn't expect this. There are literally hundreds of different jutsu scrolls here. A lot of wind-style jutsus are available too. And Section E has a scroll called Introduction to Fuinjutsu, whereas Section D has a better book on the same. This would be very helpful. It took him more than a couple of hours to just skim through the titles of various scrolls. After that, He went back to section 0, grabbed a scroll named Introduction to Hand Signs, and went to an isolated corner and sat there. There were very few people in the library, so there wasn't anyone to disturb him. Fujin thought to himself, alright, I have seen through the majority of the stuff. Now that I finally have some resources, I need to do some planning as to what I should do at least for the next couple of years. Chapter 8, Plans. In a corner of the library, a small kid was staring at a scroll he had opened in front of him. However, unknown to anyone who watched him, his mind was working on something else entirely. Fujin thought, alright, let's first start with what I can do right now. My chakra control is pretty decent thanks to daily leaf concentration exercise. I should attempt something along the lines of tree climbing soon. My chakra reserve also has been developing consistently thanks to a combination of physical exercises and meditation, and also due to consistently straining my chakra to its limits. My chakra shape manipulation is going well too. Once my chakra level increases more, I should be able to proceed further. So my plans for chakra control, chakra shape manipulation and increasing chakra reserves should be good enough. Though there's no harm in getting more means of increasing my chakra reserves. The most important thing I have in my arsenal is my wind nature manipulation training. I have already completed leaf cutting months back, and though I didn't attempt waterfall cutting, I have progressed further as I can now cut branches with rather ease. This much should be more than enough to perform many wind-style jutsus. And since my own affinity is also wind, it becomes all the more important. That said, I do wonder if I can make my wind nature more potent by trying to cut tougher materials, maybe like a stone next followed by metal. Oh well. I'll experiment later. Anyways, one thing I definitely need to do is learn a bunch of wind-style jutsus. I should read up every rank E and D wind-style jutsus in this library, and try to learn the useful ones over the next year or two. Preferably try to find wind jutsus that would allow me to form a good combat system that can allow me to defend, attack and evade. Apart from this, I also need to learn an additional element. Fire, lightning, earth and water. Which one should I focus on? On analyzing for a few minutes, he thought, alright, lightning and wind isn't really the best combo, so lightning's out for the time being. Fire and water can combine very well with wind, especially fire. But I'll need a shadow clone to use it effectively. And anyways, this is the land of fire, so my teammates are very likely to have this element anyways. That leaves earth. I don't think wind and earth combine, however I can stick to using wind style for offense and earth style for defense. I hope this library has that jutsu which Pikazu used to harden his body. With that jutsu for defense along with wind style for offense should be a very effective and annoying combination. Alright, I'll choose earth as my second element. And I'll keep working on it for the next few years to master these two elements. Other elements can wait till I'm able to pull off multiple shadow clones successfully. Apart from that, basic jutsus should be learned as well. Normal clones don't provide much help in combat, but they should at least serve as a base for shadow clones and elemental clones. Transformation has a lot of uses though, from disguise to transforming into weapons. Substitution is the most useful of the three, and something I'll keep using even if I became as strong as the Kages. So I've to give special focus to substitution jutsu. Alongside this, I'll also have to learn and master Shunshin, body flicker, jutsu. Those two techniques will be vital for evasion and running away. Perhaps more than wind-style jutsus, these two will be more critical to master first. Yeah, this should become a good combat system. Wind-style jutsus to attack, earth-style jutsus to defend and substitution and body flicker to evade. The next to work on would be taijutsu. My daily morning workout has ensured that my physical capabilities are top tier among the current students. Sadly I can't grant any more time for it, so I guess I'll have to increase the difficulty of the workout somehow. Perhaps weights or some seals. As for taijutsu, the academy teaches its own taijutsu style. I should check that out before planning further. As for Ganjutsu, I can't work much on it right now. Let's leave it for the future. That leaves me with Kenjutsu, Medical Ninjutsu, Sensing Capabilities and Fu-in-jutsu. Medical Ninjutsu can wait. Kenjutsu is important for me. I will need to learn how to channel my chakra through weapons and charge it with wind nature. That would make my offense very lethal. However, this can wait for the time being too as I won't have to fight anything soon. Fu-in-jutsu is something I can work on now. With the books for basics available, I should see whether it is suited for me or not. Sensing is pretty essential too. I'll probably need the assistance of academy teachers to understand how to become a good sensor. While I haven't tried it yet for safety issues, I believe focusing chakra in the eyes, nose or ears should heighten those senses a lot. However, what I'm more interested in is sensing chakras. That ability should be very helpful when I'm out of the village. So let's see. The academy is open from Monday to Friday, with holidays on Saturday and Sunday. And it runs from morning 8 a.m. to afternoon 3 p.m. Mornings are assigned to physical workouts. I get 2.5 hours for it. In the future, practice of taijutsu forms will have to be included here as well. During academy lectures, most training can't really happen. But I wonder if nature transformation can be worked upon. Something like leaf cutting can easily be hidden under the desk. I need to check what's the initial training method for earth nature and see whether it can be done in class. Though I hope that Genki ain't a censor, otherwise he'll catch me and forbid me from doing it. From 3 to 10 p.m., I have time to train. I can eliminate 1 hour from there for traveling and eating and other miscellaneous stuff. That leaves me 6 hours to work on basic jutsus, wind jutsus, weapon throwing, fuin jutsu, sensing chakra and meditation. Clearly not enough time. So what to do? And he fell into deep analysis again. After calculating for some time, he came to the conclusion, alright, of all these things, meditation is compulsory to do daily. For others, there are basically 2 options. One is to do these things on different days, and the second is to only focus on a few of these. While the first option sounds tempting, the issue is that with me trying to learn so many different things, would cause me to be less focused on everything and might be detrimental for me. For instance, with me practicing so many things, trying to learn 8 inner gates from Guy might be impossible as it requires strict dedication to taijutsu. Fuinjutsu is also a major issue. It should be a very vast concept with a lot of theories to focus on which will take a lot of time to learn. It's probably for the best to only learn it after I can make shadow clones. Sadly, this would mean I can't make some easy money by making and selling explosion tags or storage scrolls. Among basic jutsus and winjutsus, for the time being, let's put focus on basic jutsus. Once I have got those down, I'll start to focus on wind-style jutsus. So for the next few months, the time after academy should be spent on mastering those basic jutsus, shuriken and kunai throwing, sensing chakra and meditation. I currently have no idea as to how to sense chakra. I'll have to dig up theories in the library and consult Genki. That'll also allow me to know whether he is a censor or not. For weapon throwing, let's just wait up until that class is conducted. That way I won't increase any wrong habits I have and correct the form required while throwing them quicker. As for those basic jutsus, I can get them easily from this library, I just have to understand the theories behind hand signs and how to perform them properly. It should be covered in the academy soon, so hopefully it won't be an issue for long. With that he stopped thinking for a bit and summarized everything he planned. He then thought, alright, this plan seems to be good enough for now. I should get the required knowledge from the academy soon and can always bug all the senses if I have any queries. I wonder how strong I'll become after a couple of years of this training. He chuckled, finally starting to read the scroll he had taken. Chapter 9, Accumulating Knowledge. Fujin started reading the scroll. After going through the entire scroll, Fujin summarized, I see. The hand signs are similar to those shown in the manga. There are 12 basic hand seals that are mentioned. The hand signs actually help to mold and manipulate the chakra in a particular manner. However, that's only a help. The ninja still has to actively attempt to mold chakra in that manner. He sighed, this will probably take some time to master. Until this is mastered to acceptable levels, practice of hand signs will be done instead of basic jutsu training. To master the hand signs, I'll first have to practice it, while simultaneously having to mold the chakra in the proper way. Then I'll have to try different seals one after another and change the way chakra is molded according to the respective signs. Only after being able to do that will I be able to start attempting any jutsu. Damn, this is gonna be tedious. Anyways, apart from the basic hand signs, there were also a few other hand signs. The scroll mentioned hand signs for all 5 elements and a hand sign for clones. Apparently there were also other hand signs that aren't mentioned here. Oh well, at least the chakra molding part will require proper guidance, so I'll start after it is taught in the academy. And this is just the basics. Later on I'll have to learn one-handed hand signs, reduce the number of hand signs required to perform a jutsu and learn to perform jutsus without performing any hand sign at all. I recall quite a few characters were able to do hand signs with only one hand, and many had reduced the number of hand signs required for important jutsus to only 1. While he was analyzing the hand signs, his class teacher Genki entered the library and saw him lost in the scroll. He silently sneaked behind Fujin to see what he was reading. Upon noting the content, he smiled a bit and made his presence known. Hello Fujin. Upon hearing that, Fujin suddenly turned behind to see, when did he appear behind me? How long was he here? Not having any answers, he sighed mentally, I put my guard down, this is the ninja world after all. While he may only be a chunin, he is in a whole different league compared to me right now. Well, I suppose becoming a censor could help me to a great degree in such scenarios. Anyways, time to act as a kid and make a good impression. It'll be helpful if I can get more guidance from him. Though he thought of all that, it only required a couple of seconds. He acted to be a bit nervous and said, "Good afternoon, sensei, when did you come in the library?" Genki laughed and said, "I've been here for a while, kiddo. You were too lost in your scroll. So what's with your interest in hand signs?" Fujin tried to act nervous and said in his childish voice, "I heard that some of my fellow classmates are already able to perform ninjutsu. During the exam, someone was talking about an Uchiha who was able to breath fire when he was only 4. I wanted to learn it too. That's why I began learning about hand signs." Genki was happy that a small kid was showing so much interest and dedication. He tried to comfort the kid by rubbing his hand on his head and explaining, "That was Itachi Uchiha, he is your senior by a year. And he passed the academy in just a year and became a Genin. But don't worry about it, Itachi was an exception. He had already started training from a very young age. And it ain't breathing fire, instead he was using a jutsu called Fireball. You'll start using jutsus very soon too. Tomorrow I'll teach you all about hand signs. So you can practice properly tomorrow. Until then, don't try it by yourself. It can cause accidents, okay?" Fujin showed an excited face, while nodding and said loudly, "Yes, sensei." However, Genki quickly said, "Hey, this is library, keep your voice down." Fujin nodded again and softly said, "Yes, sensei." After that, Genki entered into section B of the library. Fujin thought, "Oh, chunins are allowed in section B? Then again, I'm not sure if this is for every chunin or just a few. He did say he was an elite. So I guess he is an elite chunin, who is probably close to becoming a special jounin or a jounin. Well, whatever, at least my current impression should be very good, so that's some good news." And Fujin finally returned back to the scroll. He started to try and understand how chakra is molded with each hand sign and got engrossed in it again. After some time, he heard a door open. Fujin looked up to see Genki exit section B. He smiled at Fujin and exited the library. After trying to understand the hand signs a bit more, Fujin finally closed the scroll and returned it to where it was. He then grabbed the scrolls on wind nature training and went back to the same spot and started reading. After reading it, he thought, this was a bit disappointing. All that is mentioned here is the leaf cutting exercise. Waterfall cutting ain't mentioned. Then again, it makes sense as not everyone will have Yamato make a platform for them, and not everyone has Naruto's chakra levels in order to make that many clones. The remaining content is mostly about the benefits of leaf cutting exercise and precautions to take. The only useful thing is the deeper explanation of the hand sign for wind nature transformation. He then got up and exchanged the scroll for earth nature training. This one was a bit more comprehensive. Fujin thought, alright, this one's more helpful. Apparently, there are 2 basic ways to master earth transformation. The first one is to crush a stone. This was similar to leaf cutting. And the second one was to mold clay into various shapes, harden it and so on using only chakra. It makes sense. Most earth-style jutsus I remember, were basically just moving a part of the ground above the surface. So clay molding will be very helpful. As for stone crushing, after crushing stones, I could try crushing boulders to increase the mastery of earth nature, whereas for clay molding, I could just increase the amount of clay, or maybe I could try molding mud or soil as it'll be much tougher. He then placed the scroll back. Went to section E, and grabbed a scroll on the basics of Fuinjutsu. Upon reading it, he analyzed, alright, this doesn't sound too hard. Though I guess the difficulty should increase a lot for later versions. But yeah, this sounds to be too time consuming. Best left for later. He kept the scroll back and started searching section 0 for sensor training. He found many that were based on improving senses of smell or sight or hearing. After searching a lot, he finally found the one he was looking for. Sensing the chakra of anyone in your vicinity. On reading it, he found out, I see. So every ninja has a chakra field around them, though not everyone is able to use it properly. However, sensors can not only use their chakra field, but also expand their chakra field for hundreds of meters, and exceptional sensors can even expand it for a few kilometers to detect chakra within that field. On the other hand, if this chakra field is retracted, then that can help in hiding from enemy sensors. As for training to be a sensor, the greatest obstacles are the other senses of a ninja. So while training, it is advised to shut down the sense of sight, smell and hearing. Interesting, I wonder if I can shut down just 2 of them in order to train the remaining 1. Good hearing, smell and eyesight would be very helpful in this profession. The basic method is still meditation, but sort of done in reverse. Instead of meditating to isolate myself from the surroundings, I'll have to meditate in order to perceive my surroundings. Sadly though, I have no idea how to shut down my sense of smell, and also don't have any gadgets to stop hearing. so I'll require help here. Some guidance could be helpful too. I guess I'll somehow have to give Genki hints that I want to be a censor. Sigh. He finally kept the scroll and left the library. It was already evening. He thought, wow, I didn't notice the time at all. I guess I was in the library for over 6 hours. The library didn't have any window at all. Makes sense, they don't want anyone sneaking into the library. Probably the walls are fortified with the help of Fuinjutsu to prevent Earth-style users from breaking in. He went towards his home and on the way, bought a small pack of clay for 5 ryo and picked up a few small stones. Chapter 10, New Skills. Next day, again Fujin was the last one to arrive. He came in merely a couple of minutes before 8 a.m., looking at everyone he chuckled, look at these kids, coming early to sit on the first bench. He went and sat alone on the last bench and removed a stone and placed it in the desk. Genki arrived at 8, and started the class. The first hour apparently was a lecture. He was talking about the history of the village, the pride that one should have in being a hidden leaf village shinobi and all such stuff. Fujin classified this lecture as a brainwashing session. Fujin observed the classroom. The 2 Naras were half asleep. The Akimikas were probably thinking about food. The 3 Inuzukas were too distracted with their dogs. One of the 2 Uchihas was very smug for some reason while the 2 Kurama girls were gossiping about something. Others were paying attention. The smug-looking guy was Yori Uchiha. It seems like he wanted to walk in the footsteps of Itachi as he was bragging a lot about how the previous year's best student was an Uchiha who was only 7 years old on the previous day. Apparently both the Uchihas could already perform the fireball jutsu. Fujin finally stopped looking around. When Genki was writing something on the board, Fujin grabbed the stone with his left hand, and started to train earth nature while keeping his hand under the desk. When he channeled his chakra, his whole attention was on Genki. To see whether he would notice and react. However, there wasn't any visible change in Genki's expression. Fujin thought, lucky. He ate a natural censor. Or he is ignoring me for some reason, though chances of that are pretty low. Whatever, both scenarios are good for me. The lecture went on for an hour. Though Fujin paid some attention, the majority of his attention was on training his earth nature. After the brainwashing session was over, Genki started explaining to everyone about chakra. And then finally moved on to molding chakra with hand signs. Fujin stopped his earth nature training and paid full attention in the class. The kids from clans however were distracted. They had already been taught hand signs before they joined the academy. That class, Genki taught everyone about 3 hand signs and made everyone practice it. He monitored everyone closely. After the lecture was over, he said that in the next 3 days, he'll be teaching them the remaining hand signs. After that they broke off for lunch followed by a lecture on history. Senjutaro and Hugehana were answering a lot of questions asked by Genki in this lecture. Fujin on the other hand stuck to his training while pretending to pay attention in the class. The week went by in a similar manner. Genki taught all 12 basic hand signs as well as the clone hand sign. He stressed on the importance of learning hand signs properly, which Fujin noted was similar to the notes he read from the scroll yesterday, and asked everyone to practice them at home. Other than this, Genki had also introduced everyone to the leaf concentration exercise. In normal lectures, Fujin kept practicing on his earth nature training, but if he got bored with it, he used to try to use his wind nature to cut the stone instead of crumbling it with earth nature. In week 2, Genki held a class to throw shurikens. He first started with a competition between the students to understand where everyone stands. He also had called a few other teachers to help him with this session. Most of the clan kids performed well. The best was tied between Yori Uchiha and Senjutaro. The other Uchiha, Aburame and Shimura rounded up the top 5. Fujin was a bit startled by the serious attitude of Shimura Nabu. He thought, I guess Denzo got a root-like training program for the kids from his clan as well. Though Fujin had practiced earlier with self-made wooden shurikens, it was barely at acceptable level. For starters, the difference in weights itself reduced the impact of earlier training. Out of 6 shots, he only managed to hit 1 on the board. And even that was closer to the edge rather than the center. He was ranked 21st in the competition. Afterwards Genki met up with each and every student giving them advice. When he reached Fujin, he said, alright, you have a lot of work to do on this. First we'll start from your throwing form. Once we get that correct, you will improve quickly. Fujin nodded and allowed Genki to correct his posture. And then he tried to replicate the way in which Genki displayed throwing a shuriken. After Genki corrected him a few more times. After being satisfied with his throwing form, Genki moved on to the remaining students. Fujin took this training seriously and practiced it a lot. After that day, his time after the academy was divided into his shuriken throwing practice, which he did in the academy practice grounds itself, right after the academy ended. And after reaching home, he practiced the hand signs, molded the clay and meditated. He tried sensing his environment in the previous week, but didn't have any success at it. So that was left for later. The new thing that he started doing was that Fujin started to practice walking on the wall instead of leaf concentration. This was done as a substitute to tree climbing. Fujin noted that since the walls are uniform, wall walking should be easier than tree climbing. However, for now this should be enough. He arranged the cushions properly on the floor so that he won't get injured when he fell on the floor hundreds of times. Walking on walls took a few days to learn. By the end of week 2, he pulled that off without falling down. He could walk on the wall as well as stand on the ceiling. The major issue he faced here was the shortage of chakra. However, every day he practiced, he discovered that his stamina was improving. But he wasn't sure how much of that was due to better chakra control and how much was due to increase in chakra reserves. After trying to analyze a bit, he dropped the matter, assuring himself that it didn't matter as he was making progress anyways. During all those falls, he also learned how to flip himself in the air to properly land on his feet. After the first month in academy, Genki taught everyone the academy's basic taijutsu style. It included a lot of forms and moves to make it a comprehensive taijutsu style covering all areas. But that also meant that it wasn't specialized in anything. However, for now, Fujin didn't concern himself with that. This taijutsu style was obviously way superior to everything he could do in taijutsu. He was quite surprised and thought, I didn't think the basic style itself would be so complicated and cover all aspects. It makes me wonder how much better Senju and Uchiha taijutsu styles are. And Hyuga taijutsu is obviously superior to even them. Well, let's first master the academy style. Then I can think about learning a more advanced form of taijutsu. This will take a lot of time, but luckily I do have a lot of time. After that day, the taijutsu forms got added to his morning workout as well. The taijutsu training in the academy went on for over a month just to teach the students everything about that taijutsu style. Fujin noted that the ones from Senju, Uchiha, Hyuga and Inuzuka clan didn't learn the academy style of taijutsu. After the taijutsu lessons were over, the academy students were made to fight among themselves every week. And depending upon their performance and technique, Genki gave them tips or asked them to practice a certain form. Even these taijutsu matches were arranged as tournaments. Here Fujin did much better and was ranked 8th in the first tournament. Though his taijutsu style wasn't very good yet, he did benefit from having a stronger body. He wasn't very surprised by it. Though these students are very talented, maybe some even more than him, no 6-year-old kid would put as many hours in training as he did. The ones who do would be rare exceptions, like Guy for instance. Even Rock Lee only started to work that hard after he became a Genin. Hyuga Hoka ranked first in the first taijutsu tournament. He was followed by Senju Teru, Hyuga Hana and Yuri Uchiha and the third Hyuga. Shimura Nobu was 6th followed by one of the remaining 2 Senju at 7th. Fujin thought, well, this is promising. Unlike them, I haven't had any proper training yet. As I train further, I should grow stronger a lot faster than these guys. I suppose I am moving in the right direction then, I should just stick to it. Genki started to conduct taijutsu tournaments and shuriken throwing tournaments every week for his class. Fujin noted that no such tournaments were arranged for the other 4 divisions. In fact, in one of his encounters with Daijuk, he learned that they hadn't even had a taijutsu class yet and are still being taught shuriken throwing and making hand signs properly. He thought, I guess they really are serious in developing this class properly. From what I heard, this was done last year as well. Though they were incredibly lucky to have Itachi in last year's class. If they have similar expectations from this year, then they will be very disappointed. Then again, I suppose they won't expect a talent of Itachi's caliber so regularly. Ending the train of thought, Fujin looked forward towards the future, a bit excited to keep improving himself. Chapter 11, Improvements. The academy life continued in this manner for the first 6 months. After 6 months, Genki had to report to Hiruzen on the progress of his class. He reached the Hokage office on the appointed time and knocked on the door. After being allowed in, he entered the room and respectfully said, Lord Hokage. Hiruzen nodded and said, it's all right. How is your class faring? Any talents? Genki replied, it's going pretty well. While it's still too early to say, I believe the majority of these kids will become elite among shonens, and few probably will become jounins. Senju Teru and Yuri Uchiha have been showing the most talent, as expected from someone of their clan. Hyuga Hoka and Hana have also been performing really well. Shimura Nobu is also pretty good. The remaining 3 from Senju, Uchiha and Hyuga clans and the Lona Burame are decent as well. Among the civilians we've had a surprise. The orphan, Suzuki Fujin, has been progressing pretty fast. I've spied a little on him, he is very diligent and works very hard. He is definitely someone we should nurture for the future. There's another among the civilian kids, Aoki Norai, who is performing very well. The other kids are doing okay. On average, the talent in this batch is higher than the previous one," he said enthusiastically. But then he sighed and said, "Sadly there's no one like Itachi in this class." Hiruzen nodded and said, "That's all right. We can't get someone like Itachi every year. But your report still sounds very promising. If in the next 15 years, we get a dozen jounins and have the remaining at Chunin ranks, then it'll help the village a lot. You've done a good job. Keep it up. You'll be responsible for raising this batch into good shinobi for our village." Genki nodded his head and respectfully said, "Yes, Lord Hokage," and exited the room. After he left, Hiruzen thought, "Looks like we will be having another good crop of shinobi. Still, to think we'd have another diligent orphan. I wonder how his story would turn out to be." The praise that Genki had for Fujin wasn't underserved. Fujin improved a lot in these 6 months. A lot more than Genki gave him credit for. After all, even he couldn't know the fact that even at his home, Fujin spent most time training in a very planned manner. The most important improvement was in Fujin molding the chakra with hand signs. The speed had finally reached an acceptable speed and he was able to do 6 random seals one after another consecutively. He decided that it was finally time to start learning the basic jutsus. In earth-nature transformation, he managed to crumble the rock. The clay molding was also coming along well. He could now manipulate the clay freely. And could partially harden it, but couldn't harden it entirely. Fujin noted that his progress with earth nature was much slower than wind nature. But that was understandable as his affinity was wind. Fujin also managed to create deep cuts in stones using his wind nature. In taijutsu, he also adapted to the academy style very well. He frequently sparred with Teru, Hoka and Yuri in the academy and now ranked within the top 4. Senju Teru in particular was kind of becoming a sparring partner to Fujin. In the tournaments, he also noted that his stamina was very high among his classmates. With only Teru being able to match his stamina. He wondered if this was only due to having a more trained body or was his chakra also higher than others. After all, it made sense for Teru to have higher chakra level thanks to him being a Senju. Shuriken throwing was coming around properly too. He was able to hit all 6 shurikens on the target with his right hand. Though not all used to hit in the dead center yet. But left-handed throwing still needed a bit of practice as he could only hit 4 out of 6 with it. He decided to practice till he can consistently hit the dead center with both hands. Then he can try to hit the target while running around. In the weekly shuriken throwing competitions, Fujin had slowly climbed into the top 10. Probably the most surprising thing would be that he was able to pop the water balloon around 4 months after the academy had started. He moved on to rubber ball, but that was very difficult for him. He felt like it'd be years before he could pop it successfully. The class went on in a similar manner. The enthusiasm of a new academy had died down, however competition between students had increased a lot. A smug Yuri Uchiha had turned into a grumpy Yuri Uchiha. Though he was good, he obviously was no Itachi. In terms of shuriken throwing, he was matched equally by Teru and others were slowly managing to hit correctly with all 6 shurikens as well. Whereas in terms of taijutsu, both Teru and Hoka were better than him and Fujin and Hana were at a similar level as him. And even in lectures, Hana and Teru used to outdo him. In all, Teru was obviously better than him and Hana was around the same level. Fujin wondered, does this kind of jealousy unlock Sharingan? Or does it have to be a major impact like the death of someone? Well, I do hope he unlocks his Sharingan though. It would be helpful to get some experience by sparring with someone with a Sharingan. Those thoughts aside, Fujin had trouble of his own. His physical workouts in the morning were becoming stale. He had grown comfortable to them and didn't know how to make it harder without increasing the time of workout. Well, saying that he didn't know any method would be wrong. He did know one method, that was adding weights. However, he didn't know if restricting your body with weights when he ain't even 7 years old would create any problems or not. He had found out about the prices of the weights. After 6 months of saving, Fujin had saved up over 1,200 ryo and could afford to buy the lighter weights. After thinking about it a bit, he decided to consult Genki. Unlike other things, there wasn't really much to hide about his physical workouts as he used to do it in the open anyways. Anyone who did a little investigation would have found it out. So one day, after the lectures were over, he asked Genki for help. He explained his problem to his sensei properly. After thinking for a bit, Genki demonstrated him a few slightly more difficult exercises. He also helped out to design a new workout plan for Fujin. After seeing the new plan, Fujin thanked his sensei politely for it while thinking, this is really helpful. I should have asked him earlier. He actually seemed enthusiastic to help me. But then again, I'm pretty sure that even this will become comfortable for me after a few months. Hence, after thanking him, he asked again, Sensei, will it be fine if I make the exercises difficult by wearing weights? Genki was surprised by the question. He asked seriously, Where did you learn about weights? Fujin acted to show that he was nervous and said, I saw a weapon shop in the market when I was shopping. I saw the weights in that shop. Genki understood and then explained, I see. Well, it's good to be curious, but don't use weights for training. They'll affect the growth of your body and it'll be bad for you in the long run. He then put up a kind smiling face and said, it is very good that you asked me. Next time you have any such ideas, ask me before trying, okay? Fujin nodded. Then after thinking for a bit he asked, Sensei, then is there anything else I could use to make the workout tougher? Genki was a bit surprised by Fujin's obsession in making the physical workouts tougher. He thought, Fujin was genuinely happy with the new plan, and yet he still keeps asking me these questions. Does that mean that he is thinking that this new workout will soon become easy for him? That's surprising. I knew he was diligent, but not this much. Now he makes me really look forward to his future. Genki then said, actually there is another way. Instead of weights, you can have some seals do the same work without having any disadvantages. Like a gravity seal. Fujin was surprised with this information. He thought, I guess I really need to learn Fu-in-jutsu. He showed an enthusiastic expression to Genki. Genki was happy with the enthusiasm Fujin showed and decided to play a little trick on him. Genki continued, however these seals can't be given to anyone. Also they are very expensive if you try to get them, so you can't get them by yourself. Fujin was instantly confused. He frowned a bit and wondered, what's he playing at? I think he is trying to bait me or something. He decided to play along and then sighed and showed a dejected expression. Genki was happy with the response he saw on Fujin's face and said enticingly, however don't worry. Do you remember what I said on the first day? That the Hokage will watch your exams? Fujin, still confused, nodded his head. Genki continued, if you perform the best among your classmates, then you can ask Hokage for a gift. So then you could ask Hokage for these seals to help you. Till then you should stick to the plan I made for you. Fujin finally started to get some ideas. He nodded his head while thinking, is he trying to motivate me to perform good in the exams? By dangling a carrot in front of me? Seeing Fujin nod, Genki smiled and said while ruffling Fujin's hair, good. But the exams will also have a theoretical part and not only physical exercises. So you have to study theory too if you want to come first. Finally getting what's going on, Fujin said enthusiastically, yes sensei, I'll study hard for the final exam. Satisfied with himself, Genki finally left. After Genki left, Fujin laughed a lot internally and then thought, sigh, it's hard to keep acting as a kid, though there is an aspect of fun in it and damn these adults, trying to manipulate little kids so much. It was the same in my previous life. Everyone just forces little kids to come first in everything they do. Sad part is I actually have to perform well in those exams. Still though, it was very hilarious to watch. Him trying to manipulate a little kid. Sucks for him that I am no little kid. I guess he said that just because I don't participate much in those boring lectures. Come to think about it, I don't think I have ever even answered a single question he asked in class. No wonder he tried to manipulate me. I guess I'll have to improve my pretending to pay attention in class skill. Anyways, I ain't really worried about theoretical exams. While I won't be arrogant to say that I am the smartest person in the room, but my brain is much more mature than theirs. These exams should be very easy for me. That said, the seals do worry me a bit. After all, if someone messes with the seal while putting it on me, it would become very troublesome. I guess I should check up the gravity seal and some suppression seals in the library sometime later. Ending his train of thoughts, Fujin looked again at the new workout plan and walked to the library. Chapter 12, Defection. After entering the library, Fujin first entered Section 0 and searched for chakra control scrolls. After searching for a few minutes, he finally found the right one. After finding a place to sit he opened it up and started reading while thinking, I can now walk on walls even in my sleep. I need to try tree climbing a bit and then move on to water walking if I want to improve my chakra control even further. If anyone asks where I learnt these things, I can refer them to this scroll. The scroll mentioned leaf concentration, tree climbing and water walking. However, what surprised Fujin was that a scroll was referred to at the end of the scroll which presented a theory to improve chakra control even further. To satisfy his curiosity, he searched for that scroll and started reading it. After reading he analyzed, interesting. The scroll proposes a theory that chakra could be used to counterbalance ourselves against the gravity itself. By applying as much force as gravity applies on us, one could float, and ascend or descend by applying higher and lower forces respectively. Still though, no one has successfully managed to do this. Even Tsunade in the series didn't have any such skill and her chakra control was the best there was in the whole series. As for others who flew like the third Tsuchikage and the ones related to him, I think they used earth style to lighten themselves or something along those lines. I don't recall it properly. Anyways, this is an interesting theory. Maybe I could try it sometime later on. Keeping the scroll back, Fujin finally decided to get to his main task. He went in section E and grabbed the clone jutsu scroll. On opening it, he found that this jutsu needed only 3 seals. They were ram, snake and tiger in that order. He read the scroll further. After reading it he thought, I see. Even though the hand signs are only 3, a lot more has to be done internally. The hand signs only act as a guide. So just knowing the hand signs won't be enough to be able to do the jutsu. Guess that scraps all my plans for shadow clone jutsu. Anyways, I should start learning this jutsu. After memorizing everything of importance regarding clone jutsu, he left the library. He went back to his apartment and started practicing the clone jutsu behind closed doors. As expected, the jutsu was quite difficult. He had to make a couple of more trips to the library in order to read that scroll again. During one such trip he saw Genki watching him and smiling. He thought, I guess he misunderstood that I'm visiting the library to learn more about history and other stuff he covers in class. Well, whatever, it's not a problem to me. He also temporarily scrapped his after-academy routine and focused entirely on the clone jutsu. Only after he ran out of chakra would he take a break and meditate. It took 3 days for him to be able to make his first clone. And he was horrified by it. His thoughts were, I never thought I'd make worse clones than Naruto. Only after a week was he finally able to create a decent clone. He practiced it for another week to get the hang of it and could do it at a much faster pace. After that, he started to learn the transformation jutsu. Transformation was going to be a critical technique for him. He planned to disguise himself in order to train outside in order to ensure that he didn't attract much attention to himself. It also doubles up as training for infiltration missions. In case anyone did catch him, he can use that excuse to get away. It took him a week to pull off transformation jutsu properly to a certain extent. He had transformed into his classmates. However, it wasn't entirely perfect. There were still a lot of imperfections. And that only in terms of appearance. He hadn't managed to transform his smell and chakra as mentioned in the scroll. He thought, this is tough. Just getting the appearance right is very difficult. I guess I may be able to change the smell after a while, but perfectly replicating someone's smell will be difficult. Then again, if I recall right, even Naruto in Chunin exams wasn't able to replicate smell as Kiba was easily able to identify him due to his smell. So I guess it is rather difficult to pull off. Even the ones who pass the academy aren't expected to learn how to change the smell. I guess I can work around this by transforming into people from my previous life and using perfumes to mask my smell. That way at least disguising as a stranger would be doable. He continued with his practice. However, next morning when he woke up and started his morning workout, he noticed that the environment in the village seemed very tense. Despite it being so early, quite a lot of people were awake. And many ninjas were running around. And most of those ninjas had very solemn faces. Fujin wondered as to what happened. After the class started, he noticed that a few of the kids from clans looked a bit tense. He approached Senju Teru and asked why they were so tense. Teru was surprised a bit and asked, didn't anyone tell you the news? Fujin was now really curious. He asked back, nope, what news? Teru stated seriously, yesterday night, one of the legendary Sanins, Orochimaru betrayed Hidden Leaf Village and ran away from the village. He is now a missing nin. Hearing that, Fujin became very serious. After a few seconds he replied seriously, yeah, that's some bad news. Extremely surprising too. Teru agreed, yeah. Who would have thought that one of the third Hokage's students would betray Hidden Leaf Village? I heard that he did a lot of illegal experiments that killed a lot of people. Who'd have ever guessed that someone so respected would have been such a scum? Fujin nodded solemnly and went to the last bench and sat there. He thought, damn, it's hard to act surprised when you already know it is gonna happen. Still though, things are happening in a similar way to what happened in Naruto. The results of the Third War, attack of Kurama and Minato's death, then Itachi passing in a year and now Orochimaru's defection. I guess the next event would be an attempt by Hidden Cloud's village to kidnap Hinata and the death of Hisashi. That move from Hidden Cloud's village does make some sense. With Minato dead, Orochimaru defected and the remaining 2 Sanins not present in the village. Then again, giving Hisashi to them was really spineless of Hiruzen. Well, whatever, I don't really have any power to interfere or all the information about Hidden Leaf Villages and Hidden Cloud's village's military. Then again, even if I did have the power, I'd have probably ignored it as it doesn't have anything to do with me. Anyways, Orochimaru leaving is definitely some good news. If I had to pick the ones I totally want to avoid before I become strong enough, then Denzo and Orochimaru would be the ones to top the list. With Orochimaru gone, half the danger is eliminated. Now I just need to hope that I don't catch Root's attention. Otherwise life will get a lot more troublesome. That said, I do wonder if, like in Naruto, here too Hiruzen let Orochimaru go, or was Orochimaru able to retreat by himself? If it's the former, then that's a huge blame on Hiruzen. How many people died due to Orochimaru just because Hiruzen was too soft to kill his disciple? Heck, even all the deaths caused by Kabuto's impure world resurrection in the Fourth Great Ninja War can be blamed on this bad decision by Hiruzen. Fujin sighed after having that thought. While Fujin wasn't disturbed, and even happy that Orochimaru had defected, almost everyone else in the ninja world was tense. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen was present with a solemn face. Apart from Hiruzen, Hamura and Koharu were also very worried. Denzo was present too. Denzo criticized the Hokage. Hiruzen, you've grown soft. You have let such a huge threat to the village get away. Before Hiruzen could reply, Koharu chided, I agree. Orochimaru has the knowledge of a lot of secrets of Hidden Leaf Village. If he were to leak anything to our enemy villages, then it'll be a nightmare for us. Hiruzen sighed and replied, it's unfortunate that he chose to defect, but I'm sure that he won't do anything that'll be detrimental for Hidden Leaf Village. Denzo sarcastically spoke, yeah, just like you were sure that he won't defect from Hidden Leaf Village. Not only did he escape from you, he also killed close to a couple of dozen of our ninjas that were chasing after him. And there's no saying what else would he do. Hamura tried to calm the situation down, well, we can keep arguing about this later. The question right now is what to do right now. With the amount of secrets he was privy to, even the various clan heads are very tense. Denzo stated, we have to mark Orochimaru as a missing nin. Increase his bounty and also send a squad to chase after him and eliminate him. Hiruzen countered it saying, sending any squads behind him will probably just get them killed. And we are very short on manpower as it is. Koharu questioned, but we can't leave him unchecked, can we? Denzo and Hamura agreed with Koharu. Hiruzen then said, I'll send Jiraiya to chase after him while thinking, hopefully he'll be able to convince Orochimaru to return and get back on the right track. Denzo questioned, won't he fall prey to his emotions just like you did? I suggest sending root ninjas alongside Jiraiya. Hiruzen, however, not trusting Denzo's intentions, just dismissed it saying, they'll just get in his way. The discussion between the four old teammates continued for a while. In the afternoon, there was a council meeting. All the clan leaders were very tense during this meeting. Orochimaru had worked with all of them at some point, and known many of their clan secrets which would be bad for them if leaked to enemies. A few even blamed Hiruzen for having a soft side for his students. The council concluded by labeling Orochimaru as a missing nin, increasing his bounty by 50% and sending Jiraiya to hunt down Orochimaru. The various clan leaders were doubtful whether Jiraiya would really hunt Orochimaru, however they didn't really have any other option. Every other hidden village was surprised and shocked by this news. In Hidden Sand Village, Raza thought, first Minato and their Jinchuriki's death and now Orochimaru's defection? Are they falling apart? TCH, it sucks that we were hit so badly in the previous war and recovery is so slow due to that bastard daimyo. Otherwise I'd have definitely taken advantage of this situation. In Hidden Mist Village, Yagura received the reports as well. But he was too busy in Hidden Mist Village's internal problems to pay much attention to this incident. In Hidden Stones Village, the council debated this matter at length. A few suggested that they should use this opportunity to take revenge for what Minato did to them. While some were cautious, wondering if Hidden Leaf Village was playing some sort of game. At the end, when the discussion came to an end, they asked Onoki what they should do. Onoki said, there's no point in hurrying to do something right now. Even without Minato and Orochimaru, Hidden Leaf Village is still very strong. And in any case, there's no way that brat won't do something. Let's just watch what he does and how Hidden Leaf Village responds and then decide what to do. On hearing Onoki's decision, one thought ran through everyone present in the council meeting, fence-sitter indeed. In Hidden Clouds Village though, the fourth Raikage thought very hard about this incident. After discussing with his council, he decided to see if he could take advantage of Hidden Leaf Village's misfortune. Chapter 13, Academy Exam. While the whole ninja world discussed Orochimaru's defection, Fujin didn't bother with it and kept his focus on his training. After 2 weeks of training for transformation jutsu, it had finally improved to an acceptable level, though it still had a lot of space for improvement. After that, he began the training for substitution jutsu. This one was much tougher than the other two. It took nearly twice the time to learn this jutsu and master it to an acceptable level. However, it wasn't what Fujin had thought it to be. He thought, the technique is basically just misdirection. The main focus here is noticing your opponent's focus, and the instant he loses focus a bit, replace yourself with an object quickly enough so that the enemy won't notice you. It ain't an instant switcheroo. So it won't work against someone much stronger than you or someone having a Sharingan activated. The object actually has to be very close to you, Otherwise the jutsu will become much harder to be performed. Sigh. That makes sense. Instant switcheroo would have been too overpowered considering that every academy kid learns this technique. It does have a lot of variations though. Ganjutsu, transformation jutsu, can be used to fool the enemy better. Chakra threads could be used to bring an object at a distance closer to you. It also states that a lower form summoning jutsu could be used to instantly summon the objects around you, while you hightail out of there. Still, though it ain't as overpowered as I thought, it is still very useful. The subtleness of misdirection would be a very important skill to have as a ninja. It could be applied in a lot of scenarios. I should still master it to the point of being able to do it without hand signs. But body flicker jutsu has to be focused much more now. I will also have to learn some wind and earth style escape jutsus. For nearly 2 months, Fujin kept on attempting these jutsus till he ran out of chakra. This process of training till he ran out of chakra had a marvelous effect on his chakra reserves. They increased considerably during these 2 months. During these 2 months, he also searched the library for scrolls on increasing chakra reserves. He found 2 scrolls very easily. One explained that chakra increased as one experienced physical and spiritual growth, that is, it could be increased over time by doing physical exercises and meditation. Another compared chakra reserves to muscle. Just like how physical straining your muscles would increase muscles, chakra reserves would increase by straining it. So to increase the reserves, one had to keep using his chakra till he ran out of it. Fujin had been dependent on the above 2 till now, which explained the rapid growth in his chakra reserves. Apart from that, he also found a few other ways or theories. One scroll talked about using nature chakra, that is, the sage mode, which would increase the chakra reserves and make it more potent for the time the sage mode was activated. Another scroll talked about increasing cellular activity. By making the cells more active, one could extract more chakra out of each cell, thus considerably increasing the reserves. It would also help in improving the physique. Fujin was quite impressed with this theory. Sadly, the way to increase cellular activity wasn't mentioned. Fujin wondered, I doubt it'll be easy to increase cellular activity. Otherwise this method would be very common. I wonder who came up with this theory. Perhaps I could contact that person in the future. On reading the scroll entirely, he saw the name of the person who wrote this scroll at the end. He was very surprised by it initially and then concluded, makes sense that it was the snake bastard who came up with this theory. TCH, seems like this method is a dead end. Maybe if I raid his bases in the future and get my hands on his research results, I could find the way if I get lucky, though the chances are pretty low to be honest. Otherwise I could try asking Tsunade. Her knowledge of the human body might exceed Orochimaru's. And she was his ex-teammate. It's possible that she helped Orochimaru on this. Sigh, another thing to consider for the future. The other theories were similarly not implementable. Some were not complete, some were detrimental in the long run. Fujin sighed and returned all the scrolls to their place. He thought, I guess my only option is asking Genki. Sadly I don't have a reasonable excuse to explain why I want to increase my chakra level. His first question would be how am I running out of chakra? And I can't tell him that I am practicing the basic jutsus on my own. If told it to him, and he told his colleagues, the word would eventually reach Hiruzen and Denzo. A 6-year-old orphan who can perform all 3 basic ninjutsus, it's a ticket straight into the root. After Fujin had those 3 jutsus down, he started to again allot time for other aspects. For the past 2 months, he had decreased his shuriken throwing practice time, dropped clay molding, stopped practicing chakra control and used to meditate only when he was totally drained of chakra. Among those 3 jutsus, he didn't intend to work much on the clone jutsu as in the future he'll be replacing it with shadow clones and elemental clones. As for transformation jutsu, it was very difficult to completely master. So he just decided to focus on the appearance part. However, for substitution jutsu, he planned to master it completely. To the extent where he could do it instantly without the use of any hand signs. In these 2 months, he also progressed a lot in earth and wind nature training during the lectures. He was now instantly able to crumble a small stone into soil, and also able to cut a stone into 2. In a rather awkward but hilarious incident, his desk was once full of the soil from crumbled stones and he had to silently clear it after the classes were over. After that incident, he stopped crumbling the stones in the class. He wondered what he could do during that time though. Sadly he couldn't think of a suitable replacement for earth nature training. So he just decided to further focus on wind nature and started carrying a small metal scrap into class and started to try to cut it. Over the next few months, he started to go out of his home and roam the streets of Hidden Leaf Village while using transformation jutsu to disguise himself as a random teenager. He identified a lot of isolated places in a bunch of mini forests within Hidden Leaf Village and started practicing tree climbing. It was very similar to walking on walls. only difference being the rougher surface of the trees. He managed to do it within an hour itself and moved on to water walking. Apart from that, he also read up on the gravity seal and a few suppression seals in the library. Another month went by in a similar manner, leaving less than a month to the final exams. Fujin finally wondered whether to start preparing for the exams. He thought still 25 days for written exams. It's still too early. However, after convincing himself a bit more, he sighed, whatever, it's my first exam in this world, might as well get it done with. While studying, he did note that the syllabus here was tougher than his previous world. It's probably what would be expected of a 9 to 10-year-old kid, and not from a 6 to 7-year-old kid. He wondered whether the syllabus in the ending years may actually provide a challenge to him. Soon final exams were upon the academy students. For all other students, the final exams were only the written part. However, for the ones in elite batches, more parameters were added. For Fujin's class, shuriken throwing competition, leaf concentration competition and taijutsu tournaments were arranged too. For shuriken throwing, a board with circles of different size but same center was placed and everyone had to hit it. The points depended on in which circle the shuriken hit, with the smallest circle having highest points and largest having the lowest. In all, the shuriken competition was worth 30 points. Leaf concentration competition was only to see how long one could keep the leaf from falling down. It was worth 20 points. The one who held it for the longest would get full 20 points and the points of others would depend on how long they kept the leaf from falling as compared to him. For example, if the one who held it for the longest held it for 30 minutes, he would get 20 points, whereas if someone else held it for only 21 minutes, he'd get only 14 points. The taijutsu tournament was straightforward, with points depending on the rank. It was worth 50 points. And the written exam itself was worth 100 points. The exams finally happened. Fujin did get a laugh out of how serious everyone was for the exams. In the written exams, Fujin was confident that he answered everything right. Though he wasn't sure how everyone else performed. 2 days after the written exams, the other competitions were to be held. He guessed that they wanted to grade the written papers first, so that Hokage can reward the winner right there. They started the day with leaf concentration. Fujin, as he had already started to practice water walking, was quite confident in this competition. The competition started. The first guy dropped his leaf in merely 2 minutes. He was from the Inuzuka clan. More than half of the class dropped out within the first 4 minutes. Fujin could hear the groaning and upset voices from them. After 10 minutes, only 9 students were still competing. After 15 minutes, the only ones left were Suzuki Fujin, Hyuga Hana, Senju Teru, Shimura Nobu and Yuri Uchiha. Right around that time, he heard Yuri groaning. He knew from the exercises conducted in class, that at max the others could go 20-odd minutes. Senju Teru dropped the leaf during the 19th minute, Nobu dropped it at the 21st minute, whereas Hana continued till the 22nd minute. Fujin decided to build up a decent lead for the points he'll be losing in the taijutsu tournament. Wanting to stop around half an hour, he continued up to 33rd minute before intentionally making a mistake and dropping the leaf. Though he had outperformed his classmates, he wasn't that worried about attracting a lot of attention, as last year, Itachi didn't drop the leaf for freaking 2 hours. And there were rumors that he didn't drop it but was asked to stop performing it. On opening his eyes, he saw a few kids looking at him enviously, and Yuri nearly fuming at how outmatched he was in this competition. The next one was the shuriken throwing competition. Yuri, Teru, Nobu, Fujin, Hoka and a couple more scored perfect in this competition. Looking at Yuri's fallen face, Fujin noted, this competition is indeed unfair for him. From what I've seen, Yuri is able to hit a still target while he is moving very accurately. While he can also hit a moving target on a consistent basis, though not dead center. Sadly for him, the exam wasn't that difficult and hence many others were able to match him. If not, only Teru and maybe Nobu would have been able to match him. In the taijutsu competition, Hyuga Hoka ranked first, followed by Teru and Hana. Fujin was ranked 4th and Yuri and Nobu were 5th and 6th respectively. Fujin had defeated Yuri in the quarterfinals. Admittedly, Yuri's technique was superior to Fujin's, however his physique was much weaker. However, in the semis, Fujin lost to Hoka, and in the fight to decide rank 3, he lost to Hana. He noted, damn these Hyugas are tough to fight. Heck, pure taijutsu competition against them is completely unfair. Even Teru, though he fought well with his Senju style, in the end he still lost. If I meet these Hyugas in Chunin exams or somewhere, I'll be sure to pack a shitload of explosion tags to fight from far away. Hiruzen had visited to spectate the taijutsu completion. Fujin did note that everyone was much fiercer during the taijutsu competition, especially Hana. He wondered if that was because it was the exams, or because the Hokage was spectating. With all the exams completed, the teachers allowed the students a small break while they readied the final scores of everyone. Chapter 14, Results. While the teachers were calculating the final scores, all the students were waiting around in the training grounds. Fujin internally laughed while noticing, wow, some of them are so nervous, it's so cute, ha ha ha. Only the two yawning Nares and Toru looked calm. After adding up the scores and cross-checking, the teachers finally came back, led by the Hokage himself. Hiruzen gave another inspiring brainwashing speech while praising everyone for their efforts and the display of their talents. After his speech, Genki walked forward and displayed the results on a board. As Fujin expected, he was the one ranked first. The scores of top 5 were, Fujin, 100 plus 20 plus 30 plus 44 equals 194. Hana, 100 plus 13 plus 29 plus 46 equals 188. Toru, 96 plus 12 plus 30 plus 48 equals 186. Nabu, 98 plus 13 plus 30 plus 40 equals 181. Yori, 95 plus 09 plus 30 plus 42 equals 176. Fujin, looking at his rank, was very satisfied. It was as he expected. However, on taking a deeper look and checking the scores in each individual category for him and others, he was a bit shocked. Damn. I'm ranked 1 only due to the leaf concentration competition. If I didn't build a hugely there, then Hana would have outranked me and Toru would have been tied with me. I didn't expect anyone else to get a 100 in written exams. He exhaled a long breath of air in relief. I guess I have been incredibly lucky with the marking system of the leaf concentration competition. Chakra control is where I am much superior to these kids from the clans. But sadly for them, their specialities weren't marked in this manner. Yuri and Toru could have easily scored much more if the shuriken competition was made more difficult. Similarly, they'd have been much superior than everyone if ninjutsu was tested. After all, fireball jutsu is a rank C jutsu. I am sure Genki would have noticed this too. So next year, the marking scheme might be different. Perhaps other exams would be marked similar to the best score as well. He concluded his thoughts with, even though I ranked first, I still have much to work on. I shouldn't slack off. Instead, I should be intensifying my training. I'm sure these guys would be trained hard by their clans during the vacation. After coming out of his thoughts, he noticed those around himself. He noticed that Hana and Toru were looking at him with a very aggrieved look. As if he had done them a huge injustice. After a second he realized that they were probably mad due to the results of the leaf concentration competition. He just decided to ignore them. After displaying the results, Hiruzen wanted Genki to announce the prize. However, after looking at Genki, Hiruzen felt as if Genki was looking very grumpy. He began to guess what made him so irritated. Wondering if he could get to hear an interesting story. He decided to ask him later. Genki was really irritated. He thought, this brat. For 10 fucking months he didn't answer a single question in the class. Always seemed half distracted. Who knows what the fuck he does with his left hand always under his desk. The one time I tried to check, all I found was a lot of soil under his desk. And now he scores a perfect 100 on written exams? Don't tell me that after he goes home, all he does is study. Right then he felt like the Hokage was looking at him. Seeing Hokage looking at him, he understood what Hokage wanted and quickly announced, "Alright everyone, be silent for a while." After getting the class's attention, he continued, "As I had told you guys on the first day, Lord Hokage would come here to watch your performance. However, there's an additional reward for the one who scores the highest in this exam. The best student can ask Lord Hokage for a reward." On hearing this, the civilian kids were surprised. While the kids from clans seemed to already know this. Genki announced loudly, "Suzuki Fujin, step forward." Fujin walked forward while thinking, I wonder what are the limits of the reward. Can I ask for private tutoring from him? Any forbidden or rank S jutsus? Or better yet, ask for the scroll of sealing? I wonder what face he'd make if I asked for the scroll of sealing or something like Hado Tensai. Oh well, need to show proper respect now I guess. When Fujin reached in front of Hiruzen, he bowed respectfully. Seeing that, Hiruzen was very pleased. He smiled kindly and said, "You've performed really well. I can see that you have worked really hard to be able to rank first in your class. The will of fire burns strong in you." Fujin thought sarcastically, "Yeah, right." Hiruzen continued, "Ask what reward you'd like." Fujin took a glance at Genki, and was a bit surprised at his irritated look. He then looked towards Hiruzen and respectfully said, "Lord Hokage, I would like to get seals that can replicate the effect weights have on our physique, but without any detrimental side effects." Hiruzen was a bit surprised by what Fujin asked for. However, he soon nodded and said, "All right. However, it will require some time to be prepared. I'll call you to my office when it is ready." Fujin tried to show a very happy and enthusiastic expression. He said in an excited manner, "Thank you very much, Lord Hokage." After that he retreated back among the kids. The exams were finally over. Fujin, who had already grown used to the new routine provided by Genki, would finally have better means to strengthen his physique. However, before they were dismissed, Genki announced that they would have a class tomorrow. Hearing that, most of the kids groaned. Students from other divisions already started their vacations 2 days back. Genki, however, tried his best to assure everyone that this will be the last class. Next day, everyone was present in the classroom. Genki arrived and the class greeted him. A few were still upset at being called for class. Genki started by saying, "Before we start, I have to say that I am very proud of your performance yesterday. Keep up your hard work and soon you all will be splendid shinobi." Hearing that calmed down the upset ones. He continued, "I hope that you guys continue your training in the vacation as well. As for today's class, don't worry, it'll be very exciting for you. I will be talking about what options are available to you guys in the future. That is what type of ninja you can become." After that, Genki started telling them what all options are there in the future. He started with the easiest one to understand, the medic ninja. He explained what a medic ninja does and emphasized their importance in a squad. He even mentioned Tsumida in order to increase the interest of his students. He followed it up with various other possibilities like assault ninja, tracking ninja, sensor ninja, hunter ninja, infiltration ninja, communication ninja, and so on. He explained the benefits of each and every one of them as well as their restrictions and limitations as well as the risks associated. He also gave a good role model for each option. He also explained about specializing. He explained, Ganjutsu, Taijutsu, various elemental ninjutsu, a ninja could become very powerful if specialized in one of these. But having basic capability for the rest is important too. Otherwise you will have a lot of weaknesses. He explained more about them. The lecture continued for 2 hours straight. Around 10 a.m., Genki finally ended his lecture. He said, "Alright, with this now you are officially on your vacations." Fujin was very happy with his lecture. He thought, "Finally, I got a chance." Many students got very excited and started celebrating. However, Genki raised his voice and continued, "But, think about what we talked about today. Discuss it with your parents and decide the optimal way for you to train. If anyone has any doubts, they can consult me. I'll be in the staff room till noon." With that, he finally ended his class. Many students just ran out of the class. Fujin instead went to the shuriken training ground and started practicing. After half an hour, he decided to visit Genki. On reaching the staff room, he knocked and entered after being permitted. Genki was the only teacher present. It made sense as vacations had started. Looking at Fujin, Genki was still irritated a bit. However, after a few seconds, he let out a sigh and thought, "Forget it. I guess he is just too reserved to actively participate in class." Fujin was puzzled by looking at Genki's sigh. He called him to get his attention. "Sensei," Genki replied, "So, what queries do you want to clear?" Fujin replied, "Sensei, could you update my workout routine again and also tell me more about those seals and how to use them?" Genki nodded and took a look at his workout routine again. After considering the addition of seals, he made a few changes to the routine and asked Fujin to follow them. He said, "Alright, follow this plan and if you get comfortable, you can increase the pressure that the seals can put on you. However, don't increase the pressure a lot or you can get injured and won't be able to practice for weeks." Fujin nodded, "Thank you, Sensei." However, he still stood there and asked something Genki would have never guessed. He said, "Sensei, I thought about the roles you mentioned during the lecture. And I'm really interested in being a censor. So can you tell how I should train for it?" Genki was really surprised by this request. Not able to understand the reason, he asked, "Why do you want to become a censor?" Fujin replied confidently, "Sensei, if an enemy sneaks up on me or my team in the future, being a censor would help me save all of us. Also, I'll be able to detect enemies from far away and prevent us from falling into any ambush. That's why I wanted to become a censor." After finishing, Fujin smirked internally. Genki was surprised a bit by the answer. All the stuff that Fujin just said was what he himself had said in class. He thought, no wonder he scored full in written exams. But still, something doesn't add up. He seems a bit too interested in becoming a censor. It's not something that can happen in merely 2 hours. It's as if he knew about censors beforehand. He asked, "Since when did you want to become a censor ninja?" Fujin wasn't ignorant of the fact that Genki could have found this request a bit suspicious. He acted to show that he was nervous, and said, I wasn't aware of censor ninjas until today's lecture." He then sheepishly rubbed the back of his head while saying, "However, I was thinking along those lines from the day you snuck up on me in the library. If it was an enemy, he could have killed me without me even knowing what happened." Genki was stunned by the reply. I never thought that a simple incident as that had such an impact on him. And that was merely his first day. Sigh. "Whatever, I guess I'm the one to blame for this obsession of his." He then replied, "I am not a censor, so I won't be able to help you with this. Hearing that, he saw a dejected look at Fujin. Fujin was thinking, oh please, not another trick again. I don't want to wait till next year's final exam. However, Genki had good news for Fujin. He continued, however, I have a good friend who is a censor and is in the censor division of Hidden Leaf Village. I'll ask him to train you over the vacation. I hope you don't have any other plans for the vacation. Fujin put up an excited expression, while thinking, oh, I do have a lot of plans, not just for the vacation but also for the next year or two. And said, no sensei. In an excited manner. Genki smiled and said that he'll pick up Fujin tomorrow at 8 a.m. Fujin then took his leave. Chapter 15, Censor. Next morning, Genki showed up at Fujin's house at 8 a.m. After picking him up, they went to a training ground. Fujin saw that a middle-aged man, probably in late 20s or early 30s, was waiting. He noticed that the man had Yamanaka crest on him. He thought, should have guessed. In Hidden Leaf Village, they are the best censors. Genki approached him and said, yo. This is the kid I was talking about. Fujin, he is Shin. He was my classmate. He is a special jounin. He'll be giving you tips on how to become a censor. He may seem grumpy at times, but don't worry, he is a very kind person. Fujin nodded. Good morning, Shin-sensei. He noted that Shin, who was already looking a bit mad at Genki's introduction, seemed even more grumpy after he greeted him. Shin angrily said, damn you, Genki. Not only do you give such a shit introduction but now are also trying to pull me into being a sensei? He then looked at Fujin strictly and said, kiddo, don't ever call me sensei. Fujin wondered, why is everyone so strange? While Genki asked mockingly, damn, why do you have to be so grumpy so early in the day? Fujin acted to show he was nervous and asked, so what do I call you? Shin thought for a few seconds, and then put up a smile on his face, with his eyes almost sparkling, and said, call me Shinaniki. His face looked borderline creepy. Fujin's expression immediately became entirely plain and almost blurted out, why don't I call you old geezer? Genki facepalmed and scolded, stop being creepy. Let him call you sensei. Shin sighed in disappointment and replied, alright, leave it. Then looking at Fujin he said, alright kiddo, first let's see how talented you are in becoming a censor. If your talent is very poor, then I won't be teaching you and you shouldn't waste your time on it either. He first lectured Fujin a bit about what censors do and how. Then instructed Fujin to sit in a meditative pose and told him how to sense his chakra field. It took nearly half an hour for Fujin to sense his chakra field. The instructions were very helpful. Shin then tested Fujin's chakra field a bit. After some testing, he concluded that Fujin's chakra field had a radius of 7.3 meters. Shin commented, 7.3 meters, not bad. An average ninja has a chakra field of 4 to 5 meters. In my Yamanaka clan, we train our youngsters in becoming a censor if their chakra field exceeds 7 meters, while for other Hidden Leaf Village shinobi, the minimum requirement is 5.9 meters. However, that is just the bare minimum. Quite a few in the Yamanaka clan had their chakra field exceed 10 meters before they started training to become a censor. I myself had a radius of 10.6 meters. So while you can become a censor, you'll have to do a lot of hard work. So are you sure you still wanted to train to become a censor? Fujin processed all the information quickly and nodded. Shin said, alright, I'll guide you. However, the process of training to become a censor is quite complicated. We will need proper training facilities. I'll take you to the place where Hidden Leaf Village censors are trained. You will start visiting there daily at 10:30 a.m. from tomorrow onwards. Genki nodded at his former classmate. He looked at Fujin and informed, Lord Hokage will have your seals ready by tomorrow. Report to his office tomorrow at 6 p.m. Fujin nodded and said, thank you sensei. He then accompanied Shin to the training facility. The location was slightly away from the residential areas. It was in the middle of one of the many mini forests in Hidden Leaf Village. Fujin memorized the location and then took his leave. Next day, Fujin reached the training facility at 10:28 a.m. He saw that Shin was already there. On entering, Fujin saw that there were a lot of rooms in the facility. The facility was mostly empty with very few people actually being there. However, Fujin noted that quite a few rooms were occupied. Shin said, these rooms isolate everything outside it. And also have seals that can eliminate all sound and smell in the room. So you'll have to entirely be dependent on your ability to sense. Fujin paid attention while Shin was explaining it. He thought, I see, this makes sense. I suppose this is where most of Hidden Leaf Village's censors train. I guess other trainees are occupying other rooms. I don't recall properly, but I think Hidden Leaf Village also had a facility that aided it to monitor the whole border of the village to look for intruders or something along those lines, though it was only shown in Shippuden and not in Part 1. I wonder if that facility is also in here, or is it someplace elsewhere? Shin led Fujin in one of the rooms. The room was very dark. All walls were painted black. The room was pretty big too. On entering, Shin explained Fujin how to train to be able to sense with only the help of his chakra. He said, a blindfold will be placed on you, and after the seals are activated, all sound and smell in the room will be eliminated. After that, a few objects will be placed in the room. These objects have a small amount of chakra sealed within them in a manner that it can be detected by sensors. So your job will be to detect these objects. We will start by placing the object 3 meters from you, and later increase the range to 5 meters and then to 7 meters. Once you are done with it, then I'll teach you how to increase the size of your chakra field. Fujin understood and thanked him. He started the training. The training continued till 12:30 with him having no success at all. At that time, Shin ended the training. He said that they'll daily train here for 2 hours and also gave him a few tips in order to make some progress. He also had a few words of encouragement for Fujin as he said that these things can't be sensed in a day and to not get very upset. He also provided Fujin with a small cubical object. He said, this is one of the objects that I had asked you to sense. You can temporarily borrow this to practice at home. Though you won't be able to block your sense of smell and sound, however it shouldn't matter much as you don't specialize in either of those. So just try to practice with your blindfold on. Maybe ask someone else to place the square down somewhere after you have put the blindfold and sat in your meditative posture. That way you won't know where exactly the cube is beforehand. However, don't practice for very long. Fujin understood all what Shin said and nodded. He then thanked Shin and left for his home. With the academy over, he now had 7 additional hours he could use for training. The training at the facility, traveling to and fro and lunch took slightly less than 3 hours. Fujin allotted all the remaining 4 hours for chakra sensing training temporarily. In the Hokage office, Hiruzen looked at the custom-made seals on his desk. He sighed softly while thinking, Hidden Leaf Village's Ajin Fuinjutsu is fading fast. With the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan and the passing away of Mido-sama, our progress in Fuinjutsu had almost come to a standstill. Kushina and Minato had just started to make progress, but they died too young. Now it almost took 2 whole days to get such a simple seal custom-made for Fujin. The request is still quite surprising though. Genki did say that the kid was diligent, but asking for such seals at such a young age is incredibly rare. Only a few geniuses among the clans usually train with this. However, even they start at a later age in most cases. I do recall him glancing at Genki first before asking for the prize. I guess Genki was the one who suggested the idea to him. I guess I should have a nice chat with him when he visits me in a few hours. At 6 p.m., Fujin reached Hokage office and entered after knocking. He greeted respectfully while bowing his head slightly. Good evening, Lord Hokage. Hiruzen was impressed by it. He thought, well, at least his manners are very good. He said, look up. Here are the seals you requested. This seal is a special seal designed by our village. It combines the features of a few basic seals in order to create a perfect tool to help train the bodies of our shinobi. You can manipulate the amount of pressure the seal puts on your body freely. The pressure is applied on the whole body. Fujin nodded and said, thank you, Lord Hokage. He then looked at the seal placed in front of him. The seal was engraved on a square-shaped paper. He thought, there is just one seal. I thought that there would be 4 or more seals to be applied on various parts of the body like the forelimbs and so on. I guess this seal is much more advanced. Sigh, I can't analyze this seal then. Still, it's better that I have to place this seal on myself and no one else has to make the seal on my body. This way the chances of someone creating issues will probably be lower. That said, I'm not supposed to know much about Fuinjutsu. He then looked up at Hokage, and asked, Lord Hokage, how do I use this seal? Hiruzen replied, just place the seal on your chest. It should stick to your body. The seal is reusable, so you can remove it and put it again if you ever wanted to. But don't ever give this seal to anyone else. Fujin replied, yes, Lord Hokage. But how do I increase or decrease the pressure caused by the seal? Also, how much pressure can be applied by the seal? Hiruzen chuckled at the curiosity of the youngster in front of him. He replied, just focus your chakra on the seal. It's similar to how you focus chakra on the leaf during leaf concentration exercise. Then you can decide whether to increase or decrease the pressure and it'll be done automatically. As for the maximum pressure, it can apply a lot. It is equivalent to wearing a body vest of 100 kilograms, 50 kilograms weights on each leg and 25 kilograms weights on each arm. Fujin was shocked with those numbers. He nearly cursed out, bastard, shouldn't you say that first? However, he maintained control of his emotions. In order to keep up his act, he gulped and showed a bit of fear on his face. Hiruzen looked at Fujin's expression and smirked internally, thinking, well, this will ensure that he always uses that seal very carefully and doesn't harm himself with it. After that, Hiruzen talked a bit with Fujin. He tried to understand what caused Fujin to require these seals. He also asked about his daily life, whether his apartment is comfortable, whether he ate properly and so on. He also made Fujin try controlling the pressure in his presence. He also explained some tips and precautions. For instance, he said that while sleeping, Fujin should always deactivate the seal. He also cautioned Fujin against using the seal while sparring or fighting, saying, if you get used to it, then you will find it hard to properly control your movements when you deactivate the seal. At the end, he praised Fujin's performance in the exams and let him go. After leaving, Fujin thought, 250 kilograms huh? I really wanna know if anyone actually uses it all. I do wonder how much weight Lee carried. The number was never mentioned in the series. While leaving the Hokage office, Fujin had already activated the seal. In front of Hiruzen, he kept the pressure very low. However, after leaving the Hokage building, he increased the pressure. He increased it to a level where it put a decent amount of strain on his body, while still being able to bear it. He ran all the way to his home and thought, finally, even this simple run was a challenge. Though I will probably have to reduce the pressure a bit in order to be able to complete the workout routine Genki provided. I suppose I'll have to test for a few days in order to get the pressure right. I can track my progress too, as I will know the percentage of max pressure applied by the seal. He also thought about what all Hiruzen told him and focused on 2 points. He specified to not use the seal while sleeping and fighting. I suppose not following the first one ain't an option. As for second, I can understand his point of view and concerns. If I do it, then trying to fight without that pressure will cause plenty of issues. Of course they can be fixed with some work, however if in the middle of a fight, it'll be deadly. However Kaguya did have a high gravity dimension. So I should try to learn to fight under high pressure too. But there's no need to do it now. Maybe later on I could build a gravity chamber and practice there. That might be more effective. Still, I gotta admit that this seal is very good. It applies pressure throughout my body. The pressure on my legs is more than on my arms. Even my back feels the strain. I guess the seal is made in a way that every muscle is properly exercised, which would result in proper development of the whole body. There won't be any cases of some muscles being developed more and others being underdeveloped. I guess Hiruzen left out the specifics, not expecting me to understand them. This method is much superior to the weights Lee used. I guess I really need to be thankful to Genki. Though, this does make me wonder why these guys haven't given the seal to every Hidden Leaf Village shinobi. Is it that hard to produce? Ending his train of thoughts, Fujin started to meditate. Chapter 16, Second Academic Year. Over the next few days, Fujin experimented with the pressure applied by the seal. He turned 7-year-old as well. It took him 4 days to be able to figure out the amount of pressure he could be under and still complete his workout. It was slightly over 2% of the seal's max capacity. He thought, wow, that's very low. Then again, I'm barely 7 years old now. Anyways, at least my physique should develop faster now. His sensor training continued as well. It took him 8 days to finally be able to sense the objects placed around him. Yamanaka Shin was a bit disappointed by the progress. He sighed and thought, 8 days, while it ain't bad, it's not very good either. He probably won't be able to be an exceptional sensor. Though with some work, he could be a decent one. While the time is slightly better than the average of other Hidden Leaf Village sensors, it lacks when compared to sensors from my clan. On average, we are able to sense the object on the 7th day, and the more talented ones do it even faster. Oh well, Hidden Leaf Village does severely lack sensors. Due to the existence of Hyuga, Aburame and Inuzuka clans, the village didn't really invest much into training sensors. Majority of Hidden Leaf Village's sensors come from my clan. Having another sensor, even just an average one, will be good for the village. After that, Shin moved the objects away from Fujin and placed them 4 to 5 meters away. As the basics were the same and the objects were still in his chakra field, he was able to sense it very quickly in less than half an hour. Shin was surprised by the speed. He moved the objects 7 meters away, and the same thing repeated. This surprised Shin a lot. Well, this is surprising. Though on average a Yamanaka senses the objects on the 7th day, sensing after moving it away takes some time, with most going into the 8th day and a few even to the 9th day. I guess he has more talent than I thought. Fujin's thoughts were, while it did take a long time to detect it, to detect after increasing range wasn't tough. The principles were the same and the object was still in my chakra field. I guess the next training would be to increase the size of my chakra field. He sighed slightly thinking, I hope the training for it isn't as boring as this one. After the training was done, Shin said to Fujin, not bad, you have progressed faster than I thought. Over the next 4 days, keep practicing the same at your home, so that you get more comfortable with sensing chakras in your field. I'll be out on a mission, so I won't meet you. Once I return, We will start training to increase the radius of your chakra field." Fujin thanked him and left. The next couple of months went in a similar manner. The training for increasing the chakra field included even longer hours of meditation. He had to focus on one point and try to increase the range in that direction. Fujin thought, this is gonna take a long time. I guess over the vacation, I should work on being able to train while also keeping my eyes open instead of putting up a blindfold. That way I can train for this in the class too. Otherwise, there will be no hope of continuing this training after academy restarts. Over the vacation, he kept up his physical workouts, which produced great results thanks to the seal. He also trained a lot in the substitution jutsu. His goal was to reduce the time required to perform it and also reduce the number of required hand signs from 5 to 0. While he didn't make any progress on reducing the number of hand signs, he was able to perform it much faster, being able to do it in less than a second, though he wasn't sure of the exact time due to having no instruments to measure it. For clone jutsu, he was able to create 3 clones, which if he recalled correctly, was the requirement for the Genin graduation exam. Transformation jutsu was progressing well too, as no one was able to see any issue with him when he was roaming in the streets while being transformed into others. But he hadn't yet tested it against someone who knew him. As for chakra control, he became capable of running freely on water surfaces. So he reduced the time allotted to it and only practiced it twice a week instead of daily. While he had some ideas to improve his chakra control even further, he decided to try them later so as to be able to focus more on ninjutsu. The wind nature transformation training had taken a step back as Fujin felt that he had trained enough for it. He thought, being able to cut a stone was probably on par with being able to cut a waterfall. Even on the metal, I'm able to leave small scratches on the surface. As for earth training, he had bought more clay to work on molding it and had also brought a small 1-foot rock in his home, which he attempted to crumble after being bored of sensor training. As for sensor training, after teaching Fujin how to increase the radius of his chakra field, the meetings with Shin were reduced to only twice a week. When the vacation ended, Fujin was able to instantly sense chakra if anyone stepped in his chakra field, unless that person had hidden his chakra. However, he had to actively focus to do that. If he didn't focus, then he wasn't able to sense anyone. However, he noticed that he was able to passively sense chakra in 0.6 meter radius around himself. Shin said that this was something every sensor developed over time, and was very important as this didn't require attention and the sensor could do other tasks simultaneously. His radius of chakra field increased to over 4 times of its initial size to slightly over 30 meters. Shin was quite impressed with the pace of his improvement. Shin also taught Fujin to be able to measure the amount of chakra in the ninjas in his chakra field. He explained its uses in identifying the threat level. But he also explained to not be entirely reliant on it as the amount of chakra can be hidden as well. He demonstrated to Fujin as to how he could reduce his chakra that others can sense, or even completely hide it to appear as a common civilian. Shin taught the same to Fujin too. Fujin had some success in hiding his chakra completely, though it wasn't perfect yet. However, trying to reduce it and putting up a facade of having a lower chakra level was very difficult as his chakra would fluctuate a lot. On the other hand, Fujin was able to sense chakra without restricting any of his senses or without having to use the hand sign or even while moving around. However, without the hand sign, the radius of the chakra field used to reduce to around 25 meters, and while moving around, it went down to merely 17 meters. It showed that he still had a lot of work to do. On the last day of vacation, Shin said, "You have improved a lot. In the future you can easily become a good sensor with some more training. So keep working on it. We won't have any more training sessions, but feel free to approach me if you have anything to clarify." Fujin thanked him for all his help over the past 2 months and took his leave. He also returned the chakra objects that he had borrowed. Fujin was really grateful to him. Though Fujin's capabilities as a sensor were still very poor, in the past 2 months, Shin had drilled all the basics of being a sensor into him. Now he merely needed to put more efforts into becoming a good sensor. The new year in the academy finally started. Genki was again our class teacher. Fujin guessed that he'll be the class teacher until they became Genin. The new year started with another brainwashing lecture. Fujin, not wanting to waste any time, employed the art he had mastered in his previous life and remastered in this one, the art of faking attention in a lecture. He moved his attention to his chakra field. His plan was to focus on increasing the radius of his chakra field. But upon sensing others, he decided to compare everyone's chakra levels first. After noticing everyone's chakra levels, he concluded, "Wow, my chakra reserves are really very good. The efforts taken over the previous year and half have really been very fruitful. It's good to finally be able to see the results of my efforts." As for others, Fujin noted that on average the chakra levels of the civilian students, and students from Nara, Yamanaka, Kato, Hatake, Saratobi and Kurama clans is lower than others. Comparatively, students from Hyuga, Okimaki, Inuzuka, Aburame and Uchiha clans have slightly more chakra. In all, Yuri Uchiha's chakra is the 6th highest in the class, while Hyuga Hoka ranked 7th. While that was what he expected, the one with the 5th highest chakra surprised him. He thought, now that's surprising. The 5th highest chakra level is of Shimura. I guess Denzo really has a proper training system for kids from his clan. As for the ones at the top, there was no surprise. He thought, sigh, these senjus are really blessed with high chakra reserves. Even the two who aren't that talented have their chakra reserves almost 50% greater than that of Yuri. Whereas Teru's chakra reserves are more than twice that of Yuri. It's even larger than mine. Anyways, the chakra levels of everyone is just as expected. Only Nabu was an exception. Which implies that they haven't started to do any training to increase their reserves. Makes sense though, as they are only 7 years old. Anyways, if he doesn't focus on increasing his chakra level, I should be able to increase my chakra reserves to become larger than Teru's. He then tried to measure the chakra level of Genki. On measuring it, he thought, I see, his and Shin's chakra reserves are very similar to each other. I guess there isn't much difference between an elite Chunin and a special Jounin. It's just that a special Jounin has a skill that is at Jounin level, while the rest of his skills are only at elite Chunin level. For Shin, it is his capabilities as a sensor. I gotta agree that becoming a sensor is very convenient. Unless the ones being sensed are sensors too, there's little chance of anyone realizing that they are being sensed. Though I suppose all of the Kage level ninjas would have mastered this to a certain extent. Oh well, it's not like I'm planning to hunt any cages. Anyways, enough with this class. I should check the ones from other classes, especially the ones who will be becoming Geinin this year. While the 25-meter radius of my chakra field is pretty insignificant in an open field, in a compact building, it covers a lot. With those thoughts, he started to focus on chakras outside his classroom. He first observed the classroom in which he had seen Daijuk run in. Noticing the chakra levels of the students there, he observed that they were really low. He then focused on the room where he knew the classes for senior-most batches happen. He measured their chakras. He observed that there were a few with really pitiful chakra levels. He guessed that most of them won't become Geinin. On average, however, their chakra level was only 20% higher than Teru's. Though there were a few having much higher chakra levels. Fujin guessed that those kids were from the Senju clan too. Fujin concluded, I see. I suppose by the end of this academic year, my chakra reserves should become high enough and could be considered Geinin level. And I know all the 3 basic jutsus too. So in terms of chakra and ninjutsu, I should reach Geinin level in a year. Even taijutsu should reach that stage in less than 2 years. But that won't be enough to actually pass the graduation exam. The graduation exam has so much more than just taijutsu and ninjutsu. There's training on moving stealthily, setting up an encampment, incapacitating a target, freeing yourself if you are captured, using a first aid kit, even hunting, cleaning and cooking a wild animal, and a lot more that will be taught in the academy. Without all that knowledge and training, becoming a ninja might well be suicide. Not to mention, actually trying to graduate so early would be stupid. Itachi was a different case. He is the son of the Uchiha patriarch. I, on the other hand, am merely an orphan. It would attract a lot of unwanted attention. In addition, just from the point of view of ninjutsu, I still have so much more to learn. I still have to learn a few more basic jutsus like body flicker, and not to mention I still have to learn wind and earth style jutsus. Apart from that, I'm almost entirely blank when it comes to Ganjutsu and have a lot to learn in Kenjutsu. So there's no point in graduating until I have gained everything I could from the academy. If I ever reach a point where I can't make much progress due to being in the academy, then I'll consider graduating early. After considering all that, Fujin finally focused on increasing the radius of his chakra field. The remaining lecture went in a similar barring manner. However, at the end of the lecture Genki said something that excited some of his fellow students. He said, this year, we will start learning ninjutsu. Chapter 17, Body Flicker. Fujin wasn't surprised by that news. He had already gathered enough information about the academy in the previous year. For normal students, the ninjutsu training began in their 3rd year. However, for the elite batches, it began in their 2nd year. Having already learnt the 3 basic jutsus, he wasn't much interested in the news. Though he did have a concern, he thought, I'll have to hide the fact that I can use these jutsus. I'll need to learn how to fail at these jutsus. And have to do it in a manner that doesn't give me any bad habits. I suppose I could just make hand signs without molding my chakra, or maybe mold chakra for a few of the hand signs without molding it for one. I'll have to test that first. When around 7 to 8 are able to perform the jutsu, I'll show that I have just managed to do them too. In the first week, Genki just revised what they had learned in the previous year and tested all the students. However, seeing the progress of some of the students had left Fujin speechless. Genki too was surprised, but it was a joyous surprise for him. In the leaf concentration exercise, Hana, Teru and Nabu, all were able to hold the leaf for more than half an hour, while Yori and Hoka exceeded 25 minutes. Fujin had dropped his leaf after 36 minutes, in order to not attract any suspicion. His thoughts were, damn. If they keep up this competitive nature, they may well reach beyond 1 hour by the end of this year. While it's reasonable to expect me to keep up, I should instead show that I've slacked off and not made much progress. While Genki might get a bit suspicious, if he ever asks me, I'll just say I felt bad for them and am letting them win. Genki was very impressed too. He thought, 4 kids were able to stick the leaf for over half an hour, another 2 should be able to reach that in another couple of months. This batch is good. I guess that Fujin brat spurred them all on. They might actually be able to do tree climbing and even water walking before they graduate. Oh, this is so nice, I could get a huge bonus from the Hokage. The shuriken competition didn't give much insights on their growth, as many were already doing very well in the previous year. The taijutsu tournament, however, didn't show that much improvement for everyone. Among the ones at the top, only Yori and Nabu made significant progress. Fujin guessed that it was only because of his performance in the leaf concentration exam that made everyone focus a lot on it. However, the Inuzukas were performing much better than last year and were very aggressive too. Due to the poor scores of all 3 Inuzukas in the exams, they were given some special training by their clan in order to not embarrass the clan any further. In one of the spars, one Inuzuka kid screamed, "I'll defeat you no matter what. There's no way I will go through that training in my clan ever again." Hearing that, the other 2 Inuzuka students winced. Fujin, getting a hint of what would have happened, thought, this world is in a severe need of laws punishing child abuse. Sadly for that Inuzuka student, he still got mercilessly beaten into the ground by Nabu, which made everyone feel pity for the poor kid. The taijutsu tournament, however, did provide Fujin with the opportunity to finally test his progress. And he was very pleased with the results. After deactivating the seals, his body moved a lot faster. And his blows carried more weight. He tied against Teru in their match. After the first week was done, Fujin entered the library and went into Section D. He thought, I've probably tried the substitution jutsu over 1,000 times. I'm still not able to reduce the hand signs needed for it. Honestly, jutsu is almost completely useless against ninjas if you have to make those hand signs. Even a random genin would be able to identify the jutsu and be on alert. Though I guess it might still work on normal bandits. Anyways, I guess I'll need a few years to be able to reduce the number of hand signs needed. So let's just move on to a new jutsu. He quickly started searching for the jutsu he wanted to learn. He was quite excited to learn it as it was one of his favorites. On finding it, he read out softly, the body flicker jutsu. He found a place to sit, and read the scroll. After reading and analyzing it, he concluded, this jutsu can be called both easy and complicated at the same time. It's easy as there is only one hand sign required. The tiger seal. So the way of molding chakra is very simple. And it's complicated as actually performing this technique is quite difficult. I would have to focus a lot of chakra in my legs to be able to move at such high speeds. According to the scroll, initially I'll only be able to flicker a few meters away. Only when I'm able to flicker a 100 meters away would I be considered to have learnt this jutsu. It is also mentioned to use something like smoke or leaves just before using this jutsu so that the enemy doesn't understand the direction in which you flicker to. Also, it is very important to ensure not to run into someone or something while using this jutsu. I suppose me being a sensor might help a bit in this regard. However, there's no such thing as the maximum distance one can flicker away. Instead, it is the amount of time you can sustain this jutsu. I thought that I'll need to learn to be able to flicker many times consecutively if I want the help of this jutsu to be able to escape. However, instead it is the amount of time you can maintain this jutsu. So if I'm able to flicker 100 meter away in a second and am able to sustain this jutsu for 10 seconds, I'll be able to run a kilometer away. But this is good, I suppose. It's more convenient than having to flicker again and again. After learning the whole process from the scroll, Fujin left the library. He transformed into a random 13-year-old stranger in an empty alleyway. And then ran into a nearby mini forest. He then ran around in that mini forest while trying to sense if any chakra is present around him. After that he thought, alright, this forest is clear. Also I'm under a disguise. So I can start training. While a forest isn't the best place to train body flicker, but, since the amount of distance I can flicker initially will be low, there shouldn't be an issue. Though I'll need to train in open spaces once I start to flicker long distances away. And he started training for this jutsu. The months went on in a peaceful manner for Fujin. His physique kept improving due to the seal. He used to increase the pressure of the seal by 0.1% from time to time. In the academy, Genki started ninjutsu with the transformation technique. Fujin had experimented and found it easy to fake hand signs without molding his chakra. However, he felt that it was wasteful. So he tried another trick. He started faking the first hand sign, but while changing the hand sign to the second seal, he used to try to mold the chakra for the first seal without the aid of the first hand sign. In this manner, he practiced to do those jutsus with one hand sign less. As expected, Toru and Yori were the most talented in ninjutsu. They competed for the top 2 spots. Nabu, no matter how hard he tried, only ranked 3rd. Hoka, Hana and the Aburame Kid competed for ranks 4 to 6. Fujin ranked himself 10th in transformation jutsu, 7th in clone jutsu and 8th in substitution jutsu. It took him a month to be able to do the body flicker jutsu despite learning the way to mold chakra within just 3 days. Even then, he was only able to flicker for a few meters. Over the next month, instead of trying to increase the range, he instead worked on increasing the speed of performing the jutsu, and also managed to pull it off without using any hand signs. In a single month, he probably practiced that jutsu thousands of times to be able to do that. Next he worked on increasing the range of the jutsu. It took him 4.5 months in all to reach 100 meters with body flicker. He then started focusing on sustaining the body flicker for a longer period. Sometime around this time, the incident of Hidden Cloud's village trying to kidnap Hinata and the death of Hisashi happened. Both Hoka and Hana were very solemn the next day. In order to properly measure his progress, he bought a stopwatch. After 6 months, he was able to flicker 400 meters away in less than 4 seconds. After that he thought, my original plan was to start with elemental jutsu by now, but body flicker does have more applications I want to explore. Sigh, let's stick to it. Mastering body flicker to a high degree will be extremely essential later on. He continued with his body flicker training. By the time the exams for 2nd year were up, Fujin had managed to sustain his body flicker for 12.76 seconds and managed to cover 1.9 kilometers. He could also change the direction midway, though he couldn't do it very frequently, and could also perform flicker while in a forest and having to avoid running into a tree. He was extremely pleased with his progress. Over at the academy, he had managed to reduce the hand signs required for transformation and clone jutsus by 1 and for substitution jutsu, he was close to reducing it by 2. His chakra field had increased a lot during this year. Its radius had increased to 180 meters. Without the hand sign it reached 162 meters and while running at normal speed, it could reach 135 meters. His chakra reserves too had grown exponentially. Physical training and meditation itself were a huge boost. On top of it, he had practiced body flicker till he dropped on a daily basis. He had performed body flicker for tens of thousands of times over the past 9 months. His reserves now exceeded Teru's. On comparing it with the senior-most batch, he noticed that his reserves would be well above average in that class, probably entering top 10. Only 2 students, probably from the Senju clan, exceed him considerably. Even then, he was sure that in another year, he would surpass their current chakra level. He thought, I guess it's time to ask Hiruzen for the shadow clone jutsu. The increase in his chakra level could be seen, when he was finally able to burst the rubber ball, finally making progress in the stage 2 of Rasengan training. However, he was only barely able to burst it. He still needed more chakra to be able to actually perform Rasengan. His skill at throwing shurikens had increased too. He was now able to hit the board while running around and was also able to hit a moving board. In order to allow students to practice that, a board used to be suspended from a tree branch and moved. It worked like a pendulum. However, he still struggled to hit a moving board while he was running himself. Fujin decided that after he managed to do that, he'll start practicing to hit his clones with shuriken as that would replicate battle scenarios even better. Something that Fujin gained while practicing in the many forests in Hidden Leaf Village was shurikens and kunais lying around. He had found 23 shuriken and 11 kunai. However, 7 shuriken and 4 kunai were very badly damaged, leaving him with 16 shuriken and 7 kunai. He handled them with extreme care, not touching any directly, in case they were coated with poison. He thought, well, this is convenient. Though these are used weapons, they are still very usable. However, I need to wash them properly in order to remove any sense of previous users and in case there's any poison applied on them. Still, I've been in these forests for so long and only found so few of these. I guess everyone collects them back after using them as they aren't cheap. Maybe others like me too roam around trying to find them. He sighed, whatever, these many should be enough for me to practice. And soon, it was time for the 2nd year exams. Chapter 18, 2nd year exams. As Fujin had expected, The whole marking system for their class had been revamped. He wondered if the same also happened for other elite batches. As for the overall exams, the written exam had 100 points, leaf concentration competition had 20 points, shuriken throwing competition had 20 points, each of the 3 ninjutsu had 10 points each, and the taijutsu tournament had 30 points. In the written exam, he noticed that it had 5 divisions among itself, each being more difficult than the previous. While it wasn't very hard for him, he had no doubt that 8-year-olds from his previous world wouldn't even pass this exam. Seeing how difficult the exam was, he purposefully made a mistake in 2 questions worth 2 marks each. For leaf concentration, the same marking system as the previous year followed. Yori, Hoka, crossed 45 minutes, Nabu dropped at 56th minute, Toru at 59th minute. Hana crossed 1 hour and held it for another 4 minutes. Fujin, knowing that the written exam this year was tougher and not expecting anyone to score full, dropped his leaf after 1 hour 11 minutes. The shuriken exam also had multiple layers like the written exam. The first was to throw 8 shurikens at a stationary target board. The second was to run alternately to the right and left to a circle drawn on the ground and throw from the circle while running. The third was to hit at the target board that was hanging and swinging like a pendulum. Each of these stages were worth 4 points each. The last stage, worth 8 points, had white plates being launched in the air by Genki. The plates were spinning incredibly fast, causing them to not move at a set path and deviating slightly. Yori, Toru, Fujin, Nabu, Hoka scored max in the first 3 rounds. Hana struggled in the second round, while scoring full in first and third. The fourth round, however, was tough. 19 students didn't manage to hit even 1. And 6, including Hana, managed to hit just 1. Fujin guessed that most of them just scored a lucky hit. Fujin had been observing the plates all the time to try and see a pattern in them. He got some hints, but not enough, and it resulted in him wishing, damn, if only I had a Sharingan. Hoka and Fujin just hit 2. Nabu hit 3 plates, Toru managed to hit 4 and Yori managed to hit 7 of the 8 plates thrown by Genki. Fujin was quite impressed by Yori's performance, especially considering that he hadn't yet awakened his Sharingans. After the competition, Yori returned to his smug self. In ninjutsu exams, transformation and substitution jutsu were analyzed and marked by Genki. For clone jutsu, they were marked depending upon the maximum number of acceptable clones anyone made. Toru made 5 clones, and looking at his chakra, Fujin was confident no one else would exceed him. So he created 4 clones. Fujin hid his skills in this exam as he knew that Hana wasn't very good in this aspect and no one apart from her would come close to his score in written exams. The taijutsu tournament was similar to the previous year. Only major differences being the Inuzukas performing much better and Fujin having a much stronger body. Right now he could have the seal apply 5.3% of its max pressure. It had improved his physique a lot. He trashed through the majority of his opponents. This time, he ran into Toru in the semi-finals and managed to beat him. While Hoka beat Hana in his fight. Yori beat Nabu for rank 5, whereas Toru beat Hana for rank 3. Against Hoka, the fight was very intense. To Fujin's surprise, his advantage in physique wasn't that great. In the end, he still lost to Hoka. He thought, is he too using seals or something similar to strengthen his body? His performance in ninjutsu isn't as good as his taijutsu, and it's better to not talk of his performance in written exams looking at previous year's scores. Sigh, I guess all he does is train in taijutsu. And my main focus has been on ninjutsu. Little wonder that I can't beat him. After the scores were tallied, the results of the top 5 were Fujin, 96 plus 20 plus 14 plus 23 plus 29 equals 182. Toru, 81 plus 17 plus 16 plus 30 plus 28 equals 172. Nabu, 86 plus 16 plus 15 plus 28 plus 25 equals 170. Hana, 91 plus 18 plus 12 plus 21 plus 27 equals 169. Yori, 79 plus 14 plus 19 plus 28 plus 26 equals 166. After looking at the results, Genki thought, this is pretty similar to last year. Only difference is that instead of the leaf concentration competition, Fujin built his lead in the written exam. How much does this kid study exactly? The last 20 marks were quite tough to get. As for the rest, Toru was the one who performed the best overall. Except for the written exam, he is in the top 3 of every exam. Leaf concentration competition is still dominated by Fujin. But with the performance of the others, I can start tree walking exercise next year. In the shuriken throwing competition, Yori was in a league of his own. Same with Hoka in the taijutsu tournament. Though that seal did help Fujin a lot. I guess I should suggest to Toru's parents to get that seal for him as well. It will help him a lot. In ninjutsu, Toru, Yori and Nabu are all excellent. Just that Toru has more chakra than the other 2. And I'm pretty sure that they do know more jutsus as well. This class has performed really well. The top 8 to 12 students are all very good. Lord Third should be very happy with their performance. After he was done thinking, he put up the results on display. Looking at it, everyone had mixed reactions. Since the exam markings were made to ensure that the ones who perform well stand out, the ones who didn't work hard scored very low. A few still struggled to hit a stationary target board with shuriken, so there was no way they could do much in the remaining 3 rounds. There were a few who didn't manage to learn even one ninjutsu properly. And the majority didn't get all the 3 ninjutsu down. There were only 12 students who could do that. The written exams were very tough too. The last 20 marks being very difficult to get and even the 20 marks before that being significantly difficult. Fujin did note the disappointed expressions of the ones who scored very bad. It reminded him of how much worse the life of the kids here was when compared to his previous world. And even then these were considered to be very good conditions. At least they didn't have to fight in a war. Among the toppers, Yuri was upset thinking, why am I still ranked only 5th? Still I have at least shown everyone how good the Uchiha are at shuriken technique. But that's not enough. Hana was incredibly upset with tears almost forming in her eyes. She was upset at her rank dropping from 2nd to 4th. Nabu didn't show any emotions, however, even he was upset at not being able to top the exam. Teru sighed looking at the scores. Last year it was the leaf concentration competition, and this time the written exam. Sucks to not be rank 1 due to the written exams. Still at least I'm the best when it comes to the skills required on the field. Not to mention, that the exam didn't consider the water-style jutsus I know. Fujin looked at the results showing a happy expression. His thoughts were, well this went as expected. Though I'm surprised that some guys scored over 80 on the written exam. I guess the brains of the kids here develop faster. My shuriken still requires some work, but that's fine. In taijutsu I doubt I'll be able to surpass Hoka unless he slacks off. In ninjutsu I'm on par with Teru and others. Heck, I could have made 8 clones and decreased their scores if I wanted to, but there was no need for it. So it's going good. Next I should focus on elemental jutsus. However, then he frowned mentally thinking, still, the performance of the kids in this exam has been so good that I'm worried they may make a few of us graduate early. I'm glad that Genki hasn't started teaching about all the other important stuff yet. I guess his plan was to allow everyone to learn ninjutsu and fighting skills first so that they can keep improving them over the years. Though with the pace at which he has been going, it makes me wonder if he wants to make us graduate early or teach us more complicated stuff. Genki looked at the expression of all his students and sighed. He noticed that only Fujin had a happy expression, Nabu was expressionless as always and Teru just looked a bit down. Almost everyone else was incredibly upset. He sighed, I got excited and made the marking system really in favor of the geniuses. Last year's results made them more competitive, however this year's might have a detrimental effect. I'll need to talk individually with everyone in order to pacify and cheer them up, so that they take this exam results as a motivation to do better in the future. He then glanced at the Inuzuka kids, I guess I should call their parents too. The exams ended with another brainwashing speech by Hiruzen. He called Fujin forward and asked him what reward he wanted this time. Fujin stepped forward and said, Lord Hokage, could I get to learn the shadow clone jutsu? Hiruzen was really surprised by this request. He asked, where did you hear about the shadow clone jutsu? And why do you want to learn it? Fujin showed an excited expression and said, Lord Hokage, we were told that the second Hokage had started this academy. So I became quite interested in him and hence read a lot about his life and everything he did. On understanding more about him, I was very inspired by him. And when I read that he had created the shadow clone jutsu, I became very interested in it. Also, the jutsu seems very useful. Having a clone that can actually do something will be very helpful. He then looked at Hiruzen with expectations. Hiruzen looked at the excitement shown by the young student in front of him. Looking at the respect he had shown to his sensei, he emotionally thought, Sensei, even after being dead for decades, your will of fire still inspires the kids in Hidden Leaf Village. Hiruzen had sensed his chakra level during the taijutsu tournament. Fujin, wanting to ask for the shadow clone jutsu, didn't bother hiding his real chakra level. Hiruzen thought, his chakra level is sufficient to be barely able to form one shadow clone. Fine, I'll give it to him, but I need to warn him about the dangers of that technique. Hiruzen nodded and said, alright, I'll prepare the scroll for you. Came to my office tomorrow at noon. Fujin showed that he was even more excited on hearing that and thanked him immediately. However on the inside, he was quite shocked. He thought, that's it? A few good words about Obirama and he agreed? Should I have asked for Flying Thunder God or Impure World Resurrection? He sighed internally and further thought, then again, Shadow Clone isn't really a very complex jutsu. It is just B rank and even elite Chunins can easily access it from the library. Also, my respect for Dobirama was genuine. Unlike Hiruzen, he did do his job properly. Though how he died in war despite knowing Flying Thunder God is a mystery to me. So Hiruzen wouldn't be able to pick up on anything. And Tobirama creating that jutsu is written down in scrolls about him in the library. So I guess there wasn't much to be suspicious about. With those thoughts, he walked back to his fellow students. Genki then announced about meeting with everyone personally tomorrow, and gave everyone a time slot. He asked them to bring at least one parent along. Chapter 19, Shadow Clone Jutsu. The following day, Genki was very busy with the counseling of all his students. Fujin was the first one in at 8 a.m. as Genki had set the schedule according to their ranks. Seeing Fujin, Genki's thoughts were, this kid has done well. But he is only an orphan. I don't think he has any idea how vast this world is. Even though he ranked first twice consecutively, there is still a lot he needs to do. I need to ensure that he doesn't get arrogant and lose his way. Fujin first greeted him, "Good morning, sensei." Genki replied, "Good morning. Congrats on your performance yesterday." Fujin smiled and replied, "Thank you, sensei," and took his seat. Genki smiled, and then quickly got serious. He said, "So this meeting is in order to review your performance until now and to see what you should do in the vacation and in the next year. Of all the students from this class, I have interacted with you the most, so don't worry and listen to my advice properly. Feel free to ask all your doubts." Fujin nodded. Genki continued, "Your performance has been very good so far. With you ranking first in both years, that is very obvious. However, in both exams, it was only due to you scoring very well in one exam that you ranked first." Fujin nodded seriously, while thinking, I'm not even 8 years old yet. Should you be having such a serious talk with me? Are 8-year-olds supposed to understand this? Genki on the other hand thought, the kid didn't get upset. He is more mature than other kids his age. Genki continued, "So you will have to put more focus on other areas. Tell me, what do you do after the lecture is over? Also, what do you do on weekends?" Fujin had already guessed that such a question might be asked, though he had thought something like this would have been asked long back. He replied, "Sensei, I mostly study what you taught in class, try to understand it. Then I train on the ninjutsu you taught us, or I do leaf concentration exercise. And before sleeping, I meditate. On the weekends I study a lot and also train on my sensor skills." What Fujin said was a properly thought out answer he had prepared long back. Showing a major focus at studying would explain why his scores in written exams were so high. The listener would think that he spent most of his time studying. He said that he spent very little time on ninjutsu, which would justify his slightly lower scores there. While his meditation along with morning exercises would be the reason for the high growth in his chakra levels. The answer also showed that he was a very diligent student. Genki wasn't surprised with the answer. He had guessed that it'll be something along these lines considering Fujin's performance. He said, "I see. Now let's look at your performance this year. You have done very well in the written exam, chakra control and taijutsu. However, your ninjutsu needs a lot of work. So over the next 2 months, you should focus on improving the 3 ninjutsu I taught. Also, even after the 3rd year begins, spend more time on learning ninjutsu and less time on studying. After all, in the future, when you do missions, it'll be a lot more important than what you read." Fujin nodded, inwardly surprised, thinking that's a first. No adult has ever told me to study less. Especially not a teacher. Genki was satisfied with his words being listened to seriously. He had a little gift in order to get Fujin work more on ninjutsu. He said, "I know that you have asked Lord Hokage for Shadow Clone Jutsu. So do learn it properly, in the future it'll be very helpful. However, I have a little gift for you." Saying this, he put a paper in front of Fujin. On seeing that paper, Fujin sighed internally, "I wasted my 100 ryo." And then asked curiously, "Sensei, what's this?" Genki replied, "This is chakra paper. It'll tell you what your chakra nature is. Here, pass some of your chakra through it." Fujin did it. The chakra paper split into 2. He gave Genki a puzzled look. Genki then explained a bit more about chakra paper and said that Fujin's chakra nature was wind. Fujin nodded excitedly despite already knowing it. Genki said, "The way to train your wind nature is that you should take a leaf and try to cut it with your chakra alone. It may take a few months to do it. Once it is done, you can then use wind-style jutsus." Fujin nodded again. Genki also informed Fujin that Yori and Teru could already perform elemental jutsu in order to rouse his competitive spirit. After some more discussion, Fujin took his leave. He was a bit sick of having to feign ignorance of the stuff he already knew. Still, he was a bit glad of this discussion. He would have a proper excuse if anyone in the future asked him about when he trained in wind style. Sadly, He'll still have to repeat this again today. Genki spent the remaining of his day counseling 14 other students, while the other 15 were scheduled for tomorrow. He had such advice for everyone else. Toru was advised to get the same seal as Fujin. He didn't have much advice for Nabu, so he just tried to get him to be more social. For Hana, he consoled her a bit due to how upset she was. Then he informed her that she put a lot more focus on her rank instead of important aspects. He told her to reduce her time spent on studying and leave concentration as the majority of her time was spent on it. Instead he asked her to focus more on ninjutsu and taijutsu. For Yori, he strongly suggested his parents to ensure that he meditates for at least an hour daily. For Hoka, the advice was to focus more on academics. And in a similar way, the advice continued all day as well as the day after. At noon, Fujin visited Hokage's office. Hiruzen handed him a scroll saying, "This scroll has the shadow clone jutsu. You are not allowed to share this scroll with anyone else and have to return it to me after you have learnt it." Fujin nodded. Hiruzen then talked a bit about the shadow clone jutsu. He warned Fujin, for the time being and maybe for the next year, don't ever try to create more than one shadow clone. Also, when you dispel the clone, all its memories will be transferred to you. And that might cause you a huge headache. So always be careful while dispelling your clones. Also, don't use shadow clones while you are sleeping. It'll be very bad for your health. Fujin nodded and thanked him again. Hiruzen then talked a bit about Obirama and Fujin had to feign interest in listening to it. After half an hour of stories, Hiruzen finally let Fujin go. Fujin sighed and complained, "Isn't a Hokage supposed to be super busy with his paperwork? Why did he have so much time to talk with me?" 2 consecutive sessions of having to feign ignorance as well as interest had Fujin a bit tired. He decided to skip his ration bars and instead went to a kairaku for lunch. His thoughts were, fuck it, I have saved decent amount of money, I can afford to treat myself for today. Soon after lunch, he started training for the shadow clone jutsu. After reading it properly, he thought, this is easily the most difficult jutsu I have seen yet. The process of molding chakra is very complicated. Makes me wonder how did that brat learn it in less than a day. However, this shadow clone is a bit more flexible than the one in Naruto. Chakra doesn't necessarily have to be distributed evenly among my clones. It is up to the caster's will and capabilities in deciding how many % of his chakra must each clone have. He could create them with equal chakra to hide himself, or give it more or less chakra depending on the need. Another difference is that dispelling the clone won't return all its chakra to the original body. Instead there is some chakra loss that happens during this process. As the jutsu is mastered, this loss reduces, however it won't ever go down to 0. So in the future, I need to be careful in the amount of clones I make. Otherwise I could run out of chakra very quickly. On finishing his analysis, he began learning shadow clone technique. Knowing the basic clone jutsu helped a bit. The training continued for a while. Fujin noted that this training drained his chakra very fast. He could only practice for an hour before he was out of chakra. So from the next day, he practiced shadow clone jutsu, as soon as he got up, then around noon, and finally again in the evening, getting 3 hours of training done while doing either physical exercises or meditation for the remainder of the time. He also carried a few leaves with him. On the 9th day, he was finally able to make a clone. Fujin noted that while molding the chakra is more difficult, its execution was much easier than the body flicker jutsu. After another 6 days, he was finally able to create an acceptable clone. It was entirely identical and took half of his chakra. However, on sensing, Fujin noted that some chakra was lost while creating the clone, resulting in the clone having slightly less chakra. This wasn't acceptable. However, he decided to test the clone first. He asked the clone to go into the bedroom and write any random number somewhere and then dispel. The clone went into the bedroom, and wrote 8196 on a scroll there. On dispelling, Fujin got all the information and checked if it was true. He thought, alright, it works. He made another shadow clone. This time, he stabbed the clone's arm with a kunai, causing the clone to dispel. He waited for a few seconds and then concluded, alright, I just got the memories of the clone. The pain wasn't transferred to me. So this jutsu should be safe to use in battle. He then formed the clone again and this time had the clone do the 3 basic jutsus. The clone could perform them as good as he could. He couldn't test body flicker at his home, so he decided to leave it for later. He then had the clone perform shadow clone. The clone managed to do it, but within a second, they were both dispelled. Fujin sensed that their chakra was very unstable. On thinking, he came to the conclusion, the clones were dispelled as they didn't have enough chakra. Even though a ninja could make a shadow clone with a small % of his chakra, the shadow clone still needs to have some minimum chakra level. And my single clone probably barely exceeds that limit. Wait, does that mean, after using a few jutsus, My clone will disappear even if it has some chakra just because the chakra isn't enough? This conclusion had him on alert. He quickly rushed into a mini forest nearby. After transforming and confirming no one was around, he made a shadow clone. The clone, knowing the plan, started performing body flicker again and again, within the main body's chakra field as the main body kept a track of its chakra level. The clone had around 49% of Fujin's chakra. When it fell down below 41%, the clone dispelled. Having confirmed his theory, Fujin sighed, I guess it is impossible to have the clone assist me in ninjutsu training. Though to be honest, it's kinda pointless too as I can't last long on ninjutsu training without having my chakra depleted. After spending half a minute grumbling about his low chakra reserves, he decided, well whatever. This was expected. Hopefully someday in the future, I'll be able to use clones to train. Let's just learn this jutsu properly and be done. In the next 5 days, he had learned the shadow clone, to an acceptable level. Now no loss of chakra happened while forming the clone. As for the chakra loss while getting chakra back from the clone, it was around 5%. Fujin noticed that it was reducing quickly. With the work on shadow clone done, he decided that it was time to finally start practicing elemental jutsus. Though he decided to wait for another 10 days before he returned the scroll to Hiruzen. That way Hiruzen would underestimate his talent a bit. Chapter 20, Wind Style Jutsu, 1. On the 21st day of his vacation, Fujin made his way to the library. On the road, he thought about a lot of wind style jutsu. His thoughts were, finally I'll be starting with wind style jutsu. In the series, wind was probably the least powerful element. Though Naruto had wind nature, all he used was Rasen Shuriken. Temari did have a lot of jutsu, but she used a giant fan. Pikazu used pressure damage, which was very lethal. I think there was also Great Breakthrough used by Orochimaru and probably Gale Palm used by someone. And lastly, Denzo used his vacuum jutsu, which were very lethal. Sadly, other than Temari, no one else specialized in wind jutsu. And the number of wind jutsu were very low too. Luckily this world does have a lot more wind-style jutsu. I might be able to form a comprehensive battle system through it. Last time I just read their names. This time I'll be reading their scrolls too. And then decide the set of jutsu to practice. Still I wish I could have got to read the descriptions of higher-ranked wind jutsu as well. It'd have been very helpful in order to decide. On reaching there, he went through entire sections E&D and made a list of all available wind-style jutsu. They were, Gale Jutsu, E, Wind Clone, E, Wind Levitation, E, Projectile Control Jutsu, E, Wind Retrieving Jutsu, E, Gale Surge, D, Breakthrough, D, Dust Cloud, D, Slashing Wind Skill, D, Wind Explosion, D, Propelling Winds, D. The first question for Fujin was, why was Wind Clone merely a Ranki jutsu? On reading the scroll, he understood why. Wind Clone was extremely simple. Elemental clones were like normal clones, just that they were made of elements. That's why they could perform attacks. They got dispelled upon getting hit. Since the material needed for a wind clone was basically the air around, it was extremely simple to make it. However, it was still quite useful, and something he definitely was going to learn. He continued reading the rest of the jutsu to understand what they did. He first read all the Ranki jutsu. After reading them, he analyzed, these jutsu aren't lethal. Actually they don't have much use in battle either if compared to other jutsu. Instead, I think that they are the means to improve the control of the wind element. I think they will be very important in the future when I will be learning more complex and powerful wind jutsu. Wind levitation is basically using winds in order to raise inanimate objects in the air. The weight of the object that can be levitated and the height to which it can be carried as well as the time for which it can be levitated depends on the user's control over the wind element as well as their stamina and focus. Projectile control jutsu uses wind to control the projectiles launched around the user. So a shuriken or a thrown kunai or senbon can be manipulated to change direction with the help of winds. Wind retrieving jutsu uses winds to pull objects towards the user. It's similar to Nagato's universal pull, except it's done with the help of winds and power depends entirely on the user. And Gale Jutsu just creates a small wind flow in a direction. It doesn't cause any harm, but has a couple of good uses. For example, it could be used to cover up any footsteps left behind, or change the direction of winds around you to restrict the directions your scent can be carried to. Besides, it probably also serves as a base to all wind jutsu that involves blowing out air. On concluding his analysis, he sighed thinking, I'll have to learn all these jutsu. Not for combat, but to improve my control over wind. That said, wind clone, levitation, control and pulling, these are excellent jutsu for pranking. I wonder if the ones who made these were pranksters or something. While thinking about it, an incredibly evil idea popped into Fujin's head. An idea that would have made the lives of Hidden Leaf Village citizens a living nightmare. He thought, I wonder what kind of shit Naruto would pull if he knew these 5 jutsu. He sucked as a student, maybe as a ninja too, but he was easily tier S in terms of pranks. Damn, I'm so tempted to teach him this stuff. I'd get enough content to laugh for a lifetime. Fujin had a laugh at that idea. Calming himself down and getting these distracting thoughts out of his mind, he started reading the rank D scrolls. After finishing them all, he concluded with a single thought, damn, wind release is extremely powerful. That thought wasn't due to the jutsu being overpowered, but instead due to the growth potential of the wind jutsu. Some of those jutsu, if mastered, and used correctly, could end up becoming as good as rank B or even rank A jutsu. He then analyzed each jutsu. Dust cloud jutsu is basically just a smoke screen. It should work well with me being a sensor and not needing eyesight to track the enemy. Also, it is very simple, so if I have time, it's worth learning. Slashing wind jutsu is the one Temari spammed in the Chunin exam. While it packs good power, it requires a fan to use. It's not really my preferred weapon. So I'll probably skip this one. Breakthrough jutsu is a powered-down version of Great Breakthrough Jutsu. No harm in learning it. I can later replace it with Great Breakthrough and then maybe with pressure damage. Gale Surge is a defensive jutsu. The user sends the air around the user in an outward direction. It could protect me from projectiles and could also disturb the enemy's rhythm. Though its range is too short, at merely 3 meters. Propelling winds is a movement technique. Small blasts of winds are released from the hands in order to help evade. This jutsu is pretty simple. I am not really a fan of it, however I have some ideas in the future that could require this jutsu as the base. Wind explosion jutsu seems very versatile. Chakra is infused into wind, to form into a ball like Rasengan, and it explodes on impact. Though it isn't as powerful as the Rasengan and only causes slight damage, it is a very interesting jutsu. I wonder if a combination of this jutsu and wind clone jutsu exists. It could make wind clones extremely lethal. Having analyzed all the jutsu, he had to make the tough final decision of deciding which jutsu to learn. He thought, all of these jutsu have good uses. However, will I be able to learn all of them? He was lost in his thoughts. Not able to reach a conclusion, he decided to calm himself a bit and analyzed further. As for how many of these jutsu I can learn, will depend on my speed of learning these jutsu. And just learning is rather pointless. I'll need to master them. For now, let's eliminate the ones I don't want to learn. It will be slashing wind jutsu. He sighed, this is the only one I don't want to learn. I want to learn all the others. Never mind, let's list them in the order of importance. Ranky jutsu are important to be able to get a better control of wind nature. So they are compulsory. Among the remaining, wind explosion jutsu would probably be the most useful considering its future potential. Next would be wind propelling jutsu. While it in itself ain't that good, however, if in the future, I'm able to create small blasts of wind willingly around my body to propel myself, then that might become a deadly fighting style. Breakthrough jutsu would be next as it forms the basis of a few stronger jutsu. Also it provides an AO option. Gale Surge and Dust Cloud will be the last ones. Gale Surge provides defense in one direction, but it is very temporary. And Dust Cloud just provides cover. I suppose that's enough calculations. I still have a few years before I may have to fight. So let's just try these jutsu. Hopefully a year will be enough for it. Next year one would like to learn a few Earth-style jutsu and probably 1 or 2 Ganjutsu. I suppose this year one should also start with Kenjutsu. Maybe a sword or 2. They go really well with wind style. Ending his train of thoughts, he read the scroll of wind style, wind clone jutsu properly. After getting the basics down, he left the library and on arriving in a secluded mini forest, started training for it. However, what happened really surprised him. It only took him 1 try to be able to do the wind clone jutsu. He was left speechless by the ease of it. After calming himself, he analyzed, the jutsu is very similar to normal clone jutsu and I have already learnt even shadow clones. Not to mention, my affinity is wind nature and I have already trained a lot to master this element. So I suppose it's no wonder I'm able to learn it in 1 try. Actually, if I compare it with Itachi, then this achievement isn't much worth mentioning. He was able to do Fireball Jutsu, a rank C jutsu, on his first try. So it shouldn't be that big of a deal. He comforted himself saying, it's alright. This is the fruit of my hard work over the last 3 years. He spent the rest of the day testing the capabilities of his wind clone. Unlike shadow clones, it didn't transfer memories back, but it didn't require high amounts of chakra either. Since it used the air around it, Fujin guessed that this is the most chakra-friendly clone jutsu. In merely a few hours, he managed to create 10 wind clones. It could do all the jutsu the main body could, except shadow clone, and would dispel on taking a hit. After experimenting, Fujin realized that in a head-on battle, wind clones would be more effective than shadow clones. Many times that day, he had the thought of going back to the library and learning another jutsu. However, he didn't act on that urge as it might have attracted attention. He sighed thinking, I should have found a way to steal those scrolls. After being satisfied with his progress, he returned home. On the way, he had a peculiar thought about the jutsu he had learned so far. He thought, of the 6 jutsu I know, 3 of them are clone jutsu. The next day, he read and learned Gale jutsu. He had to first gather the chakra and then expel it from his mouth as a gust of wind. He was able to perform it properly after a few tries. The jutsu was really harmless. When he tried it on a tree, except some old leaves falling down, it didn't cause any harm to the tree at all. After an hour of practice, he could cover up the footsteps he left behind. Using the jutsu to change the direction of wind in a small area took a few hours to practice. Though he had no idea how successful or unsuccessful he was at covering up his scent. He decided to have an Unyuzuka check it sometime in the future. The next day, he tried learning wind levitation jutsu. While he didn't get this one on his first try, he still managed to perform it correctly within 10 minutes. He was able to levitate a leaf in air at a height of about 5 meters. It took him a half an hour to do the same with a pebble. By the end of the day, he could levitate stones with a diameter of 15 centimeters in at a height of 15 meters and maintain it for 78 seconds. He had read in the scroll that this jutsu could be used to lift a boulder over 100 meters in the sky. And he guessed that even that wasn't its limit. So in the future, he could keep practicing it to his heart's content. The next day he tried the projectile control jutsu. And he finally had a challenge. This jutsu needed really fine control over the wind. He created a wind clone and had it launch shurikens and tried to control it. After a few hours, he managed to change the direction of the shuriken, but he couldn't control it. Since the shuriken spun, he felt that it made the jutsu harder and decided to experiment with a kunai instead. It decreased the difficulty considerably and at the end of the day, he managed to maintain decent control on a thrown kunai. He practiced this jutsu for another 3 days in order to get a better hang of it. After these 4 days, he felt as if he had a better grasp on the wind element. The following day, he tried the wind retrieving jutsu. Attracting an object towards yourself by having the winds flow towards you proved to be a challenge. The wind flowing towards yourself was the first obstacle. The second was that if he was able to create a strong enough wind flow, he himself would be affected by it. That issue made Fujin wonder if he could create wind paths around himself to perform this jutsu. He left that thought for the future. It took him 3 days to learn this jutsu and be comfortable with it. He returned the Shadow Clone Scroll to Hiruzen after that. Chapter 21, Wind Style Jutsu, 2. It took just 10 days for Fujin to learn the 5 Ranki Wind Style Jutsu. With 1 more month of vacation still remaining, he started training for the Rank D Jutsu. He revamped his plans thinking, my initial plans were to learn in order of their importance, but since I'm able to learn at such a quick pace, let's just learn in the order of ease of learning them. So let's do Breakthrough Jutsu first. And follow it up with Dust Cloud Jutsu and Gale Surge. On getting all the required data from the library, he began the training for Breakthrough Jutsu. The initial process was very similar to Gale Jutsu. Only, the amount of chakra he had to gather was larger. The winds generated needed to have much more power. Also the winds had to be made sharper to cause damage. On his initial few tries, the result was only as good as Gale Jutsu, but he could clearly see where he should improve. In merely 15 minutes, he was able to expel a stronger gust of wind from his mouth. He noted, it ain't very powerful yet, but its damage should be damn good if paired with a fire jutsu. Anyways, this jutsu will require a lot of work. The process of gathering chakra as well as the process of converting chakra into wind should be faster. The chakra gathered should be larger as well to increase the damage done. He practiced it for 7 days, until he got the hang of the jutsu. He also tested it on a poor tree, which resulted in it losing the majority of its leaves and many branches. His thoughts were, that's good. Though it probably won't kill anyone, it can easily injure most Gainins. The next day he grabbed the scroll for Dust Cloud Jutsu and memorized it. This jutsu was incredibly easy. Its process was similar to Breakthrough Jutsu, just that it had to be focused on the ground to lift the dust above. It also had some aspects of wind levitation jutsu to ensure that the dust cloud existed for a longer time. He was able to raise a dust cloud on his very first try, however it lasted a very short time. Properly incorporating the wind levitation aspect took a few hours. But by the end of the day, the progress was sufficient. The next day, he began training for Gale Surge Jutsu. It was almost the opposite of wind retrieving jutsu. Here, he had to distill the air around him with his chakra, and then suddenly release it up to 3 meters in a direction. In a way it resembled the almighty push of Nagato. Of course the power was extremely lacking. This jutsu didn't really provide a very good defense. However, Fujin's reason for learning this jutsu was due to a couple of ideas he had with it. The first being, to increase the range and power of this jutsu, and the second was to be able to release wind in every direction around him. That way this jutsu could become incredibly disruptive. If the range and power is increased, then it'll be perfect to create a nuisance on a battlefield, whereas an omnidirectional release would be helpful in case he's ever surrounded by enemies. It again took him only a day to learn this jutsu and practice it to an acceptable level. On the next day he started learning the wind explosion jutsu. He treated this jutsu as a practice for his Rasengan later on. Here he had to gather the wind and shape it into a spherical form and infuse a little chakra in it. That was the difference between it and Rasengan. Rasengan was purely made of chakra, whereas this jutsu was majorly made of wind and only had a small percent of chakra in it. Since the amount of chakra was low, these spheres could be launched at the enemy. Since he was already practicing for Rasengan, this jutsu became much easier to learn. Within a couple of hours, he was able to get the jutsu right for the first time. After trying it for a few times on nearby trees, he concluded, though the chakra infused in the winds explodes, it is not what causes the damage. The damage is caused by the winds, which become lethal after the explosion. They can cause a large amount of cuts and some of them can be very deep. I tried to infuse more chakra to increase the power of the explosion, however it didn't work as the wind sphere couldn't move as fast or as long distance. Even if I increase the amount of winds to maintain the ratio of chakra to wind, the sphere still becomes very bulky and no longer has the same speed. He sighed, I guess upgrading it would be a very complex task. Anyways, I should instead try to change my point of view. Perhaps I should try to combine this jutsu in the wind clone jutsu. If the wind clones can explode in this manner, then it will transform into a killing strike. The practice for wind explosion jutsu continued for a week. After the first day, Fujin stopped improving the wind sphere and instead focused on increasing his speed of forming the sphere and the speed of launching the spheres. His goal was to be able to launch these explosive spheres one after another without any breaks. That way, though it won't be a killing blow, it'll still cause a lot of damage to anyone who couldn't dodge or block these spheres. It could also cause death due to having lost too much blood. However, he was still quite far from reaching that stage. On the following day, he started learning the propelling winds jutsu. Here the task was to gather the chakra in his hands and burst it in a direction. That burst would apply an opposite force on him and move him in the opposite direction. This technique could be used to change directions quickly. However, in terms of movement on land, this technique was quite inferior to body flicker. Its advantage lay when the user's feet weren't on ground, as this jutsu was very convenient to use while in air. Thanks to all his training over the past month, creating bursts was very easy. The issue was in controlling the amount of movement he had. Also his footwork needed a lot of adjustments. To employ this jutsu, one had to be very light on his feet and allow himself to be pushed back by the burst. While he could control the amount of force of the burst, the force applied back changed in accordance to how much pressure was applied on his feet. That was incredibly hard to control. On the third day of its training, he managed to bypass this issue by using two tactics. The first was, he would slightly jump in the direction where he wanted to go to and then use the burst to push him there. The second was to use the burst and then force his feet off the ground instantly, which would make him move out of the way. However, the control for the second one was lacking a lot. It would cause him to flip in the air a couple of times, which could be dangerous in a fight if the enemy followed and persisted with his or her attack. He trained to improve his control over this jutsu for 6 days, after which he was happy with his progress. That night after dinner, he decided to sit down and think about his current status. He thought, in the last 32 days, I have learned 5 rank E wind style jutsus and 5 rank D wind style jutsus. Including the 3 basic ninjutsu, body flicker and shadow clones, I now knew 15 jutsus in all. He analyzed his jutsu further and concluded, my wind clone jutsu makes the normal clone jutsu redundant. I should completely drop its usage. Gale jutsu 2 doesn't need any more work. It can cover footsteps adequately, and in fights, breakthrough jutsu is much better. That leaves 13 jutsus. Even though I have learned them, if I talk about truly mastering a jutsu, then I have probably mastered just one jutsu, which is body flicker jutsu, on which I spent 10 whole months. Next I should focus on mastering these wind-style jutsus. Especially to perform them without hand signs. Even though the body flicker jutsu took 10 months to master, if I have learned anything in the last 1 month, it's that either my talent in wind nature is extremely high, or these wind-style jutsus were very easy. So mastering them shouldn't take very long. I could also upgrade my substitution jutsu by substituting with my wind clone rather than nearby logs or other objects. Other than that, I could also try to combine wind clone and wind explosion jutsu. Similarly, I should experiment trying to use body flicker and wind propelling jutsu simultaneously. If body flicker jutsu could freely change directions, then it will be extremely lethal. And I still have to learn to strengthen my weapons using wind chakra. After thinking about these ideas, Fujin decided to think how he could get his hands on rank C jutsu. He thought, I'm not sure if I can get access to rank C and rank B jutsu anytime soon. I could ask Genki, but even if I am successful, I don't think he'd give me more than 2 or 3 jutsu. And that'll also attract a lot of attention. I could ask Hiruzen for access to higher sections in the library after the 3rd year exam, but I'm doubtful that he'd agree. Even if he did agree, I will probably be monitored when I enter the library. And if they see me reading those high-rank jutsus, they may have someone keep an eye on me. That would mean that I can't practice ninjutsu secretly like I do right now. And if they sent someone good enough to avoid me from sensing him, that would mean my skills would be known to Hiruzen and soon to Denzo. He sighed, leave it, let's follow stability. There's no point in taking such a huge risk. If I master all my current jutsu and also a few earth-style jutsu and can't progress any further, then I can consider graduating early. Over the past year, he had thought quite a bit about graduating early. His thoughts were, initially I thought that graduating early would attract a lot of attention. Perhaps it still would in Naruto's generation. But right now, graduating early seems to be highly supported and even encouraged by teachers. In the last 2 years, there were many who graduated after their 4th or 5th year in the academy. A few even graduated after the 3rd year. I guess the village wants to have new ninjas join in their ranks as soon as possible. Which is why it may be encouraged right now. Though if someone graduates at 6 or 7, then it'll still attract a lot of attention. During this vacation, Fujin had almost entirely focused on ninjutsu. His routine was, workout in the morning, and then ninjutsu training the whole day. When he ran out of chakra, then he would practice meditation or practice shuriken throwing. Everything else was halted. Fujin decided to continue practicing his wind jutsus in the last week of vacation. However, he started additional training. He started trying to hit his wind clones with shurikens in order to improve his skill at it. Though he wasn't sure whether to be upset about his shuriken throwing skills or be happy at his clone's speed and maneuverability, as he didn't manage to hit his wind clone even once. However, he did improve at a rapid pace. Chapter 22, Fuinjutsu. The 3rd year started after the vacation. This year, Genki focused on other crucial aspects of a ninja apart from fighting capabilities. Fujin was a bit surprised that he didn't push for any more advanced jutsu, but on thinking for a bit, he understood more than half of the class isn't able to keep up. Considering that he asked me to learn wind nature, I'm guessing he gave similar advice to others who could keep up. This way, the struggling ones would catch up and the students who are performing well can reach the next level. I guess they want to ensure that every single kid from this class becomes a capable ninja to fill up the void left by the dead. Still, from his speech, it seems like everything will be taught in this year itself. After the lectures were over, Fujin went to the library. He went in section E and picked up the scroll named Introduction to Fuinjutsu. He recalled reading it a couple of years back. He read it once again, this time properly. On reading, he analyzed, Fuinjutsu contains 2 parts. The first is the writing part. However, this has 2 parts as well. First, the language. Fuinjutsu has special symbols which I have to understand before attempting to make seals. I will need to learn to draw each symbol properly as well as infuse my chakra in the mentioned manner. Any mistakes would make the seal fail and could cause unintended complexities if the seal did something else. This is actually very similar to hand signs, just that the number of symbols is much higher. The symbols serve various functions. The main function I can see is its ability to produce an element. There are symbols for each of the 5 elements, and symbols which can suppress or enhance them. There are also symbols to control time and space. A simple storage seal has a lot of space symbols, whereas a complex one will not only have space symbols, but also time symbols to ensure that time slows down in that storage seal. The second was the logic part. This part is very similar to coding on Earth. Since I know coding, this part is easier for me. However, it ain't much of an advantage. Coding is pretty easy to learn. I'm sure the brighter kids from my class could pick it up within a week or 2. After the writing part, the next part was to mold my chakra to create what the seal is used for. For a simple sealing scroll, I would have to create that storage space with the help of the symbols and also set up the conditions for activating the seal. Sigh, this is pretty complicated. Anyways, let's start. I should start with the symbols, but there are hundreds of them. It'll take months if I try to learn them all. So I'll just pick a seal and learn its symbols. That way I could monitor my progress. After analyzing all the seals in the scroll, he decided to learn the most used seal, the storage seal. It used 16 types of symbols. Majority of it were different types of spaced symbols. A few increased the amount of space in the seal, some restricted the space in order to maintain the boundaries, some ensured that the space stayed stable, and so on. He drew the required symbols perfectly on a spare scroll and also took down notes related to it. He had seen a few others do the same in the library, so he wasn't worried about getting into trouble, though he was very surprised at Hidden Leaf Village's magnanimity. Once that was done, he left the library. He went to the market and transformed in an alleyway. After searching for a bit, he found the shop he was looking for. There he bought the special ink required for Fu in Jutsu as well as special scrolls for the same. The scrolls were made of a special material. It was much sturdier and could apparently last for centuries if not damaged by external force. It could easily bear the chakra applied to it while seals were inscribed on it. The special ink, on the other hand, would make infusing chakra much easier. Trying to make the symbols with normal ink was a lot harder to do. However, there was another substitute for this special ink. That was the blood of a ninja. These items were quite expensive though. The scrolls cost 60 ryo each and a small bottle of ink cost 100 ryo. He bought 5 bottles of ink and 5 scrolls to practice. He sighed thinking, I hope these'll last a few months at least. I only have 4,370 ryo left with me. He then went home and on reaching there, he made a shadow clone. A couple of months of crazy physical training, high amount of meditation and constant ninjutsu training till he dropped due to lack of chakra had resulted in a high rate of growth of his chakra. It had increased by around 25%. It implied that he could now make 2 shadow clones if he wanted to. However, both will barely have any chakra to do anything. If he made one shadow clone with exactly 50% chakra, then that shadow clone could last till his chakra dropped to 32% of Fujin's max chakra. So effectively, it had more than doubled the shadow clone's usable chakra. Fujin and his clone started the work on the first symbol. After trying it for half an hour, Fujin confirmed, as I thought, the amount of chakra needed to practice this is quite low. This is good news for me as my shadow clone will last a lot longer. Calculating from my clone's remaining chakra, I'd say he'll be able to last 4 hours while practicing these symbols. After an hour's practice, he dispelled his clone. On dispelling it, he got all the memories from the clone, along with a minor headache. He created another shadow clone. This time the clone practiced the symbol for 2 hours, took a break of 2 hours, then practiced it again for 1 hour, and then took another 1 hour break followed by 1 hour practice. Fujin went out to practice shuriken throwing on a wind clone and increasing the radius of his chakra field. He didn't practice any ninjutsu as practicing it with only half his chakra wouldn't last very long. After 7 hours, he dispelled his clone. This time the headache was a bit worse, but still bearable. However, recalling Hiruzen's instructions, he decided to sleep. He was very happy with what he had done today. After waking up early the next morning, he thought, excellent, the experiment was successful. Now that my shadow clone can last 7 hours and practice these symbols for 4 hours, I can leave my shadow clone at home and it can keep practicing Fu in Jutsu while I'm at the academy. I guess my chakra needs to increase by another 20 to 25% so that my clone could practice for 7 hours straight. Still, I need to decide what the clone should do in the spare 3 hours. He thought for a bit and then it clicked him, yeah, why not? I should buy a few cooking books for the clone to learn. In the past 2 years I have learned to make various breakfasts, but I didn't learn to make a proper lunch or dinner as I didn't have much spare time. This seems the perfect opportunity to learn it. Alright, today, after the academy, I'll buy the books. Happy at the possibility of finally being able to eat delicious meals, he decided to analyze his daily routine. So with this sorted, I will continue to do my physical training in the morning. During lectures my clone can practice Fuin Jutsu while my main body pays attention for important lectures and work on my chakra field in the remaining time. After the lecture is over, I'll have to return home, dispel the clone and take a short, probably an hour's sleep. Then I can practice my ninjutsu and shuriken throwing. And the year continued in this manner. Genki taught a lot of practical knowledge that was needed for ninjas. And Fujin continued his hard training. Fujin did note that the class was a bit more serious this year. He thought, I guess his one-on-one talks had a good effect. After 6 months, Fujin was able to do the Renki wind style jutsus with no hand signs, only the wind clone needed a single hand sign. Among rank D, he could do wind propelling jutsu without hand signs, however the rest required 1 or 2 hand signs. 23 days before the exams for the 3rd year were up, he managed to do all but 2 without hand signs. Only dust cloud jutsu still required a couple of hand signs and wind clone still required 1 hand sign. Similarly, Shadow Clone 2 had dropped to just 1 hand sign, the clone seal, which he wasn't able to do without hand signs. His breakthrough jutsu and wind explosion jutsu now were able to do much higher damage, and all the other wind-style jutsus had been mastered to a certain extent. It took his clone 3 months to master those 16 symbols and another month to successfully make a storage seal. It took another month of practice to be able to do it comfortably without any mistakes. He had spent 4,000 ryo on the materials till then, leaving him only with a little over 2,000 ryo with him. He had created 5 proper sealing scrolls. Each time when he bought the materials, he had bought it from different shops under different disguises. Of the 5 shopkeepers he met, he had observed that one of them seemed greedy and with loose morals. He thought, I can't continue the expenditure on Fuinjutsu. Probably another 4 months before I'm totally broke. So I'll have to sell my scrolls. Trouble is, whom to sell? I can't give out my identity, and I'm not sure if any shopkeeper will agree to buy without knowing the seller. Sigh, I'll have to approach the one with low morals and greedy nature. Luckily, one of the shopkeepers fits the bill. Unless he has put up a facade, so I should take some precautions. Preferably, I should send a clone under transformation jutsu. Chapter 23, the first deal. Over the next few days, he had his shadow clone spy on the shopkeeper. Genki's training for stealth was really helpful during this period. His name was Jing. He was probably in his 40s. The clone observed his actions and his movements to see whether he is a hidden ninja. He had already tried to sense his chakra, it was merely at the civilian level. Fujin wondered if at some point in the past, Hidden Leaf Village conducted a drive to unlock chakra of a lot of people. He also observed his dealings with other customers, where he keeps his inventory, where he keeps his cash, and so on. The spying was quite successful, as on one lucky instance, he heard Jing bargaining with his supplier on the price of some of the items. On hearing them talk, he understood that the supplier sold an explosion tag to him for 500 ryo and storage scroll for 1,200 each, while he sold the storage scroll for 1,500 ryo and the explosion tags for 750 ryo to his customers. After being sure that he was a safe target, he sent his shadow clone with the 5 scrolls. His clone took the appearance of a middle-aged man and approached Jing when no one was in his shop. On seeing him approach, Jing put up a kind smile and said, "Hello, what do you want to buy?" Fujin's clone replied, "Hello, I'm not here to buy, but to sell." Hearing that, Jing was quite surprised. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "Sell? Who are you?" Fujin's clone replied, "You can call me Zoro." Jing noticed the fact that the man in front of him asked him to call that. He then asked, "What do you want to sell?" Fujin's clone paused for a moment, and stared in his eyes. He then said, "Storage scrolls." Jing, trying to gain an upper hand in any negotiations, said dismissively, "I already have 3 suppliers for storage scrolls, why should I buy from you?" Fujin's clone smirked and replied, "Because my scrolls are better." That statement got Jing interested. He asked, "How?" "And I'll inspect your scroll first before buying from you." Fujin's clone maintained his smirk and replied, "Suit yourself," and handed him a scroll. Jing took the scroll and invited him to a room inside the shop. On the way, he asked, "So what's the name of your company and who is the person in charge of it?" However, he was dismissively answered with, "You don't need to concern yourself with it." Hearing that, Jing thought, "Oh, a secret organization? So either he is someone who doesn't want anyone to know that he can make storage scrolls, or he has a secret organization behind him which probably does some shady work. I'll make a ton of profits from this sheep." On reaching the room, Jing started inspecting the scroll. Fujin clone's claim wasn't empty. A standard storage scroll has 10 storage seals in it. However, the one he made had 12 seals in it. When he saw Jing inspecting the scroll, Fujin's clone thought, it isn't difficult to make 12 seals in a single scroll. You just have to draw the seals closer to each other. Actually, if anyone wants to make an optimal storage scroll while keeping the size of the scroll the same, then he could make 25 seals in the scroll. However, for the ones who mass-produce these seals, 10 is the optimal number. The reason is that many buyers don't need more than 10 seals in a scroll. And for the ones who want more, the producers would profit more if they bought more scrolls. It also resulted in less effort needed to make the scroll. So it had become an optimal number for them to make maximum profits. However, I don't have any such restrictions. I just want to make some money to continue practicing Fuinjutsu. On looking at the number of seals in the scroll, Jing had similar thoughts. However, he could also think even further than Fujin, as he had a lot more experience and information. He analyzed, while just having 2 more seals might not seem such a big deal to normal people, but I know the ninjas who want to buy scrolls having more storage seals in them. Just last week one Jounin was talking about the convenience of having a storage scroll with more seals. I can sell this scroll to him for a much higher price. Probably even over 2,000 ryo. Then he looked at Fujin and thought, now the only question is whether he is aware of its value or not. After a few moments his expression became unpleasant and he angrily said, Your scrolls only have 2 seals more. And the quality of each seal is the same as others. 10 seals are already more than enough for a single scroll. I will buy it from you, however I'll pay you the same price as I pay to my suppliers." Knowing the kind of guy the shopkeeper was, Fujin's clone smirked again and said, Now, we both know that ain't true. There are too many ninjas who will willingly buy scrolls with more seals." Jing, however, dismissively replied, "Yes, but they won't be willing to pay higher. Still, seeing that you could add 2 more seals, I'll pay you a bit more. Instead of 1,000 ryo, I'll pay you 1,100 ryo." Hearing that, Fujin's clone scoffed and said, "Do you think I live under a mountain? The standard scrolls are supplied for around 1,200 to 1,250 ryo. Even if you consider the least at 1,200 ryo, just considering that it has 20% higher seals would raise the price to 1,440 ryo. Not to mention the fact that some ninjas might be willing to pay more." Hearing that put a lot of pressure on Jing. He internally sighed at the numbers thrown by the other party. The haggling continued for a few more minutes. Jing took advantage of the fact that the opposite party wasn't willing to reveal his origins and used that point to decrease the buying price to 1,150 ryo. After the haggling was over, Fujin's clone thought, "Sigh, that was some intense haggling. This fellow is much better at haggling than me." But either way, while he may think that he made a profit, just being able to sell these scrolls for over 1,000 ryo each is more than enough for me. He then smirked internally, thinking, well, I still have one more advantage to play. While he may be a better haggler, I have the advantage of being the lone supplier of the 12 seals storage scrolls. I am so interested in looking at his final decision. After deciding the price to be 1,150 ryo, Jing asked, "So Zoro, how many scrolls do you have to sell?" Fujin's clone didn't reply, instead he placed 4 scrolls in front of him. Looking at that, Jing was at a loss of words. He thought, just 4? So including the one I inspected, there are only 5? What is he playing at? Seeing that the seller wasn't saying anything further, he showed an enraged expression and asked angrily, "Only 5? You wasted all my time for only 5 scrolls?" Fujin's clone calmly replied, "The boss has sent a few like me to other shopkeepers to sell it too. Depending upon the price each shopkeeper gives for these scrolls, the future sales to those shops will be decided." After hearing that, Jing's expression was really a sight to see. Fujin's clone had a laugh internally. It was the first time in their negotiation that Jing had lost his composure. Fujin's clone's thoughts were, while I don't necessarily need a higher price, doing this would cast much lesser doubts on me. Also, the existence of a boss behind me will keep this fellow from going overboard. Jing, however, got lost in his thoughts. Damn. What to do now? By buying 1 scroll for 1,150 ryo, I probably won't get any more scrolls from him in the future. But if I pay high, and others still pay higher, then I still might not get any in the future. Still though, a boss and more people like him? Are they trying to change the whole storage scrolls market? He thought for a bit more and then asked, "Will you be selling all your scrolls to only the one who buys it for the highest price, or others as well?" Fujin's clone replied, "We will be selling it to many shopkeepers. Only the amount of scrolls we sell to them would depend on the prices they offer. Of course, the ones who offer lower than average might not get any. But I'm not privy to the exact plans." Jing analyzed for a minute and then sighed. He thought, buying it for a low price would mean killing the goose that drops the golden eggs. But how much should I buy it for? I don't want to pay a lot for it. Otherwise my profits won't be enough. Let me go with 1,500 ryo. That should be enough to earn higher off them than normal storage scrolls. He then offered a price of 1,500 ryo per scroll. They completed their deal and talked a bit about how and when future deals would happen. Fujin's clone walked out of the shop with 7,500 ryo. He handed the money to Fujin in an alleyway while he wandered off a bit and dispelled himself after confirming that there was no one around. After looking at the cash, Fujin's thoughts were, wow, am I really that good at negotiating? However, after getting his clone's memories back, he thought, nope, I am probably closer to a novice rather than a master. It was just that the final bluff was too much of a temptation for him to ignore. Probably, he also thought that a powerful organization might be behind me, which threatened him a bit. Well, whatever, this is good cash. I should consider selling scrolls often to him. He then went to a few other shops under different disguises to buy materials. He bought 30 bottles of ink, 25 scrolls and 200 blank paper tags. The blank paper tags cost 10 ryo each. So in all he spent 6,500 ryo on the materials. He then bought some meat and returned home. He thought, now that I do have some cash, I should definitely increase my meat consumption. The meat business here is entirely dominated by the Akimaki clan. All the shops which sell meat belong to them. I wonder if it is because they are good at it due to economy of scale, or if they were given monopoly over this business when they joined Hidden Leaf Village. After that day, Fujin began learning other seals too. He learned a few basic ones like heat seal, cool seal, hard seal, soft seal, shock seal and wet seal. These seals used elemental symbols. However, the number of symbols required was much lower as compared to a storage seal, as these did very basic things. The heat seal could only be used to warm the room, while the cool seal absorbed heat from the surroundings to make the room cooler. Shock seal could apply a small electric shock, but it was very harmless too, as Fujin could bear that shock without any issue. Hard seal was used to harden a surface or an object, whereas soft seal did the reverse. Wet seal was used to gather the moisture from the air and make the surface it had been stuck to wet. All these seals had to be made on a paper tag, and to use it, it would have to be applied on a surface and be activated. The elemental seals had a requirement of the creator being able to use those elements. But since these seals were very basic, he could do it despite not having mastered fire, water and lightning natures. In all, it took him 4.5 months to learn all these seals. During this time, he also started selling 20 storage scrolls to Jing every month for 30,000 ryo. He kept the amount low so that the major suppliers of storage scrolls won't be annoyed by him and try to find him. On the other hand, Jing was very happy too, as he could sell these scrolls for around 2,300 ryo. By the time third year's exams were up, Fujin had saved over 100,000 ryo. Chapter 24, Graduation Exam. In the third year, Genki had focused entirely on the basic skills. It made this year a lot more fun. After having taught one skill entirely, he used to come up with games so that everyone would get used to using it. For instance, after teaching how to move stealthily, he gave everyone 29 tags with their roll numbers written on it. Everyone had to put these tags on the backs of other 29 students and avoid others putting those tags on their own back. Thanks to Fujin being a censor, no one managed to put any tag on his back. The few who tried to sneak up, got a punch or an elbow to their face. While hunting wild animals had resulted in most students making some really funny faces. Killing an animal didn't create an issue for everyone, though Fujin did sigh, thinking, I never thought that my first kill in this world would be a freaking rabbit. The fun part, according to Genki, which he enjoyed the most, was having everyone cut open the animal they hunted, clean it and prepare it for cooking. An act that disgusted most of the students, including Fujin, as he had never done anything like this in his earlier life. Only Nabu was completely unaffected. And in order to make everyone learn cooking properly, Genki banned bringing lunch to the academy for a few days. Their lunch was the wild animal they cooked. Later in the year, he also introduced tree climbing as a chakra control exercise for his students. In this manner, the year progressed. 1 week before the final exams, Genki dropped the news that surprised Fujin. He thought, well, I did know about it, for the announcement to be made this suddenly is surprising. Genki had announced, if there is anyone among you who wants to attempt the graduation exam, then let me know within the next 3 days. However, by the end of the day, Genki did regret announcing that right in the morning. He sighed, damn, I should have announced it when the lectures ended. No one paid attention to today's lectures. After going home, Fujin thought hard about it. On analyzing, he concluded, there's still a lot more for me to learn. Right now my wind jutsus, basic jutsus, shadow clones, body flicker, shuriken throwing and tai jutsu has progressed to the level that I'm satisfied with. But I still have to learn earth-style jutsus. And also need to work on sword skills and ganjutsu. As for Fuin jutsu, though it has been coming along well, I still haven't started on the intermediate level seals which are available in Section D of the library. And there's also Rasengan still left to master. Also, while graduating will ensure that I won't have to waste time in the academy, but since Hidden Leaf Village currently is suffering a shortage of ninjas, I suppose my free time might be curtailed rather than getting more time to train. Also, the missions might have more risk than usual, especially with the third war still fresh in everyone's minds. Alright then, I won't participate in it. While the top scorer not attempting the graduation exam might raise questions, it's better than dying on some rank C mission gone wrong. However, unlike Fujin, the other kids from his class were perfectly brainwashed by the will of fire. And hence many were interested in participating in the graduation exam. However, knowing that they won't be able to pass, many parents didn't allow their children to take part in the exams. In the end, there were 7 students who decided to participate in the graduation exam. Yori, Nabu, Teru, Hoka, a civilian kid, and the 2 from the Barame and clan's Hatake decided to attempt the exam. Fujin did see that Genki was a bit disappointed in him not attempting the graduation exam. But he was relieved as Genki didn't talk with him on the matter. The graduation exam was around a week after the third-year exam. The third-year exam went as usual. A few more parameters were added to the exam based on the skills that Genki had taught in this year. This year, The reward from the Hokage was also dependent on the graduation exam performance. That pretty much meant that Fujin won't get any rewards for rank 1. So he decreased his performance slightly in the written exam and once again didn't give his all in the ninjutsu exam. So in the end, he only ranked 4th. Toru ranked 1st, followed by Nabu and then Hana. Fujin was actually very grateful that Hana wasn't attempting the graduation exam. While he wasn't aware of the reason, it meant that he wasn't the only one with high scores who wasn't attempting the graduation exam. Unknown to him, however, Hana was extremely upset that her parents didn't allow her to become a ninja so soon. A week later, the graduation exam was conducted. For the students from the elite classes, the exam was very similar to normal exams. Only, it was more comprehensive. The main addition to the exam was a 50-point exam that provided students with various scenarios that they would face and asked what they would do in those scenarios. Except Nabu, everyone else struggled in this exam. In taijutsu, only Hoka and Toru performed above par, while Yori and Nabu were barely average. In ninjutsu, however, Toru, Yori and Nabu displayed why exactly they deserved to be geninins. Yori perfectly displayed 2 rank C jutsus, Fireball Jutsu and Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu. Toru was able to perform jutsus of 2 different elements. He was able to perform 1 rank C Water Gunshot Jutsu and 3 rank D jutsus, Ground Shaking Jutsu, Headhunter Jutsu and Stone Shuriken Jutsu. Nabu showed off his variety by performing 1 rank E jutsu of each of the 5 elements. In addition, he was also able to perform higher rank jutsus of fire nature, which was his affinity. He performed 2 rank C jutsus, Fire Dragon Jutsu and Flame Bullet Jutsu. After all the tests were conducted, the performance of all students were analyzed. From Fujin's class, only Toru, Yori and Nabu graduated and became genins. Due to his better performance than Nabu and Yori in taijutsu, he ranked 1st in his class. From the batch which was 1 year senior to Fujin, 11 students graduated and 28 of their seniors graduated as well. However, Fujin was oblivious to all these developments. As soon as the summer vacation began, Fujin went back to his ninjutsu training. He was satisfied with his progress in wind style and decided to start training earth style jutsus and hence visited the library. He looked at every earth style jutsu in section E and section D and made a list. The first thing he noticed was that Hidden Leaf Village had a lot more earth style jutsus as compared to wind. Though it wasn't really surprising considering the low number of wind style users. The list of earth style jutsus he created was Rock Throw Jutsu, E, Rock Shield Jutsu, E, Stone Bracers Jutsu, E, Swift Earth Jutsu, E, Earth Style, Transformation Jutsu, E, Trapping Jutsu, E, Mud Moat Jutsu, D, Earth Clone Jutsu, D, Rock Thorn Bed Jutsu, D, Stone Shuriken Jutsu, D, Headhunter Jutsu, D, Pebble Barrage, D, Ground Shaking Jutsu, D, Earth Tremor Sense Jutsu, D, Earth Mound Creation Jutsu, D, Mud Interceptor Jutsu, D, Earth Military Movement Jutsu, D, Stone Breastplate Jutsu, D, Mud Weight Jutsu, D, Earth Style Camp Jutsu, D, Earth Style Note Jutsu, D. His first thoughts were, no Earth Wall Jutsu? That's a rather simple jutsu, to be ranked higher. Even the Iron Skin Jutsu of Kakazu isn't here. I hope it is there in higher sections. He then began reading each and every jutsu and started analyzing them. It took him around 2 hours to go through each and every one of them. He concluded, the earth-style jutsus are more comprehensive than the wind-style jutsus. The only point where it is bad is that the offense is lacking a bit. Surprisingly, many of the jutsus in this list have a similar potential like wind ones. However, there is one big drawback. Most of the earth-style jutsus, especially the ones with high potential, will be severely restrained if the fight is over a water body. Now that I think about it, Hidden Stones Village is pretty lucky to not share any border with Hidden Mist Village. Otherwise they'd be in very passive situations in the wars. Anyways, I can ignore all offense-oriented earth-style jutsus. For defense, Rock Shield Jutsu is a good option. It probably is an inferior version of Earth Wall Jutsu. So it can be upgraded later. I also wonder if I could use the Hard Seal to make the shield more durable. For trapping, Mud Moat Jutsu is a good option. It creates a 6 feet deep moat with 6 feet radius around the user. It should serve as a base for that rank Swamp Jutsu which Jiraiya had. I don't recall the name though. As for movement, Earth Military Movement Jutsu is a must-learn. It allows traveling through the ground for short distances. Having another way to escape is always good. Earth-style, Camp Jutsu is pretty handy too. It can make a cave within mountains. There are a few small hills in the village, like the one where there is a waterfall. I could try this jutsu somewhere near there. Also, these 4 jutsus make a neat combo. I could use camp jutsu to build a cave within a mountain. Then use rock shield jutsu to hide the entrance. Prepare a moat around the mountain, and if anyone manages to find the cave, then I can escape with earth military movement jutsu. He began his training for the earth-style jutsus. While he hadn't honed his earth nature as much as wind nature, he still had honed it a lot. He could crumble boulders to dust in just a few seconds. That's why he managed to learn them very quickly. However, they were a bit tougher to learn when compared to wind-style jutsus. He learned rock shield jutsu within a few minutes and then spent a couple of days on it to increase the size and durability of the rock shield that he used to raise from the ground. He also attempted to apply the hard seal on the rock shield he raised. It increased the durability of the shield. However, applying the seal and activating it took around 1.5 seconds to pull off, something he might not have in a fight. The camp jutsu was learned within a day. Though the cave was a bit dusty, he could just use breakthrough jutsu to clean up all the dust. He could also use the rock shield jutsu to cover up the entrance if he wanted to hide. Though he had to leave a small space open in order for air to circulate. He didn't bother perfecting this jutsu as there was no need for it right now. The next was the mud moat jutsu. It had an aspect of water nature as well. So it took him close to a week to learn it. He would need to improve his water nature if he had to improve this jutsu further. So he decided to leave this matter for his future self. And lastly, he practiced earth military movement jutsu. This one was quite difficult to learn. The jutsu involved moving through the ground like he is swimming. So he had to soften the ground a lot to be able to do that. It took him 11 days to pull it off successfully for the first time. It took another 2 weeks for him to be able to move around more freely. He was only limited by the amount of oxygen he had underground. The softening of the ground resulted in some oxygen entering underground, however it was very limited. He stopped when he was able to move 100 meters. He thought, alright, the earth-style jutsus have been learned. Though I still need to work more on rock shield jutsu and earth military movement jutsu. However, I can do that slowly over the next year. Next, I need to learn chakra flow. He went to the library to learn about it. Chapter 25, Chakra Flow. He visited the library, and searched in all 4 sections he had access to. Surprisingly, he didn't find a single scroll on what he wanted. He thought, this is surprising. Does it mean that they are kept in a higher section, or do they not provide that technique for normal ninjas? While leaving the library, he analyzed for a bit more. Yeah, that might be the case. Infusing chakra into weapons isn't that big of a deal. If I recall right, most samurai were able to do it. However, in Hidden Leaf Village, Asuma was the only one I recall to do it. And Denzo too was able to do it, but his method was different. Anyways, I suppose I'll have to try it myself. I don't think Genki or his friends might know this. On the way back to the mini forest, he thought of various ways to do it. His first thoughts were, let's just try to flow my chakra through a kunai like I try to do it when trying to cut a leaf. Only, instead of trying to cut the kunai, I'll try to make its edges sharper. He then tried to implement that trick, however he had many troubles in doing it. He had instantaneous success in what he was trying to do as he was able to imbue his kunai with his chakra on his first try. However, the chakra amount that got imbued was very low, and even after trying to infuse more chakra in it for 2 days, he didn't improve much. Also, while the kunai's sharpness and penetrating capabilities improved, it wasn't much and he didn't make any improvements over the couple of days. He thought, what a bummer. This seems to be a dead end. I guess having a chakra blade might aid, but something seems wrong. Perhaps I'll improve if I stick to this, however it'll probably take years. I need to think of another way. He thought for a few hours, and then it clicked him. He decided to go the Hunter x Hunter way. He thought, yeah, that's right. I could try the similar way as in Hunter x Hunter. I'll first try to release my chakra and coat it all over my body. And then try and extend that coat to cover a kunai I'm holding. While the method is very inefficient, it should allow me to learn it faster. Once I'm able to do it, I'll have to practice doing it without coating my body and directly infusing chakra into the kunai. Coating the entire body with chakra wasn't something any ninja preferred to do. The reason was simple, insufficient chakra. Doing it would exhaust the chakra of the user very quickly. From what Fujin could recall, apart from the Jinchuricus, only the Raikages coated their body with chakra. Others would at most coat a body part or weapons to enhance them. Fujin began training in the new way. And it was very exhausting. In merely 7 minutes, he ran out of chakra. However, he could see that he was making some progress in extending his chakra to his kunai. It was slow, but a steady growth he observed in 7 minutes. He guessed that in around 10 attempts, he'll be able to perfectly coat the kunai with his chakra. However, with the chakra exhaustion, he could probably only train it around 3 or 4 times in a day. Not to mention, There was much more to do after coating the kunai with his chakra. Not wanting to waste weeks on this, he decided to buy soldier pills. After resting for a couple of hours, he went to his home to get cash and then left to buy the pills. He transformed in an alleyway and went to a shop that sold soldier pills. Soldier pills were extremely useful for a ninja. When he read it the first time, he was a bit amazed by it. A top-quality soldier pill could provide around 30 times the chakra of an average jounin. And it didn't do it right away, but provided the chakra in small parts, every hour, consistently over 3 days. It also released enzymes which stimulated the ninja to stay awake for 3 days. That's why someone who consumed a soldier pill could fight for 3 days straight. Unknown to Fujin, there were also better soldier pills, but they were custom-made for top ninjas and not available for everyone. Fujin decided to buy soldier pills of medium quality. These were mostly used by chunins. Fujin's own chakra reserve now was much higher than an average fresh geinin. It was probably better than an average geinin. In the next year, his chakra reserves should grow to the same level as the weaker chunin academy teachers. Despite not yet having chunin level chakra reserves, he still decided to buy medium quality soldier pills because of how exhausting the training was. He bought 5 pills, for a total of 10,000 ryo. The prices did make him curse out and also thank the fact that he had started learning Fu-in Jutsu. The next 3 days, he trained a lot. On the first day itself, he was able to coat his kunai with chakra. He then charged it with wind nature, and that had an immediate impact on the kunai's sharpness and penetrating power. The chakra extended the kunai's range by 5 centimeters. He experimented a bit with his new ability. He thought, excellent, I can cut through branches like I am cutting through thin air. While I can't cut a tree, it's because the size of the kunai is too small. With a sword even that shouldn't be an issue. The kunai is also able to penetrate deep within a boulder. I recall Naruto and Asumo being able to penetrate through a boulder in one of the fillers, so I could try that. Honestly, if an enemy underestimates me and tries to block the kunai, then he'll be very badly injured. But I do need to reduce the amount of chakra I need to do this. The next part of the training should be to directly try to coat the kunai without coating my whole body too. So how should I proceed? The thought for a bit and then concluded, just directly trying to coat it will probably end up in failure. I should instead try to coat only my hand with chakra and then try to extend it to kunai. I guess I could also try to train in how to infuse chakra in my punches in this way too. While it won't beat Tsunade level, the power of chakra-infused punches should completely outmatch the power of normal punches. He then proceeded trying to coat only his fist with chakra. It took a few hours to be able to do that. He thought, okay, this wasn't so hard. He then tried to extend that chakra to kunai. While he was able to extend it, the amount of chakra he could now extend to the kunai was much lesser. He thought, I see, since I'm just coating my fist, that's why the amount of chakra I am extending is much lesser. So basically I'll have to concentrate more chakra in my fist. He then started to concentrate more chakra in his fist. This was much harder than expected. It needed a very high level of chakra control to be able to do that. Luckily for Fujin, he had trained his chakra control a lot. It took a day for him to be able to double the chakra he could concentrate in his fist. Not satisfied with the amount, he kept on trying more. However, soon 3 days were about to be done. Hence he decided to rush back home before it. As soon as it was 3 days, exhaustion hit him real hard. The side effect of using soldier pills was bad. Luckily it was only a short-term exhaustion and didn't have any long-term effects. He straight away went to sleep, without setting any alarm. When he woke up, he looked at the clock and thought, oh, it's 8:10 a.m. Wait, I fell asleep yesterday at 4:30 p.m. So I slept for over 15 hours. Damn, the exhaustion hits hard. Also, I'm very hungry right now. After brushing and cleaning up, he grabbed a couple of ration bars and ate them. He did his morning workout, though it was 3 hours late, and decided to go out to eat meat for lunch in Yakiniku. He rested for the rest of the day, and the next day, continued his training. It took another 3 days for him to double the amount of chakra he could concentrate in his fist again. He thought, wow, I wonder how strong my punch is now. Let's test out on a boulder. On punching the boulder, a lot of cracks appeared on the boulder, but Fujin was screaming internally, bloody hell. This hurts like a bitch. After a few moments, he checked his fist, and thought, wow, there are no visible injuries. Though it hurt a heck of a lot, it didn't cause any bleeding or injury. It only caused a few small scratches. I guess I have really become strong. He spent the next 15 days increasing the amount of chakra he could infuse in his kunai and also making the chakra much sharper. While just infusing wind chakra in it had made it very potent, he had to shape his chakra to form a thin edge that aligned with the edges of his kunai for maximum effect. By the time the vacation was over, His kunai could penetrate through 3-4 meters wide boulders and get stuck in the fourth boulder. And the range of his kunai, due to chakra flow, was increased by 15 centimeters. However, he noticed that once he was able to increase the amount of chakra infused in the kunai and make it much sharper, it started to deteriorate the condition of his kunai. 2 days before the vacation was over, the kunai with which he was practicing with crumbled. He sighed thinking, well, it was a kunai I picked up in the forest. I wonder if a new kunai will last longer. I guess I'll need to buy a few kunai later on. I should also check on the prices of chakra blades. The day before the academy started, he visited the best weapon store in Hidden Leaf Village to look for chakra blades. He hadn't transformed this time and just went in as an enthusiast. The reason was that he wanted to show an interest in it and the fact that the shopkeeper was a retired ninja whose chakra was almost twice that of Genki. The prices however shocked him. He thought, what the fuck? A small chakra knife costs 2 million ryo. Heck, why didn't Kakazu steal Asuma's chakra blades instead? And though they don't have any chakra swords, the details in the book say that the cheapest one costs 7.5 million ryo. The prices got him thinking, damn, what should I do? The costs are too high. If I focused a lot on fu in jutsu, and sold a lot of seals, I might be able to make that much in a year or two, but it'll attract a lot of attention. Not to mention that the chakra swords have to be custom made, so trying to get it with a random disguise will most probably not work. I really doubt that the village won't pay any attention to such a big purchase. If I wait till I can earn by doing missions, I doubt I can earn this much till I am able to do rank A missions. That's a long time away. He thought for a bit more, and then it clicked. That's right, I do have the option of asking it as a reward from Hiruzen. This year, I'll train a lot to dual-wield swords. And even show off my training a bit to show everyone how interested I'm in swords. And Genki knows that my nature affinity is wind. So they will get the hint. Though there are two main problems. The first being that pretty much everyone will know about it. The second is whether Hiruzen will actually reward me something so expensive. He thought for a bit more, oh well fuck it. I can bypass the first issue by asking Hiruzen to hold on to my swords. When I'm confident that I can take on Jounins, I'll ask him for the swords. As for second, if he refuses, then I will ask him for smaller chakra blades. With all the crap he talks about the will of fire, it'll be damn fun to see how he would refuse a young kid twice. Sadly, I have built a rather mature and a bit nervous image. So I can't throw tantrums if he refused me twice. Though I'll definitely have my revenge if he says no twice despite boring me for hours year after year with his brainwashing speech. If he declines, then in the future, I'll fund Naruto's pranks by supplying him with various seals. Then I'll enjoy watching the mess he makes of Hidden Leaf Village. With those thoughts, he laughed like a devil. If Hiruzen was aware of Fujin's thoughts, he'd have probably shivered. Chapter 26, Getting the rank Seijutsu. The next day, the fourth year in the academy started. Not having paid any attention to the graduation exam, and wanting to get the information, he decided to go a bit early to the academy. He reached the class at 7:45 a.m. On reaching, he saw that 24 kids were already there. And there were 3 new faces. He looked around the class and didn't see Toru, Yuri and Nobu in the class. He then went to Hoka, sat beside him and asked, "Morning. What happened in the graduation exam?" Hoka's mood first soured as he hadn't passed. But on realizing, he looked at Fujin in disbelief. "You don't know?" Fujin shook his head. Hoka continued, "Have you been living under a rock?" Fujin replied, "Nope, just under trees." Hoka gave him a deadpan expression. Fujin asked again, "Well, are you gonna talk today?" Hoka then showed a sad face and answered, "I failed. Only Toru, Nobu and Yuri passed." Fujin, having expected that, nodded. He then asked about what happened in the exams. Hoka gave a summary of what all happened. Despite already knowing the possibility, he sighed at the fact that those 3 could perform rank Seijutsu. He thought, sigh, I guess being in a top clan or being backed by a crazy old fellow has its benefits. Fujin then asked whether those 3 formed a Genin squad. However, Hoka replied, "No, Toru and Yuri were placed together in a squad with someone a year older. No idea where Nobu went, but I haven't heard about him after the exam." Fujin thought, I see. I guess Denzo inducted him into the route. Though I am surprised that he didn't take Nobu when he was 3 to 4 years old itself. He then asked, "So what's up with the 3 new guys?" Hoka dismissively replied, "No idea." Seeing Hoka unconcerned about the new guys, Fujin thought, he isn't the right guy to ask this. He is very aloof if it doesn't involve taijutsu. But this much information is enough. I wonder if I could use this info to get a few C-rank jutsus from Genki. After the talk, Fujin decided to continue sitting there for the rest of the day. While he didn't make much of a relationship with his classmates, due to constant spars, his relationship with Hoka and Toru was better than others. Surprisingly, today, Genki didn't enter the class alone, but was also accompanied by an old man. When he entered, everyone stood up and greeted him, as he was the headmaster of the academy. After entering, he first made some small talk. Then he started talking about the will of fire. And finally, he asked the students to try to graduate this year. Fujin was quite surprised with this. He only had one thought: wow, they are really desperate. After he left, Fujin thought, I guess not participating this year is not an option. Then again, I have learned most of the things I can. Only Genjutsu and learning swords are left. And the second book of Fuinjutsu is still left. Still, if they are this desperate, I might actually have a shot at chakra swords. After that, the headmaster introduced the 3 new kids. He said, since 3 of your classmates have already become genin, we have transferred 3 students from other divisions to your class. So be friends with them. The 3 kids introduced themselves to the class. They were the top 3 among the remaining 400 students of their year. Some students were happy to have new classmates, some felt like they didn't need anyone else to join in, so the reaction was mixed. Fujin's thoughts were, I see, so in this way, they ensure that the other students don't become too pressured due to few of their classmates becoming genins. The 3 kids will ensure that the absence of the ones who graduated isn't always felt, but they will still serve as a benchmark for the rest. Also, the new kids in this class will have to work much harder. If they keep up, they'll become quite strong in the future. It's a pretty smart move. While Fujin was acknowledging the ingenuity of the move, one person in the class was extremely unhappy, and almost crying too. That person would be the class teacher. Genki thought, I taught everything I had to teach to all these kids last year itself. All I had to do was to wait until they absorbed everything and passed the graduation exam. But now I have to again teach these new kids everything. While he was depressed and lost in his thoughts, he had a thought that horrified him. Wait, so if this year more students pass out, does that mean more students will join the class and I will have to teach them again? His shoulders dropped on having the thought. He really was depressed. He sighed, this isn't what I signed up for. After introducing the new kids, the headmaster left. Genki then announced the syllabus, and it surprised Fujin once again. Genki said, this year, your main focus will be to master everything I taught you guys in the last 2 years. The 3 basic ninjutsu as well as the basic skills I taught you. In addition to it, I will also teach you 5 new Renki jutsus. They will be fire style, one jutsu, wind style, gale jutsu, lightning style, static string jutsu, earth style, rock shield jutsu and water style, fish spit. These jutsus aren't compulsory for you to learn in order to graduate, however, they will be very helpful to you, if you are able to use them. I've already explained nature affinities to you last year. So I'll check your nature later, and at the very least, you'll have to learn the jutsu of your affinity. Learning all 5 will help you if you decide to graduate early. Your former classmate, Nabu, was able to perform all 5 of these jutsus. That's why he was able to graduate so early. Mentioning Nabu riled up the class and made them very competitive. Genki was satisfied with the reaction. He thought, it's nice to see them so motivated. I should be thankful to Nabu for performing this during the previous year's exam. Else I might not have decided to do this. Fujin thought, well, this is surprising. I didn't think Genki would teach jutsus of all the 5 elements. But it isn't much of a concern for me. I already know 2 of those 5 jutsus. After the class was over, Fujin grabbed a sparring sword from the academy and started practicing swinging it. He had 2 basic ideas, which is why he wanted to learn using swords. The first one was to infuse wind chakra in his swords, make them incredibly sharp so that he could cut his enemies down, even if they block it with their weapons. It would make him incredibly deadly in close combat. The second idea was to shoot out slashes or thrusts at mid-range, similar to what Zoro and Mihawk did in One Piece. Of the 2 ideas, the first one seemed very realistic. Fujin was confident in being able to do that very soon. He wasn't quite sure about the second one though. His memories regarding the small events in Naruto had grown a bit hazy by now, so from what he could recall, there was only one ninja who could use brute force at mid-range. That was Guy while performing his morning peacock and evening elephant. However, even if he wasn't able to send slashes flying with brute strength, it could be replicated by launching a slash of chakra instead. Like the samurai are able to do. And it could be improved further by charging the chakra with wind nature. After practicing for an hour, he sighed at his sword skills. He thought, even though I have watched a lot of swordplay in my previous life, I don't really have a proper way to train it. Oh well, I'll bother Genki once again. So he kept the sword back, and went to find Genki. On finding Genki, he saw Genki talking with a fellow teacher. He waited for a bit. Genki, after seeing Fujin, cut short his talk and asked Fujin why he was here. Fujin said, Sensei, I want to learn how to use swords. Can you teach it to me? Genki almost cried internally. First, that headmaster made me teach 3 new kids everything again. Now this brat comes and asks me to teach him how to use swords. As if I don't have any other work to do. And he doesn't even attempt the graduation exam. He gathered himself and sighed. Whatever, I can't say no to him. But I do need to have a talk with him. I want him to graduate this year. If he stays for another year or 2 and if others start taking a cue from him and ask me to teach more, my life will become hell. Fujin was surprised at Genki sighing. He wondered, what's up with him? Wasn't he always very enthusiastic when the students wanted to learn more? Genki then replied, I don't use swords much. But I have a couple of friends who do. I'll arrange you some sessions with them. While he was saying this, he thought, I am so glad that I made so many good friends, on whom I can offload my students. Fujin nodded and thanked him. Genki then asked a few more things. And then moved on the topic to graduation exams. He asked, Fujin, what are your thoughts on graduation? Fujin sighed internally at the question. There really is no other option this year. He put up a thoughtful expression and said, I will be attempting it this year. Last year one wanted to attempt it too, but I got a bit scared as it was told to us at the last moment. And I didn't know what to do. He then showed a slightly yearning and slightly sad expression and said in a sad voice while looking down, but after hearing that Yori, Teru and Nabu were all able to perform rank C jutsus, I guess it was a good thing I didn't attempt the exam. I would have made a fool of myself if I did. Fujin maintained that expression, while hoping that Genki takes pity and gives him some rank C wind-style jutsus. On seeing Fujin's expression, Genki felt some sympathy for him. He thought, an orphan with no clan becoming a ninja is pretty difficult. Not having the resources that a clan provides puts them at a huge disadvantage. I myself struggled a lot due to coming from a civilian family. He sighed a bit and decided, alright, I should cheer him up and give him a rank C jutsu. Great Breakthrough Jutsu is a very basic one for wind users. And I'm sure that Lord Hokage would agree too. But first I need to check up on his progress. He tried to cheer Fujin up a bit, and then asked, we checked your nature affinity more than a year back. How far have you progressed with it? Fujin replied, Sensei, I managed to cut the leaf in 2. I learned Gale Jutsu from the library. I can also do Breakthrough Jutsu, but I'm still improving it. Genki was a bit surprised at the answer. I didn't expect him to come so far, and even practice jutsus by himself. Then again, he was very diligent. Also rank E and D jutsu aren't hard to perform. But since he has learned these 2, Great Breakthrough Jutsu should become easier for him to learn. He then said, that's good. Can you show me how well you can do them? Fujin nodded and they went to the training grounds. Fujin first performed Gale Jutsu properly. Though he could perform it without hand signs, he made all the hand signs while showing it to Genki. Genki nodded and said, that's good. Show me Breakthrough Jutsu, try it on that tree. He pointed to a nearby tree. Fujin once again made the hand signs, but he made them at a slower speed. He also controlled the power of the jutsu. It only broke off a few leaves and a few twigs. After performing the jutsu, he thought, well, this much should be enough. If I had gone full power and turned this tree into a naked tree with plenty of deep cuts, a certain someone would have gotten very interested in me. Genki was impressed with Fujin's performance. That's good. Though the power is a bit lacking, it's sufficient considering that he is only 9 years old and didn't have anyone to teach him. But his talent in ninjutsu is definitely not as good as the 3 who passed. Genki thought a bit more on whether he could help Fujin more, but he couldn't come up with anything. He concluded, oh well. Even if he doesn't become a ninjutsu expert, he still is a censor. Not to mention that his taijutsu is solid too. And though his ninjutsu ain't very good, the wind element makes fire stronger. So, between his sensor skills and wind jutsus, he will provide a lot of utility to his squad. So becoming a special jounin within a decade shouldn't be an issue for him. He might even become a jounin if he grows well. On concluding his thoughts, he said, nice work Fujin. Both the jutsu have been learned very well. Though you should work on increasing their power. Fujin nodded and said, yes sensei. Genki continued, don't worry about rank C jutsu. I'll see if I can get one for you. Fujin quickly thanked him. The next day, Genki, after taking Hiruzen's permission, handed the scroll for Great Breakthrough Jutsu to Fujin. He said, this jutsu is the next stage of Breakthrough Jutsu. Learn it properly, it'll help you to graduate. Fujin thanked him again. Chapter 27, Kenjutsu. From the next day, Fujin restarted his Fuinjutsu practice by leaving a clone back home. He hadn't practiced it much in the last 2 months as he couldn't leave clones behind when he did ninjutsu training. He still had a few basic seals to learn. Fujin guessed that it'll take another 2 to 3 months to be done with them. Then he could move on to the next scroll. One dilemma he had was whether he should leave 1 or 2 shadow clones back home. Since the time he had started to practice shadow clones, his chakra had grown to over 3 times. According to the scroll, if a shadow clone could use 2/3 of its chakra before dispelling, only then it is considered a proper shadow clone. According to that logic, Fujin could make only 1 proper shadow clone. However, practicing Fuin Jutsu for 7 hours didn't require that much chakra. So he could leave 2 shadow clones if he wanted to. On analyzing, he decided, for now let's just leave 1 clone. I'll see how the academy goes for the first week and then decide. The day after that, Genki handed Fujin the scroll for Great Breakthrough Jutsu. Fujin started learning it the very same day. It was very similar to Breakthrough Jutsu. Just had a lot more power. He managed to learn it on the very same day. Though there was still a lot of room for improvement. The power had to be increased a lot, and hand signs had to be reduced to 0. He recalled, I remember Orochimaru making a mess of the forest in the Chunin exams with this jutsu. So there's a lot more I need to do to increase its power. But at least this jutsu is learned. I'll keep the scroll with me for 3 weeks, and then return it to Genki. Later in that week, Genki checked everyone's affinity. Unsurprisingly, most had the fire affinity. The remaining were split between the earth and water affinities. No one had a lightning affinity, and Fujin, whose affinity was already known, was the only one to have the wind affinity. Genki also explained the jutsus to the class. The lightning one basically just formed strings of lightning that could shock anyone it touched. But it lacked power and was pretty harmless overall. The water one involved spitting out 1 small jet of water. Fire style, one jutsu however surprised the whole class. While it was a simple jutsu that involved producing a heat ray with 1 finger, it was the most basic jutsu from a set of 6 jutsus. Each of the 6 jutsus built up on one another and the last one, was a very powerful rank A jutsu. This information got Fujin very interested in the technique. Right now, he had the knowledge of only 1 rank A jutsu. Having another he could learn would increase his firepower a lot. However, he controlled his desire for the jutsu due to 2 reasons. He hadn't yet trained his fire nature, and this jutsu didn't seem like it could be enhanced with his wind-style jutsus. In all, the 5 jutsus could be used alongside the basic skills Genki had taught. Fire style, 1 jutsu could start fires. Fish spit jutsu could douse it. Gale jutsu could cover tracks. Rock shield jutsu could defend and create a cover to hide. And static string jutsu could paralyze small animals for a minute or 2. So they were pretty handy. Next week, Genki announced, today we will be learning about swordsmanship. I have invited a guest teacher to guide you. Genki had thought about this after Fujin asked him to teach him how to use swords. He concluded, swordplay training can be done by everyone. So it won't be fair to only arrange it for Fujin. If someone of the 30 students have innate talent for swordsmanship, then it'll be a good find. Even if no one has interest in it, just learning how to use another weapon would be helpful for them. I'll just talk to Lord Hokage and try and arrange someone for this job. Fujin was surprised by the announcement, but on thinking more, he realized that it was very reasonable. Everyone went to the academy training grounds. On entering, they saw Genki talking with a tall, muscular guy who carried 1 sword on him. Genki introduced him. He will be teaching you how to use swords. His name is Nakaya Michi. He is a chunin like me. Everyone greeted Michi respectfully. Michi first started by giving a background of swordplay. He gave a rather passionate speech about being a swordsman. He talked about the first and second Hokage using swords. He also talked about treating the sword as an extension of your body. Fujin was getting serious guy vibes from this guy. After 15 minutes of his speech, he then got to the basics of swordplay. He taught how to hold the sword, what stance to take, how to swing it and so on. Fujin paid a lot of attention to his instructions. However, not everyone was interested in it. The students from Nara, Okimaki, Inuzuka, Aburame and Hyuga clans showed 0 interest in it. After a week, Michi asked who all were interested in pursuing swordplay seriously. Aside from Fujin, only 1 civilian kid and 1 from the clan's Hotake decided to practice it seriously. Michi talked to all 3 of them to understand more about them, and why they wanted to pursue swordsmanship and to what degree they wanted to learn it. On asking that question to Fujin, he replied, I want to develop my swordplay as much as I can and make it my main mode of combat in close distance. Michi then praised and asked, that's a good attitude. You'll be a fine swordsman one day. But do you have any ideas on how to proceed ahead in using swords? Fujin wasn't sure what all options were available in Hidden Leaf Village. So he shook his head and said, no, I am not aware. Can you tell me what all the paths that are available? Michi replied, well, in Hidden Leaf Village, we have a lot of dances that go along with swords. For example, I know the dance of Crescent Moon, which is one of the strongest kenjutsu in Hidden Leaf Village. There are many basic styles that you would need to learn before you can do this kenjutsu. Fujin blinked, and replied with a question, dance? Mage laughed out loud and then replied, well, they ain't exactly dances. They are just movements that have to be done in a particular pattern. That pattern helps you create some effects which are very lethal in a battle. Like some movements create after images, or make you disappear or make it seem like you ain't moving. But since those movements seem like an elegant dance, it was termed as such. Fujin put up his thinking face and thought, well, I obviously know that. However, the dance, while having good effects, is in itself very restrictive. A good opponent can easily disrupt those movements. Baki could straight up defend it by having stronger defensive means. That's why that Hayate guy died so easily. Though if someone learns all these styles, they could come up with a very advanced kenjutsu style, but that'll easily take a decade or more. Not the kind of time I have. I just want a straightforward approach with swords. High offensive power, enough proficiency to defend with the swords and my agility to dodge or chase if need be. With wind chakra flow, just this much will be extremely lethal against any normal ninja. Now how to convey this to him? I can't just say that your styles are weak. I can't just say that if Madara asked you whether you can dance, and if you showed him your dance of crescent moon, then he might bang his head on the ground and go back to his grave. Wait, that doesn't sound like Madara. No, he might instead drop a few meteors. Yeah, that sounds like him. He then answered, for now I don't want to learn the various dances. I just want to learn how to do a strong frontal assault with swords. He then paused for a few seconds and said, I don't know if it's possible or not, but is there any way to make the swords more lethal by using chakra or send flying slashes? Fujin had to be very careful here, after all, the library had no mention of chakra flow. So he had to present it as his own idea. Which he was initially a bit disappointed with Fujin as he didn't want to learn the various sword styles of Leaf. But he was very surprised when he heard the question, did this brat think about chakra flow by himself? Also, aren't those samurais able to send chakra flying in the form of slashes? This kid has a very innovative way of thinking. Sadly, I myself haven't learned chakra flow or samurai saber techniques. He was a bit distressed over it. Now what to do? It's super embarrassing to tell him that I don't know it. Dance of Crescent Moon doesn't require chakra flow. Also, learning it will take a lot of time and effort, which is why most of us don't learn it. He thought a bit more and finally sighed and said, what you are talking about is chakra flow. We send chakra through our swords to make them stronger. However, it is a very complicated technique and very few in Hidden Leaf Village know it. So don't worry about it right now. As for flying slashes, samurais are able to do it, however their techniques are a secret, so learning it will be difficult. Fujin showed disappointed expressions. He thought, wow, this guy is useless. Couldn't he at least get someone who knows that to teach me? Looking at Fujin's disappointment, Uchiha consoled him saying, but you don't need to worry, those are very high-level concepts and you could have an opportunity to learn them in the future. For now, I'll drill all the basics in you. Fujin nodded at him, thinking, sigh, my expectations have grown a bit too much. This guy doesn't really owe me anything. I guess having a class teacher who is so helpful increased my expectations a lot. He then thought for a bit more and concluded, well, if Hiruzen denies me chakra blades, then I could ask him to arrange someone to guide me in samurai saber techniques. Even though Uchiha said that those techniques are a secret, it's highly unlikely that no one in Hidden Leaf Village knows it. Also, now that Uchiha has mentioned it, I do have an excuse to explain from where I learned about it. After that discussion, Uchiha started teaching the basics to all three students. Later that day, Fujin bought a sword for himself. The sword was normal, but its quality was better than a normal kunai. It cost him 22.5000 ryo after some bargaining. The reason to buy it was because he couldn't practice chakra flow with the sparring swords in the academy. Chapter 28, Ganjutsu. The year continued in such a manner. Mage did drill a lot of basics into Fujin, which Fujin absorbed like a sponge. As for the 5 basic elemental jutsus, Fujin didn't bother to learn them for now. From the second week, Fujin started to leave 2 clones back home to learn Fuin Jutsu. This doubled his speed of learning Fuin Jutsu. However, in order to not mess up his brain, both clones practiced the same symbol or seal. 1.5 months after the 4th year began, Fujin was done with the basic Fuin Jutsu. In this period, he also noted, since both my clones practice the same seal, it doesn't double my speed of learning. After dispelling both of them, I get the perspectives of the clones. Hence the base formed is much stronger, but it comes at the cost of the learning speed. In all, I think that my learning speed has increased by around 60%. He analyzed for a bit more and concluded, the optimal use of shadow clones will be when each of my clones learn different things. However, the one attempt I did caused me an insane headache. So while this ain't the best use I can make of shadow clones, I guess this is the most optimal path for me. I suppose having a sturdier base would be more important than learning speed. After learning the basic seals, he decided to learn more advanced seals from the next version, which was in Section D of the library. This book had seals to store an element in it. For instance, seals that could seal fire in them. It made him wonder if the seal Jiraiya used to store Amaterasu was such a simple seal. The element stored could be created with the help of ninjutsu. However, this wasn't a necessity. Elements could be taken from the surroundings as well. Like for water, he could store water from a river in the seal. On reading the seals in the book, he realized, it looks like the seals Shikamaru used against Kakazo are in this scroll. However, I guess what he used wasn't normal water, but instead water that conducted electricity much easier. I guess they put a lot of salts in the water, or maybe something else to increase its conductivity. Anyways, even these don't have much use in combat. It'll require very high creativity to use them effectively. He started learning those seals. 3 months after the 4th year began, Fujin managed to perform great breakthrough jutsu without any hand signs. In the next month, he managed to do the same for rock shield jutsu. However, he still had to slam his hands on the ground to perform it. He decided, I should learn to perform rock shield jutsu by stamping one foot on the ground instead. So I'll have to learn how to send earth nature chakra underground through my feet instead. He thought a bit more and concluded, it's difficult. The hand signs for rock shield jutsu gathers earth nature chakra into the hands and then it's released into the ground. In order to do it by stamping the foot, I'll have to manipulate the chakra to be released from my feet instead. But if I could learn it, it would be an incredibly annoying defense. I could make a shield with every step while I run backwards. I guess it's worth it, so I'll train later while also trying to create wind bursts through my feet. After another month, Fujin decided to start training to use 2 swords at the same time. He bugged Mage to train him with the basics for the same. He then made a point to ensure that a lot of people see him training with 2 swords. His previous sword had deteriorated a lot in these 5 months, so he bought 2 new ones. He trained for another month, but didn't have any success at reducing the hand signs for Earth military movement jutsu to 0. With only 4 months remaining for final exams, he decided to stop training the 2 Earth-style jutsus and start learning Genjutsu. He visited the library and began searching for scrolls on Genjutsu. He found a few scrolls in Section 0. Some were just on basic knowledge of Genjutsu which were covered in the lectures, a few on countering Genjutsu and one on learning it. He began reading the one that explained how to learn it. However, the very first sentence startled him. His first thought was how straightforward. The scroll started by stating, Genjutsu requires very precise chakra control and very high intelligence. If you lack either, then don't bother. However, he soon became very skeptical. Is very high intelligence really needed? After all, Kurenai used Genjutsu on fucking Itachi. He continued reading it and analyzed, I see, so a Genjutsu is created when a ninja extends their chakra flow through the cerebral nervous system of their opponent to control their mind's chakra, thereby affecting their 5 senses. In this way, illusions of what doesn't exist can be fed to the opponent. Genjutsu in itself can be divided into 2 categories. First is creating a whole new environment with Genjutsu. Here the opponent can easily tell that he's under a Genjutsu. Itachi's Tsukuyomi or the Genjutsu Kurenai used on Itachi and Kisame can be included here. The second is just to make a small change, that is, to plant a small suggestion in the opponent. This is harder to detect, but it isn't as strong as the first one. However, when used at the right moment, this is very lethal. The scroll also talked a lot about how to extend their chakra through the opponent's nervous systems and tricks to do it stealthily. It also had a lot of diagrams regarding the cerebral nervous system. He then went to search sections D and D of the library to see if he could get a basic Genjutsu to learn. However, he received a big surprise. There were over 100 Genjutsu in just those 2 sections. He was shocked by it and thought, did they put everything that Uchiha and Kurama have here? He sighed at the high amount of reading and analysis he'd have to do. In order to not waste too much time, he just began opening the scrolls on the spot and reading the description and putting them back. It still took him over 4 hours to go through all of them. After reading each and every scroll, he concluded, most of the jutsus here have no combat application. It's just different ways and scenarios of using Genjutsu. I guess someone like Itachi or even Kurenai could easily use these after reading it once. Anyways, I don't really have any intention to be a master at Genjutsu. With those Uchihas around, it's pretty pointless anyways. I just need to learn ways to counter it and that darkness Genjutsu that Hashirama or Tobirama created to counter the Sharingan. Though I guess that one is a B or A rank Genjutsu. So I guess I should learn a couple. Let's go with Rank E Double Vision Jutsu and Rank D Demonic Illusion, Hell Viewing Jutsu. Double Vision makes the opponent see doubles of everything. So it would be useful in putting the opponent under a lot of pressure. And Hell Viewing is the one which Kakashi used on Sakura. He then read how Double Vision Jutsu is performed. He also read a few scrolls on countering Genjutsu. And then followed the usual protocol and reached a mini forest. Genjutsu training couldn't be performed solo. It needed someone to cast the Genjutsu on. Otherwise its result will be entirely unknown. So he created a shadow clone to practice it. His plan was, I will try to cast a Genjutsu on my clone. Once the clone dispels, I'll get all memories of what was experienced by the clone as well as my ability to cast a Genjutsu. Also, the clone will try to resist the Genjutsu and will try to release it. This way I can train in both casting and countering Genjutsu at the same time. To counter Genjutsu, a ninja had two ways. The first being to stop his chakra flow and disrupt it. And the second being to inflict pain upon yourself to break out of the Genjutsu. Stabbing yourself with a kunai, or biting the tongue or any other means were fine too. Of course a shadow clone couldn't use the second way. He began by trying to affect his clone's cerebral nervous system with his chakra flow. He recalled all the diagrams he had seen and the ways to affect your opponent's cerebral nervous system with your chakra. It required extremely precise chakra control. He didn't have any success on day 1. He kept practicing it, and it took him 16 days to be able to do it. After another 7 days, he was able to successfully use Double Vision Jutsu on his clone. For Double Vision Jutsu, after his chakra invaded his clone's nervous system, he had to affect his vision and double all inputs it received. The main point was to ensure that your chakra output is so low that the enemy doesn't sense it. His clone observed, wow, I can see doubles of everything. 2 of my main body, 2 trees for each one, even every pebble on the ground and clouds too have doubled. Apart from that, the ground and sky seems normal. I guess because it is so large, I can't make any difference between 1 or 2 of them. But, regarding the doubles, I can't see much difference between them. If I hadn't already seen the surroundings, then I would have not noticed most of the things to be doubled. I'd just think that there are more pebbles on the ground, the forests are denser and that there are more clouds in the sky than normal. I'd of course notice the peculiarity of seeing 2 main bodies though. So I guess if I am visible to the enemy while casting this Genjutsu, the enemy would understand that something is wrong. Similarly if there are more than one opponent, then it'll be identified very quickly too. Apart from this, even though my main body did suppress his chakra as much as he could, since I'm a sensor, I could actually sense his chakra trying to influence me. He then closed his eyes and tried to sense around him. I see, since the Genjutsu targeted my vision, only that was affected. If I try to sense, I only sense one main body. So this Genjutsu won't work against sensors. The clone then stopped sensing and nodded to Fujin. Fujin took that signal and launched 4 shurikens on the clone. The clone saw them as 8 shurikens and thought, I saw both the main bodies toss 4 shurikens each on me. And flickered around to dodge the shurikens. Fujin then used projectile control jutsu to have those shurikens chase his clone. Since he could see 8 shurikens, it was a bit tougher to dodge them. After half a minute, the clone used Gale Surge Jutsu to disrupt the main body's control over the shurikens. He then used Wind Retrieving Jutsu and pulled 2 shurikens towards himself and caught them with each hand. However, he was only able to catch one, while the other disappeared. The clone then dispelled himself and passed all the memories to Fujin. Fujin analyzed, I see. The jutsu isn't as useful as I thought it'd be. The only use is when an enemy is all by himself, and I hide around him and target him with shurikens. Even that will only work if I get him to an unknown place where he won't observe any difference in his surroundings. Also, it won't work against sensors. One very important piece of information I got is that I can sense an enemy trying to influence me through Genjutsu. The question is, did that happen because I am a noob when it comes to Genjutsu, or can every sensor sense this passively? If I can, then this will become an excellent way to counter Genjutsu. All I have to do is disrupt my chakra before the enemy completes his Genjutsu. Of course, there will be limitations for this. I don't think this way would work against Sharingan as it performs Genjutsu with only eye contact. However, I could sense Genjutsu cast by others easily and disrupt it midway. Who knows, perhaps with practice, it might even counter the Sharingan. He then resumed his practice. Only this time, his clone would stop and disrupt his chakra after the Genjutsu was casted. The clone managed to get it done within a day. On the next day, his clone would attempt to disrupt his chakra as soon as he felt Fujin's chakra invading his nervous system. Surprisingly, that only took a few hours to learn. Happy with the progress, he decided to move on to the next jutsu. Chapter 29, Combat Practice, 1. Fujin started to learn a demonic illusion, hell viewing jutsu. This jutsu was more advanced than the previous one. In its simplest form, it affected the opponent's vision and showed him the view that the caster wanted to show him. Alongside that, the caster also had to affect the opponent to trigger fear and dread. This jutsu could be improved by influencing the opponent's sense of smell and hearing too. Fujin recalled, the Ganjutsu that Kakashi casted on Sakura had Sasuke asking her for help. So I guess he controlled her hearing too. I am not sure if he influenced her sense of smell too, then he could have added a stench of blood. He began practice for this jutsu. He practiced triggering his clone's fear and dread, and then influencing his sense of sound and smell. It took 7 days to get all these 3 down. He then had to work on creating an illusion, however he hit a roadblock. So what exactly am I afraid of? He thought for a bit, the only thing I fear right now is Denzo forcefully inducting me into root. But even then, it's not something I dread. I guess that's my good luck that I don't have any mental demons. He thought more, and then it finally clicked him. He casted the Ganjutsu on his clone. His clone allowed the Ganjutsu to be cast. Nothing happened for a few seconds, but then the clone saw something. There was a small black dot over the horizon, and it kept getting bigger. He soon noticed what it was and thought, fucking tailed beast bomb. As soon as he saw it, he felt fear and dread. However, having experienced it for a few days, he understood that Fujin had triggered his fear and dread. The tailed beast bomb hit him and the illusion was over. The clone then dispelled himself to pass the memories back to Fujin. Fujin thought, that went well. I guess right now, my biggest fear is dying like a cannon fodder, without being able to do anything about it. He then thought a bit more about the illusion. The illusion was pretty well. However, the shape of the tailed beast bomb wasn't stable, that has to be improved. Also the ending was abrupt. While a weaker opponent, like Sakura, might fall unconscious, a hardened ninja would definitely not be unconscious after the illusion. So perhaps it could be expanded further to give me more time to deliver a killing blow. Perhaps after the explosion, I could induce the smell of soil and blood, and maybe show the opponent an image of his own dead body, make them think they died and are now a soul or a ghost for a few seconds. He continued working on improving his illusion. It took a week for him to be satisfied with the illusion he created. After he had learned those 2 Ganjutsu, less than 3 months were left for final exams. Fujin was progressing very well on all parameters. However, there was one important aspect that he hadn't focused on yet. He thought, alright, everything's going well. My chakra level is already on par with the weaker academy teachers. My ninjutsu and taijutsu too have probably surpassed Geinin level. Fuinjutsu is going well, I should be done with the current scroll in another 6 months. In Kenjutsu, basics have been learned well and chakra flow has become much smoother. I can easily cut through a tree with my sword. Heck, I can cut a boulder too. And I have started with Genjutsu too. However, I severely lack combat experience. In fact, it won't be wrong to say that I have no combat experience at all. After all, there's no danger to life or even any permanent injury in the taijutsu tournament. We aren't even allowed to throw shurikens at each other. Another important thing is battle and survival instincts. To be able to make a move purely on instinct in the middle of a fight, or to be able to sense if my life is in danger, is something that is incredibly important for any ninja. Otherwise, just a sneak attack with a shuriken is enough to kill anyone. Luckily, my instincts are much stronger due to me being a sensor, however it ain't enough. So over the next 3 months, I need to spar frequently with my shadow clone. He thought a bit more and decided, to start with, let's use wooden weapons. After I'm comfortable with it, I can move on to real ones. On the next Saturday, he went to a mini forest. After confirming no one was around, he made a clone, and decided to spar. Both he and his clone were armed with 24 wooden shurikens, 6 wooden kunai and 2 wooden swords. They stood face to face, 10 meters apart. Fujin picked up a pebble, and tossed it into the air. The pebble hitting the ground was the signal to start the fight. Since the clone was made after all the planning was done, there was no need for any dialogue. As soon as the pebble hit the ground, both Fujin and his clone jumped backwards and launched great breakthrough jutsu. The jutsus clashed with each other, creating a lot of sharp winds that broke a lot of branches. After launching the jutsu, both flickered away to stay out of the range of the jutsu. Once the winds started dying down, Fujin and his clone started observing the patterns within the winds. Fujin soon spotted an opportunity and thought, there. Quickly, he threw 3 shurikens in the winds. Due to the flow of the winds, they changed direction and were headed straight to the clone. The clone noticed that, and flickered 50 meters to his left. Fujin noticed the clone flickering and observed properly that direction and tossed another 3 shurikens out. Next, he performed projectile control jutsu and controlled all 6 of his shurikens to target his clone. Looking at the 6 shurikens heading at him, the clone kept using body flicker to dodge and waited for the right moment. It soon came and the clone prepared 2 spheres of wind and instantly launched wind explosion jutsu. The twin explosions destroyed 3 shurikens and threw 2 out of Fujin's control. However, Fujin directed the remaining shuriken on his clone, not allowing his clone any rest. The clone looked at the last shuriken and thought, trying to block it will be risky if he makes a sudden change in direction. I need a distraction. The clone moved backwards and slammed his hands on the ground and brought a rock shield up. Fujin changed the direction of the shuriken to curve around the boulder, but there was nothing behind there. He thought, damn, did he substitute or go underground? And flickered on a branch of nearby trees. He then fully activated his sensor mode and focused underground and sensed his clone. He thought, alright, just gotta wait till he surfaces and prepared a wind sphere in each hand. The clone underground was heading straight up to Fujin to make a sneak attack. However, he sensed himself being sensed by Fujin and also the chakra built up for wind explosion jutsu. Damn, can't launch an attack now. I need to get out of the ground, my speed underground is much slower. But I don't think I can dodge his wind explosion jutsu. The analysis was done within fractions of a second, and the clone decided to leave the ground directly. Fujin, sensing his clone, flickered close to where his clone would surface. As soon as the clone's head popped out, Fujin launched both the spheres and started preparing more. The clone, whose head was barely above the ground, thought as expected and created a rock shield that he had already prepared. He had put much higher chakra into the rock shield, due to which, the shield was much larger and sturdier. The wind spheres clashed with the rock shield and exploded. The winds eroded the surface of the shield, but couldn't break through it. As soon as he saw the rock shield appearing from the ground, Fujin, who had already prepared 2 more wind spheres, flickered to get a better shot at the clone. Even before the rock shield was entirely erected, he was already adjacent to his clone and only around 10 meters away from him. The clone couldn't see Fujin flickering due to the rock shield, however on seeing that he was so close to himself, he fired a couple shurikens on Fujin. Fujin saw the 2 shurikens shooting towards himself and thought, TCH. I don't want to engage them. And sent a wind sphere to counter them and launched the second one on the clone. The clone however flickered away and Fujin chased after him. Over the next minute, they flickered around at very high speed and tried to hit each other with wind explosion jutsu, shurikens or kunais. However, neither were successful. The clone found an opportunity to surround Fujin with 6 shurikens, and in the only direction that he could escape, the clone fired a couple of wind explosion jutsus. Fujin thought, damn, escaping normally will be risky. Let's go underground, and he entered the ground using earth military movement jutsu. However, remembering his clone's earlier predicament, he didn't close the distance, but instead went in the opposite direction and kept sensing his clone and the wind spheres. He thought, alright, I now need a distraction for getting out of the ground. He prepared great breakthrough jutsu. As soon as he got his head out of the ground, he saw the clone launching 2 wind spheres at him while manipulating 6 shurikens too. However, Fujin blew it all away with great breakthrough jutsu. The clone itself was in the range and escaped underground. Fujin tracked his clone while thinking, I guess he'll try something similar as I did. I wonder if I could disrupt his underground movement. He then approached the place which was directly above the spot where his clone was and punched hard using chakra-infused punch. The ground cracked a bit. The clone underground felt the vibrations due to that punch, however it didn't cause any damage. Fujin thought, dang, that didn't work. Sigh, I guess I'm nowhere near Tsunada's level. He then flickered on a nearby tree and prepared 2 wind explosion jutsus while also readying himself to flicker away. As he waited for his clone to surface, he thought, I really need to learn a way to force someone out of the ground. The ones I can think of are the jutsu which Anoki's son used and maybe flooding the ground with water to restrict access to air. The clone on the other hand too was planning, that was close. If I was stronger, then that punch could have dispelled me. So what do I do now? I can sense my main body has prepared wind explosion jutsus and is waiting for me to pop out. I don't think that the rock shield will work very well this time. He was still noticing when he felt something. Wait, I can breathe. I see, the cracks in the ground due to that punch allowed some air to seep in. I guess that sucks for the main body. Also, though I never thought about it, it's surprising that a shadow clone needs to breathe. I wonder if Obirama couldn't create shadow clone jutsu without adding the ability to breathe, or did he add it just to improve its efficiency to perform infiltration missions? If it's the latter, then I need to find a way to remove the breathing requirement of the shadow clone. That way shadow clones could stay underground for hours. Anyways, now that I don't have any time pressure, I'll just wait here till I can come up with something good. After all, I don't have anything to deal with someone hiding underground. Fujin on the other hand kept on waiting on a tree branch for the clone to surface. After waiting for 5 minutes, His thoughts were, does a clone not need to breathe? Surely those cracks can't provide air all the way down, can it? Sigh, I really can't do anything. Only mud mote jutsu can have a chance, but its range is too short to work. I wonder if my clone has some strategy or is he just wasting time? He kept sensing the clone for another 5 minutes, and finally had enough and dispelled the clone. On getting the clone's memories, he sighed at the clone's tactic to wait patiently underground. Sigh, that's my clone all right. I remember that one Counter-Strike game I played in my previous life. Both my team and the enemies went at each other, and within 5 minutes all my teammates were dead and only 2 enemies were alive. They thought they won, but then realized that they still had one more to kill. Poor guys tried to find me for 5 minutes straight. And finally when they entered the cave I was hidden in, I killed them. Chapter 30, Combat Practice, 2. Fujin began analyzing his spar. While ignoring the ending, the spar went quite well. However, it was mostly a mid-range fight. I used Great Breakthrough Jutsu and Wind Explosion Jutsu for offense, Projectile Control Jutsu to control the battlefield, Rock Shield Jutsu for defense and Body Flicker Jutsu and Earth Military Movement Jutsu for dodging. Wind Clones was another jutsu that could have been used, but we didn't due to the confusion it'd have created. Other jutsus didn't work in this fight. Actually, I did try to close the distance, however my clone ensured that we never got to fight in close range as he'd be dispelled with just one hit. So I couldn't use taijutsu or swords and I never got any opportunity to use wind-propelling jutsu. And casting genjutsu in such a high-paced battle was just not possible with my current skills. As for the areas of concern, it's definitely underground battles. I don't have any way to deal with an underground enemy, apart from going underground myself. But I don't have any skill in fighting underground anyways, so that'd be disadvantageous for me. Also punching on the ground to crack it open is incredibly dumb. The enemy underground just gets better access to air. Apart from that, I also need a stronger offense. I guess I could have sent a kunai through the rock shield, but I couldn't do it with a wooden kunai. Either way, my current ninjutsu can't crack it. Also, I need to use flicker more properly. Both me and my clone at times flickered too far away. That kind of reset the tempo. I need to be able to estimate the right distance to flicker, so that I can continue my offense right away. I guess that'll take a lot of spars to get right. After analyzing, he summarized alright, in terms of mid-range combat, I surpass most of the Gainins that took part in the Chunin exam in Naruto. Only Gaara would easily beat me and Temari and Shino might be able to compete. My speed is definitely faster than Lee with his weights on. And Body Flicker is probably on par with his weights off. But Body Flicker doesn't have the same flexibility, maneuverability or even stamina that his natural speed has. As for my ninjutsu, Great Breakthrough Jutsu and Wind Explosion Jutsu are coming along really well. The Earth-style jutsus worked as I thought they would. And I'm really surprised with the high usability that Projectile Control Jutsu provided. Though I can only control 8 shurikens max for the time being, it's still incredibly useful. He then thought about what improvements he should make. To improve power, I think I'd need to learn fire-style jutsus. After all, I don't have any access to higher-rank jutsus for the time being. But me being able to use 3 elements will be very eye-catching. I guess I should wait till my Geinin squad is formed. If one of my teammates is able to use fire style, I can leave this for the future. Secondly, I think I should finally start learning Rasengan. And I also need to pack a lot of explosion tags. I wonder if I could attach an explosion tag to a kunai powered by wind chakra flow. That way I could send a kunai through any defense the enemy puts up, and explode the tag when the enemy tries to dodge. As for flickering distance, it should improve with more spars. And underground combat I'll leave for later on as I don't have access to anything that'll help me combat it. I also need to improve the way I carry my weapons. I should try to inscribe some storage seals on the weapon pouches. Maybe even go a step further and make a wristband with multiple storage seals to get what I want instantly. Anyways, I also need to test out close range combat and see how it goes. He finally stopped analyzing and made another shadow clone. This time the rules were to fight in close range. So Great Breakthrough and Breakthrough Jutsus weren't allowed, and staying underground for more than a few seconds also wasn't allowed. Flickering was restricted to 10 meters. Both Fujin and his clone stood 20 meters apart, and Fujin tossed a pebble in the air. As soon as the pebble hit the ground, Fujin rushed towards his clone. However, his clone quickly prepared and launched a wind explosion jutsu. Fujin sidestepped the wind sphere, and continued moving towards the clone. As soon as the clone saw Fujin sidestepping, he exploded the wind sphere. But, as Fujin had continued rushing past it, he didn't take any damage, and just felt strong winds on his back. He then slashed his sword, aiming to slice the clone's neck. The clone, not having time to grab his own swords, infused chakra in his fist and blocked it with the back of his fist. He then flickered behind and grabbed both of his swords. Not wanting to give his clone the opportunity, Fujin threw one of his swords straight towards his clone at a very high speed. Since the clone was still in the air, he twisted his hand to face towards his left and caused a wind burst, which propelled him to the right. Fujin followed up by launching 3 shurikens on the clone and then used wind retrieving jutsu to get his sword back and also approached his clone. The clone quickly used Gale Surge Jutsu to defend against the incoming shurikens, and then engaged Fujin in a sword fight. Over the past few months, Fujin had trained a lot in Kenjutsu. He had developed a combat style that was very overbearing and relentless. However, he had also trained in defending properly with the swords. Fujin and his clone clashed repeatedly with swords. Fujin was more on the offense, whereas his clone was more on the defense and repeatedly used wind-propelling jutsu or body flicker jutsu to avoid getting hit. In the next 30 seconds, the clone managed to graze his sword on Fujin's left arm and right cheek. However, Fujin soon created an opportunity by using wind-propelling jutsu along with body flicker and got a good hit on the clone, which dispelled the clone. Fujin sighed, merely a minute of fighting before the clone dispelled. Also, though I managed to dodge the 2 hits from my clone, if the clone had used a real sword, then it would have cut my skin. If the swords were enhanced by wind chakra flow, it could have left deep cuts, probably all the way to the bone. Worse, if it were poisoned, it might have incapacitated me. So there's a lot of scope for improvement. Actually, my clone has to avoid each and every hit as he'll be dispelled. That's good, I should probably start doing the same. And then I need to see how I can maintain an all-out offense while avoiding getting hit. There was also the issue of my clone having to block the sword strike with his fist. Even though it was infused with chakra, I'll still take a lot of damage if I do that against a real sword. So I should try to get gloves with a metal plate on the backhand. That would give me another way of defending. I guess my taijutsu needs an upgrade too. While the academy style is good, it ain't enough. Right now, despite putting way less time in it, my kenjutsu completely overwhelms my taijutsu. I wonder which taijutsu style will suit me more. If I don't find anything good over the next year or 2, I could approach Guy and ask him to teach me his style. Well, he ain't dumb as many think, but manipulating him should be doable. Speaking of Guy, I'm surprised that I haven't seen him even once. Granted that I train in only a small part of the village, it's still surprising to never have run into him in over 4 years. Then again, I haven't seen many other canon characters either. Do they gather someplace elsewhere, or is Hidden Leaf Village so short on manpower that everyone has to constantly do missions? Anyways, this sparring has been really good. I should continue doing it. He then made another shadow clone and continued his spars. Over the next 3 weeks, Fujin sparred with his clone on a daily basis. His combat skills improved greatly over this period. After 3 weeks, he stopped using wooden weapons and began using real ones. The clone however had to fight carefully, to ensure that he didn't critically injure Fujin. The spars got very risky after Fujin started using chakra flow to enhance the swords. In merely 2 months, Fujin ruined 4 swords, 13 kunais and 33 shurikens due to these spars. He ran out of the weapons he collected from the forest and had to buy from shops. In all it cost him slightly over 120,000 ryo on these weapons. However, he didn't bother with the money lost. His thoughts were, what's the use of having money if I don't use it to get stronger? But I guess I should be glad that I did learn Fuinjutsu. I still have over 225,000 ryo left with me. Right around the same time when he began sparring with real weapons, he also began learning Rasengan. The first and second stages were learned long back. He finally started on the 3rd stage. One of the biggest issues in Rasengan training was that he couldn't allow anyone to see it. If someone interrupted him or caught him training in forests and figured out his disguise, he could make up some reasons like practicing to fight while using transformation, or that a ninja had to keep his weapons hidden and hence he planned to keep his skill hidden until there was no choice. While the reasons may cause a bad impression, he didn't care much about that. But for Rasengan, if someone caught him training that, then it'd be a big trouble. The only usable excuse he had right now was that he could say, I figured it out myself after reading about the 4th Hokage. However, that would paint him as an absolute genius and perhaps earn him some visits from root ninjas or even from Shimura Denzo himself. Not to mention that they'd keep a much stricter watch on him. So for Rasengan, he decided to train at home. His senses had honed enough by now to realize if someone spies on him. So if he senses anyone spying on him, he could drop the Rasengan training and instead show that he was training wind explosion jutsu instead. To train Rasengan, he cleared up his living room. He only left a sofa in the living room, and moved everything else into the bedroom and began the training. The compression and shaping part was quite difficult. He tried for a few hours without any success. He sighed and thought, let me first do it the Naruto way. And he made a shadow clone with 20% of his chakra. The clone suppressed and shaped the Rasengan. In this manner, he was able to learn Rasengan within a couple of hours. However, he understood that depending on a clone to make Rasengan is very inefficient and began training for Rasengan without using any clones. It took him a month and a half to get the jutsu right, but it was done. Over the remaining few days, Fujin decided to improve his Rasengan. He wanted to reduce the amount of time required to form it and increase the amount of chakra he could put in it. Chapter 31, Graduation Exam, 1. Only a week was now left for 4th year's exams. Genki followed the same procedure as last year and asked the students interested in participating in the graduation exam to meet him after class. Fujin thought, I guess it's time to finally become a ninja. There's not much that I can learn in the academy anymore. At best I could learn another element or a few more Ganjutsu. If I don't attempt the exam this year, the teachers and maybe even Hiruzen could grow suspicious. And I definitely won't receive much help from them in the future. As for tanking the exam, I am not confident that I could fake my performance convincingly enough for someone who has decades of experience. Either way, I believe I am ready now. After the class, Fujin visited Genki and confirmed his participation. Genki smiled and wished him good luck. With just a week left for the exams, Fujin started to focus on the syllabus for written exams. The syllabus was actually quite surprising. He recalled back when Genki started teaching this in the academy. He was teaching trigonometry. Fujin's first thoughts when he saw that was, Trigo? For fucking 9-year-old kids? What's next? Differentiation and integration? As annoyed as he was by it, he was extremely surprised when Hana was able to solve them perfectly. He mentally screamed, how the fuck can 9-year-old kids learn Trigo so easily? He sighed at how much smarter the kids here were and continued with his studies. He also wanted to be perfectly prepared while going on missions. He stopped learning new seals, and instead had his clones focus on making a few essential objects for him. He bought 2 ninja waist bags, 2 ninja leg pouches and a couple of metallic wristbands. He then had his clones make storage seals on these items. The Fuinjutsu scroll in section D of the library expanded a bit on the storage seal. It explained ways to increase or decrease the size of the storage space, as well as manipulating its shape. It wasn't very difficult as it only increased or decreased the number of space symbols involved. So the seal itself was still very basic. However, this was very useful for Fujin. In the interior of the ninja waist bags, Fujin managed to draw 7 storage seals. For ninja leg pouch, he was able to draw 4 seals. These had a lot less space as compared to the seals he made on scrolls, however, considering that their purpose was to enhance the capacity of the bags and pouches, it was very handy. For the leg pouch, 2 seals could store 6 kunais each, and other 2 seals could store 24 shurikens each. He then created various triggers to refill the pouch from weapons in the storage seals. This way, his weapon supply would be much larger. For the waist bag, the seals could store a lot more. But he hadn't yet decided how to fill them all. He did have some ideas like a first aid kit, ninja ropes, scrolls, seals that stored elements, more weapons, explosion tags, soldier pills, ration bars and so on. For the wristbands, he made 1 small seal, on each of them. When he wears the wristbands, these seals will be directly under his palms. The seals created a cuboidal storage seal which was around 15 centimeters 100 centimeters. Both these seals were made to store swords. This way, he could quickly access his swords whenever he wanted to. Other than this seal, he planned on drawing 3 more seals on each wristband. For the seals on the opposite side to the current one, Fujin planned on buying huge sturdy shields and storing them there. If he ever gets in an awkward position where he can't defend himself with the rock shield, he'll depend on this shield to provide cover to himself. However, since he wasn't sure about the size of shield he'd buy, he didn't draw that seal. Other than these 2, he planned on inscribing 2 more storage seals on the wristband, but for now he didn't have any idea what to store in there. So he left it for the future. On the day before the exam, Fujin, under a disguise, bought a lot of weapons. He bought 96 shurikens and 24 kunais to fill both the leg pouches. He also bought 12 explosion tags to attach them to 6 kunais in each of the pouches. In all it cost 65,000 ryo. He bargained and got them for 55,000 ryo under the false promise of buying again in the future. Next day, the final exam began. Since he intended to pass, and wanted to be rank 1, he aced the written exam. He was sure that he'd score full. With the absence of Toru, Nabu and Yori, he also did the best in the shuriken throwing competition. In taijutsu, he still ranked 2 behind Hoka. While in the ninjutsu exam, he made sure to perform only as good as Hana. There wasn't any chakra control exercise in the exam. But Fujin wasn't very surprised as nearly everyone in his class had very good chakra control and could do both tree climbing and water walking, as Genki had held a lot of sessions on it this year. The exam also tested the students on the various basic skills that were taught in the previous year. Fujin again ensured that he'd be ranked near the top in this exam. After the results were out, Fujin ranked first, Hana ranked second and Hoka surprisingly ranked fifth. He had improved his written exam scores a lot to be able to get such a high rank. A week later, the graduation exam was conducted. Fujin noticed that there were students from 3 different batches. His own, his senior batch and the batch 1 year junior to him. 23 students from his class were participating. Unknown to Fujin, the exam was held by Narukisho. He looked at the list of students participating. There were 68 participants from the 5th year, 35 from the 4th year and 8 from the 3rd year. He sighed, thinking what a drag this exam would be, and instructed to begin the exam. The first exam was a written test. Fujin looked at the paper expecting some more theory questions. However, he was surprised when he read them. They weren't any theory questions, but instead scenarios were mentioned and the students had to write in what they would do. After reading all the scenarios, Fujin sighed, just basic ninja protocols, and confirming that the students are brainwashed. To think that I actually expected something good. He answered as any, ready to graduate, academy student would answer. The exam was an hour long. Once the hour was up, the papers were collected and sent to Narukisho. He had 6 academy teachers check the answers and decide whether the student is ready to graduate or not. It took half an hour to completely check them, and then they provided the results to Kisho. One of the teachers said, "Sir, we've completed checking. Out of 111 students, 79 have provided satisfactory answers, rest aren't ready yet." Kisho nodded and said, "Dismiss them." Those 32 students were asked to go back home and prepare well for the next year. Fujin was surprised by this. Wow, they just asked the kids to leave? Won't that be demotivating? Or are they just trying to reduce the number of participants for the next exam? Fujin wasn't alone with those thoughts. One of the teachers, who taught a normal class, asked Kisho, "Kisho-senpai, won't this demotivate the students? The ones who participated in the exam are among the brightest students in the academy." Kisho looked at the teacher. He was 2 years junior to Kisho in the academy, but he wasn't very talented and had barely become a chunin during the war. Kisho shook his head and said, "If they get demotivated by such a small failure, then there's no hope for them. They would be better off in the Genin reserve force, and we'll save the resources needed to raise someone more worthy to chunin rank." The teacher wasn't very convinced with the answer, but didn't say anything, as this wasn't the first time Kisho had supervised the graduation exam. After the written exams, the students were tested on various parameters like shurikens, stealth, camping, chakra control, etc. It was similar to the tests conducted for Fujin's class a week back. Since the tests for elite classes were already conducted, they weren't tested again, and their scores from a week back were carried forward. The academy teachers observed everyone's performance, and failed another 15 students over these exams. On getting the reports, Kisho thought, "Wow. That's so convenient. Now the taijutsu tournament will be so much simpler to conduct." Right before the taijutsu tournament began, Hokage arrived to watch the exam. He was followed by a character that Fujin recognized very easily, Kakashi Hatake. Fujin was very surprised to see him. He thought, why is Kakashi here? Hiruzen wouldn't force him to start training kids right now, would he? I really hope not. Canon timeline will be fucked up if Hiruzen assigns my squad to him. I am not sure how strong I'd be in another 6 to 7 years, so for now I really hope something doesn't change due to me. Next was a taijutsu tournament between the 64 remaining students. Kisho arranged for a knockout tournament, so one student could fight for a maximum of 6 times. Fujin breezed through to the semi-finals. In the semi-finals, he had to fight with a Hyuga who was a year older than him. Fujin fought very hard against him, but was still at a lot of disadvantage. While he did get a few critical hits in with one strong punch on his right rib, another on his nose and a strong kick under his left rib, in the end, he still lost the fight. Fujin was initially a bit irritated at the loss. Damn, how exactly do these guys train? I lost despite the amount of progress I made over the past couple of months. He then calmed himself and analyzed the fight better. On other hand, it's probably reasonable. I'm guessing the elders from the Hyuga clan regularly spar with them. I, on the other hand, could only spar with my clone. Also, the Hyuga fighting style is entirely taijutsu. I, on the other hand, was a lot more dependent on wind-propelling jutsu, body flicker jutsu and earth military movement jutsu during my spars. Removing them does reduce my fighting ability considerably. Perhaps if ninjutsu and kenjutsu were allowed, I'd have won this fight. Not to mention, I didn't even use chakra to enhance my punches and kicks in the fight. He then watched the finals between Hoka and that guy. Due to the injuries he suffered against Fujin, he lost after struggling for a bit. However, having fought both of them, Fujin knew that even without those injuries, Hoka would have still won the match. Hoka ranked first, however Fujin wasn't worried much. My points in the normal exam were much higher than Hoka's. So this difference won't affect much, I should still rank first in my class. Fujin noticed that no one was eliminated in the taijutsu tournament. Chapter 32, Graduation Exam, 2. For the next test, a few academy teachers brought the kids to a part of the training grounds. On reaching there, the students noticed a long white line drawn on the ground and a bunch of obstacles placed ahead of it. Fujin thought, is this an obstacle race? However, he soon shook his head denying that thought. No way, this is too simple. All the 64 students were made to stand behind the white line. Genki then appeared and announced, this will be the next phase of your exam. This is an obstacle race, and you have to run 500 meters straight to the white line that is drawn there. This announcement excited all the students. They thought, finally an easy exam. The ones who had taken the graduation exam previously thought, why wasn't this exam there the previous year? Fujin was confused by such an easy exam. However, he noticed that there was another man standing behind Genki. And when Genki finished his announcement, he looked at him and nodded. Kisho looked at the excited kids and chuckled. He thought, this should be fun. Sadly, the kids don't know that the guy standing there is an experienced jounin from the Kurama clan. He is Kurama Illumai. In the previous war, hundreds of enemies fell prey to him and his bag of tricks. Genki then announced, on your mark, get set, go. However, while he was announcing, Kurama Illumai was making some hand signs. And when he heard go, he casted his jutsu, demonic illusion, heaven and earth reversal. As soon as he launched his jutsu, all the 64 students were shaken. It was as if someone grabbed the ground and the sky and reversed them. The gravity felt upside down. Most of the students were incredibly frightened and tightly hugged the ground underneath them. There were only 4 exceptions. A young girl from the 3rd year, who was from the Uchiha clan. She activated her Sharingan as soon as she felt the changes. 2 students from the 5th year, who were from the Kurama clan and aware of this jutsu. And Fujin, who kept an eye on Illumai and saw him performing the hand signs. He also felt someone trying to influence his nervous system, which let him know that it was a Genjutsu. He was planning to disrupt the Genjutsu, however when he noticed that others were being affected too, he didn't disrupt it so as to not attract any attention. Even though Fujin noticed the Genjutsu, he was extremely impressed at the guy's ability to cast a Genjutsu on 64 students at the same time. Kurama Illumai smirked looking at the reactions of all the students. He had used rank B Genjutsu on them. He had used this Genjutsu many times to disrupt his enemies enough for his allies to kill them in the Third Great Ninja War. Kisho observed the students attentively. He thought, this test will test the willpower of the students. If they don't complete the race, then there's no way I'll pass them. While all the students were struggling, Fujin was trying to find his balance. He thought quickly about what this test is about. He quickly figured out that there were 3 possibilities which were, either they are testing our ability to break the Genjutsu, or test our willpower or perhaps our capability to react in an unexpected situation. Either way, this is just a Genjutsu. I should just look downwards and try to move along. If others break the Genjutsu, I'll do so too. With those thoughts, he took his first step. Apart from him, only the 2 students from the Kurama clan were moving. Soon a few others took their first step. The girl from the Uchiha clan resisted the Genjutsu, and after 15 seconds, was able to break through it. She then ran the obstacle race with absolute ease. Fujin sensed someone moving along at a very rapid speed and observed the girl. He was incredibly surprised. Sharingan? At this young age? He continued his race. After the first few steps, he tried jogging along the race. The other students too slowly managed to get a hang of the conditions and increased their speed. Fujin ranked 4th in the test. In all, only 41 students passed. Of the remaining 23, a few fell unconscious, and many didn't dare to take even a single step. Kisho dismissed them and asked them to leave. Immediately after the test, the ninjutsu test was started. Kisho's thoughts were, the previous Genjutsu would have shaken these kids. So they won't be at their full potential while performing the ninjutsu. Which is how it should be as they won't get normal conditions to perform ninjutsu in a real fight. 6 academy teachers observed 1 student each. To improve the effect of the previous test, Kisho arranged the tests in such a manner that the ones who completed the previous test last, had to attempt the ninjutsu exam first. The requirement to pass the ninjutsu exam was pretty lax. Just the 3 basic ninjutsu and any one other ninjutsu. Though the kids in the start struggled a bit, they didn't have any issue in completing the minimum requirements. What surprised Fujin though, is that 16 students displayed fire style, 1 jutsu, and another 7 displayed fire style, 2 jutsu. Fujin's thoughts were, land of fire indeed. Most probably all of them have fire affinity. Also, seeing how everyone has practiced it, I guess most of Hidden Leaf Village's jounins with fire affinity can use the most advanced form of this jutsu. Considering that, I guess all the other villages should have their own counters for this jutsu. But since they are still asking the kids to focus on this jutsu, I suppose it still is very useful. Apart from it, the majority of the kids displayed the jutsus their clans specialized in. When Fujin's turn came, he performed the 3 basic ninjutsu. Then performed wind clone jutsu and created 8 clones. He then showed his wind explosion jutsu and finally displayed great breakthrough jutsu. Of course he only displayed 1/4 of their power, used hand signs and performed them a bit slowly. While not too outstanding, he still outperformed his classmates. What surprised Fujin the most is the performance of the Uchiha girl. She announced that she'll first perform fire style, 3 jutsu. Fujin became very interested when she announced it as he wasn't aware of what this stage of the jutsu could do. Right after she announced it, 2 academy teachers stepped forwards and held a metallic string between their hands. Fujin was a bit puzzled. Isn't this the same thing they did for fire style, 2 jutsu? Just that instead of 1 teacher, 2 stepped up. After making the hand signs, she raised both her arms and pointed her index and middle finger out. Heat rays were released from both her fingers from both hands and in a few seconds, they cut both the metallic strings. Fujin thought, that's it. It's the same as fire style, 2 jutsu. Just that in that, they could release the heat ray through only 1 hand. There's basically no increase in the power of the jutsu, just the quantity. Still very weak for a rank C jutsu. Strange. Does the jutsu suddenly get much stronger in the later stages? She continued her test by displaying Fireball Jutsu and Fire Dragon Jutsu. Her performance was very good. In Fujin's opinion, in terms of ninjutsu, her performance was only second to a student from the clan's Hatake from the 5th year. After the exam was over, the teachers began tallying the score. Naruto passed this work to his subordinates. His job was over when he decided to pass these 41 students. Kisho then reported to Hiruzen, Lord Hokage, all these 41 kids have passed my exam. Overall there is 1 from the 3rd year, 9 from the 4th year and 31 from the 5th year. They should make splendid shinobi. Combined with the 94 that passed from the senior-most batch, this year's results have been very good for us. Hiruzen nodded and said some kind words to the Nara shinobi. After tallying the scores, they were displayed for all the students to see. Fujin was still ranked first in his class. He was followed by Hana and then Hoka, whose rank increased due to superior performance in the graduation exam. After that, all the 41 students were gathered before Hiruzen. Hiruzen smiled and began giving another speech on the Will of Fire. Only this time, he was much more passionate, spoke with more fervor and his speech was more intense than any of his earlier speeches. Even Fujin was a bit dumbfounded on how someone can brainwash little kids so openly, with such vigor and be extremely proud about it. However, as the speech ended, Fujin smirked internally thinking, Will of Fire, Will of Fire, Will of Fire. Let me now see how much Will of Fire you actually have. Ha ha ha. After the speech, Hiruzen said, Rei Hatake, Suzuki Fujin, Miko Uchiha step forward. All the 3 kids stepped forward and stood in front of Hiruzen. He said, all 3 of you have worked very hard and performed splendidly. Speak, what reward would you like for your performance? As soon as he said that, Rei Hatake stepped forward. It was seen as rude by many, including Fujin and Miko. While Fujin didn't mind it, Miko did pout. However, Rei's next words made everyone understand why he stepped so hurriedly. He said, Lord Hokage, my mother is very sick and the doctors we visited couldn't cure her. Could you please arrange a good medical ninja to treat her? While everyone now understood why he was so restless, it did pop another question in their mind. Fujin's thoughts were, isn't he from the clan's Hatake? Sure, Sakamo is long dead, but their condition shouldn't be that desperate, should it? Also, shouldn't they have enough money to arrange it anyways? Unless it requires someone like Tsunade to deal with it, then I can understand. But even then, I don't think Hiruzen can call Tsunade back anyways. Kakashi too was visibly confused. Only a few teachers and Hiruzen knew the truth. Hiruzen thought, sigh, the clan's Hatake has really deteriorated after Sakamo's death. Sadly Kakashi hasn't paid much attention to the clan. This kid suddenly began performing really well this year, and hence I had looked into his background. His father died in the 3rd Ninja War, and his mother was only a civilian who wasn't even from the Hatake clan. Therefore she hasn't been paid any attention by the clan. She fell sick half-year back, and became the motivation for this lad to work hard. Though I do want Kakashi to lead a squad of Gainins, this was my main purpose to bring him here today. For him to take reins of the clan's Hatake and bring it back to prosperity. Hiruzen nodded and said, I'll arrange the best medics to treat your mother." He then smiled and said, "Keep training hard. Ensure that the will of fire in you burns brighter than ever." Hatake excitedly said yes and promised to keep training hard. Kakashi observed the young kid and decided, "I need to take a proper look at what's going on in the clan." Hiruzen secretly paid attention to Kakashi's reaction, and was very satisfied with it. He could see the clan's Hatake making a comeback soon. Chapter 33, I really am a ninja. After having Hokage's word to treat his mother, Rei stepped back. Miko then stepped forward and said, "Lord Hokage, I don't want any reward." This surprised everyone. Even Hiruzen was surprised, but he hid it and calmly analyzed, is this a way the Uchiha are retaliating for their constant monitoring? He then tried to convince her a couple of times, but she declined to get any reward. Hiruzen sighed and looked over at Fujin and thought, the Uchiha matter makes me feel my age. Well, at least he should have a reasonable request. This day should end properly. Fujin on the other hand was dumbfounded by both his fellow toppers. He thought, what the fuck? One begs for his mother's life, and the other refuses to accept any reward? Why do they want to make my life harder? He then calmed himself and muttered to himself, sigh whatever. It doesn't matter. The Tao of shamelessness must live on. He steeled himself and stepped forward. He put up a smile and an excited expression while thinking, this is it. For this moment I carried 2 swords in person for 5 whole months. He then said, Lord Hokage. For my reward, I want 2 swords made entirely of chakra metal. He then looked at the Hokage with excited and hopeful expression while hoping that somehow his eyes sparkled like in anime. Majority of the students weren't aware of chakra metal. However, almost every teacher knew it. And they were absolutely shocked by the request. Genki, who was standing close by, had his jaw dropped after hearing what Fujin said. If Fujin had seen him, he would be sure that he could fit an egg in Genki's mouth. Kakashi's eyebrows twitched at request. He thought, talk about extravagant. Even my father's blade wasn't entirely made of chakra metal. The one who was shocked the most, however, was Hiruzen. Despite wearing the Hokage's hat and having excellent control over his emotions, Fujin could still see his shock. Of course he totally ignored it. He thought, whether Hiruzen is happy, or so shocked that he dies of a heart attack is none of my business. Wait. If he dies right now, then it'd be very bad. But, yeah, I don't think just this much shock would be enough to kill this old freak. He did live through 3 brutal wars without even taking a single major injury. Hiruzen's mind went totally blank for a second. He then thought, made entirely of chakra metal? Even the ones they sell in Hidden Leaf Village only have around 15% chakra metal, rest is made of other common materials. The last time someone made a sword entirely of chakra metal was when Sensei commissioned to cast that sword. And it cost well over 100 million ryo to make that sword. Of course, this kid is probably not aware of that fact, and I could fool him, but that's still worth tens of millions of ryo. He then looked at Genki to see if he knew what's going on, however he was clearly shocked too. In fact, he didn't even notice the Hokage looking at him. Hiruzen thought, now what to do? I can't directly say no. That would be too demotivating. Also it won't look good for me to deny him. If I do, I'm 100% sure that Denzo will spread rumors saying that the Hokage lies to academy students. Hiruzen thought hard for another few seconds and came up with a reasonable excuse. Seeing that Hiruzen was ready to talk, Kakashi noticed and chuckled internally. It took Lord Hokage 13 seconds to answer. That kid sure is something. Hiruzen finally sighed and said, sadly I can't give you what you want because no one makes swords made entirely of chakra metal. Fujin wasn't aware of the fact that chakra blades weren't entirely made of chakra metal and thought that Hiruzen is just making an excuse. He showed a dejected expression and said, a couple of tando made of chakra metal then? Kakashi's eyebrows twitched again at Fujin's new request. He did struggle to keep his laughter in after seeing Hiruzen's expression. Genki, on the other hand, was even more shocked. Hiruzen replied again, sadly, even they aren't made entirely of chakra metal. Fujin was almost pissed at hearing that reply. But he calmed himself and thought about what Hiruzen had said. A few words stuck in his mind, aren't made entirely of chakra metal. It then clicked him, wait, in my previous world, didn't such production involve a lot of alloys, or other materials? Even gold jewelry wasn't 100% gold. Is that what he is referring to? He then asked, Lord Hokage, what do you mean by aren't made entirely of chakra metal? Do they only put a little bit of chakra metal and then something else in the sword? Hiruzen nodded nervously, not liking where the conversation was headed to. Fujin then excitedly began saying, Lord Hokage, then. However, he was cut by Hiruzen. He asked, Fujin, can you tell me why exactly do you want a sword made of chakra metal? While asking this question, he was desperately thinking, I need to change topic fast. Can't let him continue talking about this. Fujin, upset at being cut, said, I was told that they assist in chakra flow. I like using swords, and want to be better at it by using chakra flow. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes and asked, how do you know about chakra flow? Fujin did get a hint that Hiruzen was aiming to change the topic, however he wasn't much concerned. He could always innocently get back to the topic. Hiruzen might be 100 times better at negotiating, however being a 10-year-old kid had a lot of advantages. He answered without any hesitation, Mochi-sensei. Hiruzen then looked over begrudgingly at Mage, who was at the sides. He thought, that's it, I'm assigning him a weak Genin squad and will make him do nothing apart from D-rank missions for half a year. We have pretty much recovered from our losses, so loss of one chunin won't be felt. He then explained very kindly to Fujin, you don't need swords made of chakra metal to use chakra flow. You can use them on normal swords too, however they break if you do. Fujin thought, yeah, I know. Get to the point. Hiruzen continued, there are actually special swords that are made to aid chakra flow. In the Land of Iron, many samurai use those swords. As for chakra metal, it's a bit problematic and could get you in trouble. Fujin naturally knew that. Having swords worth tens of million ryo would put a target on his back. Which is why he was planning on leaving them with Hiruzen. He thought, that's a valid concern. Though I'm sure that it isn't the main reason for him to not give me chakra blades. But this new info does intrigue me. Why didn't any of the weapon shops have it? He left that question for later and asked, is it possible to make those swords to assist wind chakra flow? For the first time today, Fujin asked a question genuinely. However it still put Hiruzen on edge. He thought, yeah, it can. They would have to use wind nature chakra metal for it though. And it'll still take the cost to millions. Hiruzen replied, yes it is, but it's better for you to not get it yet. How about this, when you are ready, I'll help you get in touch with the right people to make a sword like that. Fujin dejectedly thought, I am sure I could get in touch with them myself pretty soon. However he still nodded. Hiruzen was finally happy that he saved millions of ryo. He was going to talk but Fujin spoke again. He asked Lord Hokage, you said the sword that you'll give me is used by samurai, right? Hiruzen nodded while really hoping that there were no more extravagant requests. Fujin continued, then could you have someone teach me samurai saber techniques? Please. Hiruzen thought about it. For one, he was happy that the request didn't involve tens of millions of ryo. Secondly, he had noticed Fujin's interest in swords. He thought, having a sword master sensor who specializes in wind style can be a very useful asset. Though we can't teach samurai saber techniques liberally, teaching it to a few kids is acceptable. He nodded and said, alright, I'll assign you a teacher for it. Fujin then politely thanked him and stepped backwards while secretly thinking, being an innocent little kid has a lot of advantages. Though I don't think I can ever beat Hiruzen again in negotiations. That old monkey has the experience of negotiating after 3 great ninja wars, and the ones he negotiated with were 100 times more unreasonable than me. Looking at Fujin stepping back, Hiruzen released a sigh of relief. He then congratulated everyone and left quickly. While leaving, he decided that this would be the last year he'd give out rewards to the topper. After Hiruzen left, many teachers awkwardly stared at Fujin. However he just ignored them and pretended to not notice any of their stares. After Hiruzen left, all the respective class teachers handed the headbands to their students and praised them for graduating early. They were asked to visit the academy after 3 days. On getting the headband, Fujin put it on. His first words after that moment were, wow, I really am a ninja now. Chapter 34, Analysis and Planning. Fujin sat down in a meditative posture in his living room. He cleared his mind and began planning. He thought, the academy is finally over. Though I had to graduate 2 years early, it ain't much of an issue. The only major event that will happen anytime soon is the Uchiha massacre. But right now I am not really strong enough to even think about interfering in it. While I do have 2 years, at best, I'll only be a chunin officially by then. He thought for a bit more and decided, alright, I'll ignore the event. It shouldn't affect me in any way. Secondly, my strength. Right now, though experience is a lacking, it won't be wrong to say that despite not having many rank C jutsus in my arsenal, my ninjutsu is probably barely at chunin level. The 3 months of daily sparring helped me iron out many issues in my ninjutsu. My chakra reserves have increased rapidly too. I can now make 3 shadow clones that satisfy the requirements mentioned in the scroll. Which means that my chakra level is well into the chunin level. As for taijutsu, it's a bit confusing. I'm confident that I'm stronger than most who took part in the chunin exam in Naruto. But I still lost to that Hyuga. If I assume that he and Hoka are already at chunin level in terms of taijutsu, then it'll mean that I am probably at that level too. Worst case, I'm probably at the peak of Genin rank in terms of taijutsu. I really need a better taijutsu style. Only good thing is that my physique is very good for my age. My Kenjutsu should be sorted when I learn samurai saber techniques. So it'll be a lot more lethal than my taijutsu, but Kenjutsu has its own weaknesses. Holding two swords would mean that I can't make any hand signs. And techniques like Rasengan and Wind Explosion that need hands can't be used. But I guess getting a mid-range slash might compensate for it to some degree. Anyways, I should think about it more after I learn samurai saber techniques. My capabilities as a sensor have grown too. My chakra field can now extend over 750 meters and I can do pretty much everything expected from a sensor, though I will need a few years to master all those tricks. My current fighting ability is majorly based around ten ninjutsu, body flicker, wind propelling, earth military movement, shadow clone, wind clone, great breakthrough, wind explosion, gale surge, rock shield and projectile control jutsus. Apart from that, it is heavily dependent on swords, kunais and shurikens enhanced with chakra flow. I also know Rasengan, but I haven't trained to use it in combat yet. Though I do have good ideas of using it, for the time being, I can't risk anyone knowing that I know it. So overall, if I am willing to use everything I have to its fullest potential, then I think I'll be at Chunin level, though just barely. I'll probably be able to beat the likes of Iruka and Mijiki, but against someone stronger like Genki or even Wichi, my only option would be to run away. Speaking of escaping, with my wind and shadow clones, along with body flicker jutsu and earth military movement jutsu and my ability to hide my chakra, escaping from an elite Chunin might actually be possible. Unless it is someone specialized in tracking, it shouldn't be an issue. In fact, if anyone asked me what my best skill right now is, my answer would definitely be the art of escaping. As for what to do next, I need to go through Section C of the library. I have to learn the Rank C Wind-style jutsus. If any Rank C Earth-style jutsu is handy, then I need to learn it too. Apart from that, I will need to learn one Rank C Ganjutsu and complete the current Fuin Jutsu scroll and move on to the next one. He concluded. That much should be enough. After that I could work on improving the jutsus I know. There's still medical ninjutsu that I'd like to learn, but... sigh, I have my plate full. I'll check it sometime later. Satisfied with his immediate plans, he decided to start making long-term plans. He thought, now that I have spent almost half a decade here, I have a much better idea about this world. At the rate my physique and chakra has been growing, I'm positive that I'll reach Jounin level. And if the Section A of the library has good jutsus, then becoming an elite Jounin shouldn't be an issue too. But, how do I step beyond elite Jounin and be as strong as Kage's? He thought long and hard about this. After half an hour, he concluded, probably the easiest way I have is to learn Sage Mode. The second way is learning the 8 inner gates. However, I'll have to create a very good relationship with Guy for him to teach me that. Not to mention, I'm not sure if merely hard work will be enough to learn it. The third way would be to somehow get the Impure World Resurrection Jutsu and create my own army of Rank A and Rank S dead ninjas. The fourth way would be to get and master Flying Thunder God Jutsu. The fifth way would be to invent my own Rank A and higher jutsus. Combined with high speed, enhanced strength and swordplay, it might be enough to reach that level. Another option could be to become a Jinchuriki. However, that will put Akatsuki on my ass, not something I think I want. Though if I'm strong enough, I could still take that risk. Getting a few strong summons would help too. After concluding, he sighed thinking, even the easiest way is crazy difficult to achieve. I really wonder if I'd be able to reach that level. However, just then, Fujin was struck with a crazy idea. He thought, that's right. I can explore that option. However, can that really be done? He analyzed for a few minutes and thought, I can't say for sure. But, if I am able to pull it off, I will get the means to become incredibly strong. Not to mention, I know exactly when I'll have the right opportunity to get the resources needed for it. He thought a bit more to analyze everything he could and decided, alright, I should definitely work towards achieving that. If it works, then entering Kage level won't be an issue. Even if it doesn't, the work done for it won't exactly be a waste. The idea lifted his spirits. With not much time left in the day, he decided to have his dinner and meditate before going to bed. Chapter 35, Geinin Squad. The next couple of days were very hectic for Hiruzen. Grouping the fresh Geinins and assigning them their sensei involved a lot of paperwork and analysis. A lot of discussion had to be done with the academy teachers as well as with the decided sensei. He first started by forming teams of 3. He thought, in all 135 students became Geinin this year. Over 200 from 6th year failed and they will be added to the Geinin reserve forces. As for the ones that passed this year, the 94 from the 6th year don't have much hope. We had already graduated the talented people from their year earlier. Even if just a quarter of them became Chunin, then that will be enough. so I will just assign Chunins to guide them. As for the 41 who graduated early, all have good potential. They all should at least become Chunin, and around half have the potential to become a special Jounin. So I'll have to arrange 14 Jounin sensei for them. Even though Hidden Leaf Village's numbers have almost recovered, we are still weaker than before the Third Great Ninja War when it comes to high-end power. So we need to train all 41 of them with the intention of raising them to Jounin rank. Even if not everyone becomes a special Jounins, becoming an elite Chunin will be sufficient. As for becoming Jounin, it's hard to say. I'm confident that Miko Uchiha will become a Jounin, just like Senjutaro from the previous year. Just like him, she has the potential to become an elite Jounin. But I can't comment on the others. Sigh, I hope that we get at least 10 to 12 Jounin from this batch. The Kyubi attack killed a lot of our Jounins. He then called the academy teachers to begin forming the teams and got busy with the required paperwork. After the academy teachers prepared a rough draft, however there were a few disagreements like every year. They approached the Hokage to discuss it. Hiruzen said, "So which are the top teams you formed?" Genki replied immediately, "According to their performance, Rei Hatake, Miko Uchiha, Suzuki Fujin, Hyuga Hoka and Hyuga Hana show the highest potential. However, Rei's performance was high due to his conditions back home. Now that his mother has been treated, we can't be sure if he'll train with the same gusto. And the two Hyuga can't be on the same team. So I propose forming a team of Miko Uchiha, Suzuki Fujin and Hyuga Hoka." However, soon another teacher, who was the class teacher to Rei Hatake spoke, "I disagree. In a mere half year, Rei has made huge progress. In fact, his talent can be considered even above Miko. He should be placed within the top squad. I suggest making a squad consisting of Miko, Rei and Fujin." Another teacher commented, "Actually, Fujin is just a civilian orphan. His future won't be as smooth as the children from shinobi clans. Even his great breakthrough jutsu was provided to him by Genki. So I think that a squad of Rei, Miko and Hoka might be more optimal." Genki rebutted him, "I disagree. Even though Fujin is just a civilian with no background, his performance has been the most consistent in my class. He deserves to be on that squad. Not to mention, he is also a sensor and has wind affinity. Being a sensor, he'll complement the Byakugan. And his wind-style jutsus would assist Miko's fire-style jutsus and make them more lethal. Also, both him and Hoka kind of have a rivalry in taijutsu. So their teamwork would be much better." He secretly thought, not to mention that they are so aloof that they barely had any other friendships. So I have no idea whether they can cooperate with others. The previous teacher was about to rebuke him again, but... However, he was cut by Hiruzen. "Alright, that's enough. I have decided. The squad will be made of Miko, Fujin and Hoka." Rei's class teacher was visibly upset over this. He was about to speak, when Hiruzen said, "Their Jounin sensei will be Senju Renjiro." The teachers were confused by this revelation. One asked, "But Lord Hokage, we hadn't selected him to be a sensei, had we?" Hiruzen shook his head and said, "No. This change was due to Fujin requesting guidance on samurai saber techniques. Renjiro had trained under a samurai. Also he is an expert in fighting against Sharingan and uses water and earth jutsus. So it'll provide Miko an opportunity to understand how she can be countered and would help her develop more. And Hoka could learn water-released jutsus from him. And his taijutsu is strong enough to handle Hoka's obsession with it." He then looked at Rei's class teacher and said, "Sadly Rei Hatake doesn't practice his clan's kenjutsu, or else I'd have put him on the squad instead of Hoka." Everyone was satisfied with this explanation. They moved on to the remaining students. It took over 13 hours for them to form all the squads and decide their sensei. Once that was done, Hiruzen sent an Anbu to deliver the news to all the ones selected to be a sensei. If they had any issues, they could approach him the next day. The next day, many approached Hiruzen to meet him. At noon, Renjiro visited him. On entering, he greeted Hiruzen and said, "Old man, I didn't agree to become a sensei to snorty little brats. Besides, I have already raised one Geinin squad." Renjiro was a bit close to him while growing up. Which is why Hiruzen didn't mind his words. Hiruzen looked at Renjiro. He was dressed casually and hence Hiruzen could see all the scars on his face and arms that he had gotten over his career. Hiruzen sighed and said, "You've been doing missions almost non-stop since the end of the war. This assignment is for a couple of reasons. One, for you to get some rest. And secondly, as one of those Geinins wants to learn the samurai saber techniques." Renjiro looked skeptically at Hiruzen and asked, "You do know that I can't teach it lightly to anyone. So, is there any reason for me to teach it to him?" Hiruzen sighed and said, "He ranked first in his class. And asked for this as his reward." Renjiro asked, What reward?" Hiruzen replied, "It's an initiative I took to encourage the students and get them to train harder." Hearing that, Renjiro nodded. He knew the shortage of ninjas that Hidden Leaf Village faced. He sighed and said, "Couldn't you get him to ask for anything else?" Hiruzen didn't reply, but his sweat dropped thinking about what the something else was that Fujin had asked for. After discussing a bit more and getting to know a bit more about the students, Renjiro left. He wasn't surprised by the fact that his squad was the one with highest potential. After all, he has been an elite jounin for over a decade. Later that day, Fujin went to buy new clothes at a shop that sold clothes to ninjas. He bought a completely black attire. He noticed that the cloth used for these clothes was a lot sturdier. The shopkeeper said that it is harder to cut, has some resistances to fire and lightning, and is harder to get wet or dusty. He put one on and checked himself in the mirror. His whole attire, that is, boots, trousers and shirt were completely black. It suited his fair skin tone, black eyes and black spiky hair well. He thought, I guess I should get a black mask sometime, maybe then I could play hiding in shadow, haha. He looked at himself again. He wasn't bulky, but his muscles were properly toned. There was barely any trace of any fat on his body. He was around 4 feet, 9 inches tall. He thought, alright, it fits properly, and also looks good. He bought 3 sets of the attire. He also bought a pair of gloves with metal plates on the backhand. He also inscribed a hard seal in the interior of the glove. While it didn't do much, Fujin felt that there was no harm in even slightly increasing its defenses. He did wish that he could take the metal plates out, inscribe them with hard seal instead of the whole glove and then put it back. But he knew that he wouldn't be able to put the metal plate back in properly. Next day, at 7:30 a.m., the graduated students reported to the academy. The classroom used wasn't the regular classroom that Fujin went to. 42 students were present here. The teachers took attendance, and then gave a scroll to each of the students. Genki called his students one by one and gave it to them. The class teachers of other students did the same. When Fujin's turn came, he noticed that Genki was incredibly happy. He wasn't sure why, but since he didn't particularly care, he went back. Genki was happy because Hiruzen had allowed him to take the jounin exam. After distributing it to everyone, a teacher announced, "The storage scroll provided to you has a first aid kit, 24 shurikens, 6 kunais, 12 senbon needles, 1 ninja rope and 100 meters long ninja wire." He then smiled and said, "This is the final gift from the academy to you. Congratulations on graduating. We will now announce your geinin squads." When Fujin's squad was announced, he sighed and thought, an aloof guy who doesn't care about anything apart from taijutsu, and a stuck-up brat who probably thinks herself to be as talented as Madara. Fuck our teamwork. Sigh, makes me wonder if I should have graduated last year. Teru was the only one matured enough. He analyzed a bit more, anyways, it ain't exactly bad. Taijutsu spars with Hoko have always been very helpful. And Miko should give me a bit of practice against the Sharingan. Granted that she ain't nowhere near Obito or Madara, but neither am I. He then looked at Miko and thought, also, since she'll die after around 2 more years, it'll mean that I won't be restricted in this squad for very long. Now then, I wonder who my jounin sensei will be. I really hope that it ain't Kakashi. Also, what of my rewards? Genki didn't talk about it, and Hiruzen didn't call me to meet him. After the geinin squads were announced, the teacher said that the jounin sensei would come and pick them up from the class and then they all left. While they were leaving, Fujin had a thought and sighed, Naruto and his gang should start the academy next year. And I won't be here. What's with me meeting so few canon characters? Soon jounin started entering the class and called out for their teams. A couple of minutes after the academy teachers left, a tall muscular guy entered and announced, "Team 3, come with me." Fujin, Hoka and Miko followed him. Renjiro moved to the terrace of the academy. A few seconds later, all 3 geinins arrived. When he reached there, Fujin observed his new sensei. He was around 6 feet 6 inches tall, very muscular, looked middle-aged and had 3 scars on his face, one going right across his right eye, but his eye was fine. His hair was black and very long, a bit similar to Madara's. He held 2 swords on his waist. From the symbol on his clothes, Fujin understood that he was from the Senju clan. Actually, there was another thing that allowed Fujin to know that he was from the Senju clan. He had massive amounts of chakra. For obvious reasons, Fujin never tried to sense Hiruzen's chakra, so this was the highest chakra level he had measured so far. It was around 7 times that of Genki. When Fujin tried to measure his chakra, Renjiro noticed. He looked at Fujin and stared at him. Fujin merely smiled. Renjiro thought, so this is the kid who wants to learn the samurai saber techniques and the kid who asked for swords made of chakra metal. Not bad, he seems to be a good enough sensor. And even after I stared at him, he merely smiled back. I wonder if that makes him foolish, brave or just shameless. He then looked at his remaining two Gainins and thought, the Hyuga has the same stoic face as their whole clan, and just looking at the Uchiha's face showed how much pride she has in her. He sighed thinking, this is gonna take a while. Chapter 36, Senju Renjiro. Renjiro said, I am Senju Renjiro. I'll be your Jounin sensei. Let's start by getting to know each other. So just tell me something about yourself. Miko asked, what should we tell? On the other hand, Fujin remembered the tell me about yourself question that used to be asked in interviews in his previous life. Renjiro replied, tell me about your likes, dislikes, dreams, hobbies and similar stuff. Fujin then replied, I am Suzuki Fujin. I like swords and cool jutsus. My hobby is to train and read shinobi history and wars. I dislike the carnage that wars cause. And my dream is to become a strong ninja in the future so that I could bring peace to the world. Renjiro stared at Fujin and was very impressed with his dream. Of course, if he knew Fujin's real thoughts, he might have vomited blood. After looking at an impressed Renjiro, Fujin thought, yup, that's exactly what Hidden Leaf Village higher-ups would like to hear. I couldn't care less about world peace, but saying that is what will get me in the good books of these guys and could provide me with the opportunity to learn Flying Thunder God Jutsu, and also make Hiruzen protect me in case Denzo tries to recruit me. Either way, it's not like I can do anything about world peace right now. So why not just say it, hee hee. Renjiro then looked at Miko. She said, I am Miko Uchiha. I like cats. I dislike anyone treating me like a small child. My hobby is practicing ninjutsu and playing with cats. And my dream is to be the strongest Uchiha ever. Fujin looked at her and chuckled internally thinking, well, you've got 2 years to surpass Madara. R.I.P. Renjiro nodded and looked towards Hoka. He said, I am Hyuga Hoka. I like taijutsu. I dislike studying. My hobby is to spar with others and my dream is to be the strongest taijutsu user. Renjiro nodded and said, well, congratulations on graduating early. But that doesn't mean that you are Hidden Leaf Village shinobi. You guys will be on probation for 3 months. And after that I'll decide whether you're ready to be a ninja or not. This announcement had mixed reactions from the 3 Gainins. Fujin wondered, no test? After thinking for a bit, he realized they are probably still recovering. That's why there's a probation period instead of a test to check whether we are ready or not. However, the other 2 kids didn't take the announcement lightly. Miko impatiently asked, but why? Didn't we pass the graduation exam? Hoka took her point further and said, yeah, I even defeated everyone in the taijutsu tournament. Renjiro replied, graduation exam is the bare minimum you require to be a ninja. Your attitude, temperament, courage and values matter more. And I'll be the one to judge that. Miko and Hoka were still unsatisfied and wanted to complain more, but Renjiro didn't give them a chance and announced, we'll meet tomorrow in Training Ground 17 at 6 a.m. I'll check your skills tomorrow. Be on time, I hate tardiness. After saying that, he flickered away. When he left, Fujin thought, he didn't say a single thing about himself other than his name. Heck, I think even Kakashi talked more with his team. After he left, Miko huffed and started to leave without saying anything. Hoka, on the other hand, said goodbye to Fujin and was planning to leave too. Fujin sighed and said, oi, wait a minute. This got both their attention. Hoka looked at him without saying anything, whereas Miko annoyingly asked, what? Fujin replied, tomorrow we'll most probably have to fight against Sensei as a team. So we need to understand each other's strengths and weaknesses. And we also need to plan how to fight together. Hoka agreed with that and nodded. However, Miko replied smugly, you two don't need to worry about it. I'll beat him by myself tomorrow. Fujin gave her a deadpan look, which irritated her and she asked, what? You don't think that I can beat him? Fujin resisted his urge to facepalm and replied, do tell how you plan on defeating a Jounin by yourself. She smirked and replied, I'll catch him off guard and use Fire Dragon Jutsu on him. Fujin said, he is from the Senju clan, who specializes in earth and water style jutsus. Assuming that you somehow catch him off guard, he'll still be able to defend. This reply caught her by surprise. She thought a bit and then smirked again and replied, I know Sharingan Ganjutsu. As soon as he looks in my eyes, I'll put him under a Ganjutsu. Fujin mentally scoffed, as if he will fall for something so basic. But I'm tired of dealing with her. He said, alright, we'll call that plan A and we will start with it. Now let's discuss plan B. Miko replied, why do we need a plan B? Fujin replied, well, he knows that you have the Sharingan. So what if he never looks into your eyes because he knows that your eyes are so awesome? It'll be stupid if we just stand there doing nothing, right? Worse, he may think that you are just a little kid. This finally got her attention. Seeing that Fujin was relieved and thought, finally. So I have to either praise her or say someone will think that she's a little brat, or both, to get her on board. She then asked, so what should we do if plan A fails? Fujin replied, first, let's talk about what each one of us can do. I'll start. I'm a sensor and can sense in a 500 meters radius around me. I'm good at taijutsu and with swords. And I know wind-style jutsus, the ones you saw in the exam. I can also perform shadow clone and body flicker jutsu. What about you guys? Miko then replied, I am good at taijutsu too and can use the Uchiha taijutsu style. My Sharingan allows me to see chakra and use Ganjutsu. I am very good with shurikens. Other than the basic jutsus, I can perform a few fire-style jutsus. You saw them in the exam. And I can do body flicker too. In fact, I was taught it by the very best. Fujin was surprised at that information and thought, did Shizue teach her this jutsu? Hoka then replied, I am a master at the gentle fist style. I can close enemies' chakra points and my eyes can see up to 800 meters away. Apart from it, I know fish spit jutsu and rock shield jutsu. Fujin nodded, and advised, if you can, then learn body flicker jutsu. If all three of us can use it, then it'll be very helpful and we could use a lot of tactics. Hoka groaned a bit and said, but I don't want to learn more ninjutsu. Fujin replied, well, it's just a movement jutsu. You can move at incredibly fast speed. It'll help make your taijutsu way more lethal. Just imagine your normal jab, then imagine you appearing out of nowhere and performing that jab on the enemy. As Fujin expected, that got Hoka interested and he agreed to learn it. Fujin then talked a bit about tactics that they could use. He said, we need to decide who'll fight Sensei up close and who'll perform support attacks from a distance. However, Hoka cut him off and said, I want to fight up close. Fujin was about to nod when Miko said, no, I want to fight up close. Hoka rebuked her and then they started arguing. Fujin sighed thinking, kids. He then stopped them both and said, among all of us, Hoka was ranked 1 in the taijutsu tournament. So he'll engage in hand-to-hand combat with Sensei. Miko was about to talk, but Fujin continued, but he can't handle Sensei all by himself. So you and I will assist him from time to time. Also, both of us have mid-ranged jutsus, so it'll be a waste if we can't use them. Hoka, wanting to engage in hand-to-hand combat, quickly supported Fujin and Miko had to begrudgingly agree. Fujin thought, I planned on discussing a lot more, like the fire-wind combination, and even wanted to ask Hoka to learn more advanced water-release jutsus as they work well with wind style as well. Sadly, I was too impatient. It'll take a lot of time before they are ready to listen to those tactics. Kinda makes me wish that Renjiro beats both of them up tomorrow to make them a little less stuck up. But I'm afraid that if he does that, then he'll beat me up too. And without using earth military movement jutsu and wind propelling jutsu, it'll be hard to dodge for long. Sigh, I wonder when I can use these jutsus publicly. It's very uncomfortable to fake hand signs, limit their power and not use half of the jutsus I know. Sadly, it's necessary. I hope I reach the Jounin level soon, as after that, there won't be much worries about Denzo trying to recruit me. It'll be too late to attempt to brainwash me at that stage. Fujin had also planned to ask them to grab a bite together at a kairaku. However, he had enough for today. Soon they said goodbyes and left. Fujin went over to the library. Now that he had become a Geinin, he was allowed to access the Section C of the library. However, that's not what he was here for. Becoming a ninja allowed him to see a certain book. He went to the librarian and showed his card and asked, "Can I see the bingo book?" She was surprised by a 10-year-old kid asking her that question. However, since he was a ninja, she nodded and asked, "Would you like to see the smaller one or the bigger one?" Now it was Fujin's turn to be surprised. He asked, "What's the difference?" She replied, "Well, the smaller one only has names, bounty, affiliation and some basic information, whereas the bigger one has more in-depth information." Hearing that, Fujin asked her to show the bigger one. She nodded and brought it to Fujin. When Fujin saw the book, he was shocked. His first thought was, it's freaking huge. He opened to see it. Apparently, every page covered the data of only one ninja. And the book had 2,197 pages. After analyzing, Fujin thought, well, it makes sense, considering that there are over 100,000 ninjas in this world. He then mentally thanked the ones who made such a good index. Everything was arranged properly according to the village and alphabetically as per their names. There were also lists that arranged the ninjas as per their rank in their village and in the descending order of their bounties. After searching for a couple of minutes, he found the name he was looking for, Sanjurenjiro. He began turning the page, but while doing that, a thought occurred to him. It's funny that I thought my biggest advantage in this world would be information. But considering how vast this world is, I don't think I have the information on even 1% of the ninjas. Heck, apart from Tsunade, I didn't even know any living senju. Anyways, this data is very detailed. I am surprised that we can read it for free, but it makes sense, I suppose. This data is compiled by the ones who make the bingo book, and since it's already out in the open, why not just let all your ninjas read it for free? He opened the page and began reading, and he was very surprised by what he read. His bounty was 45 million ryo. It was even higher than Asuma's during Shippuden and was put on him by Hidden Mist Village. He thought, not bad at all. I guess Hiruzen did appoint someone very competent as my sensei. He read further. The information that Fujin obtained was, Senju Renjiro, rank A, 39 years old. He became Geinin at 8, Chunin at 10, Jounin at 16 and Elite Jounin at 28. He specializes in water and earth-style ninjutsu, but can use jutsu of other elements too. He is an excellent swordsman who was trained in the way of swords by a samurai. He fought in both the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars. In the Third War, he had served as Orochimaru's deputy on the Hidden Mist Village front. Later on, when Orochimaru had to join a different battlefield, he became Hidden Leaf Village's commander on the Hidden Mist Village front. Due to his skill with the sword, his proficiency in water-release jutsus and his summon, a sloth, he was very effective against Hidden Mist Village ninjas. He killed 13 Hidden Mist Village Jounins and over 50 Hidden Mist Village Chunins over the course of the war. His biggest accomplishment was killing one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist in that war. Though his army was defeated by a surprise offensive launched by Hidden Mist Village, he managed to retreat with the majority of his army and kept Hidden Mist Village at bay until Hidden Leaf Village's yellow flash reinforced him and pushed Hidden Mist Village back to the seas. After reading that, Fujin thought, damn fuck. He's strong. Not Sannin level, but very close. Anyways, it says that he was trained by a samurai, so I guess he's guide Hiruzen arranged for me. I do wonder what that summon is though. It's the first time I'm hearing of a sloth. Ain't that a deadly sin? But that sounds a bit too overpowered and not something from this world. Well, whatever, I'll look into it later. He then looked into the data of the ninja he knew from Naruto. He sighed in relief, confirming that it was very similar to what he knew. He also got a better understanding of the shinobi world. He thought, Hidden Leaf Village is way stronger than what was shown in Naruto. Fathers of Shikaku, Inoichi and Shibi are still alive and leading their clans. Each of them is an elite jounin and are very close to rank S. Though I guess that their strengths will decrease over time due to their age. In all, Hidden Leaf Village has just 3 rank S ninjas now. But Jiraiya is barely in the village, and Tsunade can barely even fight. However, surprisingly or unsurprisingly, the bingo book has no mention of Denzo. Also, it's quite possible that Fugaku is hiding his Mengekyo. Same with Shishui. I'm not sure how many gates Guy can open, but he might be able to forcibly rise to compete with rank S ninja if needed. Also, it's quite surprising to see Koharu and Hamura are rank A ninjas. I don't recall them ever fighting in Naruto. In all there are 22 elite jounins from Hidden Leaf Village mentioned in the bingo book. And it's quite possible that there are a few more who haven't been mentioned here, like Denzo and others from Root. There are also a few more rank A ninjas who haven't yet become an elite jounin like Kakashi and Guy. He then sighed, I didn't think there would be so many elite jounins in Hidden Leaf Village. And despite this Hiruzen chose to sacrifice Hizashi. Makes me wonder how bad Hidden Leaf Village's losses were in the lower ranks due to the war. As for the other villages, Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Stones Village are pretty strong too, though not as strong as Hidden Leaf Village at least when it comes to Kage level and Elite Jounin level combat strength. Hidden Mist Village is actually quite impressive too, or would have been if so many of their top-ranked ninjas weren't labeled as Rouge ninjas. I guess Obito has pretty much wrecked Hidden Mist Village. Hidden Sand Village, on the other hand, is doing really bad. Their Kage is easily the weakest out of all 5 Kages. Though they have 2 more rank S ninjas, both are retired and very old. And their number of rank A ninjas is pitifully low. He closed the book and thought, well, that should be enough information for now. I'll get more as and when there's a need to. He handed the bingo book back to the librarian and went back home. Chapter 37, Sparring with Sensei. Next day, at 6 a.m., all the members of Team 3 gathered in the training ground 17. It was a small open area in the center of a mini forest. Renjiro was the last one to arrive. On seeing his Geinin squad already there, he wished them good morning and said, as I said yesterday, before I begin training you 3, I'd like to see what you can do. So we'll have a spar, you 3 versus me. He paused for a few seconds and said, we begin now. As soon as he said that, he jumped forward with the intention to punch. It caught all the 3 Geinins off guard. Miko jumped backwards hurriedly and Hoka jumped to his left. Fujin, on the other hand, just flickered away. Renjiro's punch landed on the ground where the 3 Geinins were standing initially, and the ground cracked, causing a lot of dust to rise, which hit him. Renjiro thought, Not bad. I only intended to punch the ground in front of them, but I didn't think that all three would react so quickly. Especially Fujin. Did he use body flicker jutsu without any hand signs? As soon as he used body flicker, Fujin thought, damn. He attacked so suddenly that I flickered away by reflex. He then saw the dust rising up and covering Renjiro, and so did Hoka and Miko. Fujin immediately started sensing him. Miko activated her Sharingan and Hoka activated his Byakugan. On sensing Renjiro, Fujin thought, well, now that I've shown it, I can't hide it anymore. So might as well spam it. Still, I didn't think hiding my power would be so difficult. I really need to be more careful, in case he pulls a few more stunts like that. I hope I can protect the rest of my secrets for at least another year or two. While Fujin was thinking that, both Hoka and Miko ran towards Renjiro to engage him in combat. Renjiro just stood there, waiting for them to begin their assault. Hoka was the first one to reach him, however, Miko launched a few shurikens on Renjiro. Renjiro dodged them and then engaged Hoka in hand-to-hand combat. He was able to counter his gentle fist style very easily. When Miko joined in, he suppressed both of them with ease. However, he soon frowned. He tried to sense, but he couldn't sense Fujin at all. Taking the opportunity provided by his teammates, Fujin had disappeared from his sight and hid his chakra. Though Renjiro couldn't sense Fujin, Fujin closely monitored their fight, waiting for an opportunity to butt in. He soon found one when Renjiro punched Hoka. Fujin threw a shuriken with all his power. However, Renjiro smirked and thought, a fake opening. Always works against brats. He moved a step back to avoid the shuriken, however, the shuriken curved towards him. That surprised Renjiro. He was about to dodge again, when he felt no, something is weird. So instead of dodging, he just caught the shuriken right out of its trajectory. However, as soon as he caught it, he sensed two small chakra signatures behind him. He turned to see two wind spheres heading at him. He took a step to dodge, however, at the same time Miko launched fireball jutsu in the direction he was planning to dodge. Seeing that, he adjusted his direction and dodged both the jutsus and created distance from his students. Seeing that, Hoka rushed forward to engage him in close combat. While Hoka was rushing towards him, Renjiro thought, not bad at all. This doesn't seem planned, and their teamwork still needs a lot of work, but they are able to take advantage of the opportunities created by each other. Not to mention that I felt wind on that shuriken, which means that Fujin used projectile control jutsu on the shuriken. And instead of pressing forward on a hopeless assault, he took the advantage of that fireball to disappear again. He engaged in another round of combat with Hoka and Miko. Fujin, who was secretly observing the combat, thought an elite jounin indeed. That opening was a bait, to understand my location. Not to mention, he grabbed the shuriken out of thin air. Though, I wonder what he'd have done if I had infused that shuriken with wind chakra. Anyways, I wonder if I can fool him using a shadow clone. Fujin kept hiding, and made a shadow clone. After a minute, it looked like both Hoka and Miko were about to lose. So the clone interrupted Renjiro by launching two wind explosion jutsu on him. He followed it up with shurikens. Renjiro dodged everything and moved towards Fujin to engage him in close combat. However, the clone flickered and moved behind Miko and Hoka. Seeing Renjiro approaching, Hoka began moving forward to engage him. However, Fujin sensed a huge chakra built up by Miko and shouted, "Hoka, move aside." That shout alarmed Hoka and he turned to see that Miko was weaving hand signs and had gathered almost all of her chakra. He quickly got out of her way and created distance by running to his left. Miko, actually, was very frustrated by this fight. Poor girl had been trying to use Sharingan Ganjutsu on her sensei since the start of the fight, but not once did he look in her eyes. Due to her frustration, she launched Fire Dragon Jutsu, and nearly poured all her chakra in it. Fujin's clone sensed that and used Great Breakthrough Jutsu. He timed his jutsu just after Miko launched hers, and tried to limit the range of his jutsu to just cover her Fire Dragon. The result increased the power and the size of the dragon. Not wanting to take that jutsu head-on, Renjiro flickered away. The power of this jutsu really surprised Hoka and Miko. Especially Miko, who was awestruck by it. Fujin was still keeping an eye on Renjiro. He noticed that Renjiro had flickered without using any hand signs, and had flickered just enough distance to barely dodge the jutsus. He thought, sigh, that's the first time he has used a ninjutsu. Anyways, it seems like this fight is pretty much over. Hoka has taken quite a beating. So has Miko and she is out of chakra too. Only I am still fine. Sadly there's not much me and my clone can do. Not having a good long-range jutsu sucks though. Despite being perfectly hidden, there's not much I can do. Right then, Fujin suddenly used body flicker jutsu purely with his instincts. However, right when his feet left the ground, a hand came out of the ground and caught his right leg. This caused him to fall forward, at a very rapid speed. Luckily for him, he managed to put his arms forward, ensuring that his face didn't get badly damaged. Soon, another hand clutched the back of his neck and pinned him to the ground. He realized that it was Renjiro's chakra signature and thought, what the fuck? I didn't sense him at all. He soon got his clone's memories. His clone had been dispelled, and Hoka and Miko had been defeated. He thought, a clone? But when? On thinking a bit he realized, was it when the dust provided him cover? But I had almost immediately begun sensing him. Was that fraction of a second enough for him to make a clone and hide it or his main body? And why didn't I sense him? I should be able to sense anyone sensing me. Heck, even if someone merely looks at me, I sense that too. Renjiro thought, he was able to see an attack coming? No, that doesn't seem right. My chakra control was perfect. It seems like he decided to move purely on his instincts. He then took his hand off Fujin's neck and said, that's enough. Follow me. Fujin followed Renjiro to where Hoka and Miko were. Both were lying on the ground. He thought, poor kids. They really got beat up. Both their faces are swollen. And there are bruises even on their limbs. Renjiro, who had beaten up these two and dispelled Fujin's clone, dispelled himself. Fujin then looked at Renjiro and thought, did he beat these two up to curb their arrogance? Well, whatever, I hope they think more now. After getting his clone's memories, Renjiro looked at Fujin in a new light and thought, very good. He was successfully able to hide from my clone not only once, but twice. If not for the fact that his clone had only half his chakra, my clone might not have been able to identify him as a clone. He has a very good mindset. Unfortunately, he doesn't have any good long-range jutsu. Which meant that him hiding such a long distance away was disadvantageous to him as well. Also, he gave up a bit too quickly after I caught him. Something I should correct, though I suppose it did save him from receiving a beating. A shame really, though he doesn't seem as arrogant as the other two, some beating would have been good for his development. Luckily for Fujin, he was totally oblivious of Renjiro's plans and thoughts. He then looked at Hoka and Miko and thought, but that still makes him much better than these two. Sigh, which Geinin engages a jounin in a head-on confrontation. But other than that, their skills are very good. Hoka is very good at taijutsu and he is very fast too. And Miko's fire-style jutsus were quite strong for a Geinin. I'm still surprised by the combo attack of Fujin and her. While Renjiro was engaged in those thoughts, both Hoka and Miko got up. Though they still were groaning and looking at their sensei with a lot of complaints. Miko also looked begrudgingly at Fujin, who seemed to be in a much better condition. Renjiro of course ignored those looks and said, you have 10 minutes. Sit here quietly and think about our little spar. I'll ask you some questions after 10 minutes and I expect you to answer them. Fujin sat down and began to analyze the fight. Hoka and Miko did that too, however they were still looking at Renjiro angrily. All three Geinins began analyzing and had the same first thought. An elite jounin is incredibly strong. While Fujin had to take some effort to dig up information on Renjiro, Hoka and Miko got it very easily from their parents. Renjiro's exploits were common knowledge among the shinobi who fought in the Third Great Ninja War. That had made them a bit more respectful of Renjiro. After the 10 minutes were up, Renjiro asked, the first question for you, when did I make a clone? Fujin raised his hand and replied, most probably when you punched the ground and raised a dust cover. Miko, who was thinking hard, replied, yes, I don't think there was any other opportunity for you to make a clone. Fujin could sense anger in her voice due to being beaten up. Hoka was still confused though. He asked, but sensei, why couldn't my Byakugan see you? Renjiro replied, there are ways to hide even from the Byakugan. Take this as a lesson that just because you don't see it, doesn't mean you can relax and put your guard down. Hoka nodded with a conflicting expression. Knowing that the pride of his clan wasn't foolproof was a big blow to him. Fujin then asked, but sensei, how were you able to approach me from underground and still hide your chakra? Also, how did you keep a track of where I was, without letting me sense you back? Renjiro replied, there are ways to hide from a sensor. Also tricks to sneak up on a sensor. Just because you don't sense anyone, doesn't mean that you should completely drop your guard. Miko was the next one to ask a question. She asked, sensei, how did you fight me without even once looking into my eyes? Renjiro smirked and said, the Uchiha clan has been using Sharingans for hundreds of years. There are many ways to combat your Sharingan too. The one I showed you was just the most basic one. The answers made all the three Geinins fall into a deep thought. Fujin especially was very worried. He thought, does that mean if someone was spying on me, I wouldn't even have an idea? This thought worried him. However he calmed down on thinking, well he is an elite jounin, capable of leading a whole battlefront. Surely Hidden Leaf Village won't send an elite jounin to spy on a nobody. I should still be safe. Renjiro cut the thoughts of his students and said, Now all three of you will think and tell me why you lost. And tell me how you could have performed better. Hoka, you first, followed by Miko and then Fujin. Hoka thought for a bit and said, you countered my gentle fist and I couldn't land even one hit on you. Also my Byakugan couldn't see your clone. And you were also a lot faster than me or anyone else. Renjiro then looked at Miko who replied, your taijutsu is much stronger than ours. And you were always able to dodge all of our attacks, no matter how thorough we were. Also you knew exactly how to counter each one of us. He then looked over to Fujin who said, our teamwork wasn't proper. We barely ever even spoke to each other. I saw Hoka and Miko tag team against you, but they weren't in sync with each other. And I, despite being hidden, couldn't help much from such a long distance. And we didn't have any plans to defeat you. Not to mention. Fujin paused for a few moments and continued, you were just too strong for us to handle. Renjiro nodded and thought, decent. Hoka's tactical thinking would have to be developed more, but the other two are much better. He then said, alright, this is it for today. You can go home and heal yourself. We will meet here tomorrow at 5:00 a.m. You have one assignment for tomorrow. Write down your daily routine and bring it tomorrow. And Fujin, stay here. Hoka, Miko, you two can leave. On getting the permission to leave, they said goodbyes and left. Fujin did have to suppress his urge to laugh as they both were walking very weirdly. Though that urge went away very quickly as he had a horrifying thought, wait. I was the only one not beaten up. So he didn't make me wait for. He quickly got rid of that thought, no way. He's a reputed commander from a great ninja war, he won't be so petty. He screamed internally, where the fuck are those human rights activists? Also, why the fuck didn't that old monkey make laws to prevent child abuse despite warming the Hokage seat for decades? Fujin kept seeing his teammates walk away in a weird manner, while desperately hoping that his thoughts won't ever come true. Chapter 38, Light Morning Workout in Training Ground 17, Fujin and his new sensei were alone. Renjiro asked, why didn't you use swords during the spar? Fujin replied, cause I don't have any. I checked the prices, and even the cheapest one costs 12,000 ryo. Sadly I can't afford them. The answer was within Renjiro's expectations. He nodded and said, I'll be teaching you how to wield swords from now onwards. Don't worry about the swords, I have a few you can use. We will first test your skills and also the size of the sword that'll suit you. After that, the third Hokage will order 2 custom-made samurai swords for you. Fujin nodded and thanked him. Renjiro took out a scroll, laid it on the ground and rolled it open. Fujin noticed that it was a storage scroll. And looking at the number of storage seals, he probably was the one who made it. Renjiro made a hand sign and 12 swords appeared on the scroll. Fujin picked up 2, which were very similar in size to the ones he already used and said, Sensei, the ones I used in the academy were of this size. Renjiro replied, alright, we'll start with these then. Let's have another spar. I wanna see how good your sword skills are. Fujin and Renjiro then sparred to compare their sword skills. While sparring, both had different thoughts. Fujin was happy that his sensei wasn't the same monster he was earlier. Renjiro on the other hand had mixed feelings about Fujin's swordsmanship. He thought, this kid's basics are extremely solid. Especially considering that he has only trained with swords for less than a year. However, apart from the basics, he has nothing at all. There's no style to his swordplay. It's just a simple straightforward attack and defense. While he has been attacking and defending well, it's only due to him leveraging his speed and strength. If I were to increase my speed and strength to match his, he most probably won't even last 5 seconds. The spar continued for a few minutes more before Renjiro halted it. He concluded, he's like an unpolished jade. Not having any other styles means that he doesn't have any bad habits. While in the long run it may be disadvantageous, but for practicing just one style, this would be very convenient. Of course, since he hasn't practiced any styles yet, I can't say how fast or slow he will be at learning the samurai saber techniques. Renjiro then suddenly increased his speed to match Fujin's and skillfully hit both his swords consecutively to create an opening, and then placed the tip of his sword very close to Fujin's throat. He said, alright, that's enough. I'll teach you some new forms. He then displayed a few forms for Fujin and asked him to copy and practice them. The training continued for 3 hours, after which Renjiro dismissed Fujin. After dismissing Fujin, Renjiro reported to Hiruzen. On entering his office, Hiruzen asked him, so how were the kids? Renjiro replied, very promising old man. They are much stronger than an average genin. Hoka is already at Chunin level in terms of taijutsu. And Miko is the same in terms of ninjutsu, though her chakra reserves need to increase. Fujin's ninjutsu isn't bad either. Though his ninjutsu was weaker than Miko's, he was more skillful with them. And his chakra reserves are higher than hers. The most surprising thing is that his tactical thinking is already on par with someone who has gone through many missions. And, even though they didn't actively strategize, they were smart enough to take advantage of the openings provided by their other teammates. Even if I had conducted a test, they would have easily passed it to become Gainins. Hiruzen nodded and thought, just as their results indicate. Though Fujin's tactical prowess is surprising to hear. I guess that is why he was able to easily rank first in the written exams. He then asked, what about Fujin's sword skills? Renjiro shook his head and said, I can't say yet. His basics are good, but whether he can learn further or not depends on his talent and the effort he puts in. Hiruzen replied, alright. I'll leave it to you, and dismissed him. Next day, Fujin got up at 4:20 a.m. and thought, I thought waking up at 5 a.m. was too early. Now this guy asks us to gather there at 5 a.m. Not to mention, that training ground is over 15 fucking kilometers from my home. Sigh, whatever. I guess I'll get a good morning run at least. Not sure if his training will be as intense as my morning workouts, so I could increase the pressure applied by the seal on my body during that run. Fujin reached the training grounds just before 5 a.m. and saw that both his teammates were already there. He wished them good morning and waited for Renjiro. Renjiro appeared right at 5 a.m. and said, morning. The kids wished him back. Renjiro began by saying, from today onwards, we'll meet here daily at 5 a.m. Our mornings will begin with rigorous physical training. He then looked at Miko and said, Fujin's and Hoka's physiques are very well developed. However, Miko, you don't have any seals on your body to help build your physical strength, do you? Miko shook her head. Renjiro said, today, you'll ask your parents to get that seal for you. And get the seal before this weekend's. Miko nodded and said, yes, sensei. He then looked at Hoka and Fujin and asked, how much maximum pressure can your seals apply? Hoka replied, maximum, it can apply 125 kilograms weight. Fujin replied, mine can apply a maximum weight of 250 kilograms. Hoka looked at Fujin with a bit of jealousy as his seal was better. Renjiro then asked, alright, and how much % of the pressure do you two use? Hoka replied, 30%, and Fujin replied, 13.5%. On hearing Hoka's reply, Fujin sighed internally, no wonder he can keep up so easily with me. Whereas Hoka's mood cheered up as he thought, even though his seal is better, I apply more pressure on my body. Miko, on the other hand, was upset and annoyed, thinking, no wonder these two move so fast. Why didn't anyone ever tell me about this method to get stronger? Renjiro thought, really impressive. It seems that I can make their physical training more rigorous than I had planned. He said, alright, let's begin with our training. And Team 3 began their first training session under their new sensei. Everyone was very enthusiastic. Getting personally trained by an elite jounin would be really helpful. No matter what their dreams were, becoming an elite jounin would be the minimum requirement for them to reach. Only after that could they think of making their dreams a reality. In the first 30 minutes, all three were very energetic. In the next 30 minutes, their enthusiasm died down. After 1 hour, Miko could barely keep up with the training. Even an aloof Hoka could clearly notice that she was trying her hardest to hold back her tears. Hoka could still keep up and was the only one looking forward to the next 3 hours. Fujin could keep up too, but he had a very bad feeling. After 2 hours, Fujin was badly regretting the decision he made in the morning. He thought, which fucking demon put the thoughts of turning up the pressure of the seal to fucking 25% for the morning run to this training ground? When the training finally ended at 9 a.m., Hoka and Fujin dropped to the ground. They could barely even move any muscle. Miko had already dropped unconscious some time earlier. Neither Fujin nor Hoka were aware when exactly, but Renjiro picked her up and laid her under a tree. Fujin would have screamed for child protection laws, but he was too tired to even think about it. He noticed that Miko got up a few minutes after the training ended, and that felt very fishy for some reason. Looking at that sight, Renjiro chuckled internally. He said, no need to overreact so much. It was merely a light morning workout. Now get up and move under that tree. They both barely got up and wobbled somehow to those trees and sat there, while resting their backs on the trunk of the tree. Renjiro then tossed a couple of ration bars and a water bottle to all three and said, you can rest here for the next hour. Eat those ration bars and hydrate yourself, preferably after half an hour. I'll meet you here again at 10. He then flickered away. As soon as he left, both Fujin and Hoka slid down and began sleeping. This pissed Miko, who said loudly, wake up you two, we can't sleep all day. That woke the two of them up. Hoka dismissively replied, we didn't sleep for over an hour during the workout. Fujin continued in the same tone, yeah, wake us up after 30 to 40 minutes. And they both went back to sleep. Miko was very annoyed and made some noise, but both were too tired to respond to her antics and just ignored her. After around half an hour, Miko woke them both up. As soon as they woke up, they ate the ration bars and emptied the water bottle. The short nap brought their energy levels up, but didn't do much to stop the muscle ache all over the body. Fujin sighed and said, I think every single muscle in my body is aching. Hoka replied, yeah, same here. I don't think it's gonna stop anytime soon. Fujin replied, especially if this has to be done every morning. That sentence scared both Hoka and Miko. Miko asked, no way, right? Unlike you two, I didn't even last the whole workout. How will we do this daily? Fujin chuckled internally and thought, poor girl. She is totally freaked out. Ha ha ha. Still, this sensei. I was upset at not getting a chance to meet Guy and hence not having any opportunity to learn from him. But with this, I don't think it was such a bad thing to not meet him. As insane as this workout was, Guy, probably, still beats this by a long distance. Otherwise there's no way he'd learn the 8 inner gates all the way to the 8th gate. Hoka tried to console Miko and said, don't worry. I have been doing such physical workouts for years. After some time, our body will get used to it. And the results will be worth it. That calmed Miko down a bit. However, Fujin thought, now that I think about it, this is a good opportunity to curb her Uchiha pride a bit. He countered Hoka by saying, I don't think that will be the case with Renjiro-sensei. If we get anywhere near being comfortable with this workout, he'll probably change it. Even if that isn't the case, he could just make us increase the pressure on our body. That again freaked Miko out. She quickly asked, but can't we fool sensei by lying about how much pressure we have applied? Hoka commented, yeah, we can. There's no way for others to check it. However, Fujin countered again, even if he can't check it, he'll understand by how tired we are after the workout. So though we could fake the pressure, I don't think we can fool an elite jounin about how difficult the workout is. On being countered again, Hoka wondered what Fujin was up to. He thought, I'm going out of my way to make her feel better, but Fujin is making her more and more scared. He thought for a bit, but couldn't think of anything and let it go. Whatever, I don't care. Still though, for a physical workout to push me to this extent, I need to get stronger. Miko tried to think of more ways out, but couldn't think of anything. She had one thought which she was planning to ask her teammates, can we ask sensei to decrease the difficulty of the workout? However, her pride didn't allow her to say that. She decided, fine. I'll just work harder and improve my physique. I'm the only one to graduate from my class, which shows how much better I am as compared to others. There's no way a single routine will stop me from achieving my dream. Fujin didn't see the look of determination on both his teammates. His body was still very sore to pay much attention to them. However, another person did. Chapter 39, Rank C Wind-style Jutsus. Renjiro was hiding nearby and watching his young students. Looking at the determined looks of Hoka and Miko, he smiled thinking excellent. With this determination, their power will increase very rapidly. Sadly, Fujin isn't looking that determined. He thought a bit and concluded, well, just because there's no determined look on him doesn't mean that he's discouraged. Though he did speak about future challenges, it didn't seem like he wanted to back away. Anyways, I should get a better idea after a few more sessions. If he isn't determined, then I have a few ways to make him determined. If Fujin knew his sensei's plans for him, he would have shuddered. When just 5 minutes of break was left, Fujin and Hoka got up and began stretching. Miko copied them. They weren't sure which crazy session awaited them, and decided to loosen up their muscles. Renjiro soon appeared in front of them and said, before we begin with the next session, let's talk about your routines first. Renjiro then discussed everyone's routine one by one. He planned to train them from 5 a.m. to 9 a.m. and from 10 a.m. to noon. For Fujin, there'd be additional 3 hours of training from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. He modified everyone's routines to fit his own training plans. He also recommended everyone their diets. And that involved a lot of ration bars. Renjiro recommended them to eat one at 4:15 a.m., 2 at 9:30 a.m. and another 1 or 2 during lunch. He explained that ration bars were created for ninjas who'd be on very long missions away from Hidden Leaf Village. So they have absolutely everything necessary that a ninja must consume. Apart from that, food items rich in proteins were recommended by him. Fujin groaned a bit at his schedule. He thought, no freaking way. Since when did Jounin Sensei begin spending so much time to train their Gainins? Heck, apart from Kakashi teaching Sasuke Chidori, and Guy teaching Lee, I don't think any of the remaining 10 were taught anything significant at all by their sensei. With him practically taking my whole day, I won't have any time to keep practicing Fu-in-jutsu or learn any new ninjutsu. I am not sure if the trade-off is worth it. He thought a bit more and sighed, I don't really have a say here, I really hope that the trade-off is worth it. Renjiro began the next training session. Considering how tired his students were, Renjiro decided to let them have it easy. The session focused on teamwork and team formations. Nothing fancy, just the application of what they were taught in the academy. At noon, Renjiro stopped the training and gathered everyone. He then said, "Fujin, for today, we'll skip your sword practice. I have another assignment for you. All three of you will visit the library and decide what you guys want to learn over the next year. We will discuss it tomorrow. And don't forget, we'll have daily training sessions here at 5 a.m. Fujin, Hoka and Miko nodded and thanked him. Hoka and Miko left for their home, whereas Fujin went over to Yakiniku for lunch. Fujin did train hard over the past 5 years. However, nothing came close to what he went through today. Despite the pain, he was actually looking forward to how much stronger this training would make him. After lunch, he went over to the library. He entered the section C of the library and began searching for wind-style jutsus. He also wanted to look at rank C earth-style jutsus, but he thought, that old freak can sneak up without me even sensing. And given that he has given us this task, I wouldn't be surprised if he is keeping an eye here. I'll just check the rest sometime later. What surprised him was that the number of rank C wind-style jutsus exceeded the number of rank D and rank E wind-style jutsus. On going through all of them, he made a list. The list of rank C wind-style jutsus was Gale Palm Jutsu, Great Breakthrough Jutsu, Spinning Shield of Wind Jutsu, Wind Gale Wolf Jutsu, Wind Dragon Jutsu, Wind Cutter Jutsu, Faithful Wind Blade Jutsu, Wind Instantaneous Body Jutsu, Air Current Wild Dance Jutsu. He had already learned Great Breakthrough Jutsu. So he read the scrolls of the remaining jutsus to get a better understanding of them. After reading, he concluded so Gale Palm Jutsu is basically just a more advanced form of Gale Surge Jutsu. It does provide 360 degrees coverage, but its power is still lacking. Not to mention, Spinning Shield of Wind Jutsu is a much better defensive jutsu. Not only does it defend, but it also reflects back all attacks made on it. Wind Instantaneous Body Jutsu is similar to Body Flicker Jutsu. The body moves along with a gale of wind. It's an escape jutsu. And the user can move over a kilometer. Wind Cutter Jutsu and Faithful Wind Blade Jutsu are offense-oriented jutsus. Wind Cutter basically just uses wind to cut through the enemies. And Faithful Wind Blade needs a sword or kunai or any blade as a base. Using that, it creates a 10 feet long blade of wind. Since it is made of wind, it is almost weightless, and is very sharp and difficult to block. I guess the jutsu that Baki used was a more advanced form of this jutsu. Air Current Wild Dance Jutsu is a battlefield control jutsu and can be used to restrict enemies. Wind Gale Wolf Jutsu and Wind Dragon Jutsu sound incredibly fun. A wind sphere has to be made, and then the caster has to make a wolf or a dragon from that sphere. But both jutsus take different routes ahead. In Wind Gale Wolf Jutsu, I can make more wolves as I get stronger. Whereas, in Wind Dragon Jutsu, the dragon can shoot out Wind Explosion Jutsu. He began analyzing. Once again, these jutsus are very interesting. Most of these jutsus aren't restricted by their ranks, and can perform even as good as in rank S jutsu if the caster is strong enough and has mastered these jutsus to their limits. In fact, Spinning Shield of Wind Jutsu, Wind Gale Wolf Jutsu and Wind Dragon Jutsu are classified as rank CS, depending on how strong their user is. At rank C, Spinning Shield of Wind can only deflect weapons back. But as it is made stronger, it can reflect low-level ninjutsu back, and at its peak, it is said to be able to reflect even rank A jutsus back. For Wind Gale Wolf Jutsu, it's about the number of wolves that can be formed. At rank C, only one can be formed. But at rank S, the caster can make hundreds of these wolves. Something that'll be incredibly useful against an army. For Wind Dragon Jutsu, it's about the size of the dragon and the number of Wind Explosion Jutsus it can spit out. According to the scroll, someone with large amounts of chakra and excellent chakra control could make a dragon that is over a kilometer long and can shoot out hundreds of Wind Explosion Jutsus. Even though the other jutsus aren't stated to be able to reach such a level, I can imagine them to be much stronger. For instance, for Faithful Wind Blade Jutsu, the size of the wind blade could be extended even further. Or it could be made much sharper. Similarly, Wind Instantaneous Body Jutsu could probably be used to move tens of kilometers away. He then calmed himself and thought, the only issue is, why haven't I heard about anyone using these jutsus? Even if these jutsus have that potential, if no one can reach it, then there must be some issue. He analyzed for a few minutes and concluded, I guess using my memories about Naruto is very unreliable. Also, it is very likely that Wind Affinity ninjas in Hidden Leaf Village do practice these jutsus, just that I'm not aware of them. Not surprising. But I do want to know if there was even one character in the past who used these jutsus to their full potential. He noticed, I lost my focus. Let me first decide which jutsus to learn. After analyzing, he decided, I will learn Spinning Shield of Wind Jutsu, Wind Gale Wolf Jutsu, Wind Dragon Jutsu, Faithful Wind Blade Jutsu and Wind Instantaneous Body Jutsu. I don't need the battlefield control that Air Current Wild Dance Jutsu provides currently. And for defense, escaping into the ground and spinning Shield of Wind Jutsu are better options than Gale Palm Jutsu. Wind Cutter Jutsu could have been useful, but I have another idea. While analyzing the jutsus, Fujin noticed two peculiarities. His thoughts were, wouldn't Faithful Wind Blade Jutsu be a better option than Chakra Flow? It makes me wonder if instead of sending a slash of Chakra, I could use this to send a slash of wind in Samurai Saber techniques. Also, can this be used in conjunction with Chakra Flow? The others are Wind Dragon Jutsu and Wind Gale Wolf Jutsu. The starting point of both of these jutsus is the same. So can I create wolves that shoot out Wind Explosion Jutsu, or can I create multiple dragons? These ideas intrigued him a lot. He decided to experiment with them when he was strong enough to do so. After deciding the jutsus to learn, Fujin thought, alright, decision made. Now I'll dig up this entire library to see if anyone ever used these jutsus to their limits or not. He got up to keep the scrolls back. On getting up he noticed, Miko's here. I didn't even notice. He then tried to sense and noticed, oh, Hoka is here too. And he is in section D. Chapter 40. Second Kazekage. Both Hoka and Miko had arrived in the library sometime after Fujin. Unlike Fujin, they had guidance from their ninja parents. As they were talented enough, they were also guided by their respective clan elders. So they hadn't visited the village's library before, as all their jutsus were directly taught to them. However, this time, respecting Renjiro's wishes, the elders allowed these kids to go and research in the village library. Of course, they would discuss Miko and Hoka's plans with them before they talked to Renjiro. Hoka was reading the scroll on Body Flicker Jutsu in section D. He thought, sigh, the library is full of ninjutsu. I tried reading scrolls on taijutsu, but they suck. Nothing comes close to our gentle fist style. Sigh, I don't want to waste my time on ninjutsu. I'll just tell sensei that I will learn Body Flicker Jutsu. It was very cool when Fujin just blitzed everywhere. Also, if my enemy knows this jutsu, I won't be able to even touch him. Though father would probably still yell on me. Can't they get that I want to focus only on taijutsu? Miko, on the other hand, had directly arrived in section C and began looking for more fire-style jutsus. She thought, why did my father make me search through jutsus here? Couldn't they just teach me stronger jutsus? However, while searching, she found something that surprised her. She thought, fire style, 4? Why is this jutsu in section C? Shouldn't it be a rank B jutsu and fire style, 5 jutsu be a rank A jutsu? She took the scroll and began reading it. On reading it, she was very satisfied. She thought, finally. This jutsu finally has some power behind it. The fire style, 4 jutsu was similar to fire style, 2 jutsu. Point 2 fingers and release a heat ray. However, in this stage the power was much higher. It was comparable to using a very hot kunai. Miko thought, with this, I could compete with Hoka and Fujin in close combat. Getting hit by this will be very painful and it'll be very hard to dodge in close range. Though I don't like to admit it, both of them are much stronger than me physically. And Hoka's gentle fist style is difficult to counter despite having Sharingan. With this jutsu, I could become as strong as them in close combat, and I am already superior to them in ranged combat. She then looked for other jutsus. And decided to learn Flame Sphere Jutsu and Fireproof Jutsu, thinking, I don't have any defensive jutsus. So these might be a bit useful. Fujin ignored his teammates and began his search with the Kazekages. He wasn't aware much about the Kazekages. He thought, the syllabus didn't focus much on the past Kazekages. In fact, they didn't talk about which jutsus were used by any foreign Kage. I do recall Gaara, his father, and the third Kazekage. However, not much was shown. Gaara manipulated sand, Raza manipulated gold, and his predecessor manipulated iron. And all their combat was based around that. I hope the first and second aren't the same. Also, it isn't probable for third and fourth Kazekages to not know anything else. It took him a while to gather all the data on the 3 Kazekages. He had already read about Raza in the bingo book. Sadly, the bingo book didn't maintain information on the dead. After almost 2 hours of going through various scrolls and trying to summarize it, Fujin understood. I see. So the first Kazekage was a user of magnet-style KK Genkai. He was the one who created Hidden Sand Village. And unlike Hashirama, he did it with an iron fist. Many tribes and clans in the vicinity were forced to join in or evacuate. It seems like he wanted to keep the position of Kazekage within his clan, as he had announced his second son as his successor. Sadly for him, Obirama killed all 3 of his sons in a clash in the First War. And later on, he was killed by the second Tsuchikage's dust release in the same war. Not having anyone strong enough in the clan, they had to appoint a student of the first Kusagakure as the second Kusagakure. And at the same time, they began raising the first Kusagakure's grandson for the third Kusagakure's position. Though all the Kusagakures have been an expert at wind style, it was the second one who was a true master of the wind. It seems that the legends from these scrolls came from him. In order to defend an important location, he had created a wind dragon so huge that its tail couldn't be seen at all. He could also create hundreds of wolves to attack enemy armies. He could fly, and had clashed with the second Tsushi Kage a few times. And it seems like all the Denzo's vacuum jutsus came from the second Kazi Kage too. However, towards the end of the first war, Tobirama killed the second Kazi Kage. Though, despite that, they didn't surrender and retreated back into their deserts, where no one dared to march on them. So, how exactly did Hidden Leaf Village get these jutsus? It's very unlikely for Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Sand Village to both have these jutsus. So either Hidden Sand Village or, more likely, Hidden Leaf Village stole it from the other. Fujin thought a bit and reached three conclusions. Well, either Tobirama had an Uchiha keep an eye on him and copy his jutsus, or Tobirama used Impure World Resurrection to get those jutsus from him, or Hidden Sand Village was asked to hand these jutsus over after their disastrous loss in the Second War. Knowing Tobirama, I'd say it is very likely that he employed both the first two ways and Hiruzen took the opportunity provided in the Second War to show that Hidden Leaf Village has acquired these jutsus in a proper manner. Of course, I can't be sure that this is what happened. Either way, it does seem that the potential of these wind-style jutsus is very real. Still, the first Great Ninja War was so brutal. At the end of the war, every village had to elect their third Kage. Only Tobirama and the second Dry Kage were alive, but they were killed during the peace talks when the Gold and Silver brothers revolted. Probably that's why the next wars weren't that intense. No Kage died in the second Great Ninja War and the third Dry Kage was the only Kage to die in the third Great Ninja War. I guess they did learn some form of constraint. Makes me wonder if the first war is the reason why Hiruzen talks so much about peace and why Onoki chose to just watch and been known as the fence-sitter instead of being more proactive. On validating the potential of the jutsus, Fujin decided to read one scroll up entirely to understand how the jutsu should be learned. After analyzing, he decided I'll start with Faithful Wind Blade Jutsu. It should assist in my samurai saber techniques training with Renjiro. Though, I'll need to confirm it with him first. Miko and Hoka had already left the library when Fujin was searching for information on the Kazekages. When Hoka reached home, his father asked, "So what have you decided to learn?" Hoka put up a very serious face, and said, "Father, I have decided to learn Body Flicker Jutsu." And then he paused. His father kept waiting to hear his son's further plans, but Hoka didn't speak. He asked, "And?" Hoka showed a confused expression and asked, "And what?" He impatiently asked, "What will you learn in addition to Body Flicker Jutsu?" Hoka again put up a very serious face and said, "I'll learn more Taijutsu." This statement finally broke his father's stoic expression, and got Hoka a punch right on his head. He then dragged his son to his clan's library to pick out more jutsus for him. A similar scenario took place at Miko's home. Her parents were happy with her choice to learn fire style, 4 jutsu. But for the rest, her mother told her, those 2 jutsus don't provide much defense. Flame Sphere will at best help you defend against one attack, and Fireproof Jutsus will only make you immune to fire-style jutsus. Actually, fire element doesn't provide a good defense. Why don't you learn Earth or Water-style jutsus for defense? Miko thought about what her parents said and agreed. She said, "Alright, but I also want to learn Flame Sphere and Fireproof." Knowing their daughter's talent, her parents agreed. They then went to the Uchiha library to pick more jutsus. Chapter 41, Importance of Rank C Jutsus. The next day again began with a brutal morning workout. At 10 a.m., Renjiro asked, "So what have you guys decided to learn?" Miko, wanting to talk first, quickly said, "Sensei, I've decided to learn Fire Style, 4 Jutsu, Flame Sphere Jutsu, Fireproof Jutsu, Earth Military Movement Jutsu and Hiding Like a Mole Jutsu." Renjiro nodded and asked, "Why?" Miko said, "I already know Fire Style, 3 Jutsu, so Fire Style, 4 is the next step. It'll also be a very strong option in close combat. Earth Military Movement Jutsu and Hiding Like a Mole Jutsu are to evade an enemy attack, and once I'm underground, it'll be a strong defense too. And if I have jumped and can't reach the ground, then I'll use Flame Sphere Jutsu to defend. And Fireproof Jutsu would help me become immune to fire-style jutsus." On hearing her reason, Fujin thought, she memorized the whole thing. Still Hiding Like a Mole Jutsu. I should learn that one. I hope that jutsu has some way to breathe underground. Though I did develop a few ways to ensure cracks in the surface to allow some flow of air underground, it is not very reliable. Renjiro too noticed the memorized answer and sighed internally. They still assisted her in the decision. Though this plan should be good enough. He then said, that should be good enough. However, you will train to be able to perform fire style, 4 jutsu without any hand signs. Miko was confused, without any hand signs? How and why? Renjiro replied, do you think that your enemies will wait for you to perform your hand signs when you are in a close combat? As to how, don't worry. I'll teach you. Miko was very intrigued by it and nodded excitedly. He then looked over to Fujin. Fujin said, I've decided to learn Spinning Shield of Wind Jutsu, Wind Gale Wolf Jutsu, Wind Dragon Jutsu, Faithful Wind Blade Jutsu and Wind Instantaneous Body Jutsu. This surprised Renjiro a bit. He thought, that's surprising. He wants to learn 5 rank C wind style jutsu? I did have plans to suggest a couple of jutsus in case he chose only 1 or 2. I suppose this will be good too. I'll just teach those to him sometime later. Though Renjiro hit it soon, Fujin did notice him getting surprised. He sighed internally, I would have preferred to train in them in secret, but he barely allows me any free time to do that. So if I only mentioned 1 or 2, then there's a chance that I might be stuck with only those for some time. Renjiro then nodded and asked, why? Fujin replied, Spinning Shield of Wind Jutsu will help me defend from frontal assaults and even counterattack. Gale Wolf and Wind Dragon Jutsu will allow me to attack from a distance and control the battlefield. And I could attack from both land and the sky with them. Wind Instantaneous Body Jutsu is an escape jutsu. As for Faithful Wind Blade, I think that it'll complement Samurai Saber techniques well, so I plan to start with it. Renjiro thought, very good, considering that he didn't have anyone to guide him. 2 jutsus very long range, 1 defensive, 1 close range and 1 escape jutsus, and he already has 2 usable mid-range jutsus. He then commented, good thinking. But, later on, you'll also have to learn your second element. Wind is good for offense, but not very good for defense. Also, don't learn Faithful Wind Blade Jutsu right now. While it will complement Samurai Saber techniques, but that's only after you've mastered it. Right now it'll become an obstacle instead. Start with Wind Dragon Jutsu. Fujin nodded and asked, why should Wind Dragon Jutsu be learned first? Wouldn't it be easier to learn Wind Gale Wolf Jutsu first and then learn Wind Dragon Jutsu? Renjiro was impressed with the question. He answered, I have some plans for your Wind Dragon Jutsu. So don't worry about it. As for the learning order, once you learn Wind Dragon Jutsu, it'll be much easier to learn Wind Gale Wolf Jutsu. Fujin nodded while thinking, yeah, but that doesn't make learning Wind Dragon Jutsu any easier. Renjiro then looked at Hoka. Hoka said, I've decided to learn Body Flicker Jutsu, Stone Shuriken Jutsu, Rockthorn Bed Jutsu, Rockthorn Launch Jutsu and Water Shuriken Jutsu. Both Fujin and Miko noticed the sorrowful tone of Hoka. Renjiro thought, I know you don't like ninjutsu, but is there a need to look at me like I owe you a million ryo? He ignored that and thought about the jutsus. Just like us, the Hyugas focus on earth and water elements too. The gentle fist style has both the sturdiness of earth and the flexibility of water. So even if they don't have those affinities, they are still trained in those elements. Luckily for him, he does have the earth affinity. Still, he chose only 1 rank C jutsu. All others are rank D. I guess I need to take it slow with this kid. Renjiro asked once again, why? Hoka replied the answer that his father had made him memorize, Body Flicker is to increase my speed. My gentle fist style is restricted by range. So I can use Body Flicker to force the enemy into close combat. And if an enemy stays barely outside my range, then I can engage him with Stone Shuriken Jutsu. If the fight is on water, then I can engage him with Water Shuriken Jutsu. Rockthorn Bed Jutsu is to stop the enemies from running away, and Rockthorn Launch Jutsu is in case the enemy jumps to avoid the rock thorns. Renjiro nodded and thought, the usual Hyuga tactic of using Rockthorn Bed Jutsu for the reverse purpose. Though I'll have to make him learn more rank C earth and water style jutsus. Renjiro then looked at all 3 of his students and said, I'll now explain to you why I made you go through this exercise. But first, tell me, which rank jutsu would you guys like to use? Miko replied immediately, I'd like to learn and use rank S jutsu. She then looked at Renjiro with hopeful eyes. Renjiro chuckled internally and looked at the other 2 kids. Fujin was in thought, and Hoka appeared tense. Hoka, while sweating, said, Ra. Rank Diju. Jutsus are enough for me. Miko glared at Hoka for saying that. Renjiro then looked at Fujin and asked, Fujin? Fujin looked at his sensei and said, I'd like to use rank A or S jutsus too. But I'm not sure of how much chakra they would need. If just using 1 rank S jutsu completely drains my chakra, Then it's kinda pointless, isn't it? Renjiro smiled on hearing that answer. Perfect? This kid's analytical ability is very good. Renjiro said, you are right. This exercise is for you guys to find the jutsus most suited for you. No matter what rank ninja you become in the future, the jutsus you'll use the most are rank C jutsus. The reason is that the jutsus that are rank B and above drain a lot of chakra and affect your ability to fight for long. He waited a few moments for the Gainins to understand. He continued, so, in the future, how good of a ninja you become will depend on how good you're at using the rank C jutsus you have. He then looked at Miko and said, it isn't about the number of rank C jutsus you know, but about how good you're at using them. He then looked at Fujin and said, Fujin, use your great breakthrough jutsu on those trees. Fujin nodded, made the hand signs, and released his great breakthrough jutsu. The jutsu created a lot of winds, causing the branches to shake wildly and a lot of leaves and twigs to fall down. The winds left deep cuts in most trees. After a minute, the winds died down. Fujin thought, alright, that's about 25% of my full power with this jutsu. Renjiro said, good, now watch this. Renjiro then made one hand sign, and then used great breakthrough jutsu himself. The power behind his jutsu was easily over 10 times of what Fujin had done. The winds went through a few trees. 3 trees were uprooted. And even though the jutsu wasn't directed at them, Fujin, Hoka and Miko all felt those winds and had to hold on to the ground. Hoka and Miko were very shocked by what they saw. Whereas Fujin had only one thought, isn't this illegal deforestation? Someone call the cops and the media. Old man, Hashirama is no longer alive to just create more trees out of thin air. Miko asked enthusiastically, but how? Why is your jutsu so much stronger than Fujin's? Renjiro replied, because I have mastered this jutsu to a greater degree than Fujin. Fujin rebuked internally, incorrect old man, you still had to use one hand sign. You just charged the jutsu with way more chakra than I did or can. Though I guess you were more efficient in chakra use. Renjiro continued, and this wasn't my full power. Nor have I completely mastered this jutsu. Had it been Lord Hokage, then he could have leveled this whole forest with just this jutsu. Miko, Fujin and Hoka were very surprised and excited at that information. Or at least the other two were. Fujin sighed internally thinking, Hiruzen is a lot scarier here than in Naruto. I really wonder if Orochimaru will really be able to kill him or not. Satisfied with his students' reactions, Renjiro said, so this is why you need to focus on learning and mastering the proper rank C jutsus. In the future, these jutsus are what you'll be using the most. Of course, it doesn't mean that you should not learn higher rank jutsus. The additional power they provide is very useful. However, if you don't have a good set of rank C jutsus mastered, then you won't ever be able to become truly strong. Miko and Fujin nodded, but Hoka still looked a bit reluctant. Renjiro looked at Hoka and said, Hoka, no matter how good you become at taijutsu, you'll never become a strong ninja without mastering a few good rank C jutsus. Hoka looked down and softly murmured, even without ninjutsu I can still become a very strong ninja. Renjiro sighed and said, alright, we will have one spar between Fujin and you right now. Miko pouted as she wasn't involved in the spar. Renjiro made Hoka and Fujin take their positions. While they were heading towards their position, Renjiro secretly whispered to Fujin. Chapter 42, Fujin vs Hoka. Hoka and Fujin were facing each other and were 10 meters apart. Renjiro announced, you can use everything you know in this spar. Ninjutsu, Ganjutsu, Taijutsu and Kenjutsu are all allowed. But don't hurt each other fatally. Both kids nodded. Renjiro announced, fight. As soon as he said that, Hoka activated his Byakugan and rushed forward as fast as he could to engage Fujin in close combat. However, Fujin just flickered away. On gaining sufficient distance, he prepared one wind explosion jutsu in each hand. On seeing that, Hoka stopped and quickly started using hand signs for rock shield jutsu. Fujin recognized the hand signs and threw one wind sphere on Hoka. That put a lot of pressure on Hoka, but he managed to create the rock shield in time. The wind sphere hit the rock shield and exploded, creating a lot of winds. Seeing that his jutsu worked, Hoka sighed in relief, and put his guard down for a moment. That turned out to be a mistake, as Hoka's Byakugan saw a wind sphere heading towards him from the left. He tried to jump away quickly, but the wind sphere exploded near him. The explosion created more winds, which hit Hoka while he was in the air. The winds threw him off course, causing him to fall badly. Hoka quickly got on his feet, only to see one more wind sphere headed straight towards him. This time, he didn't jump and instead tried running away. However, more and more wind spheres kept heading towards him. For the next 15 seconds, Hoka just kept dodging. The winds created by the explosion had created small scratches all over his body, and his clothes were in a very bad shape. Finally Hoka adjusted himself, and began dodging the wind spheres properly. He used his Byakugan to see the wind spheres as soon as they were launched, and dodged in the right directions. Fujin thought, excellent. The rate at which I'm creating the wind spheres is just 1/5 of what I'm truly capable of, while their power is 1/3 of their max power. Still he's struggling so badly. Oh well, time to end this farce I guess. Fujin halved the number of wind spheres he was throwing. This allowed Hoka to close the distance between him and Fujin. He thought, finally. He slowed down. Time to finish him with my gentle fist. When the distance between the two was just 10 meters, Fujin began moving backwards. Hoka thought, it'll be annoying if he creates the distance again and increased his speed. However, Fujin quickly made a few hand signs. Seeing Fujin making hand signs, Hoka tried to increase his speed further, however, he quickly realized and panicked. He quickly tried making hand signs for Rock Shield Jutsu, but it was too late. Fujin, who was merely a few meters ahead of him, blew strong winds straight at him. The resultant winds blew Hoka back with force. Renjiro, who was planning to jump in, noticed, I see. Fujin put a very low amount of chakra in the jutsu. And it seems like he also made it very mild. Had he used as much force as he displayed earlier, that jutsu could have maimed Hoka. The winds blew Hoka around 50 meters back. Though Fujin tried to limit its power, Hoka still got dragged along the ground, causing him a lot of scratches which bled. After the winds subsided, Fujin picked up a small pebble nearby and threw it at Hoka. As Fujin had expected, Hoka still got up and wanted to fight more. He noticed the pebble heading towards him and stepped aside. He was about to rush towards Fujin again, however, the pebble suddenly took a hard turn and headed straight at him. Hoka couldn't react and the pebble hit him straight on his chest. It didn't cause any damage to Hoka, but Renjiro announced, that's enough. Winner is Fujin. On hearing that, Hoka dropped to his knees dejectedly. Though he didn't want to admit it, he knew that if Fujin had used a shuriken instead of a pebble, he'd have been injured very badly. This loss hit him hard. Fujin expected it, and so did Renjiro. During the 4 years of his academy, Hoka had never lost a fight to any of his classmates. In his second graduation exam, he even beat his seniors. However, this time he was defeated, and he never even had a chance. Looking at Hoka's crestfallen expression, Renjiro sighed, while I expected this result, I didn't think it'd be so bad. He didn't even have a chance. He then looked at Fujin and thought, this kid though. Even though I asked him to maintain distance while fighting, I didn't expect him to do this well. He controlled the flow of the whole battle, and had Hoka moving exactly how he wanted. He even threw a sphere on Hoka's defense on purpose, just to get his guard down. There's a lot more to this kid than we thought. It makes me very interested in his future. Perhaps in the next Great War, he might be an important figure. He then looked at Hoka and said, so, do you understand now why ninjutsu is important? Hoka looked up at his sensei. Renjiro continued, your opponent used 2 rank D and 1 rank C jutsu. One was a movement jutsu and the other 2 were mid-range jutsu. While you only used 1 defensive rank E jutsu. You specialize in taijutsu, but you didn't even get a chance to engage your enemy in taijutsu. Hoka nodded sadly. Renjiro then put up a kind smile and said reassuringly, I know that you like taijutsu a lot. And I support your enthusiasm for it. But you need to know ninjutsu too in order to be able to use your taijutsu effectively. There hasn't been any ninja who has become strong by only focusing on taijutsu and neglecting everything else. While he was saying that, he secretly thought, though there was one ninja who could challenge what I said. Might Dewey, he killed 4 swordsmen of the mist and forced the remaining 3 to run away. Just like Minato was credited for our victory against Hidden Stones Village, Dewey can be credited for our victory over Hidden Mist Village. They never dared to ever fight us again after that incident. Though, I would still stand by what I said to Hoka. Despite Dewey being as strong as he was, he still struggled at completing normal missions. Not knowing any good Genjutsu or Ninjutsu and just depending on Taijutsu is a bad idea. His son, despite preferring Taijutsu and mostly using it, does know a decent amount of Ninjutsu. But if his Taijutsu keeps advancing at the same rate, he might make what I said invalid. Hoka nodded his head and said with determination, yes sensei. I will work hard on my ninjutsu too. Renjiro kept his kind smile, and sighed in relief internally, finally, I got another kid on the right track. I have to admit. The old man's tactics in handling kids are the best. No wonder he was able to train 3 Sanins. Anyways, my team is finally set. He then looked at all 3 of his students and said, I hope all of you have realized the importance of rank C jutsus by now. Fujin, Hoka and Miko nodded. Renjiro continued, in terms of ninjutsu, your next focus will be on learning and mastering rank C jutsus. Until I say otherwise, None of you will attempt to learn a rank B or higher jutsu. He then advised the kids more and ended the day by saying, "This will be your today's assignment, Fujin. You and Miko will take Hoka to the village hospital and see that his wounds are tended to. And Fujin, meet me here at 2 p.m. He then flickered away. On the way to the hospital, Hoka was walking in an awkward manner. The morning training followed by getting several cuts took its toll. Seeing him wobble, Fujin said, "Sorry about that." Hoka replied, "It's okay. Don't worry about it." Miko said, "Yeah, it's just a few cuts. Stop wobbling and walk faster." Hoka, however, replied with his usual stoic face, "Perhaps if I slept for over 2 hours during the morning workout, I might have been able to walk properly." Hearing that, Fujin chuckled, while Miko became very embarrassed. Fujin and Miko accompanied Hoka in the hospital. Hoka was asked to go to a ward. First, a civilian doctor arrived, and cleaned all his wounds up. 5 minutes after the doctor left, a medical ninja arrived and healed all the cuts on him and advised him to take rest for the remaining day. Fujin observed the entire process, and then looked at Miko with a hint of jealousy. He sighed thinking, if only I had the Sharingan. I'd have just copied mystical palm jutsu and been done with it. They then said farewell to each other and left. Chapter 43, Training under an Elite Jounin. In the afternoon, Fujin visited the training grounds where Renjiro trained him in the basics of samurai saber techniques. Next day again began with the same workout. At 10 a.m., Renjiro said, "Today, we will begin learning new jutsus. Hoka, you'll begin with Rockthorn Bed Jutsu. Fujin, you'll start with Wind Dragon Jutsu, and Miko, you'll start with Fire Style, 4 Jutsu." The kids nodded. Renjiro then made a hand sign and prepared 3 shadow clones. Each of the shadow clones took a scroll from the main body and then took one gain-in. Hoka stayed at the same place, whereas Fujin and Miko were moved to a different location in the training ground. The clones then gave the scroll to the gain-ins, and asked them to read and start attempting the jutsu. As the kids began to learn them, the clone constantly kept a watch, and gave tips and advice when they felt the need to. The training under Renjiro continued in this manner. The morning workout remained the same. Whereas, in the 10 a.m. to noon session, Renjiro alternated between training them in team formations and ninjutsu training. In the afternoons, Renjiro trained Fujin with the sword. And from 6 p.m. to 8:30 p.m., Fujin trained by himself. He either practiced the jutsu he was learning, or fought against his shadow clones. Fujin found the training under Renjiro to be very helpful. Even though Fujin was already able to perform a few jutsus without hand signs, getting tips from Renjiro on the same helped him optimize it even further. Learning new jutsu became much easier too due to the tips Renjiro gave. He learnt the Wind Dragon Jutsu in a week, Wind Gale Wolf Jutsu in 2 days, Spinning Shield of Wind Jutsu in 9 days, and Wind Instantaneous Body Jutsu in 3 days. The rank C jutsus provided some challenge for Fujin. Wind Dragon and Spinning Shield of Wind was difficult to learn. Wind Gale Wolf Jutsu, however, was very easy to learn after having learned Wind Dragon Jutsu. Wind Instantaneous Body Jutsu too was very similar to Body Flicker Jutsu. Only, instead of depending on their own force, the user had to create a gust of wind and use it to move. Its range was larger than Body Flicker Jutsu. Fujin was instantly able to move 300 meters away with the aid of this jutsu. Another advantage was that it didn't leave any traces behind for the enemy to track. While right now, Fujin could escape better by spamming Body Flicker Jutsu, he was sure that once he mastered this jutsu, it'll be much better at escaping than Body Flicker Jutsu. His sword skills too had improved drastically. He and Renjiro decided on the length of the swords Fujin should get. It was 57 centimeters. After 3 weeks as a genin, Fujin received the 2 samurai swords he was promised. He was called to the Hokage's office along with Renjiro and given the swords. Fujin did note the fact that Hiruzen took every opportunity he could in order to make the kids more loyal to Hidden Leaf Village. In the training grounds, he held the 2 swords. Even though he wasn't an expert in swords, he clearly felt that these 2 were much better in quality. On that day, Renjiro began teaching Fujin chakra flow. Fujin, who already knew it, calmed himself and acted like it was the first time he was seeing it. He thought, I am not sure I can hide my skill from him. I guess I should just not do what I know and follow his instructions to the T. Luckily for Fujin, Renjiro's methods to create chakra flow was much different from what he had tried. It was also much more suitable. So he just honestly tried that method. Due to the method being different, he struggled initially. However, once he got a hang of it, the remaining phase was extremely easy for him. In merely 3 days, he managed to flow his chakra through his new swords. He noticed, wow, this is so easy with this sword. Renjiro, on the other hand, was very shocked. He thought, the hell? He learned chakra flow in merely 3 days? Even assuming that he trained at home, he couldn't have trained for more than 15 hours. He tried to make sense of it. Did he already know it? He tried analyzing, and concluded no, his struggle initially was very real. It's just that after he managed to do it a little bit, the rest became very easy for him. It's as if it was second nature to him. His analysis shocked him even further. He finally chuckled and thought, Master Mifune, it seems like I have picked up a student more talented than anyone in the Land of Iron. With that thought, he began laughing loudly. Ha 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 ha. That laugh did attract Fujin's attention. He thought, did he notice? No, that shouldn't be it. I guess it's my talent. Sigh, there was no other choice. Still, he doesn't need to laugh like a retard. Renjiro noticed Fujin looking at him with a concerned look, as if he was wondering whether his sensei needed some medical attention. He said, don't worry about it, kid. I just recalled an old geezer who was bragging about the talents in his village. Anyways, now that you have learnt chakra flow, we'll work towards mastering it. The intensity of the training too will increase a lot. Fujin nodded. From that day onwards, Renjiro became much more enthusiastic in teaching the samurai saber techniques to Fujin. That also meant that the training became much tougher. It almost became half as intense as the morning workout. Miko and Hoka too made a lot of progress. Miko learnt all her jutsus within the first 2 weeks, whereas Hoka needed a month to learn his. Learning body flicker made Hoka a much better ninja. By the end of the month, Miko finally managed to get through the entire morning workout. As soon as she did that, Renjiro asked her to start activating the training seal to 1% of its maximum capacity. Poor girl's joy at completing the workout quickly turned to horror. He had increased the pressure on Hoka's and Fujin's bodies too by making them increase the pressure of their seals to 32% and 15% respectively. Apart from the personal improvements, the squad had also improved as a team. Within the first week, all the basic 4-man and 3-man formations were drilled into the trio. After that, Renjiro began working on their teamwork and combination attacks. A lot of exercises and spars were conducted to improve teamwork. For combination attacks, Fujin and Miko were made to combine Wind Dragon and Fire Dragon jutsus. It took a few days to learn, but the result was excellent. The Fire Dragon was enhanced by the Wind Dragon, nearly doubling its size. Its power was around 4 times the power of both the jutsus individually. The dragon could shoot wind explosion jutsu from its mouth, however, instead of normal winds, it was made of incredibly hot winds. On their first experiment, they nearly caused a forest fire. Luckily Renjiro was closely monitoring this training and quickly used waterfall jutsu to douse the fire. Seeing that, Fujin thought, isn't his very similar to Scorch style? I guess, only the power is lacking. Fujin looked at Renjiro and asked, Sensei, is it possible for only one ninja to perform this combination jutsu? And I mean without using clones. Miko was very intrigued by this question and paid attention. Renjiro answered, yes, it is possible. You have to use both the nature transformations at the same time and release them together. One way to do it is by doing hand signs for Fire Dragon Jutsu with one hand, and for Wind Dragon Jutsu with the other. But don't worry about it for now. This is too advanced. You can't do it right now. This answer surprised Fujin. He quickly asked, but Sensei, wouldn't using 2 elements at the same time be a KK Genkai? How can anyone do that without having the bloodline? Renjiro answered, this ain't KK Genkai. It's merely using 2 elements to complement each other. For example, the Yuki clan has Ice-style KK Genkai. Ice-style is a combination of water and wind. However, if you combine wind and water dragons, all you get is a water dragon that cuts very sharply. There is no sign whatsoever of any ice forming. Combination jutsus merely enhance each other, whereas KK Genkai bring a qualitative change to create something very different. On hearing that answer, Fujin fell into his thoughts. I see. So it's possible to combine jutsus in this manner. I didn't know it was possible. This does open up more options for me. I guess I need to start training other elements too. Wind works great with both fire and water. I wonder if it's possible to make it work along with lightning too. Sadly, I don't think there's a lot of scope in using the wind element with earth. I wonder when I'll be ready to learn this though. Would showing off all my cards make him teach it to me? Though, not having hidden cards in a world as dangerous as this will suck. He asked, Sensei, when do you think I'll be ready for this? If I learn a second element now, would I be able to do this combination jutsu by myself? Renjiro shook his head and said, don't think about this right now. Think about this only after you become a jounin. Your skills in chakra control, chakra molding will need to improve a lot before you begin practicing this. The amount of chakra you have will also need to be much higher. So as I said earlier, for the time being, you'll only be mastering rank C jutsus. Fujin nodded dejectedly. Miko too hung her head in disappointment on hearing this. Chapter 44, Combination Jutsus. One day, When the 10 a.m. session began, Renjiro said, I have taught you one combination jutsu. And you can see how strong it is. I want you guys to think about more jutsus you can use in combination with each other. It doesn't have to be as strong as Fire Wind Dragon Jutsu, but it should increase your capabilities in some way. So think about it, but don't experiment. I'll meet you guys at 11 inches. He then flickered away, without giving anyone a chance to say anything. Hoka said, so what do we do? Fujin, who had already thought a few over the past couple of weeks, said, well, let's just think about it. And then discuss to see if everyone is fine with the idea. Miko said, alright. After around 15 minutes, Miko said, Hoka, can your water element mix with my fire element? Hoka asked in a confused manner, but how, won't my water douse your fire? Miko smirked and said, no it won't. Fish spit jutsu is the only one you have that can generate a small stream of water, and it is very weak compared to my jutsus. So my fire jutsu will evaporate all your water and create a lot of steam. Hoka fell into a thought after hearing it. Fujin was quite surprised with this suggestion. He thought, I didn't expect this brat to come up with something like this. He said, yeah, it'll generate a lot of steam, but can either of you control it? Both shook their heads. Fujin replied, in that case, that can only be used to create a cover and hide ourselves. Miko sighed dejectedly and began thinking again. After a couple of minutes, Fujin said, I have one idea. We can create a double-layered defense. My spinning shield of wind jutsu can stop and reflect all thrown weapons and some weaker ninjutsu. However, if the enemy uses strong ninjutsu, it'll be breached. So my idea is to create a shield of wind, and right after that, Hoka will create a rock shield behind the shield to cover us further. Hoka thought and nodded, yes, that could work. However, Miko groaned and said, hey, don't leave me out. Fujin chuckled and said, actually I have one more idea. Hoka, can you use your rock shield jutsu? Hoka was confused and asked, but didn't Sensei tell us to not test anything? Fujin replied, he said that to prevent us from causing an accident. Just using rock shield jutsu will be fine. Also, quickly move behind a few meters after using the jutsu. Hoka nodded and got up. He performed the jutsu and quickly jumped back. Fujin thought, not fast enough. He then said, alright, do it again. Only this time, I'll throw a small pebble on you. Dodge that by moving backwards. Hoka made the hand signs and slammed his hands on the ground. Fujin waited for the jutsu to be completed. As soon as it was completed, he threw the pebble on Hoka. Hoka quickly dodged back. Fujin nodded and said, alright, that's fast enough. Miko asked, so what's the big idea? Fujin replied, I'm thinking that both of us should learn this jutsu too. If we do, then as soon as Hoka uses the jutsu and jumps back, one of us can create another rock shield behind his and repeat the same. This way a multi-tiered defense can be made on the fly. Another idea is, if all three of us can channel our chakra in the same rock shield, then will the shield become sturdier or will it become larger? If that works, then it'll be very useful too. Both Hoka and Miko nodded and agreed. They began brainstorming once again and came up with a few more ideas. At 11 a.m., Renjiro reappeared. He asked, so, what did you guys think of? Fujin started, we came up with an idea of a multi-tiered defense. The basic idea is for me to use spinning shield of wind jutsu and Hoka to use the rock shield jutsu to create the rock shield behind my shield of wind. And we can create more tiers by having Hoka move back as soon as he creates the jutsu and then Miko could create another rock shield and repeat the same. Renjiro was actually surprised by this idea and asked, what exactly are you planning to defend from? Miko and Hoka looked at Fujin, who replied, a very strong jutsu? Renjiro rebuked him saying, if an enemy uses a jutsu so strong that you need to do this, then you are out of your league and need to retreat. Also, it's never a good idea to have everyone in the squad defending. Also, rock shield jutsu isn't the strongest defensive jutsu. There are many more which can do a much better job. For now, the combination of spinning shield of wind jutsu and one rock shield jutsu is enough. However, if you and Miko want to learn rock shield jutsu, go for it. It's quite handy in combat. Fujin nodded and sighed internally, I guess too much defense isn't a good thing after all. He said, another idea we came up with is for Hoka to use stone shuriken jutsu and for me to control them using projectile control jutsu. Renjiro nodded and said, that should work. Anything else? This time Miko answered, Sensei, I came up with the idea of Fujin throwing his wind explosion jutsus within my fireball jutsu. So the range of the explosion of my fireball will be extended considerably. The winds caused by wind explosion jutsu's explosion will make the flames of fireball go in all the directions randomly. Renjiro nodded again and said, that's a good idea. However, Fujin, you will have to make your wind explosion jutsu much stronger if you want to help Miko pull this off. Fujin nodded and said, yes sensei. Hoka suddenly said, sensei, I too came up with an idea. My idea is to throw stone shurikens within Fujin's great breakthrough jutsu and Miko's fireball jutsu. That way, more chaos can be created and the enemy will have to be careful of the stone shurikens within those jutsus too. Renjiro replied, I see. I won't recommend throwing your stone shurikens within the fireball jutsu. If the enemy dodges the fireball, then your jutsu will be dodged too. And if the fireball jutsu hits the enemy, then it'll do sufficient damage by itself anyways. Hoka nodded. Seeing that none of the kids were speaking, Renjiro asked, any more ideas? All the kids shook their heads. Renjiro replied, alright, that's sufficient for now. Begin practicing these combination jutsus. Fujin, make a shadow clone and have it practice the combination of stone shuriken jutsu and projectile control jutsu with Hoka. You and Miko will practice together. The Gainans dispersed according to the instructions of their sensei. Renjiro too made a couple of shadow clones to keep a watch on them. Hoka and Fujin's clone weren't going to be an issue, however Fujin and Miko were sure to start a few fires. He had no doubts regarding that. Hoka and Fujin's shadow clone moved to a different spot. The clone moved to different trees and marked a large X on them. They looked at each other and nodded. Both made the hand signs. Hoka launched his stone shurikens towards the various X's Fujin had marked and the clone tried to control those shurikens to hit the marks. However, the first problem, which Fujin knew, occurred. Hoka looked at Fujin and said, so you really can control only 9 shurikens? Fujin nodded and said, yeah, just as I had said. And because these are stone shurikens and not as well made as a normal shuriken, controlling it is slightly more difficult. Anyways, let's try the second approach. Hoka nodded and launched stone shuriken jutsu again. This time, Fujin used projectile control jutsu to manipulate all the shurikens. He used it to change the direction of the shurikens towards the left. Hoka observed, this time all the shurikens changed direction. However, only 3 hit the mark, unlike 16 last time. Fujin nodded and replied, yeah, if I try to control all the shurikens, I can only move them in one direction. So there's not much control on any one shuriken. In fact, it also messes up the aim you have taken. Suddenly Renjiro's clone flickered behind Fujin and Hoka. 1 month of constant exposure to Renjiro suddenly flickering behind them had made them accustomed to it. Renjiro asked, so, which approach are you going to use and in which scenario? Hoka, you answer first. Hoka began thinking. After a couple of minutes he said, the first approach will be more useful if the number of enemies is less. The enemy will first have to dodge my initial aim, and then worry about the shurikens Fujin controls. The second method will be more useful when we are facing a lot of enemies. Sudden change in direction of all shurikens can result in a few casualties. Also, even if the enemy avoids it, they'll need to pay more attention to it, giving us more time. Renjiro nodded and looked at Fujin. Fujin replied, same answer. Just that, I should try and improve my control even further. In the first scenario, the result will probably be satisfactory. However, the second scenario still has a lot of scope for improvement. For instance, if, after I change direction of the shurikens, if I can then take control of a few shurikens to manipulate them even further, then I am sure I'll get some hits in and it won't be all just luck-based. Renjiro said, good, so keep practicing. Over at Miko and Fujin, they too had begun their practice. Their practice was very straightforward. Miko launched fireball jutsu, and Fujin threw 2 wind spheres at them from the rear. The wind sphere distorted the flames a bit, but it wasn't an issue. However, before the fireball exploded, the wind spheres left the fireball from the front. The fireball exploded as it normally did. The wind spheres however exploded with a lot more force due to the air being heated up and caused a small heat wave. Miko spoke in an annoying manner, hey, your jutsu speed was too fast. Fujin countered, yours was too slow. This earned him a glare from the little girl. Fujin shrugged and said, let's try again. This time Fujin matched the timing properly, and both the jutsus exploded at the same time when the wind spheres were still in the fireball. The result was a bit surprising. Miko said, the power of the explosion decreased. Fujin nodded and added, but its range increased. And the increase is totally random. In some directions, the flames extended twice more than usual, whereas in some directions, the range of flames was 7 times as high as usual. Suddenly, a jet of water was launched to douse the fires caused by the explosion. Renjiro's clone looked at them and said, we are changing the location. Follow me. Fujin and Miko ran behind the clone. On the way, the clone asked, so, what are your thoughts on this jutsu? Fujin replied, unpredictable. The enemy won't be able to guess the direction of the flames. If he gets careless, he'll end up with a few burns. Even if he is lucky or skilled enough to dodge them all, he'll be put under a lot of pressure. Miko agreed, yes. Once he gets burned, we can dominate him. Renjiro asked, any scope for improvement? Fujin and Miko began thinking. After a few seconds, Fujin replied, I am wondering whether the explosion's direction can be controlled. I think that the position of the wind spheres within the fireball is what controls the direction of the explosion. For example, if the wind spheres are to the front of the fireball, then maybe the flames move more in the forward direction. If I know the direction in which the enemy will dodge, I can place the wind spheres in an appropriate position so that the flames move to his new location. While Fujin was talking, Renjiro stopped moving. They had arrived on a riverbank. Renjiro thought, as expected. He replied, good. However, don't forget that even your wind explosion jutsu by itself is very random. So you won't be able to control the direction by yourself. He then looked at Miko and said, if you two want to improve this combination further, then it'll depend on how well you can analyze the explosion with your Sharingans, Miko. Miko nodded, yes sensei. I'll improve it to its limits. Renjiro nodded and looked at the river. Fujin and Miko followed his line of sight. Renjiro said, all your explosions must happen over that river. No more fires. Both nodded awkwardly, and continued their training. Chapter 45, the first mission. Exactly 1 month had passed since Renjiro had begun training his Gainins. After the morning workout and some rest, Renjiro announced, today, we'll do our first mission as a team. The squad reacted as soon as they heard that. Hoka said loudly, finally. Miko too excitedly said, yes. Now I'll show what an Uchiha can do. Sensei, what'll be our first mission? Will we fight with any enemy villages? Like Hidden Clouds Village or Hidden Stones Village? Hoka quickly followed up, yes sensei, what will our mission be? I want to use my taijutsu to show how strong Hidden Leaf Village is to our enemies. Fujin looked at them and saw, whoa. Their eyes really are sparkling. I need to learn how to do that. Fujin just maintained an excited expression, but didn't say anything. His teammates' reactions made him feel very awkward. He thought, if only they knew what our first mission will be. I wonder if all the adults have an unspoken truce to not mention this to any kid. Is it because they don't want to discourage anyone, or is it just the age-old human behavior, I had to go through this, so I want you to go through it too? Probably the second case. Just looking at Renjiro's smug face says it all. Renjiro thought, it never gets old. Seeing fresh Gainans so enthusiastic about their first mission. Now, I wonder if that cat has gone missing again or not. He said, the mission will be given by Lord Hokage. So wait till we reach there to know which mission you'll be doing. They began moving towards the Hokage's office. Hoka and Miko ran at a lot faster pace than usual. On the way, Fujin thought, I didn't think we'd need to wait 1 whole month before taking our first mission. Such intense training for a whole month. I guess my timing of transmigration was really lucky. Having missed the Third War and Kurama's attack, and growing at a time when Hidden Leaf Village is lacking in manpower. I hope that training under Renjiro continues for a long time. Though it doesn't leave me with much free time, it has been very helpful in increasing my strength. The team arrived at the Hokage building, and had to wait a few minutes to enter the Hokage's office. On entering the office, everyone respectfully greeted Hiruzen, Lord Hokage. Hiruzen, like always, had multiple stacks of papers on his table. He looked at Team 3 and said, oh, so you guys are finally doing your first mission. He stared at Renjiro while saying that. However, Renjiro just shrugged and ignored the stare. Hiruzen sighed internally thinking, he messed up all the protocols. No missions for his squad for a whole month. The only other instance like this was when Orochimaru didn't make his squad do any missions at all for 6 months. Well, at least he agreed to take a few rank D missions unlike my student. He then looked at his assistant and asked, so which missions do we have? His assistant pulled a paper out and handed it to him. Hiruzen looked at it and said, Lady Saga wants a squad to weed her garden. This will be your mission. He then smiled kindly and said, do the job properly. Ensure that she gives us good feedback, and make Hidden Leaf Village proud. Hiruzen's words shocked Miko and Hoka. Hoka was muttering softly, we. Ediga. N? Miko too muttered something similar. Fujin was shocked too. However, it was for a different reason. He really admired Hiruzen now. He thought, damn. He said that with such a straight face and with such a kind smile. Screw Denzo, this old man here is the real evil incarnate. It's no wonder that despite being so scheming and commanding such a strong force, Denzo never could do anything to Hiruzen. Poor guy never even had a chance. It almost makes me pity him. Renjiro saw his Gainan's reactions and chuckled. He thought, it's a pity that the cat isn't missing right now. He grabbed the paper, saw the address and said, "Follow me." The Gainins followed him, however, this time Miko and Hoka were moving very slowly. On reaching the estate, Renjiro asked the guard to call Lady Saigo. Fujin observed the estate. It was huge. Miko and Hoka didn't have much of a reaction as their clan estates were even larger. In a couple of minutes, a lady arrived. She was around 40 to 45 years old, 5 feet 9 inches tall, had long blonde hair, looked very mature and carried herself in a proper manner. She greeted them, "Welcome Lord Renjiro. It's a great honor to have you here." Renjiro nodded and handed her the paper. She then looked at the kids and said, "So these strong ninjas will complete my missions. I am very fortunate to get ninjas as capable as you." Miko and Hoka cheered up a bit on hearing the praise. However, Fujin could clearly understand that she was teasing them. He sighed internally, there is no need for this mission to be given to ninjas. The only reason why she did that is for her own amusement. Sigh, these rich old ladies need to get a better hobby. She said, "Follow me, I'll take you to the garden." Team Renjiro followed her. They went behind the huge mansion. And soon, the 3 Gainins were shocked. Lady Saigo kindly said, "This is the garden you have to weed." Fujin was speechless. He thought, garden? How the fuck is this a garden? Who the fuck has a garden that is more than an acre in area? Hoka muttered, "This is a garden?" Miko almost lashed out and yelled, "How the hell is this a garden? This is." However, she was held in place by Renjiro. Lady Saigo suddenly showed a sad face and said, "I actually wanted it to be at least 5 acres. Sadly, that much land wasn't available in Hidden Leaf Village." It, once again, left the Gainin speechless. Miko was pissed even further. Renjiro just chuckled and said, "That's enough talk. Get to work." The Gainins began walking forward. Miko softly asked Fujin, "Hey, can we use Fire Wind Dragon Jutsu?" Hoka perked up on hearing that. Fujin, too, was very intrigued by that idea, though he'd definitely not act upon it. However, Renjiro heard that and announced loudly, "No using any elemental ninjutsu. No using any tools. And increase the pressure of your training seals, Miko by 1%, Fujin by 2.5% and Hoka by 5%. Miko hung her head and walked forward. Fujin said, "Let's divide the garden into 3 parts and clear each." Hoka and Miko reluctantly nodded and got to work. Their muscles still ached from the morning workout. And they still had more work to do under higher pressure. While they were working, Lady Saijo returned to the mansion. She entered a balcony that faced the garden, and asked her servants to arrange a chair, an umbrella and a few snacks for her and Renjiro. She sat there monitoring the kids doing the work. That pissed the Gainins even more. Fujin muttered under his breath, "First that Hiruzen and now this lady. The Tao of shamelessness is very 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 strong in this world." Weeding the garden continued. Fujin got done with his part in an hour and a half. He then returned to where Renjiro was. While he was returning, both Hoka and Miko looked at him with angry gazes. He thought, should I help them out? After a few seconds he dismissed that thought, nope, there's no need to. He just ignored them and left the garden. He found a clean spot and sat down. Unfortunately for Fujin, Renjiro flickered behind him and said, "Until they are done, run around this estate. I want at least 1 round per minute." That nearly triggered him, what the fuck? It ain't my fault that I did the work faster. Luckily, he held it in, put his head down and began running. Each round was over a kilometer long. After 15 minutes, Hoka joined him. Miko worked for another half an hour. Both Fujin and Hoka were sure that she was delaying on purpose and sent her a few glares. When she was done, Fujin and Hoka stopped after completing that round and glared at Miko. Miko smirked thinking, serves you right for finishing before me. That smirk pissed Hoka, but Fujin just sighed and said, who would have thought that the mighty Uchiha would need 2 hours and 15 minutes to merely weed a garden? Hoka quickly nodded and agreed, yes, this was so unexpected. Is this what she meant by "I'll show what an Uchiha can do"? That jibe made Miko go red with anger and embarrassment. She was about to reply angrily when Renjiro stopped her. Lady Saigo stepped forward and said, "Thank you for clearing the weeds in my garden, young ninjas. You guys did an amazing job." This earned her a glare from all the 3 Gainins, but she maintained her smile. She then handed Renjiro a paper, and they left her estate. They returned to the Hokage building. Renjiro led his Gainins to a room on the 1st floor. He handed the paper to an employee there. The employee checked the paper, stamped and filed it. He then gave Renjiro a white packet and they left the room. Renjiro then led them to another room. There were a few more employees working here. One of them was a Chunin, while the others were just normal civilians. Renjiro said, "Remember this room. In the future, if you ever want to take any missions, you can come here and ask the Chunin who is in charge here. He will assign you your mission depending on your preference, past performance and ranks." The Gainans nodded. They then moved to the ground floor. Renjiro said, "That's it for today. From now onwards, we'll be doing one mission every week. The remaining training continues as usual. Fujin, on the mission day, you won't have training in samurai saber techniques." Fujin nodded. Renjiro then took out the white packet he had received earlier. He said, "This is the reward for our mission. We'll be splitting it 40 to 20 to 20 to 20. 40% for me, and 20% for each one of you. When you do missions with others in the future, remember that this is how the rewards are usually split. The leader gets more than the other squad members." The Gainans nodded, but all three had the same thought, "But you didn't do any work at all, sensei." However, no one spoke it out loud. After splitting the rewards, the squad dispersed. On his way to Yakinikoku, Fujin thought, 10,000 ryo reward for a 2 hours job. If I had made clones and worked with them instead of my teammates, I'd have finished faster. Not bad, but not as fast as earning money by selling scrolls. Either way, getting 2,000 ryo per week would be much better than the 1,000 ryo per month they provided me earlier. Though it won't be enough to allow me to make as big a purchase as I did earlier. I wonder if I should do a lot of rank D missions in a day or two sometime later to show that I've earned money via legitimate means. Or, should I come clean with my ability to create storage scrolls? He thought for a bit and decided, no, right now Renjiro barely gives me any free time. If I say that I'll study Fuinjutsu in the evening, then that'll be considered suspicious or stupid. I should leave it till my training under Renjiro is completed, or the training time is decreased. He is an elite jounin after all. I don't think Hidden Leaf Village can allow him to train 3 Gainans for very long. While thinking, he had already reached the restaurant. He went in and made the order. While waiting for the food to be delivered, he thought this world is pretty dangerous. While initially I was just being cautious, I'm now glad that I was so cautious and kept most of my abilities hidden. Even ignoring the crazy strong abilities so many here have, just the mere shamelessness of these people is alarming. Hiruzen saying what he said with a straight face, Renjiro taking 40% of the reward, today's client sitting on the balcony to enjoy the misery of little kids. The Tao of shamelessness is crazy strong in this world. Their skins are thicker than the Hokage monuments. The same will also apply to the enemies. Sigh, I hope Obito and Nagato play according to the script. If they don't, then it'll be chaos. The meal arrived. Fujin picked up the meat with tongs and laid it on the charcoal brazier. Waiting for the meat to roast, he thought, well, no point in worrying about these things. There is nothing I can do about it anyways. Let's just hope for the best. Concluding his thoughts, he turned his focus on his lunch. Chapter 46, triggered the next day, after the morning workout, Renjiro had another discussion with his team. He said, you have made good progress over the last month. So I'll now tell you how to progress further. The Gainans nodded and listened attentively. Renjiro looked at Miko and said, the jutsus you know currently are sufficient enough. So you don't need to learn any more ninjutsu. Just focus on mastering the ones you know currently. Especially fire style, 4 jutsu. In addition to ninjutsu, you also need to learn ganjutsu. So in your free time, ask your parents or clan elders to teach you more Sharingan-based ganjutsu. And keep working on your physique. You need to be able to complete the morning workout while enduring 10% pressure from your training seal. Miko nodded and said, yes sensei. I'll work hard. He then looked at Fujin and asked, have you decided on your second element? Fujin nodded and said, yes sensei, I have decided to choose earth as my second element. Renjiro nodded and asked, any ideas on which jutsus you want to learn? Fujin replied, I've decided to learn rock shield jutsu, earth instantaneous body jutsu and earth holding jutsu. Renjiro asked, why? Fujin replied, rock shield jutsu will provide me with a very good defense. Earth instantaneous body jutsu is a movement jutsu. And I can use earth holding jutsu to trap the enemies, or keep me and my squad on the ground. Renjiro thought for a few seconds and said, rock shield jutsu will be good for you. But why do you want to learn earth instantaneous body jutsu? You already have 2 movement jutsus. Also, earth holding jutsu is very slow to actually trap anyone capable enough. So it isn't very useful. So why do you still want to learn it? Fujin replied, well there's no harm in learning more movement jutsus. Also, escaping through the ground will also provide a good defense as well as stealth. If the enemy isn't a sensor, it can also be used to sneak up on the enemy. As for earth holding jutsu, my main aim is to split the enemy's attention and have him keep an eye on the ground. Especially if I can do it without hand signs. I also wonder if I can suppress its chakra signature to perform it very stealthily. If I can trap the enemy momentarily, it'll be enough for us to incapacitate him. Renjiro thought. Nice thinking once again. The learning a third movement jutsu is wasteful even with his explanation. Renjiro nodded and said, alright then. Rock shield jutsu you can learn by yourself. The remaining two will be learned under my supervision. In addition to these, we'll work on mastering the jutsus you already know. Finally, Renjiro looked at Hoka and said, Hoka, your current status in ninjutsu is much better than before we began the training. However, it's still not enough. Hoka nodded and paid attention. Renjiro continued, you will learn 4 more earth-style jutsus. They will be boulder throw jutsu, quicksand jutsu, stone spear jutsu and earth instantaneous body jutsu. Boulder throw is a mid-range offensive jutsu. Quicksand is a trapping jutsu. Stone spear is a mid-range jutsu and earth instantaneous body is a movement jutsu. Hoka sighed and nodded. Renjiro smiled and said, don't worry. These would be the only rank C jutsus I'll force you to master. I will advise you to learn more in the future, however the decision is in your hands. Learning rank C water-style jutsus will help you. In addition, once you have mastered these earth jutsus, you should learn 2 rank B earth-style jutsus. The first is Earth Dragon Jutsu, which will increase your capabilities in fighting a ranged battle. And Earth Wall Jutsu, which is one of the best defensive jutsus in existence. They will complement your gentle fist style perfectly and you can then focus entirely on your taijutsu. Hoka showed a look of determination and replied, yes sensei. I'll master these ninjutsu. Renjiro continued, in addition to your ninjutsu and taijutsu training, we will also focus on your ganjutsu training. He wanted to continue, however, Hoka's expression was a sight to see after hearing that. Renjiro chuckled and continued, whether you learn ganjutsu or not will be left for later. For now, I will teach you how to counter ganjutsu. Renjiro's chuckling and his gaze gained the attention of his students. Both Fujin and Miko looked at Hoka and had a laugh. The training under Renjiro continued. Over the next 6 weeks, Fujin and Hoka had got all the jutsus down and were practicing to master them. Fujin could now do all the newly learned rank C jutsus with just one single hand seal. Renjiro's instructions while learning earth-style jutsus were much better as compared to wind-style jutsus. He also had a more in-depth explanation regarding how chakra should be molded and how to do it faster. Due to this, Fujin's speed of learning earth-style rank C jutsus was almost comparable to when he was learning wind-style jutsus. The practice of combination jutsus too continued and they got much faster at performing them. For Ganjutsu, Renjiro's clones started by casting rank D Ganjutsu on Hoka and Fujin. Within a couple of days, Fujin was able to break them. Renjiro's clone then moved on to rank C Ganjutsu for him. He began breaking the rank C Ganjutsu in a couple of weeks and was currently working on breaking rank B Ganjutsu. Hoka needed a month before he could break rank D Ganjutsu. Fujin's swordplay too had come a long way. All the basics of samurai saber techniques were drilled into him by Renjiro. They were now moving on to the more advanced maneuvers. Renjiro had informed him that after he got these advanced forms down, he'll teach him the flying slashes. In these weeks, they had done 6 more rank day missions. It started with bathing the dogs in the Imuzuka kennels. Renjiro pranked his Gainins by telling them that they would have to clean all the excrement in the kennels, causing Miko to flicker away, only to be caught by Renjiro and carried over by the back of her neck. On hearing the real mission, the kid sighed in relief. The next one was finding the dreaded cat, who scratched Miko's face all over and bit Hoka a couple of times. Fujin now understood why everyone struggled so much to catch the cat. It was a freaking ninja cat and was a master in sneaking and using diversions. Even with that, the mission wouldn't have been challenging. However, Renjiro added a condition. The Gainins weren't allowed to walk or run on the ground and were only allowed to run on the walls. If there weren't any walls, they had to create rock shields in order to create such a surface. It was followed by cleaning all the emergency shelters. Fujin figured that it was the village's way to make them remember all the shelters around Hidden Leaf Village. After that, they had to deliver mail all over Hidden Leaf Village to various clans and nobles. It was followed by babysitting a couple of Yamanaka kids. And lastly, they had to sow seeds in a farm. Observing his teammates, Fujin was sure that they were very close to completely triggering and making a scene. One difference Fujin noted was that after the first mission, the remaining missions weren't handed to them by Hiruzen. They were instead collected from the mission room on the first floor of the Hokage Tower. Fujin thought, didn't Hiruzen assign all the missions personally in Naruto? So why not for us? Or perhaps, why for them? He thought a bit and concluded, either he only assigns the first mission, or he assigned their missions due to their importance. Naruto was a Jinchuriki, Sasuke was the last Uchiha as well as the Uchiha heir. And teammate and Ten were entirely made of heirs of important clans in Hidden Leaf Village. I guess he had to take responsibility in ensuring their safety. One day, after the morning workout, Miko asked Fujin and Hoka, "Hey, I saw a few ninjas from other villages earlier. So the Chunin exams will be conducted soon. Do you think that we will participate too? That gained the attention of both her teammates. Hoka excitedly said, I hope we do. I would like to fight against the ninjas from other villages. Fujin thought, if I recall right, the squad needs to have completed 8 missions before being eligible. I wonder if Renjiro planned this way so that our team won't be eligible for the exam and hence no one would pressurize him. Seeing Fujin in thought, Miko asked, what are you thinking about? Fujin replied, I heard that Chunin exams have a lot of danger. So I really doubt they would allow us to participate so early. Miko angrily replied, hey. We are ready to take the risks. Hoka nodded and said, I agree. We are ninjas, how can we back down from a little risk? Fujin shook his head due to his teammates' naivety. He replied, yeah, but we are still only babysitting and cleaning dust. That statement downed their moods. Soon they went on a mini rant. And looked at Renjiro begrudgingly when he appeared, causing him to raise an eyebrow and ask, what happened? Miko and Hoka merely humpered and looked in the other direction. Despite waiting for a few days, Renjiro didn't inform them about the exam. The next day, Hoka informed his team, I heard that Toru and Yori will be participating in this exam. Fujin asked, oh, didn't they participate earlier? This time, Miko replied, no, Yori didn't participate in the earlier exams. Fujin nodded and said, I see, I guess we won't be participating in the exam until next year too. Right then Renjiro appeared, and Miko quickly asked him, Sensei, can we participate in the Chunin exam? Renjiro shook his head and said, no, you guys aren't ready yet. Miko replied, why? We are very ready, Sensei. Renjiro denied her again and said, I'll be the judge to decide that. No more questions. The next day, when they visited the mission room, the Chunin in charge searched for a mission and said, Team Renjiro, your next mission is to babysit the newborn of Lord. However, he was cut. Miko finally had enough. She yelled, hey you. Why the hell do you always give us such lame missions? Which ninja babysits kids? Get a nanny to do that. The Chunin replied with authority, brat, you are just a. However, he was again cut, this time by Hoka. He commented with a stoic face, I agree with Miko. This is a mockery of our skills. Fujin observed Renjiro's reactions, and saw that he was chuckling. He thought, I guess we are finally moving on to rank C missions. Oh well, I might as well say something then. The Chunin was pissed at being cut twice. He angrily began saying, now listen you brats. Poor guy was cut again. Fujin commented, you know mister, in the last mission we were very worried that Miko would burn the whole farm down. Even though Sensei can use water-style jutsus, it would have still caused a lot of damage. I am really worried what will happen if you make us babysit a little kid today. The Chunin shuddered when he understood what Fujin was implying. Renjiro was very amused too. He thought, well I was planning on making them do a few more rank day missions. But if they are able to win a debate against a Chunin official, I won't mind starting to do rank C missions now. If Fujin knew that Renjiro didn't plan on taking rank C missions just yet, he'd have kicked himself for opening his mouth. As boring as rank D missions were, they took very little time and left a lot more time for training and didn't have any danger. The Chunin was left speechless and didn't know how to reply. He opened his mouth a couple of times, but didn't manage to say anything. He looked at Renjiro, who nodded his head. He relented and said, alright, let me search for a rank C mission for you. When he moved to grab the rank C mission file, Renjiro stated, just pick out a few bandit clearing missions in the vicinity of the village. Would be preferable if the bandit bases are near each other. The Chunin nodded and searched his file. He soon took out 4 papers from the file and handed them to Renjiro. Renjiro read them. He then looked at his squad and said, we'll do our first rank C mission today. Meet me at the main gate in a couple of hours. Pack up for a week-long journey. The Gainans nodded and dispersed. Chapter 47, Raiding the Bandits. After leaving, Fujin went to his home and sat down in a meditative position. He thought, finally I am going out of this village. So what do I prepare? As per the protocol, the ration bars will be arranged by the squad leader. So food wouldn't be a concern. Though I suppose I should pack up the ration bars I have with me as well. Regarding the weapons, I still have the stock that the academy had provided us with. Though some of them are damaged. I guess I should buy 12 shurikens and 3 kunais. That'll cost me 7,000 ryo. I probably should buy a couple of explosion tags too. That'll be most of the money I earned from missions. Yeah, money. I need to carry all my money with me preferably. It can go in the spare waist bag. Of course I still carry the stock I had purchased earlier and always carry them with me. As for the swords, I guess they'll be hanging on my waist. Though I do have the wristbands, explaining where I got them will be troublesome. So I'll let them be in my spare waist bag. He then meditated for half an hour, and then got packed up to leave the house. On his right leg, he had a leg pouch. It had 6 shurikens and 2 kunais. In addition, it also had 48 shurikens, 6 normal kunais and 6 kunais with explosion tags attached to them in the seals in it. On his waist, he carried his waist bag. He had 8 shurikens, 3 kunais and a small scroll in it. The scroll contained basic items like rope, tape, wire and first aid kit. The bag had 7 storage seals on it. In one he had stored his spare waist bag and leg pouch. Another had his stock of ration bars. There was an additional first aid kit in one. The 4th seal stored a few bottles filled with drinking water in it. The remaining seals were left empty for now. He then visited a weapon shop to get the stuff he wanted to buy. After buying them, he visited a kairaku for an early lunch. He then went to the main gate, and sat on a branch of a nearby tree. Hoka and Miko arrived around 15 minutes before the couple of hours were up. On arriving, they both spotted and approached Fujin. Fujin thought, wow, talk about being excited. Renjiro arrived 5 minutes after them. Renjiro asked, are you guys prepared? Everyone replied in sync, yes sensei. Renjiro then grabbed 3 scrolls from his bag and tossed one to each of his students. They began wondering, what's in the scroll? Renjiro said, this is a gift from me to you guys. Each scroll contains 100 shurikens, 24 kunais, 6 giant shurikens, 12 explosion tags and 60 packets of ration bars that will expire after 12 months. Fujin, your scroll has a couple of spare swords too, though they ain't as good as your current swords. I don't know what protocols they taught you, however, this is the least you should always carry with yourself while leaving the village, irrespective of what you expect your team leader to carry. The kids were a bit shocked by this gift. Especially Fujin. His mind went blank for a second as he quickly calculated, 100 to 300 to 100,000. 24 to 72 to 72,000. 6 to 18 to 54,000. 12 to 36 to 27,000. That's worth over 250,000 ryo. And that's without considering the swords and the ration bars. Was I wrong about him being shameless? Everyone quickly thanked Renjiro for the gift. Renjiro continued, though I have gifted this to you, from here onwards, you'll be responsible for maintaining this stock. So don't waste them, and refill them after you complete your mission. Of course don't be a miser with them. Your life and the mission is more important. All 3 kids nodded. They then left the village. Renjiro said, our mission is to clear a few bandit bases around Shukuba town which is northwest of Hidden Leaf village. He then asked, do you have your training seals activated? All the 3 kids nodded. Renjiro said, deactivate them. Never keep those training seals active outside Hidden Leaf village. You never know who is out there to kill you, and those seals could become the reason for your death. Fujin and Miko nodded, but Hoka asked, but sensei, can't you just protect us from any such danger? It seems a waste to not train our body during this journey. Renjiro shook his head and said, there are many ninjas who are stronger than me in this world. And there are numerous hidden jutsus. Even I can't protect you from every sneak attack. It'll be up to you to dodge or block them. Hoka nodded and deactivated his seal. Renjiro said, with that out of the way, let's run. We'll move in a kite formation. Fujin, you take the lead, Miko on the right, Hoka on the left and I'll take the rear. And move fast. Let's get there in a few hours. As soon as they received the instructions, they moved into the formation. Fujin stood ahead. Miko stood 2 meters to his left and behind. Hoka did the same, but on the right side. Renjiro stood around 6 meters behind Fujin. The squad then began moving at a high speed, while maintaining those distances. By 3 p.m., the team reached Shukuba town. On entering the town, Renjiro said, we'll do the mission tomorrow. For now, let's rest in an inn. The kids nodded and followed him. On the way Fujin noted, this town feels a bit familiar. But I don't recall where I saw it. Was it shown in Naruto? Sigh, I barely remember any scenery now. Renjiro led the squad into the town. Fujin, Hoka and Miko noticed that the town had a lot of inns. They also noticed a couple of gambling houses, and an area that had lots of games with prizes for winners. However, Fujin noted a peculiarity. He observed, every game here is based on luck. No game requires any skills. I guess it makes sense though. Making games like that is just asking to loot themselves in this ninja world. Finally Renjiro entered an inn. Miko thought, finally. After skipping past 13 inns. When Renjiro began chatting with the innkeeper, Fujin noticed, oh, he seems very familiar with the innkeeper. Is that why we skipped so many inns? After discussing with the innkeeper, Renjiro approached the trio. He handed each of them a key and said, these will be your rooms. Stay in the inn. I'll scout out a bit and return in a couple of hours. After Renjiro left, Miko asked, So, what should we do now? Fujin sighed and commented, I'd have liked to tour this town. Sadly he asked us to stay in the inn. Hoka added, yeah, and we can't even train physically. Fujin said, let's just retire to our rooms and meditate. Tomorrow will be our first instance of real combat. Everyone nodded and retired to their rooms to meditate and rest. Renjiro returned in the evening and took everyone out for dinner. Next day, 8 a.m. in the morning, the squad assembled outside Renjiro's room and moved out. Their first target was located around 25 kilometers to the west of the town. After reaching there, Fujin sensed something. He said, Sensei, I can sense 6 normal people around 400 meters ahead. Renjiro nodded and said, there's a village in that direction. So it's probably the villagers. Our target is the bandits that are harassing that village. Renjiro continued in that direction. Fujin soon noticed those 6 people he sensed were farming. They continued further and reached the village. On entering the village, Renjiro asked around and then reached the village chief's house. The house was very old, and the man who opened the door was even older. As soon as the village chief saw the headbands, he respectfully invited everyone in and said, welcome to our village lord. Renjiro nodded and said, just call me Renjiro. He then handed a paper to the village chief. The village chief read the paper and became very happy. He bowed to Renjiro and said, thank you Lord Renjiro for saving us from the bandits. After you deal with them, we can live peacefully once again. Renjiro stated, I need more details about the bandits. The village chief nodded and replied, please ask. I'll help you however I can. Renjiro asked, since when did the bandits begin harassing your village? The village chief answered, around 9 months back. Just before our harvest in the previous year. However, they became a lot more aggressive in the past couple of months. Renjiro continued asking, I see. And what crimes have they committed? The village chief answered in a shaking voice, initially, they just stole our crops and money. But recently, Fujin could see the village chief tearing up at this point. He continued, they killed 9 villagers and kidnapped 6 young girls. He began sobbing and said, they even killed my son. And he began crying. Renjiro was about to calm the old man down, however, the old village chief quickly controlled himself and showed a face of determination. Fujin was very surprised, he thought, admirable. To have this strong determination despite not being a ninja. Seeing the look of determination on the old man's face, even Renjiro was impressed. He asked, how many bandits are there and from where do they attack you? The village chief replied, in their attack 5 days ago, there were over 15 bandits. And they always approach us from the north. Renjiro nodded and said, alright, thanks for giving us the information. Don't worry, we will deal with them. The village chief quickly thanked him. Renjiro and the kids left the house. Miko asked Renjiro, so what now sensei? Do we begin our search in the north? Renjiro nodded and answered, yes. Fujin then asked, but sensei, why will they attack from the direction their base is in? Won't they attack from a different direction just to confuse us? Renjiro shook his head and replied, these are just common bandits. I doubt they have enough smarts to think about something like this. If they were smart enough, then they wouldn't have killed the villagers or kidnapped girls. They then moved towards the northern part of the village. They noticed that a few houses were burned. Renjiro commanded, Miko, use your Sharingan to see if you can find any tracks they left behind. Miko activated her Sharingan and began investigating. Soon she found a few tracks that were left behind. She said, Sensei, found them. Renjiro nodded and said, good work. Lead the way. Kite formation, with Miko in the lead and me in the rear. Fujin, Hoka keep an eye on the surroundings and try to find those bandits. The squad followed Miko. On the way, Fujin noticed a few trees that had sword cuts on them. After traveling around 3.5 kilometers to the north, Fujin said, Hoka, check 500 meters to the northwest. Hoka activated his Byakugan, and soon said, Sensei, found them. Renjiro nodded and the squad traveled in that direction. On reaching there, they saw that there was a small hill with a cave in it. On the entrance, there were 2 bandits guarding the entrance. Each had a sword with them. They were standing behind trees, so those bandits couldn't see them. Renjiro sensed everything within the hill, and said, so which one of you wants to handle this? Fujin quickly replied, me sensei. Miko and Hoka, who were just about to reply, glared at Fujin. Renjiro nodded and said, no clones. And our mission is to eliminate them all. Fujin began sensing once again. In all, he could sense 23 people within the cave, including the 2 guards. He then looked at Hoka and asked, Hoka, could you take a look to see if there are any traps? Also, what is the layout of the cave? Hoka nodded and activated his Byakugan. After observing properly, he replied, in all, I see 3 traps. 2 are behind the first entrance and the second entrance. They are basic arrow traps, which trigger when you step on the wire. The third is a small hole dug in front of the second entrance, and has spikes in it. As for the layout, there is another entrance inside this outer entrance. Then there is a big room, which has 3 more mini caves in it. Fujin replied, "Alright, thanks. And is there anyone who has tried to hide his chakra?" Hoka shook his head and Fujin thanked him. Chapter 48, The first kill. Fujin closed his eyes and calmed himself. He thought, finally the time for my first kill. He then took a deep breath and let it out. He made a few hand signs, and disappeared within the ground. On the entrance, the 2 bandits were very bored of keeping watch. One complained to the other, "Why do we have to stand guard here? I wish we could just go and attack the village again and capture a few more girls." The second bandit laughed in a lecherous manner and replied, "Yeah, the girls we captured a few days back were so fun. I can't wait to get my Han." However, his sentence was cut short. While he was talking, a sword appeared out of the ground and moved towards his waist, a sword enhanced by chakra flow. Before either of the bandits could notice, the sword cut through the waist of one bandit, and split him in 2. He died without even knowing how. The remaining bandit panicked. His arm subconsciously moved towards his sword. However, before he could even grab his sword, his head was separated from his body. After killing the 2, Fujin again disappeared within the ground and entered the cave. The next 2 bandits were on guard in the space between the entrance to the hill, and another entrance which was located inside the hill. They were standing with their backs to the wall, and facing each other. Fujin moved through the hill, and pierced one bandit straight through his heart. The bandit opposite saw a sword coming out of the chest of the bandit in front of him. However, before he could shout for everyone's attention, a shuriken came straight at him and went through his throat, killing him on the spot. Fujin moved through the ground again, and avoided the hole the bandits had dug. He had now entered the main hideout of the bandits. He stealthily observed through a wall. He saw the 3 more mini caves that Hoka had mentioned. The place where he currently was, had 12 bandits there. The remaining 7 were in those 3 mini caves, which made him think, are they leaders or something? He then observed those 12 bandits carefully. 4 were sleeping in a corner. 2 seemed to be working on something. One of them was looking at something intensely, whereas the other was sharpening his sword. The remaining 6 were drinking alcohol and playing cards. Fujin moved through the ground towards the bandit who was sharpening his sword. He appeared behind him and chopped his head off. Even before his head could fall on the ground, Fujin moved towards the bandit who was looking at a map. He stabbed a sword straight through his heart and pulled it out quickly. At this moment, the head and the sword of the earlier one dropped on the ground, creating a noise. This attracted the attention of the 6 who were drinking. Seeing the chopped head of their fellow bandit shocked and scared them. However, before they could make a move, Fujin had already flickered behind them. He quickly chopped 2 more heads off in one clean swing. He chopped another 2 beads off before they could even know what was happening. Only the last 2 bandits saw Fujin, however, they too were killed before they could do anything. 2 of the 6 bandits had alcohol bottles in their hand, which crashed on the ground. The noise woke up 2 of the 4 sleeping bandits. One ignored the noise and just changed his sleeping position. The other, however, got up to see what was happening. However, even before he could completely open his eyes, his head was slashed off by Fujin. Quickly, Fujin also stabbed his sword in the throat of the guy who turned and followed by stabbing the hearts of the remaining 2. He then disappeared in the ground again and entered one of the 3 mini-caves. The first one had 2 bandits, who were quickly stabbed through their hearts. In the second cave, Fujin could sense 3 people. Fujin quickly moved in, and stabbed the one who was resting along the wall through his heart. He quickly moved in to kill the second one who was laying on the ground. However, his sword stopped a few inches away from her chest. The one who was laying there was a teenage girl, who was nude, bruised and bleeding from a lot of places. He quickly shifted his attention to the other person in the room. The young girl's appearance had disturbed Fujin, causing him to pause for half a second. This gave the bandit an opportunity to grab his sword and charge towards Fujin. Fujin just raised his left sword to block his sword, and stabbed his other sword through the bandit's heart. He decided to move in the remaining mini-cave, but he heard a loud shout. The last bandit yelled, "Bastards! Who is wasting my good wine? It do." However, his words stuck in his mouth when he saw the gore in his hideout. All he saw were chopped heads and the dead bodies of his bandits. He saw all the blood that was flowing on the ground. He was horrified, and asked in a shaking voice, "WH?" However, he never completed his question, as a sword pierced through his heart from his back. Fujin pulled his sword out and created a shadow clone. The clone went out to report to Ranjiro and to call him in. Whereas, he began cleaning the blood off his sword. Finally, while cleaning his sword, he looked up at the dead body lying in front of him, as well as the 12 dead bodies in the hideout. The sight and the stench caused him to vomit immediately. He thought, damn, As I thought, the first kill was a big deal. I didn't feel anything while I was in the midst of killing them. But now. He vomited more and shivered at what he had done. As soon as he began vomiting, Renjiro's shadow clone popped out of the ground and asked, "Are you fine?" After Fujin was done vomiting, he nodded his head. He got up and sat in a corner. Renjiro said, "It's all right. The first kill is always difficult. In the future, you'll have to kill a lot more." Fujin nodded. Renjiro said, "Close your eyes, and calm yourself." Fujin listened to Renjiro and closed his eyes and began clearing his mind. At that time, the clone reached Renjiro and reported the success of the mission to him. Renjiro then brought Hoka and Miko to the cave. When they reached the entrance, Miko and Hoka finally got a very clear view of the dead bodies and smelled the stench. Hoka resisted his urge to vomit, however, Miko couldn't and she vomited on the spot. Renjiro saw that, however he didn't say anything. Renjiro used Earth Spear Jutsu to disable all the traps and said, "Follow me." They followed him to the interior of the cave. Miko and Hoka tried their best to ignore the 2 dead bodies there. However, after entering the main hideout and seeing the 12 dead bodies and a few heads, they couldn't bear it. Miko vomited again and Hoka too vomited this time. Renjiro waited for them and said, "These are just dead bodies. People who were killed by someone else. How will you become a ninja if you can't even stop yourself from vomiting? How will you become a ninja if merely the sight makes you drop to your knees?" Those words forced Miko and Hoka to toughen up and they stood up. Seeing that Renjiro had calmed Hoka and Miko, his clone dispelled. Renjiro then brought Miko and Hoka to the mini-cave where Fujin was. Sensing them, Fujin got up and looked at them. Renjiro was impressed with Fujin. He thought, excellent. To gather himself and calm down so quickly after his first kill. He then looked at Miko and Hoka, who looked determined, and thought, these 2 should perform well too. Fujin said, "Sensei, there's a girl in the cave besides this one." Renjiro nodded and led his team there. The gruesome sight made the Gainins wince their faces. The girl laid bare without any clothes. She was bleeding from her private parts. She had multiple sword cuts all over her body which were bleeding. On her left hand, 2 fingers were cut, and on her right leg, 3 toes were cut. There were even some burns on her. Even Renjiro sighed at that sight. He thought, I didn't want them to see something like this so early. Renjiro then said, "Fujin, Hoka, wait outside this cave. Miko, apply her first aid." Fujin and Hoka left the cave, while Miko took out her first aid kit and began cleaning her wounds and applying bandages. Outside, Hoka asked Fujin, "You alright?" Fujin nodded and replied, "I didn't think the first kill would be so hard to adjust to." Hoka sighed and said, "I was warned repeatedly by my parents. There were a few ninjas, who after their first kill, couldn't even continue as ninjas." He then looked at the dead bodies and stated, "You are strong, Fujin." Fujin smiled and said, "Thanks, but you should prepare yourself. Tomorrow, or the day after, it'll be your turn." Hoka nodded grimly. It took Miko around 25 minutes to fix the girl. Renjiro then carried her out. He then looked at the girl and said to his students, "Ensure that you become very strong, so that such a misfortune doesn't befall you." The Gainins could hear an uncharacteristic sadness in Renjiro's voice. They all replied with determination, "Yes, sensei." After leaving the cave, Renjiro made a clone. The clone grabbed the 2 dead bodies outside the cave, and tossed them inside. He then used Earth Wall Jutsu to seal the entrance to the cave. Fujin asked, "Sensei, don't we have to give any proof to the village chief about completing the mission?" Renjiro shook his head and said, "Not on rank C missions that require elimination of bandits. Proof is required for assassination missions. If the heads of the bandits are given to the village, then more bandits will target the village in the future." Renjiro then said, "Let's go back to the village." On the way, Fujin asked, "Sensei, have we eliminated all the bandits? What if there are any who weren't in this base?" Renjiro shook his head and said, "Doubtful. You can sense up to half a kilometer and still didn't find anyone. Even if there are 1 or 2 outside, seeing that their fellow bandits are dead, they won't cause any more trouble for the village. Anyways, we were told that there were over 15 bandits, and we killed 22. That's more than enough for completing our mission." However, Miko argued back, "But sensei, in that case, won't the criminals roam free? What if they were responsible for torturing this girl? What if they join some other bandits, and continue doing this?" Renjiro replied, "Our mission was to eliminate the bandit group harassing the village. Anything further isn't our responsibility." However, Miko wasn't convinced and she glared at her sensei. Renjiro sighed and said, "Just killing off an entire bandit group doesn't mean that more won't appear. In a couple of years, another group will be formed. This isn't something you or I can change. So searching for any bandit not in the hideout is pointless. If they join some other group, they'll die when we get the mission to eliminate that group. Miko was still unconvinced, but she stopped arguing. Fujin sighed internally thinking, no matter the world, the cruelty of humanity always exists. It's many times worse in this world than in my previous world. To torture and mutilate this girl for nothing but fun and amusement. I can't even imagine what they did to the other girls they kidnapped. He then glanced at Renjiro and thought, Hidden Leaf Village. It is reputed to be a very peace-loving village. Led by a Kage who propagates peace. Of course, anyone with little brains can see that Hidden Leaf Village is nowhere near as peace-loving as it claims to be. The mere existence of Root throws that claim in the trash. However, there's no denying that it still is more peace-loving than the other 4 great villages. Still it engages in such a practice. While it's true that finding other bandits will be a pain in the ass, it still won't be very difficult. Now these bandits will form a bandit group in the future and become its leaders. In the future, they'll again target this village, and the village will again send a mission to Hidden Leaf Village. This cycle will ensure that this village will always need Hidden Leaf Village's help and will always feel indebted to Hidden Leaf Village. Similarly, every village in a land of fire will feel indebted to Hidden Leaf Village. Thus, a pressure will be maintained on the daimyo to keep supporting and perhaps funding Hidden Leaf Village. Such a simple way to maintain influence. It doesn't cost Hidden Leaf Village anything, but costs dozens of lives to each of these villages. Sigh, if the most peace-loving village is so brutal and cruel, I wonder what a cruel village will be. He then let a breath of air out and thought, well whatever, it doesn't exactly concern me. Chapter 49, Consecutive Rank C Missions. They soon reached the village. On entering the village, the girl on Renjiro's back got a few curious looks. The squad entered the village chief's house again and laid the girl down on a bed in his home. Renjiro said, she needs immediate medical care. The village chief nodded and went out to send someone to call the village doctor. At that moment, a middle-aged man came running towards the village chief house. On seeing the village chief, he quickly asked while sobbing, Kai. Chief, my daughter? Is she? The village chief quickly calmed him and said, yes, she's safe. Enter my home. He quickly ran to the house and rushed to his daughter. On seeing him running, Renjiro stopped him and said, she's injured, don't hug her or hold her tightly. The man finally stopped and sat down next to the bed and began sobbing after seeing the bandages on his daughter. Soon a doctor arrived and began attending to her. The father and the village chief thanked Renjiro and Againins again and again. After a few minutes, the village chief handed Renjiro a paper, and the squad left the village and moved back to the town. After reaching the town, Renjiro said, take today off. Explore this town. However, stick together. We'll meet in the same restaurant as yesterday's at 1 p.m. After he left, Hoka said, because so much happened, I didn't notice that we completed the mission and returned back to this town in merely 2 hours. Miko nodded. Fujin sighed and said, yeah, and the actual fight didn't even last for a couple of minutes. Even though killing was hard to adjust to, the fight itself wasn't a challenge. Hearing that, Miko asked for all the details. Hoka had already seen it all with his Byakugan, so he didn't ask for it. After giving out the details, Miko felt a bit anticlimactic about the rank C mission. Fujin chuckled and said, next time you snap at that guy, force him to give us a rank B mission. Hearing that, Miko loudly replied, hey, who snapped? This yell attracted the attention of nearby people and made Miko go red with embarrassment. She thought for a bit and said, but yeah, I guess we should ask for rank B missions. The kids then toured around the town. They tried some of the local food there and played a few games. At 1 p.m., they met up with Renjiro in the restaurant. After occupying the seats, Renjiro looked at Fujin and asked, so, how are you doing? Fujin said, I am doing fine, sensei. Renjiro nodded satisfactorily and said, good. You have handled your first kill very well. I am proud of you. He then looked at Miko and Hoka and said, next, it'll be your turn. Prepare yourselves. The 2 young ninjas nodded nervously. Lunch came and the team started eating. While they were eating, Miko suddenly asked, Sensei, when can we do rank B missions? Renjiro squinted his eyes and asked, what brought this on? Miko said, we want to fight against the enemy ninjas. Just fighting bandits is not much fun. Renjiro scoffed and said, Humphrey. You guys ain't ready. However, he saw Miko's determined face. Knowing the trouble she'll cause, he quickly added, if you ask this again, or pester me for rank B missions, I'll make you do rank D missions for an entire year. This threat made Miko quiet down quickly. Team Renjiro didn't do much for the rest of the day. The next morning, a similar procedure was followed. Team Renjiro was hiding in a bamboo forest, while looking at the bandit hideout. The bandits had cleared out a small area, and constructed 3 small huts and 1 medium-sized hut to serve as their base. The medium-sized hut was in the center, while the other 3 were around it. Fujin had sensed 12 people inside those huts. Renjiro asked, "So, who wants this one?" Miko beat Hoka by saying, "Me." Renjiro nodded and said, "Alright, we'll leave this hideout to you." Miko began walking forward stealthily. But soon she stopped and returned. She looked at Hoka and asked, "Hoka, do they have any hostages?" Hoka checked and answered, "No, all 12 seem to be bandits." Miko asked, "How many are there in each of the huts?" Hoka answered, "There are 9 in the central hut, 2 in that hut, 1 in the hut on the right and the last one is empty." Miko nodded and used Earth military movement jutsu to stealthily move forward. She stopped 5 meters away from the hut which had 2 bandits and appeared out of the ground. The bigger hut was exactly behind the small hut from where she was standing. She quickly made the hand signs, fireball jutsu. The fireball quickly moved through the smaller hut. As soon as it moved through it, 2 people screamed loudly. Since the fireball didn't explode, it just burnt them and didn't kill them right away. The fireball moved through the smaller hut to the bigger hut. It exploded right at the center of the bigger hut. The explosion completely demolished the hut. Fujin saw 4 bodies being thrown out due to the explosion. The explosion killed 7 bandits on the spot. 2 bandits, who were thrown out, were still alive and were screaming due to being on fire. The status of the 2 bandits in the smaller hut was the same. Due to the huts being made of bamboo and leaves, they offered no resistance to the fireball. Hearing the screams, the last remaining bandit got out of his hut, only to see 2 huts on fire. He looked around and saw one of his fellow bandits burning and screaming. The view horrified him. Before he could decide to do anything, Miko flickered behind him and used fire style 4 jutsu to produce a heat ray that stabbed him through the heart and killed him. Now that all the bandits were killed or incapacitated, Miko looked around her. She saw the dead bodies on fire. She could smell the flesh burning and hear the dying screams from 3 bandits. That scene immediately made her vomit. Renjiro quickly appeared behind her and consoled her. Fujin, having already killed, was able to look at this scene without much struggle. Hoka, however, struggled due to the smell and the screams. Soon the screams died down and all the bandits were dead. After giving Miko a few minutes to adjust, Team Renjiro retreated from there. Before leaving, Renjiro buried the whole place underground using an earth-style jutsu. The next day, Team Renjiro again repeated a similar mission. This time, the mission was to arrest the bandits. Hoka completed it by knocking out all the bandits and tying them up. However, Renjiro made Hoka kill 2 bandits so that he could get his first kill too. Renjiro gave the squad off on the 4th day. On the 5th morning, Renjiro said, "Today will be our last mission. You 3 have done well. Let's move out." On the way he said, "Today's bandit hideout will be much bigger. So you will have to cooperate with each other." The Gainans nodded in agreement. Continuous drills for 2.5 months had made their teamwork very good. And being there for each other when they made their first kill had brought them much closer. So working together wasn't an issue for any of them. On reaching the hideout, the Gainans noticed that the entire hideout was actually underground. Fujin scanned the entire base. He said, "There are 63 people I can sense." He then looked at Renjiro and said, "And 5 have higher chakra levels. Though they are only Gainin level." Renjiro nodded, whereas Miko exclaimed cheerfully, "Yes, finally we will fight ninjas." Fujin asked, "But sensei, aren't missions that involve ninjas rank B?" Renjiro nodded his head and replied, "Yeah, but they are only Gainin level. There are many cases of people outside the hidden villages unlocking their chakra and reaching Gainin level by themselves. There are also many cases of Gainins defecting from the village. Anyways, they are barely ninjas, and many times rank C missions include dealing with them too. So be careful. After all, there are over 100,000 ninjas in the world, so who knows where one can be." The Gainins nodded. Fujin thought, "This is unexpected. Though it makes sense, I guess. If the village begins ranking missions as rank B for only a chance of having to deal with a rogue Gainin, then rank C missions will probably not exist at all." The team began by first mapping the base. The base was quite big. There was one big room at the center of the hideout. Fujin suggested, "Let's call it the main room." There were 3 exits to the main room, all almost equidistant from each other. These exits were connected to one big corridor that surrounded the entire main room. On the other side of the passageway, were many smaller rooms. Hoka commented, "I guess they use the main room as a common room for planning, celebration, etc., while the smaller rooms are their personal rooms." There were a lot of traps all over the base, which were spotted by Hoka. Of the 5 ninjas, 3 were together in the main room, while the other 2 were in the smaller rooms. Miko said, "Both the ninjas in the smaller rooms have their rooms very close to that exit from the main base." Fujin nodded and said, "Yeah, we will have to be careful while killing them. If they make a lot of sound, it'll alert everyone in the main room." The bandits too were all over the base. In all, there were 4 exits from the hideout to above the ground. One was located in the main room, while 3 were just outside the exits from the main room to the corridor. Fujin thought, this base is very well built. I wonder if it started with something small and was slowly expanded as the bandit group grew larger. Or, if the base is something that naturally existed and was just occupied by these bandits. Also, if we didn't destroy those bandit groups, would they have grown in this manner too? Fujin looked at his teammates and said, so first, we have to decide from where to attack them. Miko replied, let's just attack the main room. Most bandits are present there. Hoka nodded and added, yeah, this way we'll deal with the majority of them in one blow, and we can then pick out the scattered bandits one by one. Fujin replied, yeah, good idea. But if we do that, then the scattered bandits can try to escape. Hoka replied, yeah, but we can just chase and kill them. Fujin replied, but it'll be very troublesome to hunt them all down one by one. Especially if all of them run in different directions. Also, by destroying the main room, the bandits in all the other rooms will be alerted, and the ninjas will be alerted too. Hoka thought a bit and nodded in agreement. Miko asked, then, what do you think? Fujin pointed in a direction and said, that room there is at one edge of the hideout. And also has one of the 5 ninjas there. Let's start with that room. We will sneak up on the ninja and kill him. Then we will clear the nearby rooms and slowly and stealthily head to the main room. This way, this direction will already be cleared when we destroy the main room. So killing them all will be much easier. Miko and Hoka thought for a few seconds and agreed with the plan. The Gainans then discussed the plan further and decided on the details. Once everything was planned, they checked their weapons, and were about to begin their attack. But Miko suddenly asked, wait, who will kill the ninja? Hoka quickly replied, I'll kill him. Miko rebuked him, why you? I will kill the ninja. They then looked at Fujin. He said, my sword provides me with a longer range, I think I'll be more suited to killing him. However, neither Hoka nor Miko agreed to that logic. The argument about the kill went on for a minute. Renjiro observed his Gainans and sighed. Fujin then said, well, all 3 of us can kill him. So let's just decide with rock, paper, scissors. On hearing that, both Hoka and Miko looked at Fujin with a deadpan expression. Miko said, that's so childish. We are ninjas. Fujin scoffed and asked, well, do you two have any better ideas? Hoka and Miko looked at each other. Not having any other idea, they reluctantly agreed. They soon got in the posture to play the game and began playing. Renjiro now looked over with amusement. The first 3 rounds were tied. Fujin thought, this is fun. I guess that's why Gaku and Vegeta did this so often. Miko thought, I am not sure if I'll win. Wait. As the trio began the 4th round, Miko's eyes suddenly turned red. She saw that both Fujin and Hoka were about to do rock, so she went with paper. And said, I win. Hoka quickly protested, hey, no Sharingan. That's cheating. Miko rebuked him, well, there were no rules stating that we couldn't use Sharingans. Fujin, who just wanted to start the mission, chuckled and said, well, she got us there. Remember to set the rules properly next time. Seeing that he didn't have Fujin's support, Hoka reluctantly agreed. They then looked at each other and nodded. All 3 made hand signs and disappeared within the ground. The bandit base, which was properly hidden and even well defended due to being underground, was about to feel the terror of being hunted by a squad, in which every member could freely move underground. Chapter 50, Raid in the Hideout. Masa was relaxing. He had joined the bandit group 3 years ago. He had already unlocked his chakra before joining the bandit group. When the leader of the bandits noticed him, he quickly recruited and trained him. Now he was one of the leaders of this group, and even had 2 subordinates who helped him in everything. As Masa was relaxing in a good mood, a hand, with 2 fingers pointing out, popped from the ground. It headed towards his chest from his back and released a heat ray that penetrated his heart and killed him on the spot. At the same time, Fujin slashed the head off one bandit, and Hoka jabbed 2 fingers in the chest of the remaining bandit. The raid had begun. All 3 bandits died, without even making a sound. Fujin, Hoka and Miko looked at each other and nodded. They separated and headed towards the other rooms. In less than a minute, the rooms on this side were all cleared. They had assassinated 16 bandits, including a ninja. They gathered together again, and looked in the main room. The bandits there were still unaware of the calamity upon them. As decided, Fujin and Miko split off in opposite directions, and began clearing the remaining rooms. Hoka, on the other hand, stayed there, and rigged the entrance to the main room with traps, so that the bandits couldn't escape in this direction. He created quicksand at the entrances, and also created a lot of rock spikes around the quicksand trap. The second ninja bandit was closer to Miko's location than Fujin's location. Therefore, she was the first one to reach him after she had killed 6 more bandits. Even though Miko was as stealthy as she could be, the ninja still noticed that something was amiss, and asked his two subordinates to be prepared. As soon as he saw Miko, who was rushing towards him at a very high speed, he threw a few shurikens to disrupt her. Seeing her enemy throwing shurikens at her, Miko thought, damn, they noticed. Miko used her Sharingan to skillfully dodge the shurikens and thought, oh well, this makes it more fun. She quickly approached him. To maintain the stealth, she couldn't use any destructive fire-style jutsus and had to close the distance to use fire-style, 4 jutsu. She soon reached the appropriate distance and used her jutsu. Her right hand was stretched out, with her middle and index finger pointing towards the rogue ninja's heart and released a ray. Though the rogue ninja didn't know the jutsu Miko was planning to use, her outstretched fingers warned him and he quickly moved backwards. Miko followed, but the ninja hid behind one of his subordinates. Miko screamed internally, coward, and changed her target. She focused the heat ray on the subordinate and killed him. However, the rogue ninja used this opportunity to throw 3 shurikens on Miko. Miko had to dodge quickly due to the small distance. She barely managed to dodge at the last moment. She recovered, and was about to continue her attack, when a sword pierced through the heart of the ninja from his back. This annoyed Miko as Fujin had stolen her kill. She said angrily, I could have killed him by Ms. But a loud scream interrupted her. Seeing his boss getting stabbed through his heart shocked the remaining bandit. And he yelled in terror. Realizing her mistake, Miko quickly threw a kunai at the bandit and killed him. Fujin ignored Miko and focused on the main room. The battle had already created enough noise to attract some attention. And the loud scream had got the attention of all the bandits in the hideout. Fujin sighed and said, you weren't stealthy enough. Miko snorted and replied, well, it doesn't matter anymore. She began making hand signs. Fujin flickered next to her, and made a hand sign too. At the same time, they released their jutsu, Fire Wind Dragon Jutsu. In the main room, the bandits were busy with sorting their recent loot. Some of the bandits had heard some noises from the side where Miko was killing the bandits. However, it was mostly ignored by them. But soon, a loud scream attracted everyone's attention. The 3 remaining rogue ninjas too were on alert. One of them directed 2 bandits to go in and check what was happening. Those 2 carefully moved towards the exit in that direction. However, right before reaching there, they suddenly felt a lot of heat. But before they could do anything, a dragon head, made of fire, entered the room and engulfed them. They immediately began screaming in pain. The dragon quickly entered the room completely. The sight of a dragon made of fire scared the bandits stiff. The dragon began spitting wind explosion jutsus all over the room. Seeing that, one bandit quickly made hand signs and slammed his hands on the ground, causing a rock shield to be created in front of him. Some of the nearby bandits quickly ran behind that shield. The wind explosion jutsus hit 7 bandits head-on. The winds created by the explosion slashed the throats of 2 bandits, killing them on spot. However, they were much luckier than the ones who didn't die. For the remaining 5, the winds created small cuts all over their bodies. As it was a combination jutsu, the wind was incredibly hot. So, along with the cuts, it also caused low-level burns on those bandits. And it was incredibly painful when their cuts were exposed to that hot air. One of those 5 bandits was even more unlucky as he didn't shut his eyes. It resulted in a lot of hot air bombarding his eyes, causing them to burn up. So though the jutsu didn't kill them, they were scarred and in immense pain. Even the bandits nearby were harmed by the hot wind slashes. However, they could still fight or run. The attack caused panic among the bandits. 3 bandits quickly tried to escape out of the base. They rushed towards the ladder and began climbing it. Unfortunately for them, Hoka was standing just above the exit. Hoka waited for all 3 bandits to be on the ladder, and then made a few hand signs, stone spear jutsu. From the walls around the ladder, dozens of spears began appearing. They stabbed all the 3 bandits on the ladder, killing them on spot. It also blocked the access to the ladder for the remaining bandits. 2 bandits ran towards the area which was cleared by Fujin earlier. On sensing the bandits running in that direction, Fujin made a hand sign and waited. As soon as the bandits exited the main room, Fujin exploded the explosion tag he had planted there. That caused the rocks from the ceiling to fall down, and crush those bandits. It also sealed that exit. 5 bandits ran towards the room where Hiroto Maza was supposed to be. However, as soon as they exited the main room, they fell straight into the quicksand trap. The quicksand Hoka had created had a depth of 4 meters and had covered the entire entrance. All 5 bandits were trapped there and were slowly sinking in. 11 bandits were hiding behind the rock shield created by their leader and 8 were still trying to escape in the directions of their fellow bandits. However, they stopped in their tracks after seeing what happened to them. Fujin used this opportunity to make the dragon bombard them with 3 wind explosion jutsus, injuring all 8 of them to a certain degree. The dragon then circled around to get a clear shot at the bandits hiding behind the rock. The leader quickly made another rock shield. Sadly for him, Fujin and Miko had anticipated it. Instead of bombarding, the dragon circled around more and launched 2 wind explosion jutsus in such a manner that they couldn't escape from there. They were surrounded by the rock shields on 2 sides and wind explosion jutsus on the remaining 2 sides. Only the 3 ninjas managed to jump and move to the other side of the rock shields. The remaining bandits were trapped and took minor injuries. The dragon then moved forward and engulfed all of those bandits. It set all 8 of the bandits on fire, but also caused the fire wind dragon to dissipate. This assault had incapacitated all the bandits in the hideout, with the exception of the 3 ninjas. 2 among them were novices with no actual experience beyond their banditry. Only the leader had a bit of experience as he was once a genin in the hidden grass village. He had noticed that the jutsu was about to dissipate and said, "Hurry and follow me." He led the remaining 2 to the entrance from where the dragon had come in. However, on entering, he didn't see anyone there. Instead he saw the dead body of his fellow bandits and one of his ninjas. Seeing him dead alarmed him and he became much more cautious. He said, "Be careful, they might still be around. Let's look for them, Toge." Suddenly he jumped up and looked below. The ground had moved and wanted to trap his feet in it. Even though he dodged, Fujin smirked underground. Got them. He had trapped the other 2 bandits. Miko saw that and appeared at the entrance. She quickly made hand signs, fireball jutsu. The trapped bandits couldn't dodge and were caught in the explosion. Only the leader managed to dodge. He saw his last 2 bandits burning with disbelief. It's all over. I need to escape. He quickly began running away. However, Fujin stealthily launched a shuriken enhanced with chakra flow at his left leg. Distracted by fear and the urgency to escape, the bandit leader didn't notice it. The shuriken hit his left leg from behind, and cut through it like a hot knife through butter. Suddenly losing his left leg made him fall down and cry in pain. Fujin then used body flicker jutsu to appear right above him and stab a sword through his heart. The bandit leader died with despair on his face. Fujin looked at Miko and said, "Looks like this is over." Miko asked, "Aren't there a few still alive back in the main room?" Fujin chuckled and said, "Not anymore," and began walking towards the main room. Miko followed him. In the main room, Hoka had already killed all the bandits who were still alive from the Fire Wind Dragon's assault. At that moment, Renjiro too appeared within the main room. He thought, not bad, they killed every last one of them. And they have adjusted to killing well. He said, "Good work. This mission is successfully completed." He then looked at his team and said, "It's good to see you guys being able to handle the killing very well." The kids nodded. Even though they were still repulsed by the gore around them, they could handle themselves without vomiting. Renjiro then led his team out of the hideout. He then made the hand seal for an earth-style jutsu. Fujin quickly stopped him by asking, "Sensei, isn't it a waste to destroy such a good base?" The sudden question stopped Renjiro from destroying the underground base. He asked, "What do you mean?" Fujin replied, "Can't we use this base for our own ninjas?" Renjiro asked, "And how will our ninjas use this base?" Fujin thought for a few seconds and replied, "Well, they could use it as a base during war. Or they could use it as a temporary resting place or perhaps create an underground supply depot." Renjiro shook his head and said, "The closest hidden village from here is Hidden Grass Village. And they are allied with us. Even if they weren't, they can't penetrate this deep into the fire country. If there is any threat, then it'll be Hidden Stones Village, which is beyond Hidden Grass Village. However, if they are able to penetrate this deep into the land of fire, then that base will be useless anyways, as the majority of the Hidden Stones Village ninjas are masters of earth-style jutsus. They'll just bury all the troops underground. As for supply depots and resting places, there are already sufficient numbers of them. So it is unnecessary too." Fujin fell in thoughts and realized, yeah, that makes sense. Hidden Leaf Village has been around for decades. Surely their infrastructure would be top-notch by now. And surely they'd have identified all the bases over the land of fire. He then nodded to Renjiro, who destroyed the entire hideout. On the way back to the town, Miko asked, "Sensei, were they really ninjas?" Only one of them used any ninjutsu, and even that was only a ranky jutsu. They couldn't put up a fight at all. Renjiro answered, "They were just common bandits who had unlocked chakra by accident or luck. Only their leader was probably a former ninja gone rogue. However, he too barely had any proper training. So it wasn't a surprise that he wasn't a match for you guys, who are being trained by me." Hoka asked in excitement, "Sensei, aren't there bounties on rogue ninjas?" Renjiro shook his head and replied, "Only if they are very famous. Someone who barely qualifies as a genin won't have any bounty at all." That drowned Hoka's excitement. He continued following the squad with his shoulders dropped. Miko, who was still stuck on how weak her enemies were, asked, "Sensei, When can we fight real ninjas then? Renjiro turned his head and stared at her. He thought, nice way of indirectly asking me for rank B missions. On noticing that Renjiro had noticed her thoughts, Miko was embarrassed. But she didn't allow that embarrassment to appear on her face. Fujin noticed that and thought, damn, these ninjas are born shameless. Renjiro smirked and answered, after you have captured that cat 100 times. That answer drained the color off Miko's face. Hoka glared at her. While Fujin chuckled thinking, I guess no one can compete with the older generation in shamelessness. Miko then began apologizing to Renjiro and began a funny banter. Sadly for her, she was no match for Renjiro. Chapter 51, Clash in the Forest of Death. Team Renjiro rested in the town for the day. Next morning, they left the town to return to Hidden Leaf Village. On arriving, they went to the Hokage Tower to turn in the missions. Renjiro handed the papers to the Chunin responsible for checking them. After checking, he handed 4 packets to Renjiro. The 4 missions combined paid them 280,000. After Renjiro divided them, each of the 3 kids got 56,000. Fujin thought, 280,000 just for these missions? I'm pretty sure I could have completed them solo and in under a day. It's much faster than Fuinjutsu. Though it has some risks, if a strong ninja is hiding among the bandits. Anyways, I should be able to collect enough for a sword made from chakra metal pretty quickly if I take a lot of missions. Unlike Fujin, Miko and Hoka didn't concern themselves much with the money. Thanks to having rather rich parents, they never had to worry or think about money. After the division of money, Renjiro dismissed them and said, tomorrow there won't be any training. We begin our training the day after tomorrow at the same time as usual. The kids nodded and dispersed. Since it was lunchtime, Fujin decided to head to Ikiraku. On the way, Fujin thought, 7 rank D missions and 4 rank C missions. Isn't the requirement for Chunin exam just 8 missions? I wonder when Renjiro will make us take the exam. Will it be the next round, or will it be like Teru's squad? Thinking about Teru created new thoughts in Fujin's mind. Yeah, isn't Teru's squad participating in the Chunin exam? I wonder what has happened with that. Did the Chunin exams already start, or is there still some time? This question resulted in Fujin realizing something very critical. He thought, now that I think about it, I am really clueless in regards to what is happening around me. Other than what I remember about what will happen in the future, I have no idea about what is exactly happening. I need some means of gathering information. But, how to do it? He thought for a bit and decided, well, the least I should do is start getting newspapers delivered to my home. Though it won't contain any crucial information, it'll still keep me updated. Apart from that, I should probably make my own information gathering network. While I don't think I'd be able to make something as complex as what Jiraiya has, I don't really need it to be that good either. Just getting unfiltered and timely news would be sufficient. Oh well, I'll leave this for the future too. It'll take a lot of effort, time and money to actually create it. Right now, I barely have any money or free time anyway. His thoughts were cut by a loud shout. He heard, old man. 3 miso ramens for me. Fujin turned right and noticed, Naruto? I didn't even notice reaching Ikiraku. But considering that Naruto is here. Fujin then focused on sensing his surroundings. After sensing, he thought, as I thought. 2 Anbus are hiding nearby. Or perhaps 1 Anbu and 1 Root. I doubt Denzo wouldn't keep his eye on the lone Jinchuriki of Hidden Leaf Village. He then released a sigh and thought, well, as much as I'd like to meet him now, it'll probably create a lot of deviations in the future. Not to mention that it'll also gain the attention of both Hiruzen and Denzo. I'll leave this meeting for the future. At least until the time I can calculate and control those deviations. And until I'm strong enough to at least face these 2 Anbus in case they have some stupid ideas. Sigh, this means I'll have to go to a different restaurant. Fujin then moved in the direction of a nearby sushi restaurant. After lunch, he searched for a newspaper stand near his house and bought a subscription. With the rank C missions completed, Team Renjiro got back to their training. A week's rest suddenly made the morning workout seem much more difficult. When Renjiro returned after the team's break was over, Miko asked, Sensei, when can we go on the next mission? Hoka looked over with interest. Renjiro replied casually, rank C missions take a lot longer time than rank D missions. So we'll only do 1 monthly. Rest of the time will be focused on your training. Miko's shoulders slumped on hearing that. It meant that there was no escape from this deadly training. At the same time as Fujin and his teammates were training, 2 Geinin squads faced each other deep within a forest. Both squads consisted of 3 boys. However, one squad only had 10 to 11 years old Geinins. While the other squad had 3 Geinins who were almost 17 years old. The younger squad was from Hidden Leaf Village, while the older squad was from Hidden Grass Village. Yuri looked at his opponents. They were much older than him, but he wasn't worried. After all, they weren't Uchihas. Yokota Minoru, one of the Hidden Grass Village Gainians, said arrogantly, "Looks like we are in luck. Hidden Leaf Village sent little babies for the exam." Yokota Yoshiaki chuckled and added, "Why don't you little kids hand us your scroll and run to your mommies?" The comments riled Yori up. He angrily said, "Why you? I'll show you the might of A." However, he was cut short by his teammate. Ken Hatake said, "Calm down, they are just trying to rile you." Tamiya Takahiko started laughing and replied, "Oh, we aren't. We are just stating the truth." Teru sighed and said, "They really are arrogant." Ken chuckled and added, "Especially considering that they are still only Gainans despite being so old." Takahiko replied, "Old eh? I'll show you." He quickly began making hand signs. However, Teru slammed his hands on the ground and shouted, "Too late." As soon as Teru slammed his hands on the ground, stone spears began appearing from the ground and completely surrounded the Hidden Grass Village squad. Seeing their predicament, Hidden Grass Village nin stopped their hand signs and quickly jumped high towards the nearby trees. Yori, who was already making hand signs, thought, "Got them," and launched Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu. Seeing the balls of fire heading towards them, Minoru and Yoshiaki quickly made hand signs, Water Shield Jutsu. On completing the hand signs, a shield of water began forming between the Hidden Grass Village Gainins and the fire jutsu. The shield was completely formed in the nick of time and managed to protect them from the fire. However, Teru used this opportunity to launch the stone spears at the airborne Hidden Grass Village Gainins. The stone spears easily penetrated the water shield, forcing the Hidden Grass Village Gainins to use a kunai to block the spears and direct themselves to land properly on the nearby trees. As soon as they landed on the trees, they began making hand signs. However, before they could complete their jutsu, a Tando appeared behind Yoshiaki and stabbed through his heart. Ken, who had appeared behind Yoshiaki, whispered, "Game over." He pulled his Tando out, and a lifeless body fell from the tree. Seeing their teammate die was very shocking for the Hidden Grass Village Gainins. Especially for Minoru, who was his cousin. He yelled, "I'm going to kill you." Seeing Minoru lose his calm alarmed Takahiko. He quickly shouted, "Minoru, wait." However, the shout fell on deaf ears. Minoru completed his hand signs, Water Pellet Jutsu. He launched the water pellet straight at Ken. However, Ken simply moved behind the trees, completely avoiding the attack. Seeing his attack missing enraged Minoru even further. He jumped towards Ken. Sensing the opening, Teru quickly made hand signs. Seeing Teru preparing a jutsu, Takahiko completed his hand signs and launched a water pellet straight at Teru. But Yori noticed it and thought, "Not on my watch." He quickly launched Fireball Jutsu to intercept the water pellet. At the same time, Teru launched a water pellet straight at Minoru. The jutsu hit Minoru on his left rib cage, and knocked him off course. Seeing his teammate at a disadvantage, Takahiko wanted to rush towards him. However, he was intercepted by Yori and Teru. They engaged him in a fight and didn't allow him to move towards Minoru. The water pellet hurt Minoru badly, however he gritted his teeth and fought through the pain. He grabbed a kunai and continued moving towards Ken. On closing the distance, he attacked with his kunai. Ken raised his Tando to block the attack. Though Minoru attacked with a lot of force, as soon as the kunai and Tando clashed, an electric current passed through the kunai and hit him. Though not deadly, it was very painful, and Minoru had to take his hand off the kunai. Ken smirked and thought, "Current transfer jutsu. Always works." He just stepped forward and slashed his Tando at Minoru's neck. Minoru, who was blinded by her age, in immense pain due to the damaged ribs and still feeling the electric current, couldn't dodge and the slash went straight across his throat. His throat split open, causing blood to sprout out from it. He looked at Ken with unwillingness in his eyes. Sadly, he couldn't even control his body anymore and fell down, dead. At the same time, Takahiko was engaged against Teru and Yori. After exchanging a few blows, Yori closed the distance and launched Fireball Jutsu. Knowing that Takahiko will dodge, Teru threw shurikens in such a manner that Takahiko couldn't dodge the fireball. Not having any option, Takahiko used Water Shield Jutsu to defend. On seeing the Water Shield, Teru thought, "All three have water affinity? Well, sucks to be them." He quickly made a hand sign and slammed his hands on the ground. At that moment, the fireball had engulfed the Water Shield. However, Takahiko was completely safe due to the shield. Sadly for him, at that very moment, a stone spear appeared from the ground. It easily penetrated the water shield and headed towards Takahiko. The spear alarmed him. He grabbed a kunai and attempted to block the spear. But the spear pushed him backwards, throwing him out of his water shield, and into the fireball, burning him alive. On seeing him die, Teru sighed in relief. He said, "All done." Yori nodded and said, "Yeah, that was easier than expected." Teru chuckled and said, "Yeah. Let's just hope that this guy wasn't carrying the scroll. Yuri looked at Toru with confusion. But he quickly realized and cursed, damn. That scroll will be ashes if he has it. At that time Ken appeared from behind. He said, no need to worry. The crazy guy had it. He then tossed the scroll slightly in the air and commented, we were very lucky that such a weak team had the scroll we needed. Toru said, cool, got the Earth scroll. Let's head towards the tower. Yuri objected and said, that'll be boring. Why not just try to eliminate the weaker teams in the forest? That way the competition will be lesser in the next rounds. Ken shook his head and said, it doesn't matter. This forest will eliminate the weak teams anyway. Toru nodded and agreed, yeah. Not to mention, the more time we spend in the forest, the more teams will set up traps near the tower. And if a team is weak enough to be eliminated by us in this round, then we will be able to do the same in the next round too. Seeing that both his teammates opposed his idea, Yuri relented and accompanied his team to the tower. Chapter 52, Up a few notches after the mission ended, Renjiro continued the training of his students. One day, when the training was about to end, Renjiro observed his 3 students. He smiled seeing them, with a bit of pride. He thought, these 3 have turned out to be quite good. I'll be surprised if any of them aren't promoted to Jounin before they turn 16. I suppose they do deserve some praise from their sensei. The training was completed soon and the Gainins were about to leave when Renjiro stopped them. He said, 3 months earlier, I accepted to be the Jounin sensei of your squad. Do you recall what I told you then? Fujin, Hoka, and Miko all shake their heads. Hoka asked, what did you say, sensei? Renjiro sighed and said, you guys are on a probation period, remember? Understanding that Renjiro just wanted to make it official, Fujin tilted his head and asked, what probation period, sensei? Miko, do you remember any? Miko understood him and tilted her head too. Nope, don't remember. Any idea, Hoka? Hoka too tilted his head and said, nope. No idea what you're talking about, sensei. Renjiro's face goes completely dark, looking at the perfect poker face maintained by his 3 students. Seeing his reaction, the 3 Gainins couldn't help but laugh out loud. Renjiro finally gives up on the antics of his students. He composed himself and said, you guys have paw. However, Hoka cuts him off and says, we already know, sensei. And the 3 Gainins flicker away, leaving their sensei completely dumbfounded. Renjiro smiled bitterly and muttered to himself, I really need to have a word with the one who suggested I put the top squad of the year on probation. It had been 4 weeks since they had been officially made Gainins. Fujin, Hoka, and Miko were resting under a tree after the morning workout. Miko started the conversation by saying, the final round of the Chunin exams will be tomorrow. Miko nodded and said, yeah, 2 of my classmates will be participating in the fight tomorrow. Miko continued, yeah, I wanna see Yuri's fight. I wonder if sensei would allow us to see the fights. Fujin chuckled and said, good luck asking sensei for a holiday. On hearing that, Miko looked at Fujin with an annoyed expression. Fujin ignored that and thought, that said, it won't be a bad thing to see how much Toru and Yuri have progressed. They have been Gainin for a year longer than me. After the break, Renjiro appeared and gathered his squad. On seeing him, Miko quickly wanted to ask him permission to watch the next day's fights. However, Renjiro stopped her and said, we'll be taking another mission. We will leave tomorrow at 9 a.m. Miko quickly asked, sensei, can't we take the mission a couple of days later? Renjiro squinted his eyes and asked, why? She replied, sensei, we were wondering if we could watch the Chunin exams that will be held tomorrow. Renjiro, with the same expression, asked the same thing again, why? Miko put up a diligent expression and answered seriously, we want to observe the tactics, strategies, and jutsus that ninjas from our neighboring villages use. That way we will be more prepared when we have to fight them. Fujin chuckled internally at the answer. Renjiro didn't forbid any ideas they had. Just that, he required a solid reason to agree to them. That was why Miko prepared such an answer. Renjiro dismissively waved his hands and said, it's merely Gainins fighting. You won't learn much. He then looked at his squad and said, let's get back to training. Miko slumped her shoulders in disappointment. Fujin thought, that's a bit surprising. I thought he would agree with that reasoning. Well, whatever, it doesn't matter much. The next day, Team Renjiro accepted the mission to accompany a merchant carved to the land of rivers. The mission was very uneventful with only one small bandit group trying to assault the carved. It took 9 days to reach the land of rivers and the return journey took another day. The squad returned to Hidden Leaf Village around midnight. After completing the formalities, Renjiro dismissed the squad. Fujin, on returning home, saw a bunch of newspapers lying outside his door. He picked them up and went inside. He made a couple of shadow clones to go through the papers, while he went for a bath. The clones went through the papers briefly and dispelled themselves. On receiving all the information, Fujin thought, I see, both Toru and Yori became Chunin. A bit surprising, but I guess Hidden Leaf Village is still trying to increase the number of Chunins and Jounins. Well, I suppose my promotion too should happen in my first attempt then. Not having much to do for the remaining day, Fujin decided to brush up on his Fuinjutsu. He made 3 clones, and all 4 together created all the seals that they knew. While revising his Fuinjutsu knowledge, Fujin began reviewing his progress over the last few months. He analyzed, it's been 4 months since I graduated. The progress has honestly been phenomenal. I really underestimated the effect of having a dedicated elite Jounin guiding you. Then again, I never expected that we'd be taught this well. My chakra reserves have almost doubled. The amount of pressure I can handle from my training seal is up to 18%. Despite not training, I can now sense up to a kilometer away. Taijutsu too has improved a lot due to constant sparring. And undoubtedly, my ninjutsu and kinjutsu have improved the most. I can now use chakra flow on my sword with ease. I really want to get into an all-out fight to test my power. I wonder if I'll get any such chance soon. The next day, at 4:45 a.m., Fujin arrived at the training ground. Miko and Hoka were already there. Seeing them, Fujin asked, Yo, ready for another 3 to 4 weeks of hardcore training? Miko's shoulders dropped and she replied, I'd rather go on missions. Fujin and Hoka chuckled looking at her reactions. 4 months of training together and 2 long missions outside the village had improved the relationship between the 3 a lot. Their teamwork was also very good. Though it still needs to be tested against a proper ninja team. At 5, Renjiro flickered in front of his team. Seeing his team is ready to begin their morning workout, he nodded internally. However, knowing what was to come, he couldn't help smirking a bit. Seeing that smirk instantly made his Gainins very worried. Fujin thought, okay, what now? Renjiro started by saying, in the last 4 months, I have drilled all the basic formations into you. You'll use these formations even when you become Gainins. The team calmed down after hearing this. Fujin thought, finally. No more boring training sessions on team formations. But why is he smirking? He won't become kind all of a sudden. Renjiro continued, so, from now on, I'll be entirely focusing on increasing your capabilities. So the training will go up a few notches. Hearing that all the 3 Gainins were stunned. Miko freaked out, a few notches? Fujin was also sweating a bit, doesn't he already make us exert our 100%? Hoka too wondered how intense a few notches would be. Chapter 53, Senju Taijutsu Style. Renjiro just chuckled at their expressions, and said, first, we are going to increase the pressure applied by the training seals. What are the pressures you are using right now? Miko replied, 3% Hoka, 38% Fujin, 18.5% Renjiro nodded and said, good. Miko, you'll increase it to 5%. Hoka to 45%. Fujin to 22%. The Gainins followed the instructions of their sensei. After increasing the pressure, Renjiro began the morning workout. In addition to increasing the pressure from the seals, the training itself was made much tougher. And instead of ending at 9, it continued till 10. At the end of the training, all 3 Gainins were lying under a tree, in a lifeless manner. Renjiro laughed looking at this scene and said loudly, how will you guys achieve your dreams if a simple training session defeats you? You have an hour's break. The afternoon training will continue from 11 to 2. On saying that he flickered away. After half an hour, Fujin and Hoka gained some energy. While Miko was still sleeping. Hoka asked, any idea why he suddenly doubled the intensity of the training? Fujin replied, who knows? Maybe he plans to enter us in the next Chunin exam. Or maybe he was just letting us take it easy as we just graduated. He took a deep breath before continuing, anyways, it seems like it'll be very helpful for us. Hoka sighed and said, I always thought I was the one who looked forward to training the most. But it seems like you are even more of a maniac than me. Saying that he laughed lightly. Fujin looked back at him, before chuckling a bit and said, oh well. Let's hope that we get out of this alive. He then grabbed his ration bars and devoured them and began stretching. Hoka followed. At 11, Renjiro appeared again. He created 2 shadow clones and said, today we will be discussing how to increase your growth rate. Follow 1. Miko and Hoka follow a shadow clone each into the forests, while Fujin stays there. Renjiro looked at Fujin and asked, who do you think has grown the fastest among you 3? Fujin thought for a bit and answered, probably me. Renjiro nodded and replied, indeed. You've grown much faster than any of your academy teachers predicted. Even faster than I predicted. However, compared to your 2 teammates, you have a huge disadvantage. Do you know what it is? Fujin fell into thought on hearing the question. After a minute, he answered, KK Genkai. Renjiro nodded, right, but not completely. Along with their KK Genkai, they also have their huge clans, which have already developed complementary jutsus to leverage the advantage their KK Genkai gives them. Hearing that, Fujin fell into his thoughts. Renjiro continued, both Hoka and Miko are very talented. Soon, their families will begin heavily investing in them, boosting their growth at a high speed in a systematic way. What do you have to contend with? Or will you be left behind by them? Fujin replied seriously, that is why I invested time into becoming a censor and learning swordplay. I don't have any KK Genkai. So obviously I won't get any sudden boost to my powers. But as long as I keep training my skills to the limit, I'll surpass the ninjas who depend on their KK Genkai. Renjiro maintained a serious face and asked, what makes you think that the ones with KK Genkai won't train to their limits? Do you really think that you can surpass them despite all the advantages they have over you? Fujin smiled and put his hand gently on his sword handle. I've heard that the strongest samurai in the Land of Iron can go head-to-head against a Kage with nothing but his sword. Even in Hidden Leaf Village, despite having so many people with KK Genkai, the second, third, and fourth Hokage are all ninjas who didn't have any KK Genkai. Similarly, no member of the Sanins has a KK Genkai. So as long as I keep training hard, I don't think I'd lose to anyone with a KK Genkai. Renjiro was surprised to hear this answer. More importantly, he was surprised to hear the confidence in Fujin's voice. He smiled dryly and thought, oh well, this one has no need of any encouragement or confidence boost. Though he might need a reality check. At the same time, Fujin was thinking, was he planning to give me a pep talk or something? Anyways, while KK Genkai is good, it's not something that would churn out rank as ninjas. Other than Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Rinnegan and maybe Tenseigan, others aren't really overbearing. I guess the Senju treat the wood style with the highest respect, but in all honesty, it was Hashirama who made wood style overpowered and not vice versa. Besides, of my two teammates, one is about to die soon, while the other has a cursed seal put on him. Not really something I'd be jealous about. After a short pause, Renjiro began talking again, that's a good perspective to have. But don't forget that whether it's the second, third, and fourth Hokage, or the three Sanins, all were extremely talented and hardworking. So while it's a good thing to take inspiration from them, don't forget that you'll have to train extremely hard to even dream about reaching that level. Fujin nodded and replied, yes sensei. Renjiro smiled and added, there's one another thing I want to tell you about KK Genkai. But you are not ready for it yet. I'll tell you when you complete your first B-rank mission as a Chunin. Fujin wondered what Renjiro wanted to tell him. He replied, alright sensei. Renjiro then asked, what is your analysis of your current capability? And how do you plan on continuing your training? Fujin thought for a bit, before answering, to start with, my ability as a censor nin is developing decently. But that'll be my secondary ability. In terms of fighting, it seems like my mainstay will be wind style and swordplay. Swordplay is my preferred choice of close combat. While wind style gives me mid and long range capabilities. Of course, both still have a lot of work that needs to be done. I can use some earth style jutsus for defensive purposes. And I have body flicker jutsu for mobility. My physical strength, speed, and chakra are decent too I guess. At least for a genin that is. Renjiro was impressed by Fujin's analysis. Fujin continued, as for what I'm missing or need to improve. I need some strong jutsu in my arsenal that can create a deadly impact or devastation on the battlefield. And my taijutsu needs to improve. All I have there is the basic academy style. On completing his answer, he looked up at his sensei. Renjiro replied, on point analysis. You don't need to worry about a strong jutsu though. When you become a jounin, you'll get to look at rank A jutsus that our village has. For now, stick with rank C jutsus. Preferably for the next couple of years, until your chakra grows considerably. You are right about your taijutsu though. While you did rank high in the academy, that basic style won't aid you much in growing stronger. That's why I'll be teaching you the taijutsu I practice. That is the Senju taijutsu style. Chapter 54, The Path to Becoming an Elite that surprised Fujin. He quickly thanked his sensei, thank you sensei. But can you just teach it to someone who isn't from the Senju clan? Renjiro raised his eyebrow and asked, what do you mean someone? You are my student. He then laughed and said, don't worry, our techniques are for the whole village. Anyone who can learn it can use them. Of course, the key word is can. Fujin asked, what do you mean by can sensei? Renjiro replied, the people from our clan are blessed with high levels of chakra. Surely you'd have sensed that by now. Fujin nodded. Renjiro continued, so our techniques usually have high chakra requirements. If anyone else were to try and learn, they'll run out of chakra very quickly. You, on the other hand, have a lot of chakras compared to your counterparts. In fact, it's more than both Hoka and Miki combined. So you'll be perfect to learn Senju Taijutsu style. Fujin quickly understood and nodded. Alright. When can we start, sensei? Also, can you explain what exactly is Senju Taijutsu style? I haven't ever read it. Renjiro replied, we'll begin right away after I explain the basics. Senju Taijutsu style is actually pretty straightforward. Actually, the Academy Taijutsu style was created by referring to our style. What makes Senju style lethal is the use of chakra. Any taijutsu style basically consists of users fighting with their arms and legs or some other body parts. Of course, there are a few exceptions, like Hyuga Taijutsu, which releases small amounts of chakra from their fingers or palm, and a clan in Hidden Mist Village that uses bones. In Senju Taijutsu style, your every move will be reinforced by chakra. You want to punch? Your fist needs to gather chakra first and release it on impact. You want to kick? You have to do the same. You want to block? Infuse chakra into the body part you want to block with or is about to hit. This ensures that your defense is like a fortress, while your attack is devastating. Of course, such a style means that not only do you need to have a huge amount of chakra, but you also need to have very good chakra control. Else, even a huge chakra reserve will get depleted very quickly. Renjiro's explanation shocked Fujin a bit. He analyzed, isn't this similar to Tsunada's fighting style? In fact, I did already make some attempts of infusing chakra in my punches. To think this is the Senju style. Tsunada's fighting style probably represents the Senju Taijutsu style used by someone who's reached the peak of chakra control. Anyways, this is very good. Finally, a Taijutsu style that can allow me to compete, or even overpower others. After analyzing, he said, let's start, sensei. Renjiro nodded and began the training. He said, first, we will start by getting you to completely infuse your chakra in your whole body. Once you can do that, we will begin concentrating on infusing it with individual body parts only. Display your entire chakra first. Fujin obeyed, and released his entire chakra. Renjiro looked at Fujin. He could see a blue chakra completely cloaking Fujin. His first thought was, marvelous. Fujin too was in thought, actually, I do have some basic understanding of this. While I never exposed it for obvious reasons. Now will be a good time to use it to just show his natural talent, hee. Following Fujin's expectations, Renjiro gave his next command, now try to contain that chakra inside your body, such that it flows through your entire body. Think of it as similar to you doing chakra flow on your body rather than just your sword. Fujin followed his guidance. He slowly began containing the chakra in his body. In around 2 minutes, the blue aura cloaking him slowly disappeared. But if someone were to observe closely, they'd notice blue chakra flares being expelled occasionally from his body. Renjiro, who was standing right in front of him, was shocked. He thought, so fast? This. He swallowed his saliva before exclaiming to himself, this is unbelievable. Though the control isn't perfect by any means, he managed to contain the chakra in just a couple of minutes. It's as if this technique was made for him. Fujin looked up at Renjiro, before asking, is this proper, sensei? Renjiro nodded and replied, yes, very good. But you are losing a lot of chakra while trying to maintain this form. The next phase of your training will be to perfect this form. You'll activate it, and meditate until you can properly contain your chakra with zero loss. Until then, no ninjutsu or kenjutsu practice for you. In fact, even when doing your morning workout, you'll start doing it by maintaining this form. Hearing that he won't get to practice ninjutsu or kenjutsu disappointed Fujin a bit, but seeing the importance Renjiro stressed on this, he could vaguely guess that this will become something that might define him for a long time to come. It might even be what breaks him apart from the normal ninjas, and pave his way into becoming an elite. Renjiro's thoughts too were along the same lines, now that I've seen your potential in this, no way I'd allow you to not raise this aspect to the peak. Apart from a short lunch break, Fujin ended up training alongside Renjiro till 8 p.m. Finally, at 8, the training ended and Fujin was allowed to leave. Before leaving, however, Renjiro said something that left Fujin tongue-tied. He said, tomorrow, increase the pressure on your seal to 30% during the morning workout. Fujin looked at his teacher skeptically, but seeing the serious look on his face, he just nodded helplessly. On reaching home, Fujin ate a few ration bars and straight away dived into his bed thinking, damn. My entire body is sore. It's as if each and every cell in my body is screaming in pain. This is nuts. No wonder Renjiro asked me to double my ration bar intake. Still though, the progress that I made just today is crazy. If I manage to keep up with this training for months, I have no idea how strong I'd become. Not having the energy to do anything, he fell asleep. Chapter 55, Rapid Improvement. The next morning, when he woke up, something left Fujin completely shocked. His body had no pain whatsoever. He speculated, does this training also heal the body in some way? Or is it something else? More importantly, is this safe? I need to consult him ASAP. Renjiro appeared at the training ground at 5 a.m. as usual and asked the Gainans to begin their workout. However, today, Fujin said, Sensei, I have some queries. Understanding what query he'd have, he replied, alright. Hoka, Miko, you two begin your workout. Fujin will join you too soon. Hoka left wondering what query Fujin had, while Miko left begrudgingly as Fujin got to skip out on the workout a bit. Renjiro then looked at Fujin and asked, is it about the quick healing? Fujin nodded. Renjiro answered, it's a side effect of this training. Since you infuse chakra in your body, it ends up activating each and every cell of your body. This will increase your passive healing and also reduce the amount of time you need to recover from fatigue or exhaustion. He then smiled a bit and continued, there's actually a few more advantages of this training. It'll increase your stamina, and more importantly, your chakra reserves. Fujin's eyes widened on hearing that. He quickly asked, isn't it too much of a hacks? Renjiro smirked and said, not really. The passive healing, while good, isn't really groundbreaking. As for chakra increase, it is only visible when you start this training and if your chakra reserve isn't already very high. So while you may see a huge boost to your chakra and stamina in the next few weeks, later on, the effect won't really be that obvious. That killed Fujin's excitement a bit as he sank into his thoughts. Oh, then it's not that big of a hacks. But still pretty good though. After all, the very requirement to learn this style is having high chakra. And if the effect of learning this style was a boost to your chakra reserve, then it just doubles down on that advantage. He looked back at Renjiro and asked, is there any harmful side effect to using this technique? Renjiro was a bit surprised by that question. After all, any other 10-year-old Geinin would just be too happy with such a huge buff. He remembered that he himself had been lost in delight when he had learned this technique. He answered, don't worry, this is a very old senju technique. There are no harmful effects. In fact, considering the long lifespans of my clan members, it might even be having a good effect on your health. Hearing the answer, Fujin let out a sigh of relief. Renjiro looked at him and said, if you have no more questions, begin your workout. Your teammates have left you behind considerably. Fujin thanked him and started the workout. While he had increased the pressure from the seal a lot, infusing chakra meant that exercises were actually easier for him. Of course, that wasn't foolproof. After all, the moment his chakra ran out, was the moment hell began feeling real to Fujin. Later that day, Fujin talked with Renjiro about the issue of chakra running out during the morning workout. But Renjiro just smiled innocently and said, you have enough chakra to be able to go through the whole morning workout without running out. It's just your control that is lacking. So if you don't want to run out of chakra during your workout, train and improve your control. Fujin gave a deadpan look to his teacher's innocent smile. He could bet all his money that he was laughing at his misery. The training continued in a similar manner for Fujin. After 3 days, he finally managed to last the entire morning workout without running out of chakra. On day 7, he finally managed to contain all chakra in his body properly. He still didn't reach zero wastage, but the amount of chakra leaking out now was very negligible. These 7 days, however, had blown Fujin's mind. The result of this training was phenomenal. He muttered to himself in disbelief, just 1 week of this training has increased my chakra reserves by 50%. In addition to the chakra increase, Renjiro made Fujin increase the pressure on the training seal from day 3 onwards. Right now it was up to 40%. The next month was spent on properly mastering chakra control for the Senju Taijutsu style. At the end of the training, Fujin could finally freely control his chakra and employ it in a spar against Renjiro. This training increased his chakra by another 35 to 40%. In just over 5 months since he graduated, Fujin's chakra reserves had a 4-fold increase. His thoughts were, incredible. I now have more chakra than even Genki. And he was an elite chunin for 4 years at least. Damn, I really want to test out my ninjutsu right now. Unfortunately, he was still denied permission to train ninjutsu. With all 3 students training intensely, Renjiro didn't take any missions for a couple of months. Renjiro spent a few more weeks drilling all the basics of Senju Taijutsu style in Fujin. The process of increasing pressure from the training seal continued during this time. At that moment, it was at 55%. Fujin always had to keep infusing his body with chakra while doing rigorous training or sparring. Otherwise, this pressure would slow him down a lot. And if he was doing some normal activities, like walking or running or resting, then the pressure shouldn't really bother him much. By this logic, Renjiro had Fujin maintain that pressure all the time. Finally, one fine evening, Renjiro watched a tired Fujin panting on the ground. They had just finished another one of their spars. He smiled and said, "Great work, kiddo. You have finally got all the basics down properly. Fujin just nodded. Clearly, he was too tired to answer back. Renjiro smiled and said, let's end here. Take a rest and take tomorrow off. Hearing that, Fujin suddenly looked up. There were almost tears in his eyes. He thought, finally. Renjiro chuckled at his reaction and then flickered away. Fujin rested a bit and then dragged himself across Hidden Leaf Village to his house while thinking, finally. 2 months, and not a single day's break. Hoka and Miko got off day saying that they needed to master their clan jutsus. But for me? I didn't get even a single session off. He went to sleep while complaining about the unfairness in his heart. Chapter 56, Supercharged Wind Jutsus. The next day, Fujin, for the first time in years, slept like a log till noon. On waking up, there was no soreness from the earlier day. He thought, got to admit, I really love this aspect of this training. I always wake up in full health and stamina. Anyways, no more ration bars today. After freshening up, he left home. While talking he thought, I really miss the advanced technology. In my previous life, I could never imagine myself being without a smartphone for years. Heck, I would have most likely spent a day on the net, while lazing on my sofa and ordering all the food home, haha. Soon, he arrived at Ikiraku. He sat there and said, old man, give me one of each bowl you have. Taki was surprised at the order. After all, it's not daily when someone would overeat ramen. He smiled and said, you've come here after a long time, Fujin. Fujin sighed, yeah. Another old man made me train all the time. So I had no free time at all. Taki smiled and encouraged him, hang in there, young man. And he began making the ramen. Ever since he graduated, Fujin's trips to Ikiraku and Yakiniku had increased. His food was usually just ration bars, and when he got an opportunity, he would visit these 2 restaurants. So his relationship with Taki was good. Soon 2 bowls were served in front of Fujin. Taki wore his trademark smile and said, eat up. You'll need all the energy you can get. Fujin wasted no time in digging in. Soon, he ended up eating all 7 types of ramen in Ikiraku. Once done, he said, they were delicious, old man. Give me 2 more miso and tonkatsu ramen. Taki smiled and yelled, coming right up. After lunch, Fujin went into the forest he used to train earlier in. He smirked while thinking, finally a break. Now let me test my jutsu. On reaching the deepest part of the forest, he stood in front of a tree. Well, here goes nothing. And he uses his great breakthrough jutsu. The jutsu uproots the tree, as well as a few more trees behind and adjacent to that tree. In addition, the winds created by the jutsu created deep slashes in many nearby trees and stripped them of all their leaves and most of their branches. Watching the scene, Fujin grinned, excellent. This is almost 40 to 50% stronger than it was 2 months ago. And now, Fujin's grin grew wider. He suddenly exerted his chakra, causing a blue aura to form around him. He began preparing another great breakthrough jutsu. Only this time, instead of releasing it, he began pouring a lot more chakra into this jutsu. In 30 seconds, he managed to pour 10% of his chakra into the jutsu. In another 30 seconds, it reached 15%. Great breakthrough jutsu. He exhaled the jutsu. Only this time, instead of normal jutsu, it was supercharged with chakra. The jutsu hit the tree in front of him, completely obliterating it. In a fraction of a second, hundreds of trees in the vicinity were uprooted or cut into pieces. Thousands were stripped of all their branches and left with deep scars. Fujin was shocked on seeing the destruction. However soon, the shock on his face was changed to a grin that seemed to be plastered on his face. Excellent. Marvelous. Now, this is what a jutsu is. But that said, the amount of time needed to supercharge the jutsu is too long. Any capable ninja will kill me a dozen times if I stay in one spot for a minute. I'll have to increase the speed of pouring my chakra into the jutsu. Preferably reduce it to under 2 seconds. And have to do it while moving around, or even better, while flickering around. I guess this is why Renjiro asked us to focus on rank C jutsus. Now, let me test the other jutsus. Fujin quickly made a hand sign. Soon winds gathered around him. He infused chakra into his jutsu for 30 seconds. The winds then spun around him in a dome shape at a very rapid speed. The wind kept spinning around Fujin for a couple of minutes. Even before the wind dome dispersed, Fujin made a hand sign. The winds turn into 2 wolves. They are 3 meters in height, and almost 7 meters long, looking incredibly ferocious. They ran towards the nearby trees and shredded a few of them with their claws and teeth before disappearing. Next, Fujin once again gathered his chakra and poured into Wind Dragon Jutsu. He managed to pour a little over 20% of his max chakra into it. It resulted in a 50-meter-long dragon forming in the forest. The dragon opened its mouth, forming a huge wind explosion jutsu, and launched it toward the trees. The sphere traveled in a straight line and exploded on hitting a tree, snapping it into two. It then traveled in a zigzag way through the forest, slashing many trees with the winds in its large body. It managed to travel 200 meters through the thick forest cover before dispersing. Soon after, two spheres of wind appeared in Fujin's hands. Their size quickly increased to around 50 centimeters in radius. Fujin launched it at the same time on a boulder. They exploded on the boulders and created a few scars all over them. Fujin analyzed them. The damage increase is kinda unnecessary. After all, it's just slashes of wind. Any random slash can give a fatal blow to a normal ninja anyways. And if someone does create a strong defense, then it'll end up blocking the enhanced wind explosion jutsu with ease too. Yeah, it's unnecessary. Let's just increase the speed of launching. At the very next moment, Fujin began spamming the wind explosion jutsu. In just a minute, he ended up launching 84 wind explosion jutsus. Fujin grinned, excellent. And it cost me around 7% of my chakra. This will be a very annoying tactic at mid-range, haha. Next, Fujin looked around himself to look for an appropriate stone. He finally found one, a few dozen meters from him, which he guessed would weigh around 15 kilograms. He concentrated on the stone. Immediately, strong winds began blowing around the stone, trying to get underneath the stone. After a few seconds, the stone started getting lifted into the sky. After around half a minute, Fujin was able to raise the stone to a height of 1.2 meters. He then raised his arms towards the stone. Wind retrieval jutsu. The stone slowly began moving towards himself. He brought the stone to him and caught it in his hands. The amount of power I can exert with these two jutsus has increased too. I wonder if I'll be able to fly with the help of these two jutsus. Though I guess I'll need much more chakra and much better control. And probably, even then it might not be useful for long-distance travel. Chapter 57, Analysis and a Weird Situation. Tossing the stone away, Fujin put his hand in his bag and tossed 12 shurikens one after another in the air. Projectile Control Jutsu. Fujin used the jutsu to control the shurikens and had them move through the forest while avoiding all the trees. The shuriken moved continuously through the forest and all of them hit the same tree around 500 meters away from Fujin. At the next moment, Fujin appeared next to that tree using wind instantaneous body jutsu. He retrieved the shurikens while concluding, "Wow, I didn't think that 2 months of Senjutai Jutsu training would end up boosting my ninjutsu so much. In the Great Breakthrough Jutsu, I could pour up to 15% of my chakra. While it took a minute, the result was very good. The spinning shield of wind could only take up to 2.5% of my chakra. I just couldn't add more to it. It was similar to the Wind Gale Wolf Jutsu. I could just pour 2% of my chakra into each of the wolves. The Wind Dragon Jutsu on the other hand could take 20% of my jutsu. And using wind instantaneous body jutsu to my current limit of 500 meters requires 1.5% of my chakra. Wind projectile jutsu requires a negligible amount of my chakra now. While each wind explosion jutsu needs less than 0.1% of my chakra. Wind levitation jutsu doesn't have much battle use for now. Wind retrieval jutsu can be used to create some chaos though. Anyways, just this short show of my jutsus cost me almost 50% of my chakra. I wonder if Renjiro has more means to increase my chakra levels. Though it shouldn't be an issue for now as I can't really supercharge any jutsu in combat. Fujin began gathering chakra again and slammed his hands on the ground. A rock shield appeared in front of him. Seeing the shield, Fujin sighed, no wonder it is just a Renki jutsu. It has already long reached the limit for me. There's no scope to improve it anymore. The size of the rock shield was no bigger than what Fujin could do 2 months ago. That said, I need to discuss with Renjiro and see if he could have any method to release the jutsu by stepping on the ground rather than slamming hands down. Oh well, I'll ask when he restarts ninjutsu training. After concluding, Fujin made a hand sign and disappeared underground. While underground, he sighed, I've been so busy with everything, that I never really practiced this jutsu after graduation. He kept moving underground for a bit, before suppressing his chakra signal and making another couple of hand signs. In an instant, he disappeared and reappeared around 150 meters in the direction he was facing. Earth instantaneous body jutsu and wind instantaneous body jutsu are perfect for escaping without leaving any trail. Earth instantaneous body jutsu would actually be perfect for infiltrating enemy territory. I wonder what counter has been developed against this jutsu. He then rose up from the ground, made another hand sign, and placed his hand on the ground. The ground ahead of him transformed into a moat of mud. The size of the moat was 6 meters in radius and 10 meters in depth. He moved to a different spot, made a few hand signs, and slammed his hands again on the ground. This time, the ground rose slowly, as if trying to trap someone. Fujin analyzed, Earth-holding jutsu is just too slow. Kinda similar situation with mud mode jutsu. Then again, these two are the only jutsus that I can use to trap enemies. Should be sufficient for now. Having tried and analyzed the current status of most of his jutsus, Fujin decided to return home to rest. While leaving, he muttered to himself while looking at the ground, my jutsus should be good enough for now. But I do need the earth wall jutsu. That'll improve my ability to defend further. And my current chakra should be plenty for it. Though I guess Renjiro won't allow it. Anyways, I hope that we get to participate in the next Chunin exam. I really want to test myself in combat. It should be fun. He grinned and looked up. What he saw made him feel a bit awkward. A good chunk of the forest was utterly destroyed by Fujin testing his jutsus. He wondered, if someone were to come here and see this, I wonder what they'll think. Luckily, this area is kinda remote and people shouldn't be coming here. But in any case, I should hide my tracks in case someone did come here. Also, it would probably be best if I don't return here in the near future. Fujin jumped onto a branch of one of the trees that still had branches. Gale jutsu, a gentle breeze blew through the forest, covering up every footprint in it and also dispersing the scent slightly. Once this task was done, Fujin made a hand sign and disappeared from his spot, and appeared on another branch around 500 meters away. He used wind instantaneous body jutsu a few more times before getting out of the forest. After leaving the forest he flickered away toward his house while wondering if anyone would ever see the havoc there. A couple of months later, two special jounins from the Hyuga clan happened to pass through this forest, when they unwittingly entered the area where Fujin had caused the devastation. Seeing the number of uprooted and sliced off trees left them dumbfounded. Coincidentally, a squad of Enbutsu happened to cross through the same area at that time. Seeing the two Hyuga present, they instantly began asking them for the reason why they destroyed the forest and inquired whether there was any battle there. The Hyugas denied the charge and said that the forest was already wrecked. The Anbus looked around carefully and realized that it had been a long time since the destruction had happened. They investigated around and asked the Hyugas to help them, but found no clue. They wondered if someone was training here, but couldn't understand why anyone would train here when there are so many training grounds available around Hidden Leaf Village. The unusual nature of this destruction made them report the situation to the Hokage. Hiruzen too was confused similarly. He sent out an Anbu squad specializing in investigation and tracking to check. Unfortunately, Gale Jutsu, 2 months of time, and a few showers of rain had removed anything that could have been used to find a clue. The Anbus would return empty-handed, and Hiruzen dropped the case as there were no clues and it wasn't worth allocating more resources to. Of course, Fujin would forever remain ignorant about such an incident happening. Chapter 58, Discussion. After testing his jutsus, Fujin returned home and took another short nap. Later he revised his Fuinjutsu skills before having dinner at Yakiniku. The next day once again started with an intense morning workout. In the afternoon, the team again broke up to train with Renjiro and his clones. Renjiro looked at Fujin and said, I have taught everything I know about Senju Taijutsu style. How much you manage to master depends on you now. Fujin bowed a bit and said, Thank you sensei. Seeing his humility, Renjiro's face softened. He said, You had once said that the Sanins too don't have any KK Genkai. One of the Sanin, Lady Tsunade, uses an advanced form of Senju Taijutsu. She modified the style to complement her perfect chakra control, making it much more deadly. Your own talent with this style too is very high. So work hard on it. Fujin nodded and said, Yes sensei. I'll keep improving it. Renjiro continued, Regardless, it's time to focus back on ninjutsu and kenjutsu. We will practice all your jutsus once. And then we will begin working on supercharging your jutsus. Fujin instantly got excited upon hearing that. Renjiro noticed and squinted his eyes. He asked, You have already tried it, haven't you? Fujin laughed nervously before confirming it. Renjiro sighed and said, I hope you didn't end up destroying anything. To which Fujin obediently shook his head, saying, Don't worry sensei. I shot everything straight up in the air. Renjiro asked, Alright. So what were your observations? Fujin replied, It takes a lot of time to supercharge jutsus. So it just won't be usable in battles unless I can bring the time down a lot. Renjiro nodded. Fujin continued, Apart from that, I couldn't supercharge all my jutsus. Especially Rock Shield Jutsu, which didn't improve at all. Great Breakthrough and Wind Dragon Jutsu had the best effect on supercharging. Renjiro said, Yes, that's how supercharging works. While you can try to pour a lot of chakra into any jutsu, not all jutsus can be supercharged. The amount of chakra you can pour in also depends on your chakra reserves, chakra control, mastery of the element, mastery of that jutsu, and the jutsu itself. Though Hidden Leaf Village lacks wind jutsus, you are lucky to have wind affinity. as almost all of the rank C wind jutsus can be supercharged. As for the rock shield jutsu, its capacity is very low. So don't concern yourself with it. In the next few months, I'll be teaching all three of you how to supercharge your jutsus quickly in battle situations. Since your chakra reserve is the highest, you'll need to work the hardest here. Before we begin, do you have any queries? Fujin nodded and replied, yes, sensei. I have a few. The first one is related to rock shield jutsu. I can now perform the jutsu without any hand signs, but I still need to slam my hands on the ground. Do you know any way to perform the jutsu by slamming the feet down instead? Renjiro raised his left eyebrow and asked, why do you want to do that? Fujin answered, it'll improve the efficiency of the jutsu a lot. I carry swords in my hands, so to slam my hands on the ground, I'll have to discard my swords temporarily, which doesn't seem to be a good idea. If I can perform the jutsu with just my feet, I can just use it while I'm fighting with my sword. And if the enemy makes a huge attack on me, then I can just retreat back while slamming my feet on the ground and creating multiple rock shields. Renjiro was surprised by Fujin's tactical thinking. He replied, good thinking. I never thought about rock shield jutsu along those lines. I guess your intention is to eventually use this for all earth-style jutsu, right? Fujin nodded, indeed, that will be very convenient. Renjiro continued, unfortunately, it won't be possible. Or at the very least, it won't be easy. The hand signs for that jutsu result in earth nature chakra gathering in your palms. Though you perform the jutsu without any hand signs, you do it by merely replicating the way chakra is molded when you perform the hand signs. Doing what you said will be no different from creating a whole different jutsu. Fujin quickly replied, in that case sensei, can't we create new earth-style jutsus that work in this manner? Renjiro shook his head and answered, it's too difficult. While small jutsus are always created, what you are saying will completely revolutionize the jutsus of earth element. At the very least, I can't do it. Also, while your idea is very innovative, it's highly unlikely that you were the only one who came up with it. And considering that no such jutsu exists to my knowledge, it's safe to say that no one ever managed to create it. Fujin was dejected a bit upon hearing this. Oh well, there goes one of my ideas to annoy the enemy infinitely. Seeing the dejected look, Renjiro chuckled. Fujin looked back at Renjiro and said, so since I can't improve my rock shield jutsu anymore, can I get to earth wall jutsu? Renjiro shook his head again and answered, no, that's a rank B jutsu. Though your chakra reserve is good, you shouldn't be dependent on rank B or higher jutsus till you are promoted to Chunin. The answer was as Fujin expected. So he just asked his last query, sensei, while practicing with supercharged jutsus, I ran out of chakra very quickly. Do you know any more means of increasing my chakra quickly? After all, the training of infusing chakra into the body is barely giving any gains in that regard. Renjiro had a slight disbelief on his face that Fujin actually asked this question. He replied, brat, do you think they sell chakra in grocery stores? Your chakra is already 4 times larger as compared to your teammates. Be happy with that and don't get greedy. Also, don't bother searching for more means of increasing your chakra reserves. Other than hard work and natural growth, almost every method has some form of drawback that'll highly restrict you. As for the battle, you can always eat soldier pills to improve your stamina. So don't bother with it. Fujin was a bit shocked at how dismissive Renjiro was. He thought, really, no other means? Sigh, I guess I was expecting way too much. After all, the current boost is already very high. Oh well, I'll leave this issue to the future. If I really desperately need chakra, I can try to steal a tailed beast. Thinking about tailed beasts, Fujin sighed internally. How good it'd have been if I could just throw some pokeballs and capture them. Renjiro asked, any more queries? Fujin shook his head and replied, let's begin sensei. Chapter 59, Rankajutsu. Renjiro trained the trio for another month. This month, Fujin practiced supercharging his jutsus a lot. He could now infuse 20% of his chakra into the Great Breakthrough Jutsu in under 15 seconds. More importantly, he could infuse 5% of chakra into the jutsu in just over 2 seconds. This was usable in battle as long as he maintained some distance. He also mastered Wind Gale Wolf and Wind Dragon jutsus and could now perform them without any hand signs. The ease with which he became capable of using these jutsus without any hand seals shocked Renjiro. Fujin's Kinjutsu also improved a lot. All the basics regarding samurai saber techniques were taught to him. He could freely control chakra flow through his samurai swords. He even managed to properly infuse his wind chakra through the normal chakra flow. Renjiro couldn't help him much in this regard as he himself never added a nature chakra to chakra flow. He specialized in earth and water elements, and neither were suitable to be added to chakra flow. Nonetheless, It was learnt with rather ease by Fujin. In fact, while learning it, he also learned a technique that he had dreamed about performing for over a decade. The team was given a day's break once again, which all three used to rest well. The next day, in the morning, the team met up once again. Hoka saw Fujin coming to the ground and asked, "Hey, how's the training progressing?" Fujin replied, "It's progressing rather smoothly, what about you guys?" Hoka smirked and replied, "It's going very well. I want to spar with you once again." Fujin smirked back and replied, "Well, let's hope that you can touch me this time." That annoyed Hoka, who begrudgingly replied, "Due to you, Sensei drilled me with ninjutsu training for 3 months straight." Hearing that, Fujin laughed. Miko, annoyed at being left out of the conversation, butted in by snorting, "Humphrey, I'll beat both of you at the same time in a spar." Hoka and Fujin turned to her. Fujin replied, "Well, let's hope that you have some energy to spar after the morning workout then." Hearing that, her shoulders immediately dropped, while Fujin and Hoka laughed at her expense. The poor girl complained about the unfairness to herself. "It's not as if I'm slacking on those workout sessions. It's just that every time I am about to reach Sensei's target, Sensei just makes it even more difficult." While Miko was depressed, Renjiro appeared. He announced, "We have trained continuously for the past 3 months. Next, we will be taking continuous rank C missions." That instantly perked up Miko. After all, missions would mean no more rigorous training. Hoka and Fujin also sighed in relief, as their bodies needed a break badly. Unlike Miko who'd drop out early rather regularly, Hoka and Fujin gritted through the entire workout daily. Renjiro continued, "Today we won't do any workout or training. Instead, you guys will spar." This immediately gained the attention of the 3 Gainins. Renjiro continued, "You 3 will fight out against each other in a 3-way battle. You are not allowed to team up with each other unless the circumstances force you to. But I can disqualify you if you purposefully cooperate to defeat the third. The battlefield will be this entire training field. You guys have time from now till 6 p.m. to decide on the winner. You can defeat others by knocking them unconscious or making them give up. Obviously, I can interfere and declare someone to have been lost. And of course, you guys aren't allowed to seriously injure anyone. No soldier pills. And Fujin, no swords." Miko suddenly asked, "Why no swords for Fujin? Isn't that his Goto weapon?" Hoka also nodded, as he had the same query. Neither of them wanted to win against someone who was handicapped. Renjiro shook his head and said, "Fujin's way of using his swords is solely to kill. If he were to win by using his swords, you guys would be injured badly. Regardless, he is forbidden to use his swords in any spar with his colleagues." They understood the reasoning but were still a bit unconvinced. Fujin butted in, "Aren't you two looking down on me too much? Sword or no sword, neither of you will even be able to touch me." And he smirked on saying that. Hoka and Miko looked at him irritatingly. Among the 3 of them, Fujin had the highest speed and excelled in fighting at long range. In the few spars that they had, they never managed to actually reach him. Renjiro interrupted before they entered into an argument, "No more questions. My rules are final. Anyways, you guys didn't hear the exciting part. The winner will get a reward." That once again attracted the attention of all 3. Miko asked, "What reward?" Renjiro replied, "The winner will be awarded a rank A jutsu by me." That shocked the trio. They all had the same thought, will he really allow us to learn a jutsu higher than rank C? Renjiro understood what his students were thinking. He smiled innocently and said, "Of course, I'll only give it to you when you are promoted to Chunin." Hearing that, all 3 Gainins gave him a deadpan look. Not wanting to hear any complaints from them, he shouted, "Begin." Even before he completed the word, all 3 Gainins flickered away in different directions without making any hand seals. Now, at more than 100 meters away from each other, they observed the other 2, while wondering how they should approach this. The best way would have been to team up with one of the other 2, eliminate the third, and then decide the winner. Unfortunately, that option was not available. Suddenly, Hoka and Miko noticed Fujin smirking. At the very next moment, he disappeared. Chapter 60, Spar, Hoka vs Miko. Miko and Hoka both cursed him and his annoying wind instantaneous body jutsu. Hoka activated his Byakugan and noticed him appearing 600 meters away. But he disappeared soon, and this time went out of the Byakugan's range. Miko cursed, "Fujin is as cowardly as usual." Hoka and Miko looked at each other deciding what decision to take. Around a kilometer away from the initial location, Fujin kept sensing the location of the other 2. They were still in the same position. He smiled thinking, the duration of the fight is 13 hours. I guess Renjiro analyzed that we won't be able to decide the winner in a few fights. So the winner will depend on who has the most amount of chakra. The best way for me would be to force multiple rounds so that all of us lose an equal amount of chakra. And I'll be able to win easily due to my larger reserves. especially considering that Byakugan and Sharingan use a decent amount of chakra while being activated. But knowing these two, I have no doubt that they'll fight intensely, hee. Back at the starting position, Miko and Hoka were observing each other. Hoka was analyzing, so what do I do? Do I hide too until Fujin comes out? Or do we track Fujin first before fighting? Or should I try to beat her first and then beat Fujin? No, that'll be tough. Not to mention, Fujin loves to sneak attack. He won't miss the chance to attack when we are fighting. On the other hand, Miko too was having similar doubts. But compared to Hoka, she was a lot more arrogant. She dumped all the questions she had while deciding, I'll just defeat Hoka quickly before Fujin can act. In a 1v1 fight, I'll be able to defeat both of them with ease. Having made her decision, Miko activated her Sharingan and rushed toward Hoka. This broke Hoka out of his thoughts, and he prepared to fight. He cautioned himself, I have to avoid looking into her eyes. While I can break her Genjutsu easily, it'll be tough to do so quickly enough. Miko flickered a few meters ahead of Hoka and rapidly made a few hand signs and launched a fireball jutsu on him. Hoka quickly moved out of the way, and then ran towards Miko with the intention of using Gentle Fist to close her chakra points. Miko quickly flickered out of range and launched shurikens on Hoka. Knowing that she uses strings on her shuriken, Hoka too threw his own shuriken, which collided with hers and deflected them. Miko used this opportunity to close the distance, and used Fire Style, 4 jutsu on Hoka. Hoka barely managed to dodge, but it raised past his shirt, burning it. A bit of the skin on the side of his abdomen was also burned. He bore the pain and closed the distance. This time, Miko didn't back off and engaged him with her Uchiha Taijutsu style. Using her Sharingan, she ensured that she never got hit by his Gentle Fist. Instead, she tried to use her Fire Style, 4 jutsu on Hoka. However, Hoka noticed it every time and kept dodging it. All this time, Miko kept trying to put Hoka under Genjutsu, but it never worked on Hoka. Hoka's Byakugan can determine when Miko is about to cast a Genjutsu. So, whenever she prepares her Genjutsu, Hoka avoided looking into her eyes and disrupted his own chakra slightly. This ensured that Miko never managed to cast a Genjutsu on him. But this also distracted him, which allowed Miko to fight him equally in close combat. After a few minutes, however, Miko ended up having a lot of close calls, with Hoka almost hitting her several times. So she flickered backward. Hoka followed her, but she flickered again, starting a tag game. Miko's control over and skill with body flicker jutsu was much higher than Hoka's though. So she regained her advantage. Not able to keep up with Miko's flickers, Hoka gave up chasing her and stood his ground, knowing her arrogance, she'll come close to fight me anyways. So I don't need to chase her. Seeing that Hoka had stopped chasing her, she came close to him instead while weaving hand signs. However, unlike what Hoka predicted, she stayed at mid-range and uses Fire Dragon Jutsu. Not having anything to counter, he flickered away from the line of Fire Dragon. Finally sick of trying to engage her in close combat, Hoka used Stone Shuriken Jutsu. The jutsu surprised Miko, but thanks to her Sharingan, she was able to dodge or block all of them. Unfortunately for her, she overlooked Hoka, who using this time, appeared right in front of her and stabbed 2 fingers toward her. Seeing that, Miko freaked out a little, damn, I have to block. In a hurry, she put her arm in between, and Hoka hit a chakra point on her arm. As soon as her arm gets hit, she flickered away. Hoka expected her to return, but instead, she just ran away, surprising Hoka, never thought she'll run away. He waited there for a few seconds thinking, both my opponents ran away. So shouldn't I be the winner? He then sighed, unfortunately, the next step will depend on Fujin. I and Miko are finally far away from each other, and tired from a battle. Even injured. So the question is who will he attack? Around a kilometer from where the fighting was happening, Fujin kept sensing their chakras throughout their clash. When they kept fighting, he really wished that he had some popcorn and a TV to watch the fight. Unfortunately, he had to stay hidden long away. The fight continued for over 7 minutes, before he sensed Miko's chakra signature going far away from Hoka. Chapter 61, Fujin's decision. Fujin concluded, oh, so Miko lost and ran away? Who's the coward now? Anyways, whom to attack? Since Miko ran away, it's safe to assume that she's injured. Most likely Hoka managed to block some of her chakra points. Maybe 1 or 2. Any more, and Hoka wouldn't have given her any chance to run away. Hoka too was thinking at the same time, Fujin will most probably target Miko, as she's the one who ran away. I should be ready to hit him after he fights her for some time. Miko sat while resting against a tree after retreating to the opposite end of the training ground. She was very annoyed with herself. I put my guard down, that's why I got hit. Otherwise, I could have beaten him as I was suppressing him throughout the fight. She looked at her left arm. It was swollen. He blocked the chakra point on my left arm. I won't be able to create hand signs. Even moving this arm is very painful. She began applying first aid on her left arm. She didn't bother hiding, as she knew that both Fujin and Hoka wouldn't have any issue tracking her. While applying first aid, she thought, Fujin will most likely attack me soon, I need to be ready. Hoka kept his Byakugan activated. He kept an eye on Miko while waiting for Fujin to make a move. Soon, he noticed something moving at a very rapid speed. In the next second, he noticed Fujin approaching him, so fast. Why is he moving towards me? He's already here. Hoka looked straight ahead. Fujin was already standing on a branch. He took his fighting stance. Unfortunately for him, as soon as he reached there, Fujin released a supercharged, 5%, great breakthrough jutsu toward Hoka. Hoka quickly erected a rock shield to protect himself. He was shocked by the power of the great breakthrough jutsu. Why is this so strong? Did he learn any rank B jutsus? Damn. Not good. The rock shield obviously couldn't give complete protection to Hoka. And flickering away wasn't an option. So he went underground and used Earth Instantaneous Body Jutsu and managed to move 125 meters to the south. He used it twice more to completely get out of the range of the deadly jutsu while wondering, why did he attack me? 2 minutes earlier, Fujin thought for a few seconds before concluding, normally, attacking Miko would be the best choice here. Except that there could be an issue. Miko, though smarter than Hoka when it comes to tactics, is just way too arrogant. Hoka, on the other hand, will most likely move to help Miko and prevent me from defeating her when she's injured. Even if he doesn't, his Byakugan will provide him with all the info, and he'll have the initiative of attacking or being a spectator. So that means my target should be. Having concluded, he quickly used Wind Instantaneous Body Jutsu to approach Hoka. Though Hoka ran underground, Fujin had no trouble sensing him. He followed him with body flicker. Hoka too could see that Fujin was following him as he expected. As expected, he can track me with ease. I need to get out and engage him in close combat. I don't think he can use that strong jutsu again. However, before he could get out of the ground, Fujin landed on top of where Hoka was and punched the ground with his full power chakra enhanced punch. Since Hoka sensed Fujin building up chakra, he didn't completely get out of the ground. However, how could he have imagined that Fujin would punch the ground? The impact created a shockwave that traveled through the ground toward where Hoka was. While the shockwave was harmless, it caused the entire underground to become a mess. The random movement of the ground hit Hoka many times while he was underground, even injuring him. He tried using Earth Instantaneous Body Jutsu again, but as the underground was a mess, he couldn't perform it. As a last effort, he hardened the walls next to him by using a rock shield. It provided him with some cover, but he was already injured. His right elbow and shoulder had taken hits. Many rocks also hit his chest, abdomen, and his back. Later, even despite the protection of the rock shields, his left ankle got injured, rather badly. Finally, the tremors died down and Hoka managed to get above the ground. That's exactly where Fujin was, but unfortunately, he didn't have a choice. As soon as he got out of the ground, a kunai was placed at the back of his neck. He saw Fujin standing in front of him. He said, "Give up. You've lost." Hoka unwillingly accepted his loss. "I give up." As soon as he said that, Fujin's wind clone dispersed himself. The fight only took 2 attacks. One great breakthrough jutsu and 1 punch. Miko noticed the winds blowing and heard a big noise when Fujin punched the ground. Unfortunately, she was too far away to understand what was happening. She wondered, are Fujin and Hoka fighting? Should I go and check? No, I'm injured, let me wait for a bit. The chakra point will open up soon. As soon as Hoka gave up, Fujin flickered away toward Miko. He noticed that Miko was now standing in a spot with no trees around. Not bad. She knows that hiding is pointless. So she stayed in open ground to not give any chance to sneak attack. Actually, I can still sneak up on her from behind. But, I'm pretty sure that she has deliberately left this opening. The area around her should be full of traps. Having figured out her tactic, Fujin began making wind clones. 20 wind clones appeared around Fujin. Fujin then suppressed his chakra and hid behind a tree. His wind clones dispersed through the forest, surrounding Miko from all sides while still hiding. One clone moved to a path that allowed him to sneak up on her. En route, the clone noticed that there were a lot of strings on the ground. He smirked, having guessed right. Chapter 62, Fire Style, Aerial Explosion Jutsu. Fujin's wind clone tried flickering behind her quickly while avoiding all traps, but Miko realized it and quickly turned around. When she did, Fujin's clone noticed that Miko was holding 2 strings in her right hand. Seeing Fujin heading toward her, Miko smirked, "I knew it." She flickered behind while releasing the strings. As soon as those strings went slack, a couple of dozen shurikens rained toward Fujin's clone. At the same time, Miko activated her Sharingan and observed Fujin. She frowned on noticing that Fujin's chakra amount was very low, a wind clone. This guy never fights head-on. Fujin's clone dodged the shurikens with ease and chased after Miko while forming wind explosion jutsu and launching them at her. He consecutively launched 7 wind explosions at her. Miko dodged each time. But she was getting increasingly worried. I need to keep a watch on any sneak attacks. It's very likely that he has more wind clones hiding nearby. Renjiro observed this clash. His control over wind nature is really impressive. Wind clones are the weakest elemental clones. Any capable sensor can easily differentiate between a wind clone and the main body in a moment due to how unstable the clone is. However, the weak nature of the wind clone allows anyone to create a lot of them. And the instability of the wind clone's chakra makes it immune to Ganjutsu. And due to being made of wind, they are usually even more mobile than the user. He then looked at Fujin, who was hiding, and smiled. He really is carefree and thinks that he has already won. While he will win, he's in for a surprise if he thinks the win will be this easy. After all, both Hoka and Miko too have made huge progress in the last 3 months. The wind clone finally begins getting low on chakra. Fujin analyzed. I need to pour more chakra into 2 to 3 wind clones so that they can last longer. Others I can make with the minimum requirements, as I'll need the numbers. Since he was about to disperse, the clone poured most of its chakra into another wind explosion jutsu. He then flickered towards Miko. Miko flickered away, but the clone followed her with another flicker and threw the wind explosion jutsu right at her. On doing that, the clone dispersed. In a hurry, Miko threw a kunai, that had an explosion tag attached to it, toward the incoming wind sphere. The blast created by the explosion tag easily overpowered the jutsu and dispersed it. However, Miko had to jump back to avoid getting hit by the explosion. The explosion, alongside the earlier wind explosion jutsus, however, activated or destroyed most of the traps that she painfully placed. Unfortunately for her, as soon as she jumped backward, another 2 wind clones appeared behind her and launched the wind explosion jutsu on her. Since she was airborne, she couldn't flicker away. In a panic, she threw a shuriken, with a string attached to it, to the tree next to her, and used it to pull herself away. But some winds created by the explosions still hit her, creating many small cuts on her that immediately began bleeding. The 2 clones immediately pressed on the attack, without giving Miko any time to think. While she engaged them, another 3 clones appeared and tried to sneak attack her. Though none were successful, they added even more injuries to her. Fujin still kept observing the fight while hiding. Not bad, she's grown much stronger. My wind clones are rather annoying to deal with. But, is this all? The fight is kinda too easy. Over at the battlefield, Miko was bleeding a lot. And she was incredibly annoyed. Why can't he fight with some honor? I'll show him. She gritted her teeth and endured the pain and made a couple of hand signs. Trying to weave hand signs while having a chakra point half blocked was incredibly painful. Fujin could see her wincing in pain. And he could sense her chakra building up. One of the clones used all his chakra to use a great breakthrough jutsu. Since he didn't have enough chakra, it wasn't strong enough. But it still made Miko lose her balance and be dragged across the ground. The clone got dispersed as well due to running out of chakra. Seeing her being unable to fight back, another clone appeared and launches a wind explosion jutsu at her. However, before the jutsu could reach her, she managed to get up on her feet and jump above and landed on a branch. She said, "Fire style, aerial explosion jutsu." Hearing the word explosion, Fujin's clones got on guard. However, no explosion occurred. Where's the explosion? Only a breeze passed through the area once. Realizing that something was off, they immediately began sensing Miko. Soon the clones, as well as Fujin, noticed that some sort of gas seems to have been released by Miko. And it was spreading throughout the forest at a very fast speed. Fujin's clones didn't discover the gas earlier, as it was both colorless and odorless. Fujin wondered, what jutsu is this? However, he had no idea. Oh well, whatever. I'll get to know soon enough. And he disappeared underground. In around 10 seconds, the gas spread in a 60-meter radius around Miko. All of Fujin's clones were in this area. Not knowing what to expect, the 5 to 6 clones who have already exposed themselves continue their attack. Seeing the clones running towards her, Miko smirked and stated, "Let's see where your main body is hiding now." As soon as she said that, she spit out a small fire. That fire ignited the gas, causing it to rapidly expand and generate strong outward winds. The winds carried the gas up to 100 meters around Miko and soon the whole area exploded. The ignition flame destroyed all 18 of Fujin's wind clones. It set fire to each and every tree in that area. And the fire seemed to be spreading further. Both Fujin and Hoka were left dumbfounded by the destruction. Chapter 63, Winner Miko? Fujin was shocked at what he was sensing. What the fuck? All my clones were destroyed. Which jutsu is this? Hoka too was stunned by the destruction. When did Miko get so strong? He quickly calmed himself and analyzed more, but, this jutsu shouldn't work on me as my Byakugan will notice the gas being released even if it is colorless. So I can just move out of the range. Fujin calmed himself down as well and observed the jutsu further. The heat generated from the explosion seems to have already dispersed. It's just that there were trees around which got burned. So if I were to take this hit head on, it won't kill me. Though I'll be badly burned. The wind clones are just too brittle. So they all were dispersed by the jutsu. While hiding underground, Fujin analyzed a bit more and sighed. I have never seen or heard about this jutsu. It was likely taught to her by the clan. I really shouldn't look down on any jutsu that wasn't used in the series. This world has way more jutsus, which are extremely lethal if used properly. Especially when I have no idea about these jutsus. Though the destruction caused by this jutsu is impressive, I can easily nullify it with even just a breakthrough jutsu by blowing the gas away. But I just didn't have any idea about this jutsu, which resulted in my clones getting wrecked. I wonder if she yelled the name of her jutsu purposefully. Renjiro nodded and smiled, seeing Miko counterattack successfully even when being in such a disadvantageous position. This performance by her is very good. I did expect her to retaliate but didn't think it'd be this successful. Fujin found the battle to be too easy, and hence let his guard down and played around instead of focusing entirely on defeating her quickly. This provided Miko with a window of opportunity to use this move. He then looked at the spot where Fujin was hiding underground and a complicated expression appeared on his face. He is just way too careful. Though he did drop his guard slightly, he was always extremely safe. While this is good and will ensure that he stays alive, he's missing out on opportunities to gain crucial experiences. After all, if he never faces a crunch situation while sparring, and if he suddenly faces one during a mission, he'll find it very difficult to stay alive. Unfortunately, I can't get him to be more proactive during spars. I hope that this doesn't end up causing him any serious loss. After using the jutsu, Miko dropped to her knees. The jutsu took a major portion of her chakra. And she had to use fireproof jutsu to protect herself from being burned as well. So her chakra level had dropped a lot. Fujin didn't miss this fact. So he created a shadow clone with roughly 60% of his remaining chakra. The clone exited the ground and confirmed that the gas had already dispersed. The clone then made 5 wind clones. They dispersed and approached Miko from all sides. While the shadow clone went back underground. The first wind clone reached where Miko was and looked at her. Her chakra reserves had dropped very low and her whole body was covered in small wounds, many of which were bleeding. She looked back with her Sharingan and observed that it was another wind clone. Fujin's wind clone said, "Give up. You are too injured to continue." Miko snorted and shouted back, as if I'll give up against someone too scared of showing his own face. Fujin's clone chuckled, "Even if I just hide from you, you'll end up losing consciousness due to exhaustion and perhaps even blood loss." Miko smirked and taunted, "I already destroyed all your clones once. I'll do it again until you are forced to fight me yourself." Saying that, she began making the hand signs again. But 4 more clones appeared around her, and all attacked her, disrupting her jutsu. Earlier, only Fujin's wind clone saw her hand signs. So he didn't know the hand signs she does for that jutsu. But it didn't matter, as he no longer wanted to give her any more opportunities. Miko tried her best to dodge, but was hit by multiple winds caused by the wind explosion jutsu, and took a breakthrough jutsu head-on, resulting in her flying back for dozens of meters and falling on the ground. She yelled in pain while being cut and flung away. The forest was still burning, so Fujin's winds became very hot. Which hurt her even more despite having a high resistance to fire. She tried getting up. "Arg, this hurts a lot. But I finally have some distance. I'll use it." She was about to use up all her chakra to use another aerial explosion jutsu, but her Sharingan noticed a chakra signature underground. Is he doing another sneak attack? Wait. His chakra is very high. Finally, he is attacking with his main body. I just need one chance, and I'll win. Her thoughts were cut by Fujin's arm appearing out of the ground. He grabbed her neck, while exiting the ground, and slammed her on the ground while strangling her neck with his right hand and pinning her to the ground. He looked at her and said, "You've lost, give up." But Miko smirked despite being in pain. In his moment of carelessness, Fujin looked straight into her eyes. Sharingan Ganjutsu. At the very next moment, the scene changed for Fujin. The Miko he was grabbing transformed into flames and escaped his grasp. The burning trees around him began moving and walking toward him. Miko reformed her body in midair while laughing arrogantly, "You looked into my eyes." She laughed even more before saying, "It's my win, Fujin. No one can match an Uchiha in a fair fight." Chapter 64, Waterfall Jutsu. The burning insects hailed flamethrowers on Fujin. But he just ignored the damage. He looked at Miko and sighed, "You really need to know when to give up. In the real world, Fujin's wind clones chuckled when they saw Miko using Ganjutsu on his shadow clone. One of them softly said, "Defend her, sensei." He used up all his chakra to create a wind gale wolf, which pounced on the shadow clone and dispersed it. His claw continued towards Miko's abdomen when Renjiro flickered in and dispersed the wolf. In the Ganjutsu world, as soon as Fujin's shadow clone said that, he disappeared due to being destroyed in the real world. Not understanding what was happening, she broke her Ganjutsu and saw her sensei standing next to her, with 3 of Fujin's clones still watching her. Renjiro announced, "Fujin is the winner." Not understanding, Miko asked, "What hap?" Unfortunately, the Sharingan Ganjutsu took the last bits of her chakra. She blacked out without completing her question. Renjiro checked on her while asking loudly, "How long are you going to hide?" Hearing that, Fujin exited the underground and flickered next to Renjiro with a smile on his face. The wind clones dismissed themselves. Renjiro looked at Fujin and said, "Good work. Now pick her up and move towards where Hoka is. I'll douse this fire before it engulfs the entire training ground." Fujin nodded. He picked Miko up and flickered to where Hoka was. He put Miko down next to him. Hoka had already seen the result of this fight. He sighed on seeing Fujin completely unharmed and wondered, what could I have done differently to win this fight? Knowing that Renjiro will most likely use a water jutsu to douse the fire, he kept his focus on sensing Renjiro. He said to Hoka, "Keep an eye on where sensei is." Hoka nodded and activated his Byakugan once again. Renjiro had jumped high up in the air. He was almost 100 meters high in the air. And at that time, he began building up his chakra. Fujin and Hoka were both shocked by the amount of chakra gathered by Renjiro. Fujin swallowed his saliva. What chakra? Elite Jounin indeed. I guess this is the first time I'm seeing him perform a jutsu seriously. At 100 meters up in the air, Renjiro made a hand sign. Water style, waterfall jutsu. He expelled a huge amount of water from his mouth. The water fell down right under him like a waterfall, and then flooded out in all directions for around 500 meters. Fujin and Hoka were shocked once again. Hoka asked, "Hey Fujin, how did he gather so much water when there's no water nearby?" Fujin replied, "No idea. Remind me to bug him later about this." Hearing that answer, Hoka smirked, "If we could summon so much water, all our opponents would just be washed away." Fujin nodded while adding, "Not all, but most, yeah." He wondered, isn't his similar to what Tobirama did against Hiruzen? Makes sense that Renjiro's water jutsus are so strong. Tobirama probably left all the details regarding his own water style in Senju libraries. The flood doused all fire, releasing a huge amount of steam up into the air. Renjiro checked whether any fire was remaining. On confirming that none was, he flickered towards his Gainins. On seeing Renjiro, Hoka for the first time was very impressed with his sensei. While the training Renjiro provided was very good, seeing such a display will always create a greater impression on 10-year kids. Renjiro walked towards Miko and lifted her and put her on his right shoulder. While Hoka was being awestruck, Renjiro walked behind him and lifted him by grabbing the back of his neck with his left hand. That snapped Hoka out. He realized how he was picked up and immediately started flailing his hands and legs in the air, completely losing the famous Hyuga composure. "Put me down, sensei." "What are you doing?" Fujin saw the comical scene in front of him. A huge buff Senju guy had a prideful and arrogant Uchiha girl lying unconscious on his right shoulder, and an aloof Hyuga kid flailing desperately in his left hand. In a mere second, he began laughing uncontrollably. "Ha ha 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 ha, damn, this brings memories of guy carrying Kakashi from Hidden Sand Village to Leaf. Ha ha ha." The laugh annoyed Hoka and he flailed even more before being smacked by Renjiro. "What are you struggling for?" "I'm taking you both to the hospital." Hoka replied, "I can walk there, sensei." Renjiro asked again, "On one foot?" "I don't have time to waste an hour walking with you." Hoka continued complaining, "But sensei." Unfortunately, he was completely ignored by Renjiro. He looked at Fujin and said, "We will take a mission as soon as these two are healed up. Don't do heavy training till then. Preferably take a complete break from training." Fujin nodded, while still laughing at the sight in front of him. Renjiro was about to leave, but he suddenly recalled a certain memory. He looked at Fujin and said, "The reward of Rankajutsu is what I'm awarding you, and not the village or Senju clan. So you can only ask for a jutsu that I know or can easily get." This suddenly put an end to Fujin's laugh. However, before he could complain, Renjiro had already flickered away. Fujin muttered internally, "Smart bastard." While traveling to the hospital, Renjiro sighed in relief, "Good thing that I cleared this up. So later on he can't pester me." This brat asked the third for swords worth tens of millions of ryo. Who knows which jutsu he'd have asked me if I didn't clear this up. Chapter 65, Bernal. Renjiro reached the hospital and put Hoka down. They walked into it, and Renjiro asked a nearby nurse to arrange 2 beds for his students. Renjiro was a well-known name, so she arranged it immediately. Seeing Hoka struggling to walk, the nurse asked, "Do you want to sit in a wheelchair, so that we can take you to the room?" Hoka immediately declined, "No, I'll walk myself." The nurse seemed to be at a loss as to what to do, when Renjiro asked, "Should I carry you once again?" That question sent a chill through Hoka's body. He reluctantly said, "I'll sit in the wheelchair." On reaching the room, Renjiro laid down Miko on a bed. Hoka took the bed next to hers. Renjiro asked the nurse, "Check if any medical ninja is available. Send anyone who knows mystical palm jutsu here." The nurse nodded and replied, "Yes, sir." She left to check who was available. While waiting for a medical ninja to appear, he looked at Hoka and asked, "Any thoughts on the fight?" Hoka sighed and replied, "We lost it the moment we decided to fight against each other instead of chasing after Fujin. At the very least, we should have stopped before one of us got injured. That way we could have still been able to fight." Another issue was the lack of information. Fujin's 2 attacks surprised and overwhelmed me too much. If I had prior knowledge regarding it, I could have fought equally against him. Renjiro nodded and commented, "It should also be a lesson for you, who are too obsessed with taijutsu." Both Fujin and Miko worked on ninjutsu that can cause large-scale destruction. If they get an opportunity to use the jutsu when the opponent has their guard down, it becomes an easy win for them. You, on the other hand, will first have to reduce the gap between yourself and your opponent and then hit him to get an advantage. While not bad, it leaves you at a huge disadvantage against ninjas who can fight from range. I understand your obsession with taijutsu. But if you want to be able to use your taijutsu effectively, you need to learn other skills as well. Hoka nodded and reflected on what his sensei advised him. Soon, a medical ninja came. She healed Miko and Hoka. Miko had a lot of small cuts and bruises. However, none were serious. They were all healed easily. But Miko kept sleeping due to the chakra exhaustion. Hoka on the other hand had a slightly serious injury to his left ankle. She healed him entirely as well but advised him to rest for 2 days and not put any stress on his left ankle. After the procedures were done, Renjiro left. He gave a message to Hoka's and Miko's families informing them about their kids, and to Fujin, that he'll have a 3-day break at least. A few hours later, Miko woke up. She was surprised at seeing herself in the hospital, with her mother sitting next to her and Hoka in the adjacent bed. Their family members bugged them for quite some time before they finally stopped bothering them. When there was no one else in the room, Hoka asked, "Miko, what was that jutsu you used?" The question brought back memories of her horrible defeat and turned her mood down once again. She replied, "It's a secret jutsu of our Uchiha clan. Fire style, aerial explosion jutsu. It releases a lot of gas that is odorless and colorless. So it's very hard to notice. And it is very easy to ignite." Hoka understood. Oh, no wonder Fujin got caught off guard. Miko smirked and agreed, "Yeah. This jutsu has the drawback of needing a few seconds for the gas to spread to have maximum effectiveness. That's why I yelled the name of the jutsu so that his clones would get on guard and not attack recklessly, giving me the time I needed." Hoka nodded, "Nice tactic. Too bad that it only hit his clones." Hearing that, a scowl once again formed on her face. She said, "My plan was to secretly use this jutsu while we 3 were engaged in close combat. That way you both would have been hit by it and I would have won easily." She gritted her teeth. "I never imagined that Fujin would fight so shamelessly and never appear in front of me at all. Even when I taunted him, he still kept hiding. Damn, this is so frustrating." Seeing her reaction, Hoka laughed. "Yeah, I agree. Next time, let's not fight each other much until we can engage with Fujin." Miko sighed and agreed. It was tough for her to agree to this due to her pride. But unfortunately, there wasn't any other way. Yakiniku restaurant. Unlike his 2 teammates, Fujin spent the day eating in his favorite restaurants and taking a well-deserved break. Earlier, when Renjiro tracked him to inform him about his teammates, he saw Fujin at a kairaku, eating without a care in the world. Seeing him eat so relaxingly after beating up his teammates made Renjiro sweat a bit. But he didn't comment. The next morning, Fujin wondered, should I go to check on those 2? He thought for a bit before concluding, well, they are my teammates. And I was the one who injured them, so I should go and check on them. After freshening up and doing some light stretching, he began moving toward the hospital. But suddenly he stopped. Wait. When visiting people in hospitals, isn't it tradition to get something for them? Yeah, that used to be the tradition in my previous life. Even in the Naruto series, I recall many carrying flowers or fruits while visiting patients. Yeah, let's carry a gift for both. He then fell into another dilemma, so, what do I get for them? Flowers kinda seem like a waste. Fruits are kinda too cliché. I'm sure their family members have already brought a lot of fruit. What should I get? And then it suddenly hit him, I know. I should get a Bernal for both of them. Ha ha ha. Chapter 66, Scary Mom. He flickered to get a couple of for both his teammates. And then flickered to the hospital and inquired about the room they were in. He quickly found their room and entered it. Both of them were up. Hoka's left leg seemed to be plastered. He had a few more bandages on him. Miko, on the other hand, was put in enough bandages that one could easily mistake her for a mummy. As soon as Fujin entered, they both gave Fujin the stink eye. Seeing their childish reactions, Fujin couldn't help but smile. I really should have brought them Bernal, haha. Seeing that neither of them wanted to talk first, he greeted them, hey guys. How are you doing? Both of them snorted and looked away. Fujin sighed loudly and said, after I went through all the trouble of getting you something. Oh well, I guess I'll just eat it myself. That attracted their attention. They saw a pack of cookies and a set of dango in Fujin's outstretched hands. In under a second, Hoka snatched the cookies, while Miko snatched the dango. They both began eating it right away. While they were eating, Fujin tilted his head while looking at Miko and asked, shouldn't you check whether they are real or just clones first? That pushed Miko over the edge. She instantly got up and yelled, bastard. The next time I'll beat you up. Wait, no need for next time, I'll beat you up right now. Stating that, she got off her bed. Fujin created distance between them and asked, oh, and are you sure I'm not just a clone? She was about to make a move when a middle-aged lady walked into the room hearing the commotion. Her features were similar to Miko's, just much more mature. She saw Miko standing up and narrowed her eyes and asked, why are you out of your bed? Miko immediately apologized, sorry mom, and jumped back into her bed. Fujin smiled at her antics, oh, looks like she is terrified of her mother. Miko grabbed her second dango stick and was about to eat it when the dango disappeared from her hand. Miko turned her head to see her mom standing next to her bed, holding her dango as well as all the remaining dango in her hands. Her mom looked into her eyes and said strictly, you are recovering, young lady. Why are you eating dango instead of the fruits that I brought for you? Miko nervously replied, sorry mom. But I have already healed completely. So it should be fine if I eat a little bit of dango, right? Miko's mom didn't reply and just stared Miko into her eyes. The stare down continued for 30 seconds before Miko backed down and apologized again, sorry mom. I was wrong. Her mother sighed, and then began giving her a long lecture. Fujin's eye twitched at this interaction. He was thoroughly amused by this interaction. She spoke thrice. All 3 times she started with sorry mom. This is funny. Hoka had already seen how strict Miko's mother was on the day before. However, instead of finding the situation amusing and laughing secretly, he first stuffed all the cookies in his mouth and gulped them down rapidly. Miko's mom noticed this and stared at him as well. However, he never looked at her and kept looking outside the window. She continued her lecture and lectured Miko for 5 minutes straight. During these 5 minutes, Hoka kept awkwardly staring in another direction, while Fujin awkwardly stood next to him. Miko meanwhile, looked down at the bed the whole time, while trying not to cry at the injustice she was facing. First that irritating guy appeared and teased me. He did make it up by bringing me my favorite dango, but he taunted me once again. And then, my own mother took those dango away. Not to mention, she's also lecturing me in front of my teammates. After lecturing her, she looked at Fujin and said in a straight voice while staring at him, Fujin-kun, you first beat my little girl, and then you brought her dango to eat? Now Fujin became alert, is she going to lecture me as well? He quickly replied, sorry auntie. Sensei said that she was already healed yesterday. So I didn't think it'd be an issue. Before she could reply, he looked at Hoka and Miko and said, I have some work to do with Sensei. I'll see you around later. Without waiting for anyone's response, he flickered out of the window. Hoka looked enviously at the window, at least he could run away. I'm stuck here. Miko, on the other hand, was too embarrassed to think about anything. Miko's mom was surprised. She said to her, your teammate can lie with a straight face without any embarrassment. You were right about him. Hearing that, Hoka looked toward Miko's mom and saw her staring at the empty pack that had his cookies. He screamed internally in horror, crap. Fujin was walking on the streets while thinking, well, that was awkward. No wonder she acts like a stuck-up bitch all the time. She probably spends all the time back home being embarrassed. Anyways, both of them have pretty much healed. So we should start taking missions on the day after tomorrow. So how should I spend these 2 days? After thinking for a while, he sighed, other than training, I really haven't gotten any hobby in this world. Perhaps Fuinjutsu, but that too is a part of training. After thinking for a bit more, he had an amusing idea, should I recreate some of the famous manga or novels from the past world in here? After all, the literature here is pretty underdeveloped due to constant wars and the lack of a safe environment. So those manga and novels should be a complete hit. He analyzed the idea more. But soon he shook his head. While I remember their general stories and plot, I don't really remember all the details. It's just been way too long. Not to mention, it'll take a lot of time. Not something I can spare right now. Not having anything to do, he explored other restaurants around Hidden Leaf Village and later visited and relaxed in the famous hot spring bath in the village. A couple of days later, Team Renjiro assembled outside the Hokage building. Chapter 67, Bandit Exterminators. Team Renjiro entered the Hokage building together and went to the mission room. On seeing the Chunin in charge of distributing missions, Renjiro said, "Give us all the C-rank bandit elimination missions in the area between Hidden Leaf Village and Danzaku area." The Chunin nodded and handed 7 missions to Renjiro. Renjiro read the missions while thinking, "I haven't been taking any missions for the last 7 months. I know the old man wanted to give me a break. But I have had a long enough break. He declined to give me an S-rank mission. So, I should at least clear out some basic issues. These bandits would be a good start. Hopefully, some of these C-rank missions will get upgraded to B-rank. That'll also provide some good training for the kids. All 3 of them are already ready to be promoted to Chunin." He stored the mission request forms. Then he looked at his squad and said, "Let's move." The Gainans nodded and everyone flickered towards Hidden Leaf Village's entrance gate. In the next week, 7 bandit camps were completely decimated. In that month, Team Renjiro slaughtered 18 bandit camps in the Land of Fire. The team started taking these missions with excitement. But by now, they were sick of it. Hoka, Fujin and Miko waited outside the Hokage building while Renjiro was selecting more missions. Miko complained, "Why are there so many bandits in our country? Also, why aren't they stronger?" Hoka sighed and said, "Yeah. 18 camps and there wasn't a single bandit as strong as us." Fujin added, "I think our missions are purposefully chosen so that we don't end up fighting anyone strong." Miko commented, "That's even more frustrating." Fujin sighed and nodded, "Yes. I had heard that many rank C missions go wrong and get upgraded to rank B or even A. I thought that it was a rather common occurrence. But it seems like I was wrong." Hoka replied, "They don't happen that often. But they often cause serious injury or death. That's why you hear about them very often." Fujin said, "Oh. That makes sense. I didn't think about it that way." Miko interrupted, "You guys are getting off topic. Think how we can get a better mission. Should I yell at that mission-giving guy again? Last time he gave us a rank C mission. So maybe he might give us a B rank mission." Fujin looked at her and asked in a bored tone, "Last time I threatened him with you burning a baby. I don't think he'd really mind us burning bandits." That comment made her face a bit red due to embarrassment. They were about to talk more when Renjiro walked out of the building. He announced, "Today, we won't be taking a bandit hunting mission." Hearing that the team was excited, Miko asked quickly with a lot of expectations, "Can we do a B rank mission, sensei?" Renjiro was amused by her question. Her expectations came crashing down as Renjiro shook his head and replied, "No, we will be escorting a merchant to Dagaarashi port in the Land of Tea." Hearing that, all 3 Gainans gave Renjiro a deadpan look. Fujin asked, "What will we be protecting him from, sensei?" Renjiro smirked and answered, "Bandits, of course." He enjoyed the look of betrayal on his students' faces for a few seconds and then said, "This will be a long trip. We will need around 2 weeks to reach there and around 3 days to return back. So pack your stuff, we will be leaving at noon." The Gainans dejectedly replied yes and left. While leaving, Miko asked Fujin, "Fujin, do you think threatening that mission guy with the life of the merchant might work?" The team hadn't walked far away. Renjiro immediately sweated a bit as he heard it properly. He said slightly loudly so that his students could hear him, "It won't. I'll just take you to do bandit extermination missions for." Not wanting to hear their sensei's threat, the Gainans just flickered away while laughing. Renjiro just sighed at the antics of his students and muttered, "I'm too old for this shit." Hidden Leaf Village's main gate. At noon, Team Renjiro gathered here. As usual, Fujin arrived last. Renjiro, Hoka, and Miko were standing here, alongside 8 merchants and 2 carriages filled with goods. Each of the 2 carriages had its reins attached to 2 bullocks. Fujin walked towards Hoka and Miko, who were standing behind Renjiro while he was talking with the most well-dressed merchant. On seeing Fujin, Renjiro said, "This is Fujin, Toshio-san. The last member of our group." Fujin looked at the guy and said, "Hello." The merchant smiled, slightly bowed towards Fujin, and replied, "I am Toshio. A merchant from the Land of Tea. We will be in your care, Fujin-kun. Please take care of us." Fujin nodded while thinking, this guy is awfully polite. Did he say this to all 3 of us? On a serious note, however, though he seems very carefree, he is actually very tense. He looked at Renjiro and stared at him while wondering, is there more to this mission than he said? Now that I think about it, why did he suddenly take such a long mission? Earlier he seemed rather obsessed with making Land of Fire bandit free. Renjiro saw Fujin staring at him and wondered, has his sensory skills become so acute that he can even sense worry? I knew he could detect lies from chakra fluctuations, but has his sensor skills improved to this degree? Very few outside the Yamanaka clan can detect worry. And most of them are very experienced and veteran ninjas. Not wanting Fujin to catch on to anything, Renjiro stated, the path that we are taking has a number of bandit camps. We have eliminated most of the bandit camps between Hidden Leaf Village and the lands of River and Rain. Through this mission, we will exterminate the bandits en route from Hidden Leaf Village to the Land of Tea. So keep your guard up, as there are at least 17 known bandit camps in our way. The Gainins nodded on hearing this. Miko and Hoka sighed internally. While Fujin wondered, is he just worried due to the bandits? Or is it something else? Oh well, we should find out soon. I should stay on guard though. Renjiro then did an inventory check, while Toshio checked whether all his goods were packed. In 15 minutes, Team Renjiro left alongside the merchants of Land of Tea. Chapter 68, Trade Boom. 2 carriages pulled by bullocks, 8 merchants, and 4 ninjas traveled on the road, steadily moving away from Hidden Leaf Village. They traveled until evening without a break and then set up a camp. No bandits were encountered as all bandits in this area were exterminated by 3 of those 4 ninjas not long ago. While having dinner, Hoka sighed and said, they move just way too slowly. Fujin agreed, yeah. We spent the last 4 months training and just hunting on our own. So we pretty much always moved at top speed. Miko joined the conversation, yeah. At least this one is a bit faster than the previous one though. That last escort mission to the Land of Rivers had 12 carriages. And their wheels broke off so frequently. Hoka smirked and said, yeah. We remember how frustrated you were. Fujin added, yeah. I suspect the main reason Sensei kept standing next to the carriages at that time was that he was worried you'd burn them yourself. Haha. Hoka joined in the laughter, while Renjiro ignored their antics. Miko just snorted and ignored them. After dinner, Renjiro said, we will begin moving tomorrow at 4 a.m. Tomorrow's traveling speed will be faster than today. Tonight, we will all keep watch turn by turn. Fujin, you are first. Wake Hoka up after 2 hours. After Hoka, it'll be Miko and last me. The Gainins nodded. Renjiro had a word with Toshio. Soon Hoka, Miko, Renjiro, and the merchants went to sleep. Fujin sat on a branch and began meditating. Soon, he could sense all chakra within a 1.2 kilometer radius. Fujin thought, I haven't drained my ability to sense for months. Still, the improvement has been decent just due to the increase in my chakra reserves, chakra control, and regular spars. I should try and keep this on for 2 whole hours. Should be good training. I wonder if I'll last that long considering that my chakra reserves are full. Fujin stayed in that meditating position for the entire 2 hours. During this time, he used all his sensing skills to examine the merchants and their goods but found nothing unusual. He had to keep changing the range of his sensory field between 600 meters and 1.2 kilometers for optimal chakra management, but he managed to last the 2 whole hours without any issues. He still had around 60% of his chakra left. He woke up Hoka and went to sleep. The group traveled for 4 days in this manner without any issues. On the 5th day, around 9 a.m. in the morning, the group was surrounded by bandits, who were hiding behind the trees or on them. All 4 ninjas noticed the bandits but didn't react. Fujin softly asked, so who gets them? Hoka immediately replied, I want them. I haven't fought or trained for 4 days straight. Miko however argued, neither have I. And as you know, ladies first. Hoka commented, you are just a little girl. Say that when you become a lady. That immediately infuriated her. She shouted back, Why-oh. However, Renjiro interrupted her, quiet down. Miko shut up and looked at Hoka angrily. Renjiro stated, all 3 of you will take them on. I won't help you guys, but do remember that you also have to protect the goods. Fujin asked, should we just kill them, or also find and destroy their camp? Renjiro answered, both of course. But only for this group. Every time a bandit group attacks, you'll take permission from me before attacking their camp. The 3 nodded. Hoka looked at Fujin and asked, where to check? Fujin replied, 700 meters northwest. And 900 meters east. Hoka activated his Byakugan and checked, 900 meters east is just a few normal homes. The camp is at 700 meters northwest. Fujin asked Renjiro, Sensei, will you be protecting the goods when we attack the camp, or should we defend it then as well? Renjiro replied, after you eliminate the bandits here, all 3 of you can go. Fujin replied, alright, let's begin then. All 3 moved at a high speed, which made it look like all of them had disappeared. Both, the merchants and the bandits, who were keeping an eye out secretly, were shocked. In under a minute, all the bandits surrounding the group were dead. A few dead bodies or even heads fell down from trees next to merchants. Surprisingly or unsurprisingly, they didn't freak out as they had seen similar scenes multiple times in the past. Though they were surprised to know that the killers were 3 innocent and sweet 9 to 10 years old kids. The Gainans then flickered towards the bandit camp and eliminated everyone in there as well. They killed 2 more bandits who were at another spot in the forest, completing the bandit elimination submission in under 5 minutes. The group continued on its way. Over the next 8 days, 14 bandit camps were eliminated. The trio wondered whether they'd get a bandit exterminator nickname back in Hidden Leaf Village. Unknown to them, their team was already known by that name among the Chunins who distributed missions. By now, the swift and brutal 1-month campaign of Team Renjiro around Hidden Leaf Village to exterminate bandits was well spread. Many bandit groups had moved away from Hidden Leaf Village. A few even began leaving the Land of Fire entirely and continued their banditry in the weaker neighboring countries such as the Land of Rivers, Land of Grass, Land of Rain, and Land of Rice. This time, it was the turn of the bandits on this route to suffer. In under a month, the bandits close by would get the news of the slaughter. Some would visit to check if something did happen. And they would see the gore and would end up either quitting banditry or moving away and making trading easier for Hidden Leaf Village. Hiruzen would soon pick up on these movements, and launch an even more brutal assault on these bandits. This would not only boost Land of Fire's economy due to increased trading, but also improve Hidden Leaf Village ninjas' reputation, and get them more jobs that would require lesser effort to complete. Hidden Leaf Village would also receive more funds from the daimyo of Land of Fire due to this act. And it'll prove to be a huge aid for Hidden Leaf Village to recover from the losses of the Third Great Ninja War. Especially over the next 3 years when more than 1,000 Gainins will join the reserve force and a few hundred will begin training under a sensei. Of course, the loss of Jounins due to Kibai's assault won't be overcome for almost a decade. And even more importantly, while the recovery was in progress, Hidden Leaf Village would end up losing their strongest clan to internal friction. Chapter 69, Schemes in the Darkness. Team Renjiro and the merchants from the Land of Tea were traveling for the 13th day. Toshio said, "We should enter the Land of Tea by evening. We will need another 2 days to reach the port though." Renjiro nodded and said, "Keep an eye out." The Gainans obeyed. The group journeyed until noon when they came across an open field. They decided to take a break for lunch there. The field was about as big as a football field. And it was surrounded by dense forests on one side, and a hill on the other. Fujin and Hoka checked whether the area was safe, and didn't find anyone. While having lunch, Renjiro noticed something but didn't say anything. His students or the merchants didn't notice any change in his expressions. However, he was observing his students closely. Fujin, while eating lunch, activated his chakra field out of habit. When he did, he was shocked. Around 200 people had entered the forest and were around 600 to 900 meters away from them. They were moving rapidly towards them. Unlike Renjiro, Fujin's change in expression was easily noticed by Hoka and Miko. They became alert and looked at him. Fujin said, "Around 200 bandits have surrounded us and are closing in. 150 in the forest and 50 on the hill." Miko scowled, "More bandits?" Fujin looked at Renjiro and said, "Not just bandits. Around 50 have high chakra. With maybe a dozen Chunin level and 2 Jounin level chakras." That shocked Hoka and Miko. They both looked at Renjiro. Renjiro was impressed with Fujin's alertness. He smiled and said, "Well, here's your B rank mission." Or was supposed to be. "This looks more like rank A." He then got serious and commanded, "Prepare to deal with the bandits and gain in level attackers. I'll deal with the stronger ones. Don't worry about the goods. Give main priority to your and your teammates' lives. And then to the lives of the merchants." The team nodded and got up. Seeing them get up, the merchants understood that there was an issue and got alert too. Toshio in particular became very worried. They all immediately got up and hid behind their carriages. 2 days earlier, 2 people stood and observed the open field in the middle of nowhere. Both of them were Jounins. One of them was Waga Arashi Tamio, who was from the rival family of the Wasabi family. The other was Tamana Honorio, who was a rogue ninja from the Land of Rivers. He had a bounty of 5 million ryo. Waga Arashi Tamio said, "From the information that our spies sent, 5 escort teams were moving from Hidden Leaf Village toward Daga Arashi Port. One of them will be passing through here. When they do, they are bound to rest here." Tamana Honorio asked, "Who is escorting them?" Waga Arashi Tamio replied, "The weakest team. A Gainin squad." Tamana Honorio was surprised, and then began laughing arrogantly, "Just Gainins? They'll be dead in no time." Waga Arashi Tamio was annoyed by his arrogance. He warned him, "Don't underestimate them too much. They are led by Senju Renjiro, an elite Jounin. The Senju clan has a strong relationship with the Wasabi family. So it's a possibility that they are trying to sneak him in with his team. Also, their Geinin team has a Byakugan user. So we will have to be very careful. Tamanaha Noryo frowned upon hearing that. He thought for a bit and said, Elite Jounin will be tough to kill. The only way will be if he desperately defends the Geinins. As for Byakugan, I have a way. One of my men has a rat summon. He can use them to keep an eye out from a long distance. Once they have their guard down and rest, we can make a move. Waga Arashi Tomio nodded. This plan was appropriate. They might not be able to kill Renjiro, but killing the merchants shouldn't be an issue. As his Geinins were about to engage in battle, Renjiro recalled his meeting with the Hokage before accepting this mission. Hokage's office. 2 weeks earlier, Renjiro entered the Hokage's office and saw the Hokage and another old man. Hiruzen said, Renjiro, meet Wasabi Daiki. Renjiro looked at the old man and asked, Wasabi? From the land of tea? The guy nodded and replied, yes, from the land of tea. Hiruzen continued, there's a power struggle in the dark in the land of tea. There appears to be a scheme in the works against the Wasabi family, and maybe the daimyo as well. Renjiro analyzed the information and asked, the Wasabi family has had a good relationship with Hidden Leaf Village as well as with the Senju clan for decades. So do you want to help them? Hiruzen nodded, yes. Unfortunately, we can't as it is just a scheme. If we interfere, we will damage our relationship with the tea daimyo. Renjiro nodded, as he had already reached this conclusion. Hiruzen continued, Daiki here has an important position in the Wasabi family as he handles their finances and many important deals. So their opponents want to eliminate him. I want you to escort him along with your team. This surprised Renjiro. He asked, this seems to be a rather important mission. Why send Geinins? Hiruzen replied, their rival faction has a few hundred ninjas under them. Even if I send an Anbu team, they won't be able to protect him. The only way to protect him will be to send a larger team to protect him, but... Renjiro completed his sentence, but you can't do that as the tea daimyo won't like it. Hiruzen nodded and added, and if I were to send a huge force with him, the opponent won't attack, and stay hidden. So it won't accomplish much. So we will follow this tactic. First, we will split up the enemy forces. There are 5 routes from here to the land of tea. You'll take Wasabi Daiki with you while going on a rank C mission to escort merchants. You'll leave through the 5th route, as it's farthest from the sea and will prevent any interference from Hidden Mist Village. Soon after, I'll send 3 Chunin squads on such escort teams along 3 other routes. Finally, a squad of Anbu will escort a decoy along the central path. They will send the majority of their forces against these decoys as they have the stronger teams assigned to them. This way, we will split their forces into 5 and have a legitimate reason to kill the ones attacking them. The other 4 teams will be allowed to retreat after killing as many of them as they can or engage in a hit-and-run tactic if they can. You, on the other hand, will need to move to Dikaarashi port at a fast speed, so that their remaining forces don't regroup and target you guys. Renjiro and the Hokage then discussed the strategy more and fine-tuned it and took action to implement it. Back to present, the bandits at the front were just around 100 meters from the edge of the open field. Hoka excitedly said, finally a good fight. Miko was also excited. Fujin, who was thinking, suddenly said, don't activate your Sharingan or Byakugan. I think they are trying to disguise themselves as normal bandits, so let's pretend that we didn't notice them. I have a technique I want to try. Saying that he walked in toward the forest. Hoka and Miko wanted to argue against him, but bandits had started to rush out of the forest. A few also began descending from the hill and shooting arrows. Hoka and Miko noticed it. Hoka quickly made a hand sign, rock shield jutsu. A rock shield appeared behind the merchants. All the arrows shot at them were blocked by it. At the same time, around 50 bandits, 15 of them being ninjas, came running from the forest toward them. Since the ninjas were disguising themselves so that they could take the enemy by surprise, they too were moving at the same speed as bandits. More bandits were exiting the forest every second. Fujin unsheathed one of his swords and held it in his right hand. Chakra immediately began flowing through it and transformed into wind chakra instantly. He then held the hilt of his sword with both hands, pulled his sword back, and then swung it with full force, forming an arc towards the incoming bandits. As he swung the sword, a sword slash appeared, and began moving at a rapid speed. When close to Fujin, the slash was extremely small, but as it moved it expanded exponentially. Alongside the slash, strong winds appeared which caused some dust to rise. Chapter 70, The Beginning of a Legend. The bandits, as well as the ninjas, didn't understand what move was made. But considering that it was made by a kid, they didn't attach a lot of importance to it. The slash didn't have any color, so they couldn't actually see an incoming slash. Instead, They just noticed wind moving towards them at a high speed and dust rising up as the winds approached them. The bandits hadn't ever seen any ninjutsu, so they just kept running straight, banking on their numbers. The ninjas, however, were alert. When the slash came close, they jumped 5 to 6 feet in the air to avoid it. When the slash reached them, it was around 50 meters wide. It first hit the bandits who were running like bulls. It immediately cut them in half at their abdomens. The bandits who were following them didn't get any time to react and were cut in two as well. Next, the sharp winds that were generated by the slash hit the jumping ninjas. It created shallow cuts all over their body. The unfortunate ones had their throats or wrists slit open. A few had winds cutting through their nails and skin, causing them to scream loudly in pain. Almost all had their eyes getting cut by the winds. In all, only 4 Gainins and 2 Chunins were lucky, or perhaps unlucky, to survive. 1 Chunin and 2 Gainins lost both their eyes, while the remaining 2 Gainins lost an eye each. They were horrified. The entire first wave of 50 bandits and ninjas was defeated by a single swing of the sword. And it still wasn't over. The bandits in the second wave, who had just reached the edge of the forest, were terrified of what they saw happen to their fellow bandits. Color drained from their face at that sight. The sword slash, which was initially colorless, now had a tinge of blood red color to it. In no time, it hit the forest and flew through it, cutting down bandits and trees alike. Unlike the bandits, the ninjas in this group reacted quickly. Some dug underground. Some grouped together and created a layered rock shield protection. Others just ran up the trees to the top and jumped as high as they could. After penetrating around 40 meters into the forest, the slash lost its edge and died down due to the high number of trees in its path. The attack littered the field with blood and pieces of human bodies. The forest adjacent to the open field was completely in ruins. Though this attack was watched by a lot of people, none of them knew that this was the start of a legend. In the future, this attack would form the groundwork for that young man to create a whole new combat style that would wreak havoc in the ninja world. Hoka and Miko were stupefied on seeing the result of a single swing of Fujin's sword. Their mouths were wide open in shock. Unlike them, who were just shocked due to Fujin's attack, the 50 bandits on the hill who saw the attack were terrified. The scene seemed like an extremely bad nightmare. A few bandits fainted due to fear and trauma. One bandit yelled in terror. That woke up the rest and they began scurrying away. Even the ninjas were terrified and began retreating along with the bandits. Tamanaha Norio, who was leading them, wanted to stop them, but he realized that there was no point in stopping them as their morale had hit rock bottom. So he decided to retreat and regroup. While retreating, he looked at the kid who swung the sword and thought, "That's a Gainin." Seeing them about to retreat, Renjiro sighed and created a shadow clone. I knew Fujin's attack would create such an impact. He looked at the scurrying bandits and smirked. These guys are really unfortunate. He and his clone slammed their hands on the ground, pouring a huge amount of chakra into it. Earth style, rock avalanche jutsu. Earth style, mud river jutsu. As soon as they slammed their hands on the ground, a rock avalanche formed and began rolling down the hill. The ninjas were about to run away, when the ground under their feet turned into mud, making them lose their balance and fall. One of them fell into the mud river, including the jounin. And a few seconds later, the rock avalanche went down the river. The bandits as well as the ninjas saw the terrifying scene in front of them. They couldn't move, as their legs were stuck in the mud river. The river began dragging them down the slope, toward those murders down the hill. And, in front of them, huge rocks were rolling down the hill towards them. They yelled in despair, but in a mere few seconds, they were all crushed to death. Only one survived. Tamanaha Norio, too, freaked out seeing the huge rocks rolling toward him. He was about to jump when his legs got stuck in the mud river that suddenly formed under him. The mud then began moving down the hill at a quick speed. He quickly made a few hand signs. Water prison jutsu. A water barrier soon formed around him. At the next second, a rock rolled down on him. It hit the water bubble and pushed it to the bottom of the mud river. But it couldn't pop it. The rock was about to roll over. So Norio sighed in relief. Unfortunately for him, in the next second, a stone spear appeared at the bottom of the mud river and penetrated through it. It quickly penetrated the water prison bubble. Norio noticed the spear at the last moment and tried to get out of the way. It still stabbed through his body, but he was able to avoid getting hit on any vital body part. Renjiro was surprised when he sensed that the guy was still alive. However, he wasn't worried. He is just extending his own misery. While he managed to stay alive, getting stabbed by the spear disrupted his control over the water prison. It collapsed and he got buried under mud. Norio gritted his teeth, with blood flowing through his mouth, and forced himself against the flow of the river, trying to remove the stone spear from his body. Unfortunately for him, his struggle, grit, and determination for survival will never be known to anyone. At the next moment, small spikes began growing out of the spear that stabbed him. That stopped his attempt to move immediately, causing him to yell in pain and vomit more blood. When he yelled, the mud from the river entered his mouth. Soon the small spikes grew into spears, poking out of his body. His struggle finally ended, as he died, with a dozen stone spears poking out of his body, and he was buried 10 meters deep in a mud river. Chapter 71, First Real Battle. While Renjiro cleared up the rear, Fujin, Hoka, and Miko made a move on the injured ninjas. Of the 15 ninjas from the first wave, only 6 were alive, with just one Chunin being in a state to fight. They were terrified by their wounds and were running towards the forest. And of the 10 ninjas from the second wave, only 2 had jumped high up in the air, and hence were on top of the ruined forest. The remaining 8 ninjas, though unharmed, were buried under a ruined forest. Hoka activated his Byakugan and said, "Those 8 ninjas are trapped, they'll need some time to get out. Let's attack." In an instant, all 3 flickered toward the retreating ninjas. Miko flickered behind the Chunin who could still fight and tried stabbing him with a kunai. However, he turned around and defended himself in time. He shouted aggressively, "I may be injured, but don't you brats look down on me." However, his thoughts were the exact opposite, just one opportunity. "I'll regroup with others and be safe." Unfortunately for him, while shouting, he looked into Miko's eyes. Miko didn't miss the chance and cast Ganjutsu on him. Hoka engaged the blinded Chunin. That Chunin had lost his sight, and his right leg was badly cut. However, even in that state, he still aggressively attacked Hoka with every weapon he had. This fight back was a testimony to his experience and desperation. Hoka, however, stayed calm and took his stance. He said, "You are in range." And attacked, 8 trigrams, 16 palms. All of Hoka's attacks hit on point, with the last one hitting his opponent's chest and stopping his heart. That Chunin dropped dead. Unlike Miko and Hoka, Fujin went for the weakest ones first. He flickered behind the 2 blinded Gainins and killed them both with one strike of his sword. He quickly flickered to the remaining 2 Gainins one by one and killed them as well. Neither of the 4 could even block one attack from Fujin. Just one of those 4 managed to raise his kunai to block Fujin's sword, but his kunai got cut into 2, just like his body. Of the 2 ninjas who were above the debris, one was Chunin, while the other was Gainin. They were still fearful of that sword slash that wrecked the forest as well as of the rock avalanche. So they didn't react when the 3 kids they were looking at flickered. When they noticed, the Chunin quickly moved to aid his comrades. But even before he took a couple of steps, Fujin had killed 2 of them. That halted his steps. In the next few seconds, he saw Fujin kill 2 more and look straight at him. He quickly retreated behind thinking, what a bunch of crazy kids. Are they even kids? Did Hidden Leaf Village send their feared Anbu under disguise? He looked down at the debris and screamed internally, where are the rest? Get out quickly. The Gainin also retreated. Fujin stayed back after killing his opponents. Around half a minute later, Hoka killed his opponent. And soon after, Miko's opponent stabbed his own throat. Fujin flickered next to Miko right after she was free and said, "Let's do it." She nodded and made a few hand signs. Fire Wind Dragon Jutsu. Both Fujin and Miko could see the chakra of the ninjas making their way to get out of the debris. A 50-meter huge dragon, mostly made of extremely hot air and having 4 claws and many teeth made of fire. Seeing that dragon, those 2 began running even faster toward the 3rd wave. The dragon moved rapidly and got above the debris. It then dived down right where 6 ninjas were making their way up. They were just about to remove the last log blocking their way when the dragon dived down right at them. Fortunately for them, they had one novice censor who screamed, "Cast defensive water jutsu above us. Hurry." Fortunately, the group had a Chunin whose nature affinity was water. He quickly made hand signs, water shield jutsu. A water barrier appeared above him. It curved like the surface of a sphere and had a thickness of 6 inches, and was growing thicker as he poured more chakra into it. When the dragon was 10 meters above the group, it opened its mouth and launched a wind explosion sphere, made of extremely hot air. It hit the barrier and exploded. The barrier protected the group from the winds, but it got dispersed. In the next second, the dragon slammed into them and exploded into flames, which moved rapidly due to assistance from the winds. The ninjas saw the dragon coming toward them and tried to disperse. Unfortunately, the debris around them blocked any escape route. They all took a direct hit. The fallen trees around them were also set on fire. The fire began spreading quickly. Not having any path, they jumped through the hole created by the dragon. Fujin saw that the attack hit successfully, but sighed thinking, it's a shame that wind dragons don't have intelligence like wind clones. This jutsu will become very formidable if that happens. All 6 ninjas managed to jump out of the debris and run away from the fire. The water affinity Chunin made hand signs and created a water barrier around him, and dropped it on himself to douse the fire. He then spat water jets on the other 5 starting with a sensor. He managed to douse all fire on them. Both he and the censor had 1 street degree burns, while 2 had 2 ND degree burns. The last 2 had fainted and were in very bad shape. They would need immediate medical treatment. Around that time, the remaining 2 ninjas who were buried under the debris managed to get out. All the ninjas from the second wave finally managed to regroup. At the same time, the third wave of bandits reached the edge of the forest, that is, the debris. Seeing that, Fujin, Hoka, and Miko didn't advance and waited there. Renjiro had cleared up the hill by then and had slowed the avalanche with the mud river and made the rocks fall slowly on the ground. He flickered behind the team, while his clone kept an eye on the merchants. The debris blocked the bandits. They couldn't travel any further. The ninjas, however, had a bad feeling. Waga Arashi Tamio led the ninja to the top of the debris, where he regrouped with the remaining ninjas. He was shocked, only 8 are remaining from the 100 who attacked? And half of them are already injured. It hasn't even been a few minutes since the first wave should have reached them. His eyes then wandered towards the hill on the other side of the field. Even the 50 who should have attacked from the hill are nowhere to be seen. Where did that useless Norio go? Also, why does it look like there was a landslide there? He quickly asked Ichunin, who was uninjured, what happened here? Tell quickly. Also, where are Tamanaha, Norio and the rest? While asking, all his attention was on Senju Renjiro. With so few numbers, he wasn't at all confident about taking on him. The rest of the 9 ninjas who were with him were also on full alert. That Chunin was the same one who retreated earlier. He was intimidated by Tamio but quickly began explaining to him. Over at Team Renjiro, when the ninjas from the third wave began regrouping with those from the second wave, Fujin said, those from the third wave will be very confused. We need to attack quickly. Any suggestions, sensei? While asking, he was thinking, if it was just defense, the best way will be to completely burn down this forest. The fire will act as a wall. Then Renjiro could go and hunt them. But if we want to eliminate them entirely, then the fire will prove to be an obstruction for us, and killing them all will need a lot of effort. Renjiro nodded and said, my clone will look after the merchants. So let's just attack them head-on. I'll take that Jounin head-on and finish him off. You guys stall the rest. I'll make another clone to watch over you guys. On saying that, he made the clone hand seal, created another shadow clone, and said, let's go. All 5 of them flickered. A/N. This is what I had initially written in case anyone's interested. The rock avalanche and mud river generated enough noise to attract the attention of the 3 Gainins. Having seen the waterfall jutsu, Hoka and Fujin weren't surprised by the power. They were, however, surprised by the fact that just 2 earth-style jutsu can cause such a slaughter. Earth, after all, was known for its defense. Miko, on the other hand, was flabbergasted. She had heard about Renjiro's waterfall jutsu from Hoka, but seeing herself was shocking. On the side of the forest, 6 ninjas were alive on the open field, while 2 were alive and standing on top of the ruined forest. They first saw the sword slash and then the ones who could still see, saw the rock avalanche killing more than half of their numbers. Soon, 8 ninjas who were buried under the forest made their way out. They were shocked to see that the ambush from the hill seemed to have disappeared. Instead, they could see a mud river and a few huge rocks floating in them. The mud river killed the momentum of the avalanche and the rocks slowly slid down the hill through the river. At that time, the third wave of bandits emerged from the forest. However, they were blocked by 4 meters of ruined forest. The bandits couldn't move forward, but the ninja jumped over the ruined forest and grouped with the 10 ninjas, who had stopped over the ruined forest. From here, they could see all the blood and dead bandits and ninja on the plains. Waga Arashi Tamio was shocked by this sight. What happened here? He went towards the leader of the second wave and asked him, what happened? And where is Norio? He was about to speak when he noticed one of the Gainins raise his sword, and swung it. He was at the forefront of the second wave, and he had noticed Fujin swing his sword earlier. He immediately shouted, take cover. Waga Arashi Tamio was surprised and looked at Fujin. He noticed a wave approaching them, and he noticed all ninjas from the first and second wave scurry around. Of the 6 alive ninjas from the first wave, only 1 was relatively uninjured. He quickly dug a hole and went underground. The remaining 2 one-eyed ninjas ran backward in fear, while the 3 who were blinded had already lost consciousness. The sword slash ended up killing the 3 blinded ninjas as well as the 2 ninjas who ran away. The remaining 20 ninjas who were in the ruined forest gathered together. The leader of the second wave shouted at Tamio, quickly use earth wall jutsu. Make it as big and thick as you can. Tamio was displeased. Why is he shouting at me and commanding me? However, he could sense the fear in his shout and quickly used earth wall jutsu. All the 20 ninjas took cover behind it. While they were taking cover, Hoka used Byakugan and looked for the 2 ninjas who went underground. He quickly made hand signs, stone spear jutsu and ambushed them underground. Neither could react and were stabbed to death. Renjiro focused on the 20 ninjas hiding behind the wall. He smirked and punched the ground in front of him. At the same time, Fujin swung his sword once again. The punch released earth-style, ground shockwave jutsu. It traveled faster than Fujin's slash and hit the earth wall just a few seconds before Fujin's first slash reached it. It caused the erected earth wall to collapse. The ninjas, who finally had a sense of security, were dumbfounded. 2 ninjas from the second wave immediately began creating hand signs to go underground. The others from the second wave quickly tried climbing on the fallen trees behind them and jumping high up. Unfortunately 2, in panic, stepped on very weak branches and lost their footing. The ones from the third wave didn't understand the urgency and were slow to react. Only Tomio, sensing their panic, jumped back and quickly created a rock shield as he didn't have enough time to create an earth wall. 3 ninjas from the third wave hid behind Tomio. Fujin's slash reached them. It first hit the ninja who was trying to go underground but couldn't complete his hand signs. Then it hit 3 ninjas from the third wave who didn't take it seriously. 1 ninja was cut into 2. While the other 2 were hit by the accompanying winds which left deep cuts all over them. The winds then hit the 2 who had lost their footing, causing them to bleed all over. And next, it hit the remaining 4 ninjas from the third wave, leaving them with similar, but slightly less severe injuries. Right when the ones who had jumped high up were about to fall, the second slash arrived. This ended up killing or maiming everyone other than the 4 who were hiding behind multiple rock shields built by Waga Arashi Tomio and the one who was hiding underground. Seeing the result, Fujin said, "I don't think that the remaining 5 will die from this attack." Miko replied, "That's good. I want to fight," and flickered towards them. Hoka followed her. Renjiro said, "Fujin, look after the merchants." And he flickered behind those 2. Chapter 72, Fujin vs 11 Geinins. Waga Arashi Tomio was keeping an eye on Renjiro the whole time. The Chunin had just begun explaining the situation to him, telling him about a wind slash and how it was accompanied by winds that cut when Renjiro created a clone. He immediately commanded, "Get ready. I'll engage that Jounin. All Chunins will fight alongside me." He looked at his second in command and commanded, "Masato, lead the Geinins and kill those 3 brats." Mono Masato was standing right next to Tomio. He had a sword hanging from his waist. Since he was an elite Chunin, his rank and power were second only to Tomio among the ninja here. Even overall, his power was only weaker than Tomio and Norio. He had worked with Tomio for a long time, and Tomio considered him his right hand. He nodded to the command given. Team Renjiro flickered till they were 20 meters away from them. Renjiro made a hand sign, water style, water cannon jutsu. Tomio too made a few hand signs while shouting, "Scatter and dodge water style, water wall jutsu." On hearing his command, all of the enemy ninjas moved back a bit. Renjiro spat a jet of water on them. In response, Tomio created a water wall between them. The wall stopped the jet for a mere fraction of a second. However, that was enough for his ninjas to see the trajectory and dodge the attack. The water jet penetrated the water wall with ease and then sliced it in 2 as Renjiro moved his head from left to right. The water jet was dodged, however, it kept traveling, hitting the trees in the still undamaged forest. The water jet cut through a few trees with ease before it ran out of energy. The enemy ninja noticed the damage caused by just one attack. Their face became grim. They prepared themselves for a bitter battle. They regrouped into 2 groups in a few seconds. First with Tomio as the leader and 5 Chunins, and the second with Masato as the leader and 11 Geinins. Renjiro noticed this and assaulted Tomio and the Chunins. The trio of Fujin, Hoka, and Miko moved towards the Geinins. Renjiro's clone followed them at a distance and kept a close eye. Hidden Leaf Village Geinins vs Masato and Geinins. All the 3 Hidden Leaf Village Geinins had noticed that Masato's chakra level was the second highest in the whole group. While moving towards them, Miko stated, "I want the strong guy." However, Hoka argued, "No, I want him." Fujin said, "He seems strong, both of you take on him. I'll eliminate the rest and join you." Masato and the rest also ran toward the kids running towards them. The group had mixed feelings regarding the 3 kids running toward them. The ones from the third wave thought, "We need to eliminate them quickly and then aid in killing that Jounin from Hidden Leaf Village." While the ones from the second wave hoped, Masato-sama should be able to handle those demon kids. Among the 11 Geinins, one had seen Miko use Sharingan earlier. He shouted, "Don't look in her eyes, she has Sharingan." That alerted Masato. He wasn't aware of this. He unsheathed his sword. Miko was faster than Hoka. She reached Masato first and instantly used fire style, 4 jutsu that she had already prepared. Masato kept his eye on her hand and raised his sword to block the heat ray. The attack heated his blade but didn't make the handle much hot. At that time, Hoka flanked him and attacked with gentle fist. He smirked, "He is in range." However, Masato moved slightly so that the forjutsu won't hit him and then slashed his hot sword at Hoka. Hoka was caught off guard and dodged backward. Unfortunately, he wasn't fast enough. The tip of the sword touched his chest. It cut through his shirt with ease and left a thin line across his chest. Luckily, since he had moved backward, the cut was very shallow. Masato moved forward to chase him, but Miko threw a few shurikens at him, which he blocked with his sword. While he dodged them, Miko flickered and stood next to Hoka. They prepared to fight him. At the same time, the 11 Gainins wanted to join in the fray and aid Masato. However, Fujin flickered in between them and Masato and created 11 wind clones. One kept eye on Masato, while the rest engaged one Gainin each. One of the Gainins rushed toward Fujin. Fujin too took a step and moved toward him. While moving, he grabbed a sword in his right hand. His opponent had a kunai in his hand. On closing the distance, Fujin slashed his sword. The enemy Gainin saw it and smirked. He stamped hard on the debris below and jumped back. When he suddenly stepped back, Fujin's sword slashed through empty air. The opponent kept smirking. Ha! These inexperienced newbies always fall for the simplest trick in the book. He pulled his arm behind him and was about to throw his kunai at Fujin when something hit his body. The hit created a cut across his body, starting from his right shoulder, to the left side of his hip. The cut kept getting deeper, and cut him into two. Fujin thought, not a bad move. Unfortunately, he was out of his league. At the same time, all 10 of Fujin's wind clones had engaged the enemy Gainins. They kept fighting at mid-range and used wind explosion jutsu to prevent opponents from using any jutsu. Fujin observed around him, now that I'm free, time to cut down their numbers. He flickered in the next instant and appeared behind a Gainin who was fighting his clone. The Gainin was surprised when he noticed someone appearing behind him. Unfortunately, before he could react, a sword pierced through his heart. In a few seconds, Fujin cut down 4 more Gainins. The others noticed Fujin killing their comrades with extreme ease and panicked. They quickly disengaged from the wind clones and tried to regroup. Masato, who was engaged in a fight with Miko and Hoka, also noticed this. He tried to help them, but he was obstructed by Miko and Hoka. Unfortunately for the enemy Gainins, regrouping wasn't going to be easy. Noticing that all the enemies have disengaged his clones, Fujin flickered again and appeared behind one of them. That Gainin noticed and quickly turned around and swung his kunai. In response, Fujin slashed with his sword. Both the kunai and the sword clashed. Fujin's opponent wanted to use this clash to jump behind and get away from him. Unfortunately, Fujin's sword cut through his kunai. It continued ahead and cut the unsuspecting Gainin into 2. Fujin noticed the shock plastered on the enemy's face when he noticed his kunai being cut in 2. At the same time, another opponent was ganged upon by 4 of Fujin's clones. 2 of the clones used all their chakra to form wind explosion jutsu and scored perfect hits. The other 2 beheaded him when he was very injured. The remaining 3 Gainins managed to regroup. But they were instantly besieged by Fujin's 8 wind clones, while Fujin stood slightly behind his clones. The 3 Gainins stood with their backs to each other. Fujin saw it and analyzed, I guess I can't flicker behind them now. Anyways, time to end this. He said in a low voice, wind breakthrough jutsu everyone. Fujin's clones heard him, and all used great breakthrough jutsu at the same time. The 3 Gainins, who were at the center, instantly became trapped and slammed against each other as they couldn't move due to being hit by strong winds from all sides. They began yelling loudly. Fujin observed the wind patterns and then swung his sword. A slash flew through the strong winds and reached the trapped Gainins. In an instant, all 3 were beheaded. With all 10 Gainins killed, Fujin turned his attention to the Chunin Miko and Hoka were fighting. Chapter 73, Masato vs Gainins. Masato vs Miko and Hoka. While Fujin had engaged the enemy Gainins, Hoka and Miko were fighting against Masato. Masato had dealt with the initial attacks from Miko and Hoka with extreme ease and even injured Hoka slightly. Miko noticed the cut on his chest and asked Hoka without taking her eye off Masato, "Can you still fight?" Hoka replied, "Of course. Let's attack." However, before they could attack, Masato moved forward at a fast speed and swung his sword again. Miko took a step ahead and blocked his sword with her kunai. She kept trying to look into his eyes, but he always avoided eye contact with her. Seeing that Miko had blocked his sword, Hoka attacked him with gentle fist once again. Seeing Hoka attack again, Masato just jumped back and retreated. This time, Hoka didn't chase and stood with Miko. Masato observed the two being careful and sighed, "It's unfortunate that there is so much debris here. I can't use earth jutsus at all." Hoka too couldn't use earth-style jutsus, but he didn't mind it as he preferred taijutsu over ninjutsu. Masato was about to attack again when he noticed that Fujin was cutting down his Gainins with ease. "Tsk. I should help them." Miko and Hoka noticed him getting distracted and attacked him once again. Miko once again used fire style. For jutsu, Masato quickly dodged but was once again flanked by Hoka. Learning from the past two failed attempts, this time Hoka attacks with a kunai. Masato blocks but Hoka continues his attack with his other hand, trying to seal his chakra points. Masato uses the force Hoka is putting in his kunai attack to jump back. Before Miko and Hoka could press on their attack, he ran towards Fujin. But he was quickly attacked by two wind explosion jutsu by the wind clone. Fujin left to keep an eye on him. The wind explosion wasn't actually targeted at Masato. Instead, the clone launched them in such a way that they would cut off his path. They exploded even before reaching them and threatening him with the winds generated. He had to move back to avoid the winds, leading him back to Miko and Hoka. They quickly attacked him, but Masato defended himself again. Only, it was more difficult this time. Miko finally found an opening, and kicked his stomach, sending him flying behind. While he was sent flying, Masato thought, these kids are strong. Even if I fought only one at a time, I'll have a hard time defeating them without earth style. Hoka was about to attack again when he noticed Miko making a few hand signs. He quickly moved out of the way. Masato too noticed the hand signs. Miko finished making her hand signs, fireball jutsu. A huge fireball moved toward Masato rapidly. Hoka followed the fireball from the left. If he dodges here, I'll get him. Masato, noticing Hoka, dodged to the other side. The fireball reached his original location and exploded. Since the debris underneath was mainly wood, it set off another fire. The explosion also sent a lot of burning wood flying in every direction. Masato, even after dodging, had to use his sword to block a couple of burning logs flying toward him. The smoke and dust created by the explosion and fire engulfed him. Noticing the opportunity, Miko threw a few shurikens at Masato. Hoka got back to Miko's position, as fire blocked his straight route to Masato. Masato heard the sound of shurikens flying. He quickly jumped to his left, while frowning, I need to get out of this smoke screen. Both of them have jutsu. I'll be severely disadvantaged here. However, even after moving, 3 shurikens came at him. He blocked one with his sword, and barely dodged the other 2. One of the shurikens left a cut on his right cheek, while the other shuriken missed his abdomen from the left by a few inches. He sighed in relief after dodging them when he suddenly felt a sense of crisis. He felt 2 strings, one touching right where the cut was left, while another on the left side of his abdomen. Fuck. The shurikens had strings attached. Masato quickly made a hand sign. Miko smirked on seeing that Masato fell for the strings. She pulled them so that they trap him and the shurikens returned to hit him in the back. Hoka too observed with his Byakugan. He saw that Masato got trapped by the strings and the shurikens hitting his back. However, he changed into a log the next moment. Hoka and Miko noticed his chakra reappearing outside the smoke screen. He had a cut on his right cheek and his expression was very grim. He said, "You brats are very good." As he said it, he was analyzing, it's very difficult to fight them here. I need to move to the ground. However, if I move, those Gainins will be all dead. While thinking, he turned his head to look at his Gainin underlings. He was shocked as his eyes met Fujin's eyes. All dead? So quickly? Fuck it. Having realized that Fujin would attack him too, he decided to move to the normal ground. The only worry now is if they attack Tomio and other Chunins instead of following me. But if they do that, I can sneak attack them. On concluding his thoughts, he quickly tried moving out of the debris area and into the open field. Miko and Hoka noticed it and thought, not good. He is trying to attack the merchants. Miko quickly made a few hand signs and launched another jutsu, Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu. Small balls of fire were fired on Masato's path, preventing him from getting away. Hoka used the distraction created by the fireballs to close the distance and attack Masato again. This time, Masato counterattacked fiercely, making Hoka retreat. However, at the next moment, he felt the wind on his back. He quickly turned around and used his sword to block the incoming sword. Fujin, noticing Masato's attempt to run away, used Miko's and Hoka's attacks as a distraction to attack. After blocking the slash, Masato looked around and became worried. Fujin's clones were moving toward him. However, even before he could wonder what to do about them, another incident horrified him. Fujin's sword cut his own sword into 2. He quickly released his sword and moved backward, screaming his mind, "What the fuck?" As he moved backward, he noticed Hoka moving rapidly toward him. Hoka smirked, time to finish this. He got into stance to perform 8 trigrams. Masato noticed Hoka's stance from the corner of his eyes. He quickly made a hand sign. All the 3 Gainins noticed that it was the hand sign for substitution jutsu. Hoka pressed on with his attack, while Fujin and Miko prepared themselves by gathering chakra at their feet. Hoka and Masato finally were about to make contact, when Masato substituted with another log of wood. As soon as he substituted, Miko threw a bunch of shurikens so that he couldn't retreat anymore, while Fujin sent a flying slash at him. Masato was on guard and moved out of the way. Unfortunately, the only way available for him was towards Hoka. He had a bitter expression on his face. These brats are relentless. I have no openings at all. Masato prepared to take Hoka head-on as Hoka rushed towards him. However, before he could engage Hoka, two shurikens stabbed him in his back. Fujin smirked. Projectile control jutsu is really handy. When Masato's attention was occupied on Hoka, Fujin used projectile control jutsu on the shurikens Miko had thrown and changed the direction of a couple of shurikens to hit him. While the hits weren't lethal, they caused Masato great agony. And it finally provided Hoka with an opening. He immediately used 8 trigrams, 16 palms on him, closing a lot of his chakra points. As soon as he was done, he moved behind. Miko and Fujin both stepped in for the kill. They both flickered in. Miko used fire style, 4 jutsu on his chest, right where his heart should be. While Fujin slashed his sword towards his neck. In his final struggle, he tried stepping towards his left, so that he'll move away from Fujin's sword, and Miko's jutsu wouldn't hit his vitals. Miko's jutsu hit the center of his chest, piercing through the elite Chunin's body. Fujin's sword missed Masato's neck by a few centimeters. But at the next moment, his head still flew off in the air due to the increased range from wind chakra flow. Fujin, Hoka, and Miko finally sighed in relief and were excited about managing to kill someone this strong without any aid from their sensei. Masato, however, died in grief. He never got to use the jutsus he was most proficient in. Renjiro's clone had observed the whole fight. Good. Though they made a few mistakes, overall their performance was very good. They were also very lucky though. That guy's nature affinity was probably earth, and he couldn't use it due to the terrain. Chapter 74, The Formidable Renjiro. Renjiro vs Tomio and Chunins. While his students were engaged in combat, Renjiro himself was fighting against the main enemy combatants. Just like Masato, Renjiro too was restricted here due to not being able to use the majority of his earth jutsus. Renjiro observed his opponents, 1 Jounin and 5 Chunins. Been a while since I had to fight against these odds. I wonder if they can put up a fight though. His opponents too observed him. They were very tense. Tomio thought, he specializes in earth and water jutsus. This terrain should void most of his earth jutsus. And I can cancel out his water jutsus. And he won't retreat due to his students, and might even be distracted by them. We have a chance. After concluding his thoughts, Renjiro threw 6 shurikens at his opponents. Immediately, he made a couple of hand signs. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. The enemy ninjas were amused when they saw that only 6 shurikens were thrown at them. But seeing them suddenly increase to over 100 freaked them. Tomio once again used Water Wall Jutsu to block the shurikens. Renjiro smirked. He was aiming exactly for this. While the water wall protected them, it meant that they couldn't see Renjiro. He grabbed his sword and rushed towards them. Unfortunately, one of them was a sensor and he yelled, "He's running toward us." He was the same ninja who had earlier detected Fire Wind Dragon Jutsu. The shout put them on guard and they prepared for a fight. The very instant the water wall collapsed, Renjiro flickered and appeared behind the Chunin who shouted. Before anyone could react, he attacked him with his sword, aiming to cut him in two. Knowing that he couldn't move fast enough, he made a hand sign. Renjiro ended up cutting a log of wood. The enemy ninjas sighed in relief and immediately moved toward Renjiro to attack him right when they saw the sensor use substitution jutsu. However, Renjiro still smirked. Though Renjiro's sword cut through a log of wood, his sword emitted chakra that traveled in the form of a slash. It was the samurai saber technique. Though it didn't have the lethal wind chakra that Fujin's slashes had, it was still very lethal. Waga Arashi Tomio was the one to notice it and he quickly shouted, "Careful!" and moved out of the way of that flying slash. That alerted all 4 Chunins. 3 of them jumped out of the way successfully. However, the last one was the closest to Renjiro. He too tried jumping but was too slow. The slash hit his knees and slashed halfway through his kneecaps. He collapsed and began yelling in pain. All of the 5 enemies were now at least a few dozen meters from Renjiro. So he just stepped forward and beheaded the injured ninja. He looked at the teen ninjas and coolly said, "Just 5 more to go." That statement put a lot of pressure on them. Tomio understood that Renjiro was trying to crush their morale. He shouted, "Behind me," while retreating away from Renjiro and making a few hand signs. The remaining Chunins quickly moved behind Tomio. Water Dragon Jutsu. Renjiro noticed the hand signs Tomio was making and recognized them. He just waited for him to be done with it. Soon, Tomio expended quite a bit of his chakra to launch Water Dragon Jutsu on Renjiro. However, Renjiro just flickered a few times, completely avoiding the trajectory of the jutsu while muttering, "What a waste of chakra." In an instant, Renjiro was now behind those ninjas, while the water dragon jutsu hit nothing but debris. Renjiro wanted to attack them from behind, but the enemy ninjas had got a hang of Renjiro's fast-paced attacks. The very moment that Renjiro appeared behind them, all three of them made hand signs and launched their jutsus. Water Shuriken Jutsu, Great Breakthrough Jutsu, Flamethrower Jutsu. The three jutsus were released in that order. First, Water Shurikens were launched. They were then aided by Great Breakthrough Jutsu to speed up to nearly twice their initial speed. And then, Flamethrower was released into the Great Breakthrough Jutsu, making it very devastating. Renjiro was very surprised. Good teamwork. However, he just flickered again, resulting in another fire being started. Seeing Renjiro flickering, Tomio made a hand sign. Water Bullet Jutsu. He began shooting water bullets wherever Renjiro appeared. However, Renjiro dodged them all with ease, while occasionally sending a flying slash their way. This stalemate continued for a couple of minutes. Tomio wondered, why isn't he worried about the kids? He tried observing the Gainins through the corner of his eye, and was shocked. That fight only had Masato still alive, and all three Gainins were ganging up on him. His expression became very grim. By now, 3 fires were burning in the destroyed part of the forest. A lot of smoke covered the area, and visibility was becoming very low. The remaining 40 bandits were initially confused about what exactly was happening. However, hearing the blasts made them realize that this was the battlefield of ninjas. They too noticed the smoke rising from where the fighting was happening and all ran away in fear. Tomio and the 4 Chunins with him were breathing heavily. The short exchange made them spend a lot of their chakra. Renjiro, on the other hand, seemed like he had just warmed up. Noticing that they were tired and Tomio was checking out the other fight, Renjiro stabbed the logs under him with his swords and made a hand sign. This instantly got all 5 enemies on full alert. In an instant, Renjiro built up a massive amount of chakra and launched his jutsu. Waterfall Jutsu. Tomio immediately made hand signs to create another water wall. However, he was shocked by the sight in front of him. Renjiro spat out a massive amount of water. They felt, it's as if a tsunami is crashing down on us. Tomio and another Chunin made a couple of water walls. However, it wasn't enough. The waterfall washed all 5 of them away. It also washed out the debris under them and doused one of the 3 fires that were burning. All 5 of them got washed out in the open fields where the merchants and one of Renjiro's clones were. Seeing that they were finally on the ground, Renjiro smirked. All 5 of them suffered some injuries after getting hit by such a huge move. They struggled to get up. Tomio was the first one to recover. He barely managed to get up on his knees while breathing very heavily. However, soon he noticed something that horrified him. They were on the ground. He had just one thought before he jumped up as quickly as he could. Crap. As soon as he jumped, earth spears appeared from the ground. All 4 Chunins were stabbed. Only Tomio managed to get away. Soon, more spears appeared from the ground, and pierced all 4 of them, until Renjiro was sure that they were dead. Waga Arashi. Tomio saw all his 4 underlings being killed. He noticed that all other fighting had stopped too. He was horrified and began running towards the land of tea in panic. However, Renjiro flickered in front of him, with a sword in his right hand. The Gainins had finished Masato off right after Renjiro used the huge jutsu and were observing the fight. Renjiro looked at Tomio and said, "You know, I'm very surprised that you guys chose to fight us in the land of fire, rather than the land of tea. If you had fought in the land of tea, at the very least, you'd have managed to retreat. But here, all 5 of your forces will be eliminated." Tomio looked at Renjiro in terror and asked, "Has Hidden Leaf Village already recovered from the losses of the Third Great Ninja War and Kibai's attack?" Renjiro replied, "Not really. But Hidden Leaf Village isn't something the likes of you can challenge." He then charged straight at Tomio. Tomio grabbed a kunai and prepared to fight. However, in merely one attack, Renjiro sliced his head off. Fujin, Miko, and Hoka saw this sight. In one fluid motion, Renjiro sliced his enemy's head off and sheathed his sword, as if he had done something insignificant. Hoka saw it and commented, "That was cool." Miko snorted and said, "He's just showing off." Fujin nodded, agreeing with Miko. Renjiro looked at his 3 students, who flickered next to him in response. He said, "Good work. Analyze your battle properly. I'll ask for your analysis later." The trio nodded. Fujin asked, "Sensei, will we be doing something about the bandits that ran away?" Renjiro looked at his clones. Both of them flickered toward the bandits. He replied, "Leave them to my clones. While we did win, I won't be surprised if they have someone hidden trying to take advantage of us when we put our guard down. A good number of dead ninjas during peacetime die only due to letting their guard down for a moment." The trio nodded in response, absorbing their sensei's experiences and knowledge. Chapter 75, The Real Goods. Renjiro looked at Fujin and said, Fujin, make a couple of shadow clones and a dozen wind clones. Examine the dead bodies, and take anything valuable they have. He tossed a few storage scrolls at Fujin while speaking. Store the dead bodies of the ninjas in these scrolls. Fujin nodded and made the clones, who immediately got to work. Renjiro himself made a couple of shadow clones and a few mud clones, who began doing the same in the mud river.